Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7SN. 185 Black Arm Zephyr. The person rushing past is Zephyr. This time Zephyr has cracks all over his body, and the grinder on his right hand is also broken at this moment. But even so, he has no possibility of backing down, because for him, his duty is to protect his students. Sakazuki, let's go. Zephyr roared loudly, his body strength increased rapidly, and he punched Luo Xiu. However, in 740, his attack was just child's play to Luo Xiu. A gleam of light flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, and then he slapped the law enforcement directly. With a bang, Zephyr flew out, spinning like a flower, and hit the ground hard. With a pop, he spit out a mouthful of blood. After walking halfway to kneeling on the ground, the scars on his body became more vivid, and red blood flowed rushingly. I didn't expect that I would insult you all my life, but in the end I would be defeated by a junior like you. Zephyr said helplessly, and then the light in his eyes gradually became stronger at this moment. I thought I would never use this power in my life, but I didn't expect to be able to use it now. After the words fell, the light on Zephyr's body became more vigorous, and a faint red power pumped from his body to the surroundings. Soon, it was directly glued to his body, making him look like a blood-stained monster. But in the next moment, all the blood was reabsorbed into his body, and then his aura increased sharply. In less than 3 seconds, Zephyr's aura had grown to about 3 times its previous level. At this time, his eyes shone with light, which meant that he was not afraid, but extremely excited. The return of life can restore my strength to its peak, and now I am the real Black Arm Holy Law. Luo Xiu, just let me see how powerful you are, and whether you can defeat me head-on. The moment the voice fell, Zephyr's body rushed forward directly and quickly. However, the shredder on his right hand remained in place, apparently taking the matter out of the shredder. Although his right arm was cut off before, but after the contact of scientists, it has restored some of its previous glory. In addition, he used the life potential of life return itself to be suppressed, and now he has returned to that peak period. I saw Zephyr roaring loudly, and the light in his eyes gradually exploded at this moment. When he came in front of Luo Xiu, he bowed his waist suddenly, pushed his left hand backwards, and punched forward fiercely. Seeing this scene, there was only a little peace in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he just stretched out his left hand and lay forward. With a click, his left hand directly grasped Zephyr's fist, preventing him from even moving. As that Zephyr, have you forgotten? Even if you recover to your peak, you are just an admiral, and admiral dares to fight me. There is madness in Luo Xiu's eyes, with 0.8 disdain and sarcasm. At this time, he expressed indifference to everyone in this world. For him, as long as there is an existence that cannot defeat him, it will become his stepping stone. And Zephyr in front of him was like this, and Zephyr spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same moment, he raised his head and stared at Luo Xiu with surprise and fear in his eyes. 186 Surrender or die. Luo Xiu, I know that you are very strong, and I also know that even if all the people combined may not be able to beat you, but I beg you, I implore you, please keep Marine. The world needs Marine. No matter who ascends to the supreme throne, his men will always need a helper to rule the world. The stability of the world does not need to be changed. Even if the people above are changed, even if the people below are oppressed, the power in the middle cannot be changed. For this world, for everyone in this world, please keep Marine. Facing Zephyr's words, Luo Xiu calmly did not speak. His gaze was just looking at Zephyr calmly, and then Luo Xiu shook his head under Zephyr's grateful gaze. Some things are not something you can do if you want to, and some things are not something you can ask for. When I cultivate to this point, the you I want will be different from what you once thought. When you chose to capture me and there were a large number of Marines to capture me, the hatred between us had reached its peak. No matter when, no matter where we go, we will not let it go. You said let go, but if I let you go, can you really guarantee that Akainu won't come back to attack me again? After hearing this, Zephyr fell silent because he couldn't guarantee that Akainu would come back to attack Luo Xiu. In other words, he knew that Akainu would never let it go. When the opponent gained new strength and gathered more teammates, he would definitely come to trouble Luo Xiu again. If Akainu won't come, then he isn't Akainu. Because he knew Akainu's thoughts and character, Zephyr didn't say much. Look, you know it yourself, so killing all of you at this moment is the best, isn't it? The moment he finished speaking, Luo Xiu made a move. There was a black light emitting from his left hand, and then he punched forward. With a bang, Fa's stomach was punched out with a terrifying hole. Scarlet blood flowed, and the broken internal organs spread around. But Zephyr didn't feel the pain, because Luo Xiu was too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't feel the pain, so fast that even he himself could only wait here to die. Teacher Zephyr. The recovered Akainu let out a loud roar at this moment. Huge lava burned from his whole body. At this moment, he was no longer afraid, he was no longer afraid of anything. He just rushed towards Luo Xiu with a terrifying and omnipotent figure. He wanted to defeat Luo Xiu and burn Luo Xiu to ashes at this moment. He wants to avenge Zephyr for his teacher. 617. Accompanied by a terrifying light, Akainu came to Luo Xiu's side, and was kicked off by Luo Xiu. Seeing the lava sticking to his feet, Luo Xiu shook off the lava lightly, and then walked towards Akainu step by step. He didn't pay attention to Zephyr anymore, it didn't matter to Luo Xiu whether Zephyr died or not. Now Zephyr has lost his combat power, and his biggest enemy is Akainu in front of him. And facing him beforehand, he was actually just a waste. Walking in front of Akainu, Luo Xiu looked at him condescendingly. Surrender or die. 187 Humiliation. The cold words sounded, causing a fierce light to appear in Akainu's eyes. He raised his head and stared at Luo Xiu coldly. First in Marine Admiral, I am the highest combat power in Marine, I will not surrender, kill me, kill me. If you kill one, I will have hundreds, and I will reappear. Akainu said loudly, the light in his eyes flickered at this moment. He was not afraid of death, he was only afraid of himself and could not take revenge. At this moment, he was also a little terrified. What he was terrified was not that he would die here in the future, but that he was terrified that he would not be able to be punished and avenged. Zephyr is his teacher, and for him, he is also a teacher and a friend. Although when he became admiral, he didn't have much contact with Zehua, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care. For Barefoot, as long as Zephyr does not violate taboos, he becomes a criminal who endangers the safety of the world. He will hold Zephyr high in his heart, because Dharma is his most precious teacher. So now he wants revenge, he wants to defeat Luo Xiu in front of him, and he wants Zephyr to rush back to naval headquarters for treatment. Luo Xiu just looked at him condescendingly without saying anything. After a while, I saw Luo Xiu's mouth curled up at this moment. You really are as ignorant as I thought. Luo Xiu shook his head slowly, turned around, and seemed to want to leave. At this time, although Akainu was a little surprised, he was also slightly relieved. If he can escape this time, then next time he will definitely come fully prepared to wipe out Luo Xiu. It is not that there are no strong men in this world, but there are quite a few strong men. Li Lahao Akainu let out an angry roar, but it was of no avail. Although Akainu has already turned into an elemental form at this time, it can feel that Luo Xiu's corner is covered with rich armament haki. Ah, a cold laugh sounded from Luo Xiu's mouth, and then it turned into a big laugh. Like rocks, like Roger. Many strong men, even in their own era, can lead the entire era, unless they surpass the strong men of an era. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu directly kicked in a roundabout, and kicked the bed dog's head fiercely. But no matter what, they will all disappear in the end, and they will all die under justice. And Akainu also raised his head at this time, staring straight at Luo Xiu. He felt humiliated, a sense of humiliation that would make him unable to become stronger in the future. However, when Luo Xiu turned around, he didn't step away, but at this moment, his shoulders shrugged slightly. Ha ha ha, this is what Akainu thinks and what Akainu insists on. Akainu, you really made me look up to you, but, no matter what. You are going to die here today, W. Of course he didn't cry, but laughed. With a frightening light flashing, Akainu's whole body exploded at this moment, and then he was slammed into the air. Quote. Say in your next life, abandon this idea and become a normal person. Maybe you still have a chance to survive, just like Zifang. With a bang, the fist hit a warship, smashing that warship into pieces. If this kick hits his face, there is a high probability that his head will explode. 188 may be strong, but can catch up. Kill me, why don't you kill me? Akainu roared loudly. At this moment he couldn't hide it, flashing with anger. He wanted to live, but at this moment, he wanted Luo Xiu in front of him to kill him even more. After hearing what he said before, Luo Xiu turned his head to look at him, and then said with a sneer in his eyes. You do not deserve. Breaking 3 words made Akainu feel cool in his heart. Killing and punishing the heart, Luo Xiu didn't kill him, but it made his heart feel cold. In this case, Akainu has no possibility to improve, and even if he goes back, he may not be able to serve as a general again. As for directly becoming the marshal in the future, don't even think about it. Kneeling halfway on the ground, Akainu stared fiercely at 950 Luo Xiu. He wanted to kill Luo Xiu, but he didn't have any strength at the moment. He can rush out again, but the price of rushing up is to be repulsed again. The kick he had just exposed his chest didn't kill him, but it had already smashed his head into pieces. Now he is only protecting himself with his tyrannical elemental power, otherwise, he would have died long ago. Taking a deep breath, he saw a peaceful smile flashing in Luo Xiu's eyes. Go away, get out of here, and go back to your so-called naval headquarters. By the way, tell Sengoku that I will find him in a while. Luo Xiu smiled, his white teeth made Dongda who was opposite him feel ashamed. Time stood still like this, one after another Marines came over, trying to pull Akainu up and leave here first. However, the lava on Akainu left them nowhere to go. Taking a deep breath, Kaizan stood up at this moment, and the lava on his body dissipated slowly at this moment. They confirmed that they wanted Akainu to leave here, and at this moment a terrifying light wave appeared, directly blasting Marine who said the second sentence into powder. Let's go. Any way you look at it. That's what they are. Luo Xiu may be powerful, but he always has a limit, and you can still catch up. I'm going to die here. My breath of life has reached the limit. Even if I go back, I won't be able to live for a few days. At this time, Zephyr also stood up from the ground. His whole body was a little broken, but fell to the ground again the next moment. Turning away, Akainu returned to the only remaining warship. The opponent can let Akainu go, but they can bomb their men to death at will. Although I let you go, I directly said CGDG my faults in front of my face, which is not very good. Akainu lowered his head and looked at Zephyr lying on the ground, with helplessness in his eyes. Law enforcement teacher, I failed. Akainu Admiral, get out of here quickly, don't cause unnecessary casualties. There was a playful smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. At this moment, everyone knew that Luo Xiu was joking, or that the other party was moody. Akainu Admiral, let's get out of here first. He tried to go over and lift Zephyr off the ground, but cut him off with a wave. Akainu Admiral, the Green Hills left are here, don't be afraid that there will be no firewood, let's go first, we will naturally have a chance in the future. Akainu, your potential is very high, your own strength is very strong, no matter what time you have to have a fearful mentality. 189 Adjustment. Teacher Zephyr, let's get out of here together now. Regardless of Zephyr's dissuasion, Akainu forcibly picked him up and put him on the warship. He turned his head to look at Luo Xiu in the distance, and there was a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes at this time. You are welcome to come and play with me again, but next time, maybe I won't let you go. There was a sneer in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there was a hint of madness in the sneer. Akainu didn't speak, just looked at Luo Xiu quietly, wanting to remember Luo Xiu's appearance in his heart once, and take it out to whip him in the future. The warship turned into a stream of light, fell into the seawater below, and then sailed away towards the distance. Lord Luo Xiu, do we really just let them go like this? Nami on the side spoke slowly, clutching the Tiano stick in her hand, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. That's right, Master Luo Xiu, that is Marine Admiral, and the former Marine Admiral, if we kill the two of them here, our reputation will definitely reach its peak. At this time, Black Maria also spoke with a smile in her eyes. Even his former master, Kaido of the Beasts had no record of killing Admiral. Therefore, if Luo Xiu directly defeats an Admiral and an ex-Admiral on the frontal battlefield, then for this world, he is a well-deserved One Piece. There is no one of that kind. Luo Xiu turned his head to look at the two, then smiled, shook his head slowly, and said, it's not the time yet, we will face him again in the future, and we can give him a surprise then. After saying this, Luo Xiu turned around and left, walking towards the palace in the distance. The women on the side seemed a little confused when they heard the words showing their breasts, but then they all shrugged and followed without saying much. The Black Knight flowed red fire, showing off. In Naval Headquarters office, Sengoku and others did not speak. In the battle just now, they saw Luo Xiu's incomparable strength. It seems that one admiral cannot suppress Luo Xiu, and even two admirals may not necessarily be able to defeat Luo Xiu. I suggest that as long as it is a war against Luo Xiu in the future, at least 3 Dalu will show up together. Ask for flowers, Ms. He said softly at this time that there was not much fear or panic in her eyes, for her she was always so calm. Then give the most accurate action target. Sengoku also nodded slightly at this moment and said, Luo Xiu can defeat 4 Emperors Kaido, and he can also defeat Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. I thought his strength would stop here, but I didn't expect to surpass it. Oh, all admiral-level strength adjustments must travel in teams in the future. Even if they are facing some small people, they must travel with me, otherwise, in case of Luo Xiu's frenzied surprise attack, none of us will be able to survive. Hearing what the other party said, Garp took a bite of the senbei, shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. For Garp, he has already retreated to the second line now, and he is completely unnecessary to fight on the frontal battlefield, if it is not because his old friend Sengoku is still here. He had even left this place long ago to live his retirement life. Agree. 190 Forward, Naval Headquarters. After Luo Xiu and Akainu and all the Marines were driven away. At this time, the entire Sky Island has become his territory. Facing the Sky Island on the road, Luo Xiu didn't have any thoughts. In other words, Sky Island here is just a place to stay for him, and he doesn't have the idea of becoming a king on his own like here. Because if you really want to be king in one place, like Kaido and others, 837, then Sky Island is not a very good choice. Because the place where Sky Island is located is a bit too remote. It sounds like a tall word above the sky, but for the ground, this is a place that sounds like a legend. Therefore, the advantages brought by the Sky Island group are actually not worth mentioning to Luo Xiu. Therefore, what he wants more is to raise Sky Island directly to shatter. Take all the treasures here, and leave here directly. And Luo Xiu actually did the same thing. He took all the girls and ransacked the entire Sky Island. Of course, it was more about looting the treasures left by Enel. As for those ordinary people, Luo Xiu was not in the mood to pay attention to them. The wealth owned by those ordinary people is a complete waste of his time. Luo Xiu Director Zoro jumped onto the pirate ship with the evidence, and then brought them back to the Lord of the Sea with 1.1. First in the emptiness of Wano Kuni now, you have always defeated the rulers here and then set them free. I don't have such an idea, this is your own idea, for me, all I have to do is to defeat these strong men, and then get wealth from them. I don't want to stay in one place for a long time, and then hang around here and wait to die. That is the idea of the weak. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Kakuzu, who was present at the scene, paused slightly, because according to Luo Xiu's words, the vast majority of people in this world are weak. Master Luo Xiu, why do I feel that you are doing something good? Hearing the other party's words, a smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and he spoke slowly. And now, I have obtained the wealth, so leaving here is the best choice. In this case, there is nothing for the two of them to go back. Of course, there is one person who is not, that is Luffy, and Luffy is also sailing the entire sea with his own boat at this time. His behavior is the same as Luo Xiu's, but he is not as bad as Luo Xiu. A voice sounded slowly. Luo Xiu turned his head to look, only to see Kazuki Hiyori staring at him with burning eyes. They have finally become their own masters, and they will no longer give some things they don't want to give to some powerful characters. They all breathed a sigh of relief, because from this moment on, Sky Island has regained their domination. This time, the place we are going to advance is naval headquarters. There must be quite a lot of treasures there. After a full half day, when Luo Xiu left the entire Sky Island with a boatload of treasures, the rest of the people on Sky Island looked at each other at this moment, and their eyes revealed a little calm. There was a smile on the corner of his bare-chested mouth. The reason why he let Akainu and Zephyr go before was not only because of some special reasons, but also because he was about to attack naval headquarters. Although you keep saying that you are a bad person, no matter how you look at it. What you do is good. 191. The purpose of the women. On the blue sea, a ship sailed on it. On this pirate ship at this time, a large number of women gathered here, their eyes staring straight at Luo Xiu in the center. For them, the glory that Luo Xiu can bring them is much more than before. Now Luo Xiu has become the object of competition among all the women. As long as Luo Xiu expresses the slightest bit of desire, then all the girls will rush forward and rush past. Let Luo Xiu choose. Every woman selected by Luo Xiu will show an excited expression. In their view, as long as they can choose against Luo Xiu, then they are the luckiest. Because injecting energy liquid will make their strength skyrocket. For them, it's a strength that can be developed completely without exercising. Basically no one can refuse this force. So whether it is Nami, Robin, Kazuki Hiyori, Black Maria or Runti, all women will tease Luo Xiu vaguely in normal times. They don't even care if Luo Xiu has desires or not, they all hope that Luo Xiu can help them gain strength. Of course, that kind of taste is also what they enjoy very much. Facing the teasing of the girls, Luo Xiu basically responded, but it was only 3 days ago. An incident happened 3 days ago, and Luo Xiu's impression became a little calm. At least I won't go to Nami at all, for injecting Nungtai liquid just because of their 10 challenges. And that thing is that Luo Xiu has heard that they have already discussed who will get 135,246. Feeling the gaze of the second daughter at this time, she turned her head to look in surprise, not knowing why they were looking at her. The omission of repairs is going to provoke a war, 10 wars that can directly destroy all the powerhouses in naval headquarters. The group of guys who believe in the world government shouldn't watch me become stronger alone. Maybe Luo Xiu doesn't need to kill them, but Luo Xiu will definitely make them afraid to provoke him in the future. This made Luo Xiu feel quite helpless. She wanted to be angry, but she didn't know why. Robin, who was also wearing a sexy bikini, walked in front of him, sticking out his proud chest. I think Black Maria should be blamed for this, who made it so big. What's going on here? Why doesn't Lord Luo Xiu look at me? So he planned to neglect these women for a while. Luo Xiu knew what he was going to do this time. The place he was going to was called Naval Headquarters. Looking up at the sky, there was a strange expression in Luo Xiu's eyes. Nami walked around on the boat in a sexy 3-point swimsuit, her eyes drifting to Luo Xiu in the distance from time to time. In this situation, although Luo Xiu knew that he was always in charge, he always felt that he was being treated like an animal. I don't know if the legendary I Am will appear. If he doesn't appear again, I may become the most powerful existence in this world. What else could be the reason? Isn't it because you are asking too much, so Mr. Luo Xiu is running out of stock? Black Maria was basking in the sun sitting on the sun chair specially made for him. A voice changed the subject, so Ariang looked at Black Maria in the distance. Luo Xiu stood on the bow of the boat, watching the setting sun in the distance. At this moment the light in his eyes gradually flickered. 837. 192. Meeting, it's time to change. Luo Xiu's guess was correct. At this time, in the world government, Sengoku and others gathered together for a meeting again. It's just that the difference from before is that there is a big screen in front of them, and on the big screen are 5 old people sitting at a round table. These 5 people are the 5 elders. At this time, 5 elders looked calmly, looking at the information on the desktop. So Akainu led the team to encircle and suppress Luo Xiu before, but was manipulated by the opponent, and in the end, Zephyr went to the rescue to escape. Hearing the other's words, Sengoku nodded helplessly. He knew that what the other party said was all the truth, and this also meant that they no longer had an accurate comparison of Luo Xiu's combat effectiveness. We ask the world government to send out more powerful props or powerful people to help us capture Luo Xiu. Based on this situation, Luo Xiu's final goal is our naval headquarters and even the world government. We can't let them do something like this. Hearing Sengoku's words, the 5 elders did not take the lead in answering their gazes, and negotiated with each other behind the screen. After a while, the 5 elders in the center spoke slowly. If this situation develops, the final result may indeed affect us. In this case, we allow you all to use that thing. This time, we must defeat Luo Xiu, or even kill him, no matter what. After saying this, a 5 elders next to him with a knife continued to speak. We don't want to hear about your failure again. If you still fail next time, Sengoku should change your position. No one knows whether Akainu can still play normally as usual. Maybe Akainu can play 1/10 of the strength of the village. The people around bowed their heads and said nothing, and they didn't think much about it. Martial Marine, this position needs to be replaced, but the problem is whether everyone can be replaced. At least stand on top. Sengoku paused slightly, and all the senior Marines around him also paused. If this is the case, then for Akainu, it may not be possible to compete for the position of Marine Marshal. In this case, there is no problem with Akainu directly succeeding to the post of Marshal of Marine. At this moment, they all had small thoughts, and no one wanted to go further. I understand, we will definitely deal with this matter. If Luo Xiu cannot be arrested, I will voluntarily resign from the post of Marshal of Marine. That is to say, if Sengoku is really down, then the next marshal will be chosen from among Akainu, Shinji and Kizaru. But the problem is that the blow to Akainu was quite big when something like that happened before. Originally, in this position, Akainu was the most promising. After all, he has done the most things, he has the highest merit and the highest combat effectiveness, and he is probably the strongest. Under normal circumstances, this position needs to be changed from the main road. Sengoku didn't say much, and delivered his speech directly. Aokiji knew this, and so did Kizaru, a twinkle in their eyes. That's it, Sengoku, I believe you can do it. Except for the idiot Garp, everyone Li Nuohao would like to stand at the center of power. 193 Hawkeye, forcing the king. At this time, Luo Xiu didn't know that he was being targeted again. Luo Xiu looked into the distance, and at this moment in the distant sky, he saw a trace of darkness. There is no light in darkness. For Luo Xiu, he has seen such a scene more than once, because this sea area is like this. What's the matter? Why is it cloudy again? When can I go out? I can't even sunbathe anymore, my skin is getting worse. Nami was wearing sunglasses, said helplessly, looked at the gloomy sky, and took off the sunglasses helplessly. Robin on the side also shook his head slowly, he also wants to take a sunbath. Runti sat quietly on a chair, looking at Brother Lu from time to time. He was always waiting for Luo Xiu to call him. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes flashed fascination, he didn't even pay attention to everything around him, and stared straight at Luo Xiu. As a sick girl, Kazuki Hiyori has already entangled Luo Xiu at this time. To be honest, if possible, he even wants to kill all the women on board and let Luo Xiu become his own. But Guang Yorhei knew that this was a bit whimsical, so he wouldn't do it. Black Maria's huge body is sitting on a chair, in front of her is a CJF barbecue that fits her size. This is the barbecue made by the sea kings that were caught from the water earlier. He ate bite by bite, looking quite elegant. Do you want sunny days? It's easy. At this time, Luo Xiu said suddenly. Then, he clenched his fist and punched the sky. On the distant sea, he saw a small boat, and on the small boat, he saw a human being. The warm sunlight shone on the deck, making everyone's eyes full of excitement. Recently, a terrifying light flashed in an instant, and the huge fist wind scattered the dark clouds in the sky. At this time, Luo Xiu's eyes were calm, and his eyes were looking into the distance. The roaring sound sounded, and the sky shook at this moment, and then the dark clouds dissipated, and the sun reappeared. At this time, Hawkeye was full of style, sitting on the boat and letting the boat slide freely. But Luo Xiu's eyes were quite careful, he saw Hawkeye at a glance, the somewhat lost places on his body, and the black sword Yi behind the opponent's back. Really, I really love you so much, the world. The reason why there is no need to return it now is because of the sea area problem here, and the second is because the other party is pretending to be coercive. Of course, he did not forget to apply a layer of sunscreen on his body to prevent his body from getting sunburned. All the girls looked at her with gentle smiles in their eyes, and then they went about their own business. Hawkeye, but for some reason, the speed of this ship was not too slow, and it was heading straight towards Luo Xiu. Brother Luo looked at the boat floating over here in the distance with some doubts. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly for such a pretentious party. To be honest, he didn't like it very much, because he felt that the only one who was pretentious was himself. Luo Xiu instantly understood that Hawkeye was absolutely out of sight just now, using the black sword knight as an oar, paddling quickly in the water. Speaking excitedly, Nami lay down on the sun lounger and began to sunbathe herself. From the very beginning, he could tell who the person on the boat was, the eagle eye known as the world's #1 swordsman. 194 Hawkeye's calm. Hawkeye, what do you want me to do? Don't tell me that you met by accident, I don't believe such words. Luo Xiu spoke first, and after hearing his words, a trace of surprise flashed across the eagle eyes opposite him. Afterwards, Hawkeye coughed, and then smiled. Luo Xiu, I heard that your record is outstanding, I want to challenge you. Hearing this, Luo Xiu showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He knew what kind of character Hawkeye was, and he knew how strong the opponent was. But no matter how strong the opponent is, it can only reach the admiral level at most, and at best it is only a 4 emperors. Doesn't he know that he beat Kaido? Beat Akainu, beat 1000 Marine Admiral, Zephyr. Luo Xiu thought about it, staring straight at Hawkeye, he always felt that there was a crisis in Hawkeye. Just when the two of them were at the point of tension, Luo Xiu suddenly laughed. Okay, if you want to challenge me, I welcome you, but before challenging me, let's have a meal, I don't want to fight with hungry people. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, there was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the opposite eagle. However, he hesitated for a moment, and finally, Hawkeye nodded slowly. Good. In the following time, Hawkeye came to the deck, he looked at Luo Xiu, and at the same time saw the women behind Luo Xiu. It's really a bit corrupt. There are so many women, is he busy? Hawkeye thought helplessly in his heart, and then looked towards the distant sea, his eagle-like pupils shrank suddenly at that moment. The next moment, the black knife was pulled out in an instant, and it slashed forward. There was only a popping sound, and the huge sword light instantly cut the sea in half. Then the scarlet blood flowed, and the corpse of a sea king just floated on the sea surface. I brought the prey here, please process it for me. Hawkeye spoke forcefully. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, then he shook his head slowly, without saying much. Anyway, after a while, no matter how strong this guy is, he will be pressed to the ground to sleep by himself. Robin, I'll leave it to you. Luo Xiu spoke to Robin at the side. Robin nodded slightly, and then used a huge fishing line to pull the corpse of the sea kings in the distance onto the boat. Rot then began his culinary journey. Among them, Hawkeye just stood on the deck, his gaze was calm, without any murderous intent. He also turned a deaf ear to everything on this ship. For such eagle eyes, Luo Xiu's eyes were only calm, and he didn't say much. He didn't know why Hawkeye came to him, and he didn't believe the reason the other party said to fight him. However, Brother Luo will not directly seek trouble, he will only be beaten by Vice Admiral in the battle for a while. At that time, he will naturally know why the other party came to him. As for what will happen in the end, Luo Xiu can also guess a thing or two. An hour later, the delicious barbecue was made like this. Luo Xiu picked up a large piece of barbecue and threw it to Hawkeye in the distance. The experience poked with a long knife, and then took out the small knife around his neck and started cutting. Seeing this elegant eating posture, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, he didn't care about these and started to eat meat directly. But he was also a little curious, why wasn't Hawkeye afraid of him being poisoned? 195 The battle begins. Naturally, Luo Xiu would not be stupid enough to ask this question. A moment later, when everyone finished eating the barbecue, Luo Xiu stretched his shoulders and stood up from the ground, looking at Hawkeye in the distance. Is it okay, if you want to challenge me, let you see my strength? Luo Xiu's voice was very soft, so soft that it was just the voice of an ordinary person, but the meaning it brought in the words made Hawkeye on the opposite side tremble. It's not that the eagles, 383, eyes don't know Luoxi's prestige, in other words, he actually knows Luo Xiu's great name, but even so, he won't have any strange thoughts about Luo Xiu. Taking a deep breath, I saw a trace of calm flashing in Hawkeye's eyes. He pulled out the huge black knife from his back, and looked at Luo Xiu with night eyes. Let's fight. It's not only about superiority, but also about life and death. The moment Luo Xiu heard this sentence, he immediately understood that Hawkeye was definitely not here to challenge him. The other party seemed to have received some kind of order or some kind of reward to come and kill him. It's not that he doesn't know that Hawkeye's opponent is not the only strong person challenged by him, and it's usually just a matter of superiority and inferiority. How could life and death be divided? You must know that in this world, the number of strong people is basically constant, and very few people can break through the pride of ordinary people and reach the level of strong people. That is to say, if a strong man dies, he will lose one. Under normal circumstances, if 5 die, one may not be able to come out again. In this case, it is impossible for Hawkeye to directly play a life and death battle with his opponent. That's just too much, and it's not good for the world. In other words, if Hawkeye really dared to do this, all forces in this world would hunt him down. No one would want an admiral-level powerhouse to challenge their own powerhouses all the time, and they would still be the ones who divided life and death. Taking a deep breath, a slight smile appeared at the corner of the past's mouth at this moment. If you want to die, I can naturally satisfy you. Luo Xiu walked forward step by step as he said, he didn't think he would fail. Because for him, now his strength has surpassed the limit, basically no one in this world can fight against him. Even if the 3 admirals from Marine come together, Luo Xiu is confident that they can defeat them all within 10 minutes. Even if the current 4 emperors are all united to fight against him, Luo Xiu can press them to the ground one by one with a hammer. The Hawkeye on the opposite side might be powerful, might be full of style, but at most he was only a 4 emperors level powerhouse. Facing this kind of strong man, Luo Xiu closed his eyes and was able to press the opponent to the ground with a hammer. Bring it on. The moment the voice fell, the 2 sides rushed towards him in an instant, and Hawkeye clenched the black sword in his hand. Yaya suddenly stretched forward. A huge air wave appeared instantly, and the blade light flashed, as if splitting the air in half. When Luo Xiu saw this huge attack, there was only a smile in his eyes, and then he punched forward, and the punch hit the 5.7 slash, smashing the slash directly. With the intense light flickering, Luo Xiu appeared in front of Hawkeye, then looked down at him and said softly. You're done. I saw Luo Xiu punching at Hawkeye. This punch moved the hills, moved the moon, and moved the air. The tearing attack hit Hawkeye, but Hawkeye was not afraid at this moment. 196 Broken, the end of the Black Knife Night. Hawkeye has challenged the strong more than once, and for him, the battle with the strong can make him rise again. Fighting to the death is what a swordsman like Hawkeye pursues. What the other party is after is somewhat different from usual. As the air tore apart, Luo Xiu's punch would kill Hawkeye. At this time, Hawkeye directly released the Conqueror's Haki in his body, and the Conqueror's Haki shone with terrifying light, enveloping Luo Xiu. At the same time, Luo Xiu's speed slowed down by a little bit, only by a little bit, but for Hawkeye, this little bit of time was enough. Hawkeye's pupils shrank suddenly, and his figure quickly turned to one side 29, only to see him coming to the side, staring at Luo Xiu, and slashing at him with 10 knives. Facing Hawkeye's attack, Luo Xiu smiled slightly. It seems that you are not an ordinary strong man, interesting. As he said that, Luo Xiu held the Zanmang directly, then shook it violently, and held the Zanmang again, directly holding the seat. For Luo Xiu, such an ultra-long-range attack like Hawkeye basically has no lethality. He can completely smash these chopping lights with his own hands, even if he uses his own body to carry them hard, there is no big problem. The power generated by Luo Xiu itself is in many cases a kind of power that is barely there. For example, when he injected the energy liquid with the girls, he would accidentally knock the girls out several times. After suddenly waking up, the strength of the girls will also become stronger, but for them, the experience will be much worse. After all, in addition to wanting to become stronger, they also want to get that kind of happy to ultimate experience. For such a situation, Luo Xiu also expressed helplessness. After all, at that time, he could not completely control his body. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu kicked towards Hawkeye's belly. The power of his kick is so strong that it can even break the huge city wall directly. When Hawkeye saw this scene, there was a gleam of light in his eyes. I saw the long knife in my hand slammed into the ground to resist. There was only a sound, and this kick landed on the black knife Yi in his hand. Only hearing the sound of clattering, Haidaoye actually produced a huge buzzing sound at this moment. The armament hockey encased in it shimmers with a hint of tenacity. Then, Luo Xiu's kick directly kicked away the armed color funeral aura. After seeing this scene, the corner of Hawkeye's mouth twitched slightly. For sword lords, they will wrap the long knife with a black armed hockey to form a black knife. In order to protect the long knife in the hand, it will not be worn or even broken due to the battle. The problem was that it was the first time he met someone who could break his own black knife and directly attack his blade. There was only a click, a very weak sound, but in Hawkeye's ears, it was like thunder. He saw the black sword in his hand. At this moment a crack appeared, although it was small, it already made his heart bleed. There was a burst of light in Hawkeye's eyes, and his aura blasted Luo Xiu, trying to drive Luo Xiu back. And Luo Xiu stood motionless on the spot, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. How, are you sad? Fighting with me will naturally hurt you, and you should be prepared. Hearing this, the anger in Hawkeye's eyes also slowly calmed down at this moment. He knew what Luo Xiu said was right. 197 Hawkeyes must kill. It has also accompanied me for decades, but I didn't expect a crack to appear today. Luo Xiu, I will remember you for the rest of my life. You are the first person who can make cracks appear in the night after I have mastered the black knife. So I'm going to fight you with my most powerful moves, and I hope you can survive. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Luo Xiu's eyes were a little speechless. He knew that Hawkeye was a guy who liked to pretend at first glance, but the problem was, he didn't expect that the other party had already fallen into a disadvantage, and he wanted to forcefully pretend to be aggressive. Okay, use your most powerful move, and see if I can hold it. Luo Xiu waved his hand, showing a rather indifferent appearance, and there was a flash of anger in the eagle eyes on the opposite side. He didn't expect that Luo Xiu on the opposite side didn't care that he had already said this. HMPH, the next move is my strongest power, if you can't bear it, don't blame me. Hawkeye snorted coldly in his heart, thinking that he would then hold the black knife mark with a little crack in his hand. The next moment, the black armament hockey covered Haidaoye again, and Haidaoye shone with a little light at this moment. Black knife, Yi. Hawkeye suddenly let out a low cry. This was the first time he had spoken the name of a fighting move since the beginning of the fight. However, the name of this so-called move, no matter how you look at it, is a bit too random. It's as casual as he usually swings a weapon casually. Immediately, Hawkeye held the long knife in his hand and slashed towards the front. The terrifying night light, the light that appeared in the sky at this moment also appeared on his long knife at this moment. The 100-meter-long Dao Lang appeared instantly, and the moment Dao Lang appeared, it turned rapidly at this moment. Hearing the sound of clattering clacking, Haidaoye flickered with a trace of terror, and unexpectedly exhibited a woven net of sword light. Seeing this level of attack, Luo Xiu knew that it was impossible for him to seize the good, that is to say, he could only forcibly resist this kind of attack. If it was facing other people, Luo Xiu might really resist, but facing this attack from Hawkeye, he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. This doesn't mean that the opponent's strength is stronger than him, nor does it mean that J attack can really defeat him, but Luo Xiu feels something is wrong. Are you trying to exchange your life with me? A moment later, Luo Xiu said suddenly, and at this moment, he was only 3 meters away from the attack distance. Hawkeye didn't speak, but it could be seen from his somewhat frail face that he did. Hee, you deserve it too. Luo Xiu snorted coldly, and then his figure disappeared in place instantly. He didn't even dodge, and rushed forward directly. Hearing the rumbling sound, Luo Xiu directly bumped into the knife mold woven net, and the next moment the whole woven net was instantly shattered. Okay, but at the moment of shattering, it turned into another energy wave, and the network covered his body, wrapping it layer by layer. At this moment, Luo Xiu was restrained by the Hawkeye on the opposite side. Hawkeye heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Luo Xiu had fallen for the trick, and then a cold light flickered in his eyes. My strongest move is not the move just now, but the next move, Luo Xiu. I admit that you are the strongest opponent, but please die now. 198 It's just a little pain. Hawkeye's voice sounded, as if it sounded in the entire space, coming from all directions. Then Hawkeye took a step forward, and a new Hawkeye in May appeared from his left. As he took a step forward, there would always be one Hawkeye after another around him. After a while, hundreds of eagle eyes appeared around his body, and these eagle eyes had already surrounded Luo Xiu in the center. Black knife, break, Hawkeye said in a cold voice. The long knife in his hand swung directly at this moment, and at the same time a huge knife light flashed. This time, there were hundreds of blade lights cutting towards the center Luo Xiu at the same time. Master Luo Xiu. Black Maria was a little surprised and said that he wanted to rush over to help. But at this time, Robin on the side reached out to stop him. Lord Luo Xiu is very powerful, such an attack cannot kill him. Don't worry, he is our Luo Xiu heavenly man. That's right, how could Lord Luo Xiu be defeated by such a pretentious person? So what we have to do next is just to wait quietly, there is no need to step forward to help. Besides, even if we step forward to help, it may not be of much use. Nami, Kazuki Hiyori, Runti and several other girls spoke in turn, after hearing what the other party said. And Luo Xiu walked out from the energy-weaving net. Every step he took, Hawkeye's heart beat. Hawkeye thought in his heart, and looked at Luo Xiu on the opposite side more vigilantly. Luo Xiu said with a smile, and then there was a black light in his eyes. A faint CJCG pain ignited in Luo Xiu's body, causing him to suddenly open his eyes, and he stared straight at the eagle eye in the distance. It really hurts, but at this time, hundreds of sword lights had already struck Luo Xiu in the center. Hearing the sound of clicking, the energy net on Luo Xiu's body was instantly shattered, and then the knife glow slashed at him. Since you are playing so high and having so much fun, is it my turn to be Hawkeye next? From the beginning to the present, they have witnessed Luo Xiu's battles one after another, but no matter which battle it is, Luo Xiu will never lose. It was only this time that Black Maria came to his senses. He nodded slightly, withdrew his killing intent, and stood in place again, watching the battle in the distance. He originally thought that the super powerful sword light he had condensed should be able to defeat Luo Xiu directly, but he didn't expect that it would only make the opponent feel pain. The next moment, he pulled his hands, and in the air, two black long knives appeared instantly. Since you use a knife, I will fight with you with a knife. After all, it's cool to use a knife, right? All the girls believed in this truth, so they had no intention of going forward. Is this guy a monster? Even for Emperor's Kaido, who was famous for his immortality, would all be seriously injured by such an attack. Not even Linlin, the ant who was known as the Steel Defense, may be able to withstand it. Among them, the opponents he faced were stronger than Hawkeye, and some were weaker than Hawkeye, so when fighting Hawkeye, Luo Xiu would not die, nor would he fail. Luo Xiu laughed, laughing hysterically and a little maniacally, making Hawkeye on the opposite side feel terrified. Luo Xiu said suddenly, and these words made the pupils of Hawkeye on the opposite side shrink suddenly. 199 Fujitora, the hidden dark hand. One cut. Luo Xiu let out a low cry, and the long knife in his hand slashed forward, and the light of my knife hit Hawkeye's body instantly. Hawkeye let out a bark, spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew upside down, hitting the ground hard. Hawkeye looked at Luo Xiu in the distance in amazement, wondering why the opponent's speed was so fast. However, Luo Xiu didn't pay attention to him, but his figure kept flickering, appearing in front of Hawkeye, and the long knife in his hand kept cutting towards his body. He swung the long knife sharply to resist, but he found that Luo Xiu's strength was extremely powerful. It was at least 5 times his size. Every time he was hit, he needed to resist with all his strength, but even so, he would still be knocked into the air. Damn it, is this your real strength? Hawkeye spoke with blood spitting out. He never imagined that the battle that was thought to be evenly matched turned into a unilateral crush at this moment. That is to say, as long as Luo Xiu is willing, he can be killed directly at any time, but the other party doesn't seem to have such an idea. You talk about my real strength. No, it's just a little bit. If you really want to see, maybe I can give you some ruthlessness. Luo Xiu said with a smile, waved his hands, threw away the long knife, and then stared sharply at Hawkeye. The next figure disappeared in an instant, and reappeared behind Hawkeye. His left hand directly grabbed Hawkeye's neck and pressed him to the water. It's a pity that you don't have devil fruit, otherwise, maybe you can enjoy your life in the water here. Luo Xiu spoke casually, and then directly pressed Hawkeye into the water, making him unable to even move. As a strong person, Hawkeye naturally has the ability to hold his breath, but this ability has a limit. 10 minutes later, Hawkeye began to struggle, and half an hour later, Hawkeye's body began to twitch. They did not expect that, as the world's #1 swordsman, they would die in such an embarrassing manner. Directly drowned. Seeing that Hawkeye's vital signs disappeared quickly, Luo Xiu actually grabbed Hawkeye out of the sea at the last moment, and threw him into the sky. The fluent gust of wind swept over Hawkeye's body, instantly waking up his consciousness. Ask for flowers. He looked around in surprise, and then looked at Luo Xiu in the distance. Why are you doing this? Hearing Hawkeye's words, Luo Xiu shrugged slightly, then said with a smile. The premise for me to do this is that you came here to find trouble, and there's that guy hiding in the dark, why don't you let him come out? 0. I can't wait any longer, is he willing to watch and let me beat you to death? The moment he heard these words, Hawkeye's body trembled slightly, and he sighed slightly. He never expected that Luo Xiu would have seen through his plan directly. The moment Luo Xiu garden fell, Hawkeye didn't say anything, but a figure suddenly rushed out from an island in the distance. It is a figure wearing a marine robe, eyes closed, and holding a long knife in his hand. His tall body looks like a relatively powerful existence. And this person, Luo Xiu also knows each other, and is quite familiar with the name Fujitora, one of the future admirals, and the blind Admiral Fujitora with the fruit of gravity. 200. Do you think I'm stupid? Fujitora, didn't expect you to join Marine's camp so early. Luo Xiu said with some surprise. In his opinion, if Fujitora wants to join Marine, he must at least wait until the battle of the three admirals is over. That is, after Akainu became the Marshal of Marine, and Aokiji betrayed Marine to join Blackbeard's team. It's too early anyway, so it's because of me that I said, 303. Luo Xiu said softly, then shook his head without thinking much. He looked at Fujitora across the way, with some evaluation in his eyes. For Luo Xiu, even if the gang joins and two great swordsmen fight against him, he will not feel any fear. Or he would feel quite excited. Because for him, just fighting Hawkeye is too boring. So bored that he even chooses to torture Hawkeye to enhance the fun of the fight. Your Excellency, what you have just done has gone beyond the meaning of a duel. Fujitora didn't act in a hurry, but spoke softly. Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu shrugged slightly, then smiled. He came to challenge me for no reason. If I can't beat him, do you think I will live well? Facing this kind of existence that puts my own pleasure over others' will, I naturally do whatever I want. Of course there is also you. When you come here, it proves that you and Miss Ying have discussed it before, right? If this is the case, then I will naturally let you experience what he has endured. The moment he heard these words, there was a little calm in Fujitora's eyes, and he did not change his mind because of Luo Xiu's words. In other words, as a great swordsman, Kuohu is stronger than Hawkeye in terms of determination. And the fundamental reason for this is that the justice he upholds in his heart is correct. There is justice in his heart, and it is justice that belongs to him alone. He will let Luffy and others go, but he will not let those heinous pirates go. For him, there is justice in this world, but justice needs to be changed. That's why Fujitora joined Marine. I want to change Marine and make Marine less ugly. However, what does this have to do with road repair? So do you want to stand? If you want to occupy it, hurry up. I'm still in a hurry to go back to eat. Luo Xiu said softly, looking at the ship in the distance. At this time, all the girls stood on it and looked at him directly, with a little expectation in their eyes. Obviously, they expected Luo Xiu to directly lay down the uncle who suddenly appeared in front of him. And Fujitora shook his head slowly at this time, and said, I didn't come to fight you, I came here with only one purpose, and that is to bring Hawkeye back. Hearing this, Luo Xiu suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm a fool? Let's not say that Hawkeye provoked me 4.6 before, I won't let him go easily. In addition, you are Marine, he is a pirate, you take him back, I just look at you like this, lock a pirate and impel down. Besides, he is still worshipped by me. When the time comes, you will make a few random remarks, so you tied me to your side. Do you think I'm so stupid? Fujitora, 201, Black King Purgatory Killing Wave. Luo Xiu's voice was calm, and there was a little coldness in the calm. After Fujitora heard this, although he couldn't see his breasts exposed, his observation haki could still make him feel what was happening in front of him. Sure enough, is this still necessary in the end? Fujitora shook his head helplessly and said, then clenched the handle of the long knife at his waist with his left hand. He was ready to strike at any time, but at this moment, Luo Xiu suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, but I still agree with you, since you are willing to take Hawkeye away, then take him away. Fujitora was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Luo Xiu said that. The other party had clearly refused just now, but why did he agree now? So you're kidding me? After Fujitora hesitated for a moment, he suddenly spoke. Hearing his words, Luo Xiu smiled slightly in the eyes of all directors. How can you play tricks on you? You are a strong man in Marine, an existence that upholds justice, and no one will play tricks on you if I play tricks on you. It's just that you have to know that the moment you joined Marine, we were on opposite sides. This time, I might let you go, but next time we meet, blood will be shed. But this time, drink first. After finishing speaking, Luo Xiu turned his gaze to the ship and cast a glance at Black Maria. But this does not mean that his attack range cannot reach that place. Black King Purgatory Killing Wave. Saying that, Fujitora came to Hawkeye, grabbed the other person's figure, and began to evacuate towards the distance. Black Maria was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what Luo Xiu meant at all. Fujitora didn't trust Luo Xiu, and from the beginning to the end, he didn't trust Luo Xiu, so after he was able to retreat completely, he left this place as if he had fled. Let him go. When did I say let him go? Without any hesitation, Black Maria directly took out a barrel of good wine from the cabin, and flew to Luo Xiu's side. Hearing the rumbling sound, Fujitora's observation haki instantly sensed the danger behind him. He dodged subconsciously, but the next moment his body was directly shocked by the light wave. The diameter of this light beam has reached about 1 meter, but the impact force produced at this time is quite powerful. Black Maria spoke slowly at this time. After hearing his words, Luo Xiu showed a smile at this time. Luo Xiu suddenly uttered a very second name, and the next moment terrifying fluctuations condensed on his fingers, and then a thick black beam shot forward instantly. Master Luo Xiu really let him go like this. After all, the other party just took a sip himself, so after a moment of hesitation, Fujitora also picked up the barrel and poured it down. At this time, Fujitora was thousands of meters away from him. In Luo Xiu's eyes, the other party was just a black spot. Fujitora didn't want to drink these wines, because he always felt that there might be poison in them, but just now Luo Xiu has shown with practical actions that there is no poison in Zhejiang. Putting the good wine into Luo Xiu's hands, Luo Xiu took a big gulp, and then threw it directly at Fujitora on the opposite side. I'm done drinking, see you next time. At this time, Luo Xiu stretched out his finger and pointed to the direction where Fujitora left in the distance. 202 Your attack cannot break through my armed color. Luo Xiu, what do you mean? Seeing Luo Xiu following, Fujitora let out an angry roar. As a marine, he is not someone else's plaything as a superpower with gravity fruit. But now, Luo Xiu completely treats him as a plaything and plays with him. This was unbearable for him. And hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu showed a smile at this time, and said slowly. I'm teasing you, can't you see it? Anger flooded Fujitora's body, making him look a little terrified at the moment. He suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Luo Xiu with pale eyes. Although he can't see it, observation haki makes him no different from seeing it. At this time, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief, fixed his eyes on Luo Xiu, and said softly. I will fight with you, win or lose, let Hawkeye go. Hearing this, Luo Xiu was suddenly a little surprised. He originally thought that Fujitora and Hawkeye had no friendship, but now it seems that there may be a certain relationship between the two parties. Is it really appropriate to pay such a high price for a Hawkeye ? Fujitora put Hawkeye on the island aside, and said with a little coldness in his eyes. Some things cannot be judged by whether they are suitable or not. I came this time to take Hawkeye with me, so whether I live or die, Hawkeye must go. The next terrifying light beam shot out in an instant, directly shaking the meteorite and vaporizing the meteorite. Okay. Hee, you really have a bit of haki, just like the pretender Hawkeye. If that's the case, beating you up can ease the anger in my heart. That's all Luo Xiu said, and then he came directly in front of Fujitora, and then punched forward. I saw the terrible gravity acting on Luo Xiu's body, causing Luo Xiu to fall towards the ground, but at this moment Luo Xiu stayed straight in midair, motionless. With this knife, Fujitora wanted to behead Luo Xiu directly. However, he thought too much. At this time, Fujitora had already come to his side, and the long knife in his hand was stretched towards Luo Xiu's neck with a purple-black light. Is this the fruit of gravity? But it's just so. At this moment, Fujitora opened his mouth wide, with a little anger in his eyes, and suddenly used the power of the gravity fruit. Your move, I have seen it on the side of a certain purple potato with a bald head, but his attack seems to be stronger than yours. Quote. The next moment, a flash of fire suddenly flickered in the sky, and a huge meteorite smashed towards Luo Xiu. After all, what the other party pulled was a planet, but what you pulled was just a meteorite. Luo Xiu spoke slowly, without any hesitation, raised his left hand into the sky, aiming at the meteorite. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Fujitora didn't feel any surprise, only saw him exerting force again at this moment. Your attack is not strong enough, you can't even break through my armed lust. A terrifying wave appeared instantly, and his one move moved the surrounding air, directly forming an overwhelming momentum, pressing towards Fujitora. With a bang, the long knife slashed on Luo Xiu's neck, but the black armor on Luo Xiu's neck, he haki firmly blocked this move. Hearing this, Luo Xiu laughed. 203 Give you a knife. How could there be such a powerful armament haki? Fujitora looked in disbelief, but he never expected that his terrifying attack could not even break through Luo Xiu's armament haki. If this is the case, then they are still playing a ghost. Wouldn't it be over if they waited to be beaten? Impossible, this is impossible, it is absolutely impossible for your armed lust to reach this level. Fujitora spoke loudly, as if this would make Luo Xiu's weapons and haki disappear. However, it was obvious that he was thinking too much. When you continue to practice Arm 3 haki, even if you reach the top, there is still the possibility of continuing the economy. It's not impossible to become stronger little by little, and finally become so powerful. It can only be said that when you reach a peak of 597, you think it is the strongest, and instead of improving, you turn to other areas. So it's not that I'm too strong, it's that you are too weak. Luo Xiu said with a smile. Then, he walked up to Fujitora step by step, holding the opponent's long knife with his left hand. This long knife should also be a supremely fast knife, but I don't know how hard it is. Don't want. Seeing that the long knife in his hand had been shattered under Luo Xiu's hands, Fujitora spoke directly and loudly. However, upon hearing his words, there was only a dazed smile on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. Haha, let me see next, is it your armed special haki, the condensed black knife, or my strength is stronger? Saying so, Luo Xiu suddenly exerted force. With a click, the long knife in front of him instantly shattered into two halves. Especially in the middle part, it was directly shattered into tree blocks, causing Luo Xiu to crush it into a ball and throw it on the ground. Fujitora, your long knife is not very good, you should find a better long knife. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Fujitora roared loudly, the anger in his eyes had reached its peak. For Zhanao, the sword is their lifeblood, and now that the sword is broken, then for him, his strength must be greatly reduced at least. That is to say, from now on, it is impossible for him to exert the same power as he is now. Unless he can also find a reasonably powerful knife, the question is where will he find such a knife? This supreme sharp knife has been with me for 30 years. I found someone to forge it for me. If you break it now, it is equivalent to killing me. Fujitora said helplessly, half kneeling on the ground, with a little confusion in his eyes. Can a swordsman without a sword still be called a swordsman? Kill me, let me die here, with my sword. Hearing this, Luo Xiu on the opposite side shrugged slightly, and said helplessly. It's just a knife. This knife looks very strong, but it's actually just average. You don't have to do this. You know what kind of knife, but the life of a swordsman, without a knife, I will be useless. Kill me, I am not qualified to uphold justice. Looking at Fujitora's appearance, Luo Xiu looked quite helpless, and he finally sighed and said. Forget it, I'll give you a knife. I didn't expect it to be just a knife. As a great swordsman, you have become so decadent. Speaking of this, Luo Xiu grabbed it suddenly from the space, and the next moment, a long knife appeared in his hand, and he directly threw the long knife in front of the opponent. 204 A weapon beyond devil fruit. Seeing the long knife that suddenly appeared, Fujitora on the opposite side paused slightly, subconsciously looking at the long knife. He reached out to touch it, and then felt the powerful force coming from the long knife, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. What kind of knife is this? Luo Xiu said, very frightened. This is Zanpakuto Hirenru from another world, forged by supreme power. I heard that he is the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice element. If you can use his full strength, I think it should be no worse than getting a frozen fruit. The moment Fujitora heard those words, he stood up abruptly from the ground, carefully touching the Hirenru with both hands. He can feel the indistinct meaning produced by the lack of perfection, and at the same time he can know that if he can fully grasp the paper, then he can liberate the power in the paper. If he was an ordinary person, he would not believe Luo Xiu's words, because for him, there is no creature in this world that can match devil fruit. Especially frozen fruit, which is enough to reach the peak, is the most advanced fruit among devil fruits. But it takes time to settle, he needs time to subdue the long knife in his hand and exert its power. But at first he didn't believe Luo Xiu's words, he just felt that Luo Xiu was bragging, but now through observation Haki's viewing, he found that this long knife might be as fishy as Luo Xiu said. He originally thought that his career as a swordsman would be cut off just like that, but he didn't expect that at the next moment, Luo Xiu gave him a long knife again. Looking at Fujitora's appearance at this time, Luo Xiu also knew that he could not fight the opponent anymore, because the opponent had no fighting spirit at all. Okay, get out if you have nothing to do, don't get in my eyes here. In this case, he and Luo Xiu really became an endless situation. For him, the only way to end is to kill himself. 0 for flowers. We are enemies, but the long knife you gave me made me see a new direction. This is a supreme treasure, and it is 0 that will be scrambled for outside. Luo Xiu was his enemy, and played at the very beginning. He is in this situation, as a swordsman's glory, he should fight Luo Xiu to death. He already has a gravity fruit, and if he adds this long knife that is comparable to frozen fruit, then the power he can exert will be even stronger than before. Taking a deep breath, Fujitora held Hirenru in his arms, with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. The thing is, Fujitora isn't a weakling, he's a strong one with a powerful observation haki. Luo Xiu spoke a little speechlessly, without any respect in his eyes. It's just a random knife, it can't be compared with frozen fruit, it's impossible for anyone to believe it. A long knife that is stronger than his long knife, a long knife with terrifying power that is enough to surpass the supreme big knife. He can even surpass his former self and become a super strong man. But Fujitora on the opposite side didn't say anything, just stood up slowly, and then bowed at 90 degrees to Luo Xiu. At least you have to fight both sides to be able to leave here, but the problem is that Luo Xiu, you follow his long knife. 205 The fear of Shanks. But now you actually gave me this treasure, you can't repay my kindness. When I come out again, I will repay you and make a shot for you. I know that this condition is naturally impossible to match the long knife in my hand, but this is the only thing I can do. If even this doesn't satisfy you, maybe I can just give you back this long sword called Hirenru. 0. Looking at Fujitora's appearance at this time, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, he hated this serious-looking thing the most. Luo Xiu waved his hand and said helplessly, Okay, you're right, I'll accept your terms too, so let's go. Luo Xiu's words were slightly mocking and disrespectful, but on the other side, Fujitora did not complain. I saw him holding the Hirenru in his hands, treating it as his most precious weapon, then put on the eagle eye in the distance, and disappeared in place. Lord Luo Xiu, have you really let him go this time? Black Maria spoke slowly from the side, and after listening to his words, Luo Xiu nodded slowly and said. His knife has been destroyed by me, and now his strength is not as good as before, and he won't get any benefit from fighting him. However, if he can fully domesticate Naruto Maru and exert the most powerful power of Hitomen Maru, maybe I still have the possibility to fight with him. Luo Xiu said with a smile, then turned around and stopped walking, and a cloud returned to the boat. Lord Luo Xiu, you must be tired from the battle just now, right? Let me give you a massage. Lord Luo Xiu, you must be hungry, right? I'll go and prepare delicious food for you. Lord Luo Xiu, I want an injection, can I do it tonight? All the girls spoke one by one, and Luo Xiu nodded slightly when he heard their words. He didn't say much, just sat on the side and began to enjoy himself, life. Except for Robin, who was cooking, the other important women gathered around him and squeezed his shoulders and legs. The fact that Luo Xiu directly defeated the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye with his own power spread across the entire sea in an instant. Everyone was surprised by this. They never expected that the world's #1 swordsman would also be defeated by Luo Xiu. It took Luo Xiu only a few months to achieve such a feat. At this moment, no one felt that Luo Xiu was a weak person, or in other words, no one knew that he was a weak person from the very beginning. They all felt that Luo Xiu's own power was too strong, so strong that ordinary people couldn't change it. Does it mean that there will be a new rocks in this world? Shanks stood on his own boat, speaking with surprise in his eyes. He had never fought Luo Xiu before, and he wanted to fight Luo Xiu to see how strong the other party was, but now he felt that it was unnecessary. He has a good relationship with Hawkeye, and Hawkeye often spars with him, although after his hand is broken, Hawkeye 1.0 won't chat with him again. But he knew from the beginning to the end that Hawkeye's strength is very powerful, with the opponent's title of the world's #1 swordsman, plus the powerful haki mastered by the opponent. It can be said that the opponent is a powerhouse of the 4 emperors level, which is also very normal. Even one admiral can beat Hawkeye, 2 admirals might be able to beat him. 206 Marine's thoughts. If he wanted to capture a powerhouse of Hawkeye's level, he would have to dispatch at least 3 admirals together, and they would also have to bring a net of heaven and earth. It seems that the sea is about to change. Shanks said helplessly, what he wants to do most is to maintain the peace at sea and let the Marine world government and Marine reach a state of peace. In this case, it is possible to protect those civilians more and prevent civilians from suffering unwarranted disasters. But the problem is that it doesn't seem to be the case now. What he could have done in the first place dissipated directly at this moment. For him, everything he is facing now has undergone earth-shaking changes. He had already planned to train Luffy first, and then use Luffy's power to defeat the 2 bad 4 emperors, namely Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Then with the help of some other forces, slowly increase the pattern on the sea to change. But the problem is, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have already been defeated before Luffy has been trained. The 2 of them were actually directly defeated by Luo Xiu, who had just set out to sea. At first, Shanks was a bit surprised, but it felt pretty good. In this way, he can save a lot of trouble, and he doesn't have to wait for Luffy to grow up, so he can implement the plan faster. But the problem is that now Luo Xiu has defeated Hawkeye again, which means that what happened to Hawkeye is different. Taking a deep breath, Shanks didn't say much. He just looked into the distance and said softly, going southeast, we'll find Hawkeye. Perhaps my ship is getting a crew too. Even if it is the siege of Marine, he is not afraid, but the problem is that facing Luo Xiu, a strong man, he feels that he is not enough. The frozen power generated above, if developed to the limit, is not weaker than Aokiji Admiral's power. At this time, Naval Headquarters Sengoku and others were having a meeting around the table. Shanks saw the strong men on his ship shaking their heads slowly. Hearing the other party's words, Shanks nodded slightly and didn't say much. Ben Jackman came out from this time, and said softly. And each time, Luo Xiu brought them more surprises than before. Of course, everyone present is not stupid, they also know how powerful Aokiji is, so they all know that this ice dragon pill is stronger than they imagined. It's true, the coercion brought by this long knife is stronger than that of the ordinary supreme sword. The one who fails out of the 2 of them may be able to join us. Perhaps, when facing ordinary enemies, his crew members can help him change a lot of things. Sengoku asked softly, while Fujitora nodded slowly and continued. Shanks' idea was very simple, since he couldn't directly go to Luo Xiu to confirm something at this time, then he would go to Hawkeye, who had fought with Luo Xiu. I heard that the relationship between Akainu and Shinji in Marine Admiral is not easy, and they are also competing for the position of Marine Admiral. Fujitora, is what you said true? What Fujitora said is equivalent to directly denying Aokiji's strength. They can't remember how many times this is the first time they have retired in the future, and they have a meeting. 207 Ambition. It's just a long knife, how can it compare to me? Aokiji naturally expressed that it was impossible for frozen fruit to be powerful, and he knew it. This kind of powerful frozen fruit is quite powerful for him. No matter at any time, frozen fruit can be regarded as the 3rd top fruit in the world. Even in the face of those top powerhouses, he can deal with them with the frozen fruit. Defeat is only a matter of time. And now, the specially invited expert in Marine actually told him that the power that a long knife can display is stronger than him. In any case, it was impossible for him to believe it. Aokiji Admiral, I didn't say these words on purpose, these words were spoken by Luo Xiu, and I can also feel the power generated by this long knife, it is really strong. Aokiji snorted coldly, and didn't say anything more. In fact, he could also feel the terrifying power of this long knife. But for him, this power is not as hysterically powerful as he imagined. In other words, he subconsciously felt that it was impossible for the ice power produced by a knife to be stronger than himself. Enough. Quote. Sengoku knocked on the table, spoke at this moment, looked at Fujitora at last, and said with a smile. Your Excellency Fujitora, next I ask you to work hard to develop the power of this long knife, and strive to develop it to the most powerful point. If it is really like what Luo Xiu said, maybe we have to re-evaluate Luo Xiu's treatment of us. The value of. That's right, if Luo Xiu can take out such a long knife and give it to you casually, besides representing his own apology to you, it's more because this long knife doesn't seem to mean much to him. Valuable. Or in other words, he doesn't just own a long knife like this. If possible, arrest him and take away all the weapons on his body. As long as there are 10 or 5 such weapons, then we are worth it. Ms. He on the side also smiled. Or Luo Xiu himself can get such a weapon. If we can tie him up, then we can continuously obtain such a weapon. Garp suddenly spoke at this moment. Everyone present nodded slightly, with complex expressions in their eyes. Especially Akainu. At this time he clenched his fists, and the anger in his eyes was endless. He wanted to tear Luo Xiu into pieces and burn Luo Xiu directly into coke. Originally, he could also do this, but now the situation seems to have changed. Especially for her, Luo Xiu's strength is stronger than him, so powerful that he is unmatched. But now, Sengoku and others are actually thinking of recruiting Luo Xiu, which is completely unbearable for him. A bloody strong man who rode on Marine's head to shit and scolded all Marines. There is actually the option of this trick, a good one, instead of directly imprisoning the opponent into impel down, or even killing him directly. No matter how you look at it, this is a bit speechless. At least as much justice as Akainu himself carried, he couldn't stand this. Akainu got up directly, and then left the room without saying anything. Sengoku and others looked at him and finally understood what he was thinking, but everyone shook their heads slowly and didn't say much about being handsome. 208, here comes. Akainu left the office alone, and he came to Marine's training base. Here, he saw a large number of recruits, Marines, and these Marines are working hard to exercise. There are several strong and learning Marine 6 styles. For them, the most important thing now is to exercise to make themselves stronger. Because only when you meet enough standards can you become a real Marine soldier. Akainu just sat on the high platform, watching them exercise, and couldn't help but recall his own past. He used to be such a recruit, but unlike them, he had eaten lava fruits since he was a child. Turned into a lava man, his own strength has reached a very strong point. It can even be said that even without any training, he can become stronger. It has long since reached the point of Marine Vice Admiral. He is now thinking about what justice he insists on. A person who beat himself to a complete defeat, and even almost killed himself in his honesty, now has the option of being recruited. How? What are you thinking? An old voice suddenly sounded from Akainu's side. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Zephyr. At this time, Zephyr's eyes are deeper than before, and his right arm is now replaced with a normal arm, and the pulverizer is removed by him. The previous pulverizer was directly smashed by Luo Xiu, and the scientists in Marine are preparing a new pulverizer for him. But it takes time. I was thinking, what is this justice? Because Luo Xiu has the ability to create super powerful weapons, it seems that Luo Xiu is no longer on the kill list. At this moment, Zephyr's eyes suddenly became dark. Because he has the same distress as Akainu, his right hand was cut off by a powerful pirate. And the pirate cut off not only his right hand, but also his entire ship of students. And now that pirate is living freely in this world, no one will help him. In other words, people know that the pirate is powerful, so they won't help him. There is another problem, that is, the pirate is also an option to be recruited. He was facing the same dilemma as Akainu, and the two looked at each other and laughed at the same time at this moment. Justice is what you insist on in your heart. When you choose to uphold justice, then everything will change. What we stand for in Marine is justice and nothing else. So if you feel lost in your heart, if you feel that something is wrong, then all you have to do is stand up for justice. Hearing Zephyr's words, Akainu's eyes gradually became flickering. Teacher, I understand, I will challenge Luo Xiu again. At this time, on the sea, Luo Xiu was lying on the boat, enjoying Zongjing's service, and suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Is someone thinking about me? Would Luo Xiu shrug his shoulders? He wasn't thinking about anything, the boat he was driving was heading towards the Marine right now. Like he once said, he's going to attack naval headquarters and take down all those who are high up there. And now, he's doing it. Lord Luo Xiu, there seems to be a person coming in front. 209, Shank's message. Another person. Luo Xiu looked at the distant sea with a speechless face. At this moment, he realized that the person who came was not the person he imagined, but a guy he never expected to come. Why are you here? There was calmness in Luo Xiu's voice, and a little indifference in the calmness. He never expected that the guy in front of him would come to his side. You must know that there shouldn't be any intersection between them. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, the man opposite showed some smiles at this moment. The reason why I came here now, don't you really know? Hearing this, Luo Xiu looked up and down the guy in front of him. Let me tell you, with your timidity, you probably wouldn't come here to look for me, aren't you afraid that I'll blow you up with one punch? Luo Xiu spoke helplessly, and after hearing what he said, the clown buggy on the opposite side showed a smile at this moment. He, the reason why I came here is actually to pass a message to you. What words? Luo Xiu spoke softly, with a little peace in his eyes. It's Shanks, he asked me to tell you something. In this world, some people are not what you imagined. By the way, come over here next time, don't pretend to be deep, otherwise, if I accidentally blow you to death, I won't admit it. 0 for flowers. Luo Xiu said this with a sneer, and after hearing his words, the clown buggy on the opposite side paused slightly, nodded and ran back. Any one of them can stand at the pinnacle of this world, but such a powerful strongman can't even survive a few rounds in front of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu is naturally a Kainu who knows how strong he is now, and he has no power to fight back in front of him. His predecessor, Marine Admiral Zephyr, just looked like he was hammered in front of him. 0. Are you kidding me? You think I can't get out after entering naval headquarters? Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. he laughed a little crazy and thought it was ridiculous. If it wasn't for Shanks giving him a very good thing, he wouldn't be able to refuse this commission at all. So no matter how you look at it, it is impossible for them to have too much influence under Luo Xiu. For Luo Xiu, he only needs one punch and one kick to defeat them all. And why do you think the Marines on the north side of the marine can keep me? There are some things that you can't stop or predict, so get out of here now. The madness and exuberance in Luo Xiu's eyes is not blind self-confidence, but a great awareness of his own strength. In this case, if there is no strong person who has broken through to the limit to fight him, then, for Luo Xiu, it is absolutely possible to push them all to the ground. Then I hope you can stay in peace and don't attack naval headquarters, because if you are there, you may not be able to come back. Clown Buggy will never come here to face Luo Xiu face to face. He has heard of Luo Xiu's reputation before, and now he feels how powerful Luo Xiu is. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered a little cold, and he said to the Clown Buggy in front of him. Before going to sleep, he pinned Fujitora and Hawkeye to the ground again and hammered them. 210 Eagle Eye's advice. Buggy the Clown, why did this guy come to our place? Nami on the side spoke in a bit of surprise. After listening to her words, Robin on the side suddenly spoke up and said. Some things are different from what we think. It seems that Buggy the Clown also has some difficulties, or he is willing to come here because he has got a lot of wealth. I don't know about the others, but Buggy the Clown, I have also investigated him in 657, a waste huddled in a small town, although he is the owner of Devil Fruit. But there's really nowhere to hang. Quote. At this time, Runty suddenly came over and said softly. Listen carefully to his words. All the girls nodded. None of them saw the kind of strong expectations from the Clown Buggy, that is to say, as long as they want, everyone above them can make the Clown Buggy give it a hammer on the ground. But at this moment, Luo Xiu's voice suddenly sounded. You may not know one thing. Yes, the Clown Buggy may not be as powerful as imagined, but his nature was once a crew member of the One Piece ship. What? Buggy is actually a crew member of One Piece's ship. Instead, he found a place to put it down halfway, and contacted Shanks for him according to Hawkeye. It doesn't matter who it is. Fujitora still didn't make up his mind to catch the injured Hawkeye and to impel down. His strength is too strong. He may not be as strong as me in terms of swordsmanship, but he completely crushes me in terms of overall strength. If Shanks dares to come here and ask for trouble, I will let him try what hell tastes like. Naturally, the Clown Buggy has been investigated, otherwise, he would not have come to the conclusion just now. At this time, Shanks had already received the injured Hawkeye on his boat. It's true, the Clown Buggy's strength is not at the top no matter how you look at it, and he doesn't even look like a person who stayed on the One Piece ship. Promise me, don't go, okay? You can't beat him, and you can't stop him. As long as it's what Luo Xiu wants to do, no one in this world can stop him. Really, I don't know about others, but isn't the Clown Buggy a very weak guy? Devil Fruit's strength, he hasn't exerted much. Hawkeye, your injuries are too severe. Does it scare you a little? But you are my crew, if you really kill the Clown Buggy, then kill it, there is no problem. Woon Si frowned and spoke, and hearing his 5.8 words, Hawkeye showed a somewhat pale smile at this moment. So if you meet Buggy the Clown, you can beat him up, but try not to kill him. At this time, Black Maria also suddenly said that, as a member of the Four Emperors group, she has also investigated the major powerhouses in the world. After listening to Luo Xiu's words, all the girls lowered their heads. They were thinking about something, but at the next moment, Lao Xiu suddenly burst out laughing. 0. Otherwise, there is a high probability that Gux will avenge him. But anyway, Buggy the Clown still has contacts. Pluton Rayleigh once taught him, and now Shanks, one of the Four Emperors, is also his childhood friend. 211 Looking forward to a surprise. Shanks stood alone on the deck, facing the blue sea in front of him. He never expected that Hawkeye would give Luo Xiu such a high evaluation. It was so high that the other party even thought he couldn't fight Luo Xiu. It seemed that even if he went to Luo Xiu with Hawkeye, he could defeat them in an instant. But is Luo Xiu really that powerful? Hawkeye's heart is full of misfortunes, although he has asked the Clown Buggy to help him pass the word. But he believes that there is no fundamental conflict between himself and Luo Xiu. If possible, he can even help each other. After all, both are pirates. No matter how you look at it, there is no inevitable conflict between them. This is where Shanks can breathe a sigh of relief. Although Luo Xiu defeated 2 Four Emperors before, the problem is that those 2 Four Emperors have offended him. Although I am also a Four Emperor, I didn't offend him. It shouldn't be a problem, right? The young man was thinking in his heart. At this moment his body shook slightly, because he suddenly realized that he seemed to have started to be afraid. Shanks, who is extremely powerful and has the strongest conqueror's haki, has not met Luo Xiu at this moment, and he feels that he is starting to be afraid of him. He sighed slightly, with a little helplessness in his eyes. Shanks knew that if this continued, he would not even be qualified to fight Luo Xiu. Tomorrow we will be able to reach naval headquarters. I believe the powerhouses of naval headquarters can surprise us. Luo Xiu said aloud. Nami on the side rolled his eyes, but obediently came to her side and helped her rub her legs. That mysterious strong man, that world government's last whole card, has even surpassed the limit of what they can match. From Nami's appearance at this time, there was a slight smile in Luozu's eyes, and then she stretched her waist and said. With this level of powerhouse, Shanks can't imagine how powerful the other party is. Calm enough that even he himself doesn't feel too problematic. At least the other party has survived for more than 800 years. You know, the Marine side said that in addition to their own strength, there are various foreign aids. The most powerful side is naturally the world government side. The strongest in the world, the secret powerhouse of the government. If the other party does not appear, Luo Xiu may really be the strongest, but when the other party appears, everything will be a bubble. Shanks, who has a close relationship with 5 elders, naturally knows what powerful cards the world government has. Although he hasn't seen it, he can know it from a few words of the other party. At this time, he felt quite peaceful about everything in this world. There was a gap of 8 times, even if Luo Xiu's talent was higher than the opponent's, it was impossible to be 8 times higher. At this time, Luo Xiu was sitting on the deck, looking at the blue 800C in front of him, the smile in his eyes was undisguised. As far as he knows, no matter how powerful Luo Xiu is, the opponent has only survived in this world for less than 100 years. Perhaps from now on, no one in this world can fight Luo Xiu. I just hope he can hear my words and don't provoke Marine. Although in the eyes of Hawkeye, he is not qualified now. Nami, come and rub my legs. 212 The arrival of Luo Xiu. Nami doesn't know what he can get, he knows that he is very dependent on Luo Xiu now. She beat Luo Xiu's leg while looking at him from time to time. After a while, Nami said with some shame, Lord Luo Xiu, is it my turn to inject energy liquid today? I haven't injected energy liquid for several days, and now my cultivation level can no longer be improved. 1 inch. Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu looked at Nami at the side with a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Couldn't you be able to practice on your own? With your current strength, even if you practice on your own, let's improve your strength. Hearing this, Nami showed an unhappy look, and then spoke. That's what I said, but the current me is not as strong as you imagined. Nami spoke, with a little displeasure in his eyes. For him, he can actually cultivate himself to become stronger now, but the strength obtained through cultivation is naturally not stronger than the injection. So no matter how you look at it, Nami wants to have injections because it can make her stronger quickly. However, Luo Xiu did not agree to him immediately, because he found that when Nami said this, several people in the distance also looked at him. Luo Xiu instantly understood that if he agreed to Nami, then those people would definitely come. Sighing slightly, Luo Xiu didn't say anything more, just closed his eyes and began to enjoy. And Nami also felt a little speechless at this time, but didn't say anything more. Soon, the time came to the early morning of the next day, and Luo Xiu was already working on his own boat, heading towards the naval headquarters. At this time, he was less than 50 nautical miles away from naval headquarters. For Luo Xiu, such a distance, he can drive over it casually. Therefore, Luo Xiu stopped the boat here, and said to the girls behind him. Next I will go to naval headquarters to do what I want to do. If you want to go, just follow me. If you don't want to go, just stay on the boat. Hearing this, Robin, Nami and other girls looked at each other with a little smile in their eyes. Lord Luo Xiu, we want to go with you. We don't want to miss out on beating Marine this time. Looking at the appearance of the girls at this time, a smile flickered in Luo Xiu's eyes. Very well, that's the case, let's go together first, but this time naval headquarters can be turned upside down. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu stepped on his left foot suddenly, and the figure on the ground flew directly into the air. My color hockey wrapped around his body, making him look a little strange. At the same moment, Luo Xiu flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Wang Zhao. This time, where he's going is naval headquarters Mofendo. And before Luo Xiu arrived there, everyone in naval headquarters was blown up. In the distance, Luo Xiu's pirate ship was found at a distance of 50 nautical miles, and Luo Xiu may have rushed to the team. I didn't expect him to catch up with naval headquarters. Don't you know that Admiral, the Lord of Marine, and the older generation of powerful people are all waiting for him at naval headquarters? 213 Shanks block. Didn't Luo Xiu know that those people were waiting for him here? Of course he knew, but knowing is knowing, it doesn't mean that he will feel afraid. On the contrary, facing such a situation, Luo Xiu even felt a little excited. For him, all the strong people are just playing tricks in front of him now. As long as he uses all his strength, he can dress up casually. Therefore, Luo Xiu will not be afraid of anyone. That's why he brought your own men to naval headquarters. To put it bluntly, Luo Xiu doesn't want to overthrow the so-called marine rule, he just wants to do it. Of course, Luo Xiu knew the 120 things that Shanks thought. The other party wanted world peace, at least to maintain a relative peace. In this case, all marines and pirates are evenly matched. They can fight each other, and they can be killed or injured, but in the general environment, there can be no difference between marines and pirates. Faced with such a situation, Luo Xiu naturally didn't want to pay attention to the other party. If Shanks dared to come here to stop him, let the other party know what real power is. But thinking about it, Luo Xiu suddenly saw a red figure flying over in the distance. Turning his head to look, DACG Luo Xiu spoke slightly from the corner of his mouth. No way, didn't mention the Shanks guy really paid for it. Luo Xiu said helplessly that yes, the person in front of him was Shanks. After Shanks came to Luo, he stared straight at him, sighed slightly, and spoke slowly. Luo Xiu, you can't fight naval headquarters. Hearing this, Luo Xiu was heartbroken, looked at Shanks indifferently and spoke. What nonsense are you talking about? Let me ask him if naval headquarters has much to do with you. Shanks sighed slightly when he heard Luo Xiu's unreasonable words, and then spoke. You have to understand that what we are facing now is not the same as before. If you take your men to naval headquarters at this time, then naval headquarters will definitely block it. At that time, there will be problems here, and these problems cannot be changed by us. Maybe some of your subordinates will be killed or injured, you shouldn't want to see them die. Facing the unconvincing threat, Luo Xiu even wanted to laugh. Shanks, we are all pirates, and as pirates, death is a normal thing, isn't it? You actually tell me now that you are afraid of death, is it true or not? You deserve to be called 4 emperors. I advise you to give up this seat as soon as possible. I heard that there is a person named Luffy who is quite good. Although he is not strong enough now, he has great potential. Why don't you just lead your Shanks pirate group to join Luffy's pirate group and escort them, in case that guy named Luffy becomes stronger one day? Hearing Luo Xiu's almost humiliating words, Shanks didn't feel angry at all. The first reason was that he knew Luffy and that the other party was a talent he had cultivated. The second is because he actually had such an idea, but in the end he gave up this idea because he knew that no matter how strong Luffy is, it is impossible to fight against the whole world. If he joins Luffy's pirate ship directly, the damage to Luffy will be even greater. 214 It's time to start. Luo Xiu, don't you know how many powerful people there are in this naval headquarters right now? The Fujitora, Akainu, and Zephyr you defeated are all in it. In addition to the 3 of them, there are the remaining 2, Admiral, Sengoku, Garp and a series of older generation powerhouses. I heard that there is another guy named Green Bull who was called by Akainu and became the reserve admiral. Do you really think you can beat all of them? If everyone goes up together, even you should fail. Hearing these words, Luo Xiu laughed out loud at this moment. Shanks, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm scared of those guys now? A group of defeated generals, and a group of guys who only know how to stay in their dens and dare not stand out. If I want to kill them, it's just a matter of minutes. Get out of my sight now. If you still want to stop me, maybe I will let you taste the most powerful force in this world. Seeing Luo Xiu's reckless appearance, Shanks also showed a little anger in his eyes. Luo Xiu, how could you do this? Don't you know that if you start a war with Marine will issue an order to kill all the pirates in the world? At that time, an all-out war between Marines and pirates will start. How many people will die because of it? Ha ha ha, Shanks, are you kidding me? See your identity clearly, you are not the savior, you are just a pirate. If you want to show your face with me, are you worthy? Why did you fall into cultivation? Hearing this, Luo Xiu shook his head slowly, and said softly. There is also a common problem, that is, these strong people all have motivation to become stronger, and they all have desire as a support to retire, but obviously they don't. The moment this sentence appeared, Shanks was stunned. He never thought that Luo Xiu's reason for provoking an all-out war between pirates and Marines was because he felt. Shanks himself does not have the power of devil fruit, so he is not afraid of the erosion of seawater. He stared straight at the anger in Luo Xiu's eyes, which became even more vigorous. This person was obviously Luo Xiu. After Luo Xiu came to Shanks, he punched him directly on the head. Play. Of course not. If any of them offend me, I will kill them all, and I won't wait until now. 0 for flowers. As for why you said, it's probably because it's fun. Shanks spoke wordlessly. The moment the voice fell, Shanks was about to speak, but saw a figure appearing in front of him the next moment. It turned out that this sneak attack punched Shanks, and there was no possibility of any defense at all, but the next moment, Shanks rushed out of the sea again. Devil, you are a complete devil. Take your own people to die. Has anyone in Marine ever offended you? Hearing the rumbling sound, Shanks was directly blown away by his punch and smashed into the sea hard. There are many strong people in this world, and the power these strong people can bring is even stronger. Shanks didn't know how such a man who wanted nothing could become so powerful, but he knew that the next thing he had to do was to stop him. 215 The battle begins. You know, I'm going to stop you next. Shanks said this with all his heart. Obviously, he didn't want to say it, but there was nothing he could do now. In other words, as long as he wants to satisfy the desire in his heart and strive for the so-called absolute peace, he must do so. Some things cannot be changed, such as Shanks' beliefs. Compared with Shanks' belief in 830, Luo Xiu has no fear of what he shows. Based on your strength alone, you think you can fight me. I think you are thinking too much. The smile in Luo Xiu's eyes is endless. For him, everything he faces now is different from before. He will not be afraid of Shanks on the opposite side, nor will he be afraid of Shanks' teammates. These strong players are just 2 to him. Maybe I really can't stop you, but I'm going to stop this aspect anyway. Even if I try my best, even if I sacrifice my life, I will stop all of this. I can't let you destroy this world and provoke the most powerful war in this world. Shanks said with a straight face. Seeing his appearance at this time, Luo Xiu even felt a little nauseous. Ha ha ha, then fight with me for your justice, messenger of justice. The smile in Luo Xiu's eyes became more vigorous. For him, Shanks in front of him was just a self-impressed person who made him feel sick. And Shanks didn't hesitate anymore. He clenched a long knife in his hand, and rushed towards Luo Xiu suddenly. A terrifying light erupted from his body at this moment. And Luo Xiu didn't hesitate any longer, and rushed towards the opposite side with the gleam in his eyes. The two collided fiercely at this moment, making a huge roar, and the next moment the two sides directly started a quick battle. At this moment, they no longer think about anything in their hearts, they just want to kill each other. Black light flickered. Every time Luo Xiu punched out, there would be a huge light impacting forward. And every time Shanks cuts out, everything in front of him will look a little damaged at this moment. Nami and the others on the distant ship saw this scene with a little surprise in their eyes, but they did not fight forward. Because they know that everything is not the same as before, maybe their strength has become very strong, but facing the battle between Shanks and Luo Xiu, they are not even qualified to intervene. This is indeed the case. If they forcibly intervene, the biggest possibility is that they will die directly in a short time. The black light, the red blood, and the deep blue sky all formed a beautiful picture at this moment. But not many people will appreciate this beautiful picture, because they know that what they are facing now is not the same as before. Master Luo Xiu can definitely win, right? Runt spoke softly at that moment, while Kazuki Hiyori nodded fiercely. Of course, 0.1 Master Luo Xiu is very powerful, so what if the 4 emperors were killed by him, just one Shank? Hearing his words, the surrounding people also nodded wildly at this moment. They all believed in Luo Xiu's power, and they all believed that Luo Xiu's strength was extremely powerful. So they don't care about the result of this battle, they just want to get Luo Xiu's energy fluid injection after the battle is over. 216 Transfer. At this moment in Marine Base, everyone felt extremely surprised. They never expected that when they and others faced Rock's attack, Shanks suddenly appeared and fought with Luo Xiu. From how the two of them went out, it can be seen that their fight was not fake, but real, that is to say, Shanks and Luo Xiu broke up. Although they had never heard the rumors that Shanks and Luo Xiu had a relationship, they all felt that O1 was quite excited about what was happening now. You said after this battle, will we be able to bring Shanks to our side, or will we be able to bring Luo Xiu to our side? Compared with others, Garp wants to pull the most powerful people in this world into the embrace of justice, because in this way they can no longer kill each other, but can explore the upper limit of the strong people in this world. Perhaps a long time ago, Garp thought that he had reached the upper limit and could not go any further, but when he saw Luo Xiu, he instantly understood that the upper limit he had reached was simply ridiculous, so ridiculous that it was unforgivable. He understands that in the face of such an attack, what no one else can do is to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can everything in this world be changed. It's futile, though, at least that's how Garp feels right now. Black night, red fire, yellow light, flickering. Why don't we help them fight now and defeat one of them? Seeing Akainu's eyes, Kizaru offered his suggestion at this moment. After hearing his words, everyone present did not speak. After a while, only Ji spoke slowly. The battle between 2 emperor-level powerhouses was beyond our expectation, but now, they are in front of us, why not help one side defeat the other? In this way we can at least capture a strong emperor, can't we? If the last person captured is Luo Xiu, then for us, the benefit is the greatest. Seeing that the people around him were still unmoved, Akainu continued to speak. Don't you think so? If we can pull Luo Xiu to our side and arrest him, we can get his ability to forge super powerful weapons. Even if he doesn't want to use Vegapunk to research, he can still research it, can't he? I heard that Vegapunk has half-researched that weapon called Hairinru, but he said that he needs to get a special forging method, so he can copy it completely. Hearing this sentence, Fujitora on the side moved slightly. After he got 880 and finished the discussion, he shared this information with Marine, and then Vegapunk asked for the knife. After all, there is no one who does not want this kind of weapon that can rival Devil Fruit, or if everyone in Marine can popularize such a weapon, then their combat effectiveness will increase a lot. This kind of sacrifice, Fujitora can be expected, and can also be done, after all, he himself has such an idea. But just yesterday, Vegapunk sent back the long knife, telling them that the research had reached a bottleneck and could not go any further. So they all feel confused about this matter, and now there is a turning point. 217 Knife Delivery. I think it's okay, but we have to think about who to help. Sengoku finally gave a conclusion, and after hearing his words, everyone present was slightly relieved, and then there was a gleam of light in their eyes. No one knows what the light in their eyes means, but everyone knows that the light in their eyes is different now than before. Wait, let's see which of the two of them will be defeated, and we will help the weaker side. Ms. He also spoke softly at this moment, as the resourceful general in Marine, no one would reject what he said. On the battlefield this time, the battle between the two sides has entered into a fierce battle. Luo Xiu's punch and strike can directly smash the haki of the opposing Shanks, but this smash is not the same as before. Luo Xiu was a little surprised to find that the haki of Shanks used a special method. If it was the haki condensed by Shanks before, it was equivalent to the combination of armament haki and conqueror's haki, and now it even added observation haki. That is to say, when he punches in the past, not only will the opponent dodge physically, but even his haki will dodge around in a short time, so as to reduce consumption. Facing this kind of fighting ability, Luo Xiu felt extremely surprised, but he was also rapidly consuming this power. In his opinion, it would not take long for him to completely digest this power. Shanks, how is it, are you satisfied with this fight? Luo Xiu spoke with ease, while the long sword on the body of Shanks on the opposite side was already full of cracks. At this moment, this weapon that accompanied him for nearly half his life made him feel confused. In previous battles, even if he was seriously injured, even if he was close to death, the long knife in his hand would still not be torn apart by the terrifying force. This is also the power that all swordsmen can master, to gather the weapons in their hands into black knives, and the function of the black knives is not only to greatly enhance the power of the weapons, but also, to protect the weapons used in the hands. Looking at the broken bandit in his hand, Shanks looked a little confused at this moment. He looked at Luo Xiu opposite, and said softly, "I heard you gave Fujitora a weapon, would you like to give me one too?" With this extremely shameless words, the corners of the mouths of Nami and others in the distance showed a little disdain. Fujitora, at least because the other party had already failed, and had already had the idea of seeking death at that time, so Luo Xiu would give Hirenru to the other party. You know, that is a pure great swordsman. Although he has the help of the gravity fruit, for him, without a weapon is equivalent to losing his own life. But this truth is limited to the great swordsman. The kind of great swordsman who regards his sword as more important than his own life, but Shanks is obviously not like this. From what he said now, it can be seen that for him, the sword in his hand is just a prop, and it may have great feelings, but this feeling also has a limit. Obtained, and now this limit has reached its peak, so changing a knife is no problem for him. However, to everyone's surprise, after Zhang Luqiu heard what Qian-Ke said, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he really took out a long knife and threw it at the opponent. This is a daywalker saber used by a hunter, and its power is relatively strong. If you can use his full power, I don't mind giving it to you. 218 Unstoppable. Looking at the daywalker saber in his hand, Shanks immediately felt the strangeness of this knife. He knew that this was definitely not an ordinary product, and it was even better than his own long knife, but he also knew that this long knife should not have special power like the long knife owned by Barnacle. But he was satisfied. Shanks hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "Since it's just your kindness, I accept it. Don't worry, I will try my best to display the power of this long knife. If possible in the future, I will use this knife to challenge you again." Hearing this, Luo Xiu suddenly understood what 950 was, and he looked at Jokers with some amusement and said, "This sentence means that now you don't want to fight with me anymore. The justice you uphold is abandoned by you at this moment." Luo Xiu's words were extremely provocative and disdainful. However, after Shanks on the opposite side heard these words, there was only a bloody smile in his eyes, then he shook his head slowly and said, "I did think so at first, but now I have discovered that you don't seem to have much intention to kill. You may not be a good person, but you may be a wicked person, but you are definitely not a person who likes to kill." Slowly heaving a sigh of relief, Luo Xiu didn't say much, just looked into the distance. In addition, Shanks also went to 5 elders to discuss some things, so Luo Xiu understands that Shanks must have conducted a series of negotiations with 5 elders, and the two parties may have a series of transactions. This is what he got from completing the mission before. He also saw the sky, although he couldn't see anything there, but Luo Xiu knew that someone must be watching Shanks there. Seeing what Shanks looked like, Luo Xiu suddenly understood something. He had just lost the long knife that he had accompanied him for more than 10 years. In this case, if the 5 elders still force him to fight Luo Xiu, it will undoubtedly be to let him die, so it is enough now. Besides, my mission has been completed, at least I have tried my best, if I continue, I will die. When Shanks said this sentence, he looked at the sky in the distance, as if someone was looking at him in the sky. You know, Shanks himself is one of the 4 emperors, but he tried his best to maintain peace. This time I think it is what I have to do with Marine. Luo Xiu said in a cold voice, ignoring Shanks. As for the daywalker saber he just sent out, he directly turned around and walked towards the distance, not Shanks in front of Luo Xiu, and Shanks naturally would not say anything to him again. When Luo Xiu completely disappeared in front of Shanks, Shanks sighed slightly. He knew that this time he really couldn't stop Luo Xiu. Now that you've got what you want and you've proven yourself, get the hell out. For Luo Xiu, it was just an ordinary bed sheet, and he had hundreds of similar things. And now, Shanks has proven that no matter how hard he tries, he can't beat Luo Xiu. That's why Shanks came to stop him regardless of the danger. So I have no reason to draw my sword against you and never stop dying. 219-3 Admiral. We are late, Shanks seems to have lost. Fujitora said helplessly. After hearing his words, the people around felt quite speechless. They originally thought that when Luo Xiu and Shanks fought each other, and when either side fell into a slump, they would give help in the past. Then when the time comes, it will naturally be possible to defeat the other party with a strong force, and then harvest a strong one. But who would have imagined that they didn't even fight to the point where both sides were hurt, and Luo Xiu was hanging and beating Shanksy all the time. And in the end, Xiu even gave Shanks a long knife as compensation. Can you see it? What's the difference between that long knife and your Yukinaru? Sengoku looked at Fujitora at the side, and spoke slowly. After hearing his words, Fujitora paused slightly, looked down at his knife, then shook his head slowly, and continued. It's not even a type of weapon, it looks like a long sword, but his long sword is more like a straight sword, and mine is like a tachi. Besides, I can feel that his intestinal tract should not have the power similar to Shuilin Wan. In other words, it's just a very sharp long knife. At this moment, Sengoku was slightly relieved. If it was just an ordinary long knife, then there would be no problem. But if it is other weapons, then it must be unbearable for him. After all, Shanks are also their enemies. I think we can dispatch now. If we don't go there, road repair should call. Garp spoke softly at this time. After hearing his words, Akainu who was standing beside him nodded slightly, then stood up directly and opened his mouth. I'll take Kizaru and Aokiji there. You guys go there again. After saying this, Akainu directly led Wang Yuan out of the gate, and ran away into the distance. As for Kyoshi, after getting Sengoku's consent, he also slightly left the director to follow. At this moment, 3 admirals streaked across the sky and rushed towards Luo Xiu in the distance. Luo Xiu also rushed towards the 3 of them at this moment, and at the next moment they met at a place 20 nautical miles away from naval headquarters. 0. Ask for flowers. Akainu, I didn't expect the 3 of you to come here. Could it be that the 3 of you can defeat me? There was a perfect smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. For him, the 3 admirals in front of him were just ordinary little friends. It was quite simple to defeat them with the power he possessed now. And listening to Luo Xiu's words, Ji Quan's eyes revealed a little anger. What is it in the future? Do you really think you can beat me? Next, I will cut you into pieces and let you know that maybe this world is not good for you. Saying loudly, he turned into a stream of lava and rushed towards Luo Xiu who was facing him. Luo Xiu looked at him with a slight smile in his eyes. He used to crush Akainu, but the current Akainu is not much different from before, so he can still crush Akainu. Lava burst. I saw Akainu roaring loudly, and then the huge lava centered on him and rushed forward. And Luo Xiu looked at the huge lava with a mocking smile in his eyes. 220, still rolling. One punch shattered the void, one punch tore through the air, and one punch sent Akainu flying. Akainu's incomparably huge aura just now didn't even cause much trouble in front of Luo Xiu. It was directly smashed to pieces by Luo Xiu. Sky Cloud Sword. Kizaru on the side watched the fellow being beaten, and turned into a flash of light and appeared in front of Luo Xiu. The light in his hand flickered and turned into a huge, 443, long sword, so scared that Luo Xiu directly slashed at it. This is a relatively powerful force, but facing his attack, Luo Xiu only had a slight smile in his eyes. He kicked forward, and the terrifying force acted on Kizaru's body, and Kizaru's whole body turned into astigmatism and was kicked away. But at the next moment, Kizaru's light condensed body appeared in the distance again. It's really scary, this is the power of one kick, it's so strong. He said with a sigh, and there was a little vigilance in his eyes. At this moment, Kizaru felt a danger that he could not resist. Frozen moment. Aokiji also made a quick move at this moment, and he slammed his hands into the ground. At the same time, a large amount of ice moved forward, spreading rapidly and directly freezing everything around him. They want to move forward, but there's no way because they can't move. Hearing this, Aokiji showed a little surprise in his eyes, and subconsciously wanted to fight back, but at the next moment, Luo Xiu stretched out his left hand and pressed it on his face. Even if it is elementalized in advance, can it be said that it is worthy of being called Admiral? Akainu's recovered body roared loudly in the distance, and finally turned into a molten member and rushed towards Luo Xiu again. 5.2 Looking at the 3 energies blasting towards him, Luo Xiu only had a slight smile in his eyes. He was exactly the same as before, and he didn't make any moves, just punched lightly forward. If his elementalization speed was a little slower just now, he might be captured by Luo Xiu, and then he would die directly. There was a clicking sound, and Aokiji's body was shattered quickly, turning into large pieces and dissipating. Aokiji also felt a little surprised, so when he wanted to go over to have a look, he saw a figure appearing in front of him. Luo Xiu spoke softly, and at this moment, Aokiji condensed his body again from a distance. Your speed is really too slow, as long as you are alone, you can avoid that kind of freezing speed. Afterwards, the void was shattered, the space was shattered, and the air in front of them was also torn apart in an instant, and the bodies of the 3 of Kizaru froze in midair. It was none other than Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu looked at him with a sneer and said relaxedly, an admiral who dies in such a funny way will definitely be laughed at for thousands of years. When Luo Xiu saw this scene, he didn't even move. The next moment, he was directly frozen by the light ice. As soon as Aokiji appeared, he gasped heavily, he didn't expect to face such a terrible danger just now. At this moment, Kizaru and Aokiji also followed up. At this moment, their bodies shone with their own light, turning into 2 torrents of energy and rushing towards Luo Xiu. Could it be so easy to freeze him? I don't believe he can withstand the strength of all of us together. 221 It's not that I'm strong, it's that you are too weak. How is it? Do you like the feeling now? There was a mocking smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and Marine's 3 admirals were just little karamis in front of him. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Akainu and others showed shame and anger on their faces. If possible, they naturally wanted to smash the road repair at this time. Anyway, the current Luo Xiu is not something they can resist. Awakening of lava fruit. At this moment, Akainu roared loudly, and the lava fruit on his body awakened instantly. Huge fire giants burst out from his body, enveloping him completely. This flame is the raw material, and the giant condensed with lava as the core is full of power. From Luo Xiu's point of view, if this giant were to attack a small island, it would be able to smash the entire island into pieces with just one punch. Even without his existence, the strength of this lava giant itself has reached a very strong point, but unfortunately the enemy he faces is Luo Xiu. Are you playing the trick of turning into a giant again? It seems that you still don't have a long memory, Akainu. Luo Xiu smiled and said that at this moment, a terrifying light erupted from his body. The next moment, A huge force directly acted on him, a punch was thrown forward, and the terrifying force hit the lava giant. With the frightening light shining, the lava giant was instantly knocked into the air and hit the ground fiercely. At the same moment, the face on his body was also quickly extinguished at this moment, and it was about to disappear completely. But at this time, an oily light turned into a big sword, which suddenly fell from the sky. Sakazuki, I'll help you. Kizaru fell from the sky, and the lightsaber in his hand was as long as 100 meters. This is the lightsaber that he condensed by exhausting all his power of light aggressively. Its power is quite strong. This sword is enough to open up the world, but the enemy he faces is Luo Xiu. The keycaps condensed by the light look just ordinary. Speaking of making trouble, he smiled so big a mocking smile, and the next moment he punched forward again. The black power engulfed the terrifying Haki and rushed forward, and everything in front of Brother Luo was frozen by Haki's color at this moment. Naturally, it also included Kizaru in front of him. Kizaru showed surprise in his eyes. He never thought that as the inheritor of light, he would turn into this appearance. Damn, why can you even find the speed of light? Hearing this, Luo Xiu had a slight smile in his eyes, and then said softly. Why did it become like this? Don't you know, even though you ate the shining fruit, do you really think your speed has reached the speed of light? What do you mean by 823? Kizaru's eyes showed surprise. He never thought that Luo Xiu would say such a thing. Luo Xiu would not spoil him, and continued to speak. How weak the power generated by you is, can't you see that your own power is not 1% of the flash fruit? It looks like you are strong, but it's only because other people are too weak, and you don't really think you are strong. But when facing a real strong man, when you can't play the real speed of light, it's normal to be crushed and beaten. At this moment, even if it's not me, it's the same with the red-haired Shanks in front of you. 222 Rescue. Kizaru didn't speak, but he had a similar thought in his heart. Yes, but he was out of flash, but he couldn't develop the flash fruit to its peak state. That is to say, the current him actually only has this power. If he wants to become stronger, there are only two ways. The first is to exercise physical skills in Haki, and the second is to improve devil fruit development. If it was before, Kizaru would choose the latter mercilessly. After all, what she is best at is devil fruit. Even in the original plot, even his teacher said that he was too dependent on devil fruit. Although Zephyr did not fight Kizaru in the end, it was only because the pharaoh was old. He is too old to have a lot of strength, otherwise he would not be defeated by Luffy at that time. And if they really get Admiral, then in front of the real strong, Kizaru's decline will be revealed. Just like the fight with Luo Xiu now, Kizaru looks very strong, but in fact he is weak. If Luo Xiu wanted to, he could tear Kizaru in half at any time, and even turn off the light source on him. You must know that the strong elemental devil fruit can turn itself into an element, but it actually has a rather fatal weakness. That is, when the elements on their bodies are extinguished, and when they cannot restore their own bodies at this time, their bodies will be instantly shattered. Even the day that can't be changed. Just like Aokiji at this time. Aokiji rushed in front of Luo Xiu. Aokiji was hit in the cheek by Luo Xiu. Aokiji was grabbed by Luo Xiu, and Aokiji was torn to pieces by Luo Xiu. Then the first generation of Admiral Aokiji seemed to be dead, limp on the ground, motionless. Kuzan. Garp saw this scene on the screen with a look of horror in his eyes. He never expected that such a situation would happen in the end. Among the three marine powerhouses, in his opinion, Aokiji is the calmest one. After all, the opponent's own strength belongs to the most stable ice. In terms of combat effectiveness, he may not be as good as Akainu, but at least he is higher than Kizaru. How do you look at it? Aokiji shouldn't be the first being killed at this point. He is a typical example of calmness. However, at this moment, Sengoku stood up, patted Garp on the shoulder, and spoke. Kuzan didn't die, he was just so beaten that he couldn't recover. You can see that the power of devil fruit hasn't been released yet. Hearing this, Garp watched the drama and found out that, as Sengoku said, although Aokiji had fallen into a near-death state, he was not completely dead. Order them to get Kuzan out. Sengoku issued orders to Kizaru through a special communication device. As for why he didn't tell Akainu about this order, it's because he knew that Akainu would definitely not care about these things. Thank you, Wong. For the sake of absolute justice, even he can sacrifice himself, so there is no psychological pressure to sacrifice a so-called colleague. The other party will never put herself in danger to save Aokiji. But Kizaru is different. He is a tax thief, thinking about how to get salary from Marine and how to fish every day. But in the face of the real strong, Kizaru always put on a posture of not wanting to go. 223 1-6. Now facing Luo Xiu, a real strong man, Kizaru didn't want to go up, and it was normal to lead people to retreat directly. Sure enough, after getting the order, Kizaru smiled slightly in his eyes, and then he lifted himself up directly, and then led him into the distance and dissipated into a flash of light. Seeing this scene, Akainu stood up from the ground alone, and stared at Luo Xiu who was facing him with burning eyes. He was neither afraid nor surprised. Yes, Sengoku didn't ask him to help bring Aokiji back, but that doesn't mean he won't be told the mission. If you don't know about this beforehand and attack Kizaru who escaped from the 180th as a retreating member, that would be bad. Now you are the only one left, do you still want to fight with me? Or did you not enjoy the feeling last time enough? There was a smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and a mocking tone in his voice. However, Seeing his appearance at this time, Akainu burst out laughing at this moment. Ha ha ha, Luo Xiu, do you really think you are strong? Do you know where you are now? Hearing this, Luo Xiu looked around, then shrugged and said. After Akainu finished speaking, he didn't take the lead, but stood still and waited. Isn't this ABCE, the front of your naval headquarters? Is there a special trap you prepared here? At this time, by his side, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and Fujitora holding Hiraru stayed here. The 6 parts are strong. If I can't survive your siege, then please arrest me. Of course, it's okay to kill me. Obviously, Jia Yuan was driven back helplessly. If there is, please let me take a look. I really want to know what kind of unique traps your so-called Marine Admiral can prepare. After all, as one of Marine's 3 admirals, and as Marine's highest combat power, it would be somewhat bad for him to run away directly. Kizaru said helplessly, but the voice was so small that only he could hear it. The 4 of them, together with Akainu and Kizaru, are the highest combat power this time. I don't have any traps here. The only thing I have here is the great power against guys like you. After hearing these words, there was a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. He came here this time to fight against the strong. Since Akainu can call more people to come, then let's come. From now on, but this side will bring infinite power to defeat you, but this person is not just me, but everyone else. Although facing the possibility of losing his life, Huang Yuan clearly voted that he did not want to come, but Sengoku used the position of Marine Admiral as a threat to drive him over. Then, one figure after another appeared beside him, and the first one was Kizaru, who had just escaped. Hearing this, Akainu on the opposite side slowly shook his head at this moment, and then spoke. It's really disgusting. I can't even work with this level of battle. Seeing the 6 admiral level powerhouses on the opposite side, Luo Xiu only had a smile in his eyes, without any timidity. If I win, I believe you will all regret it. 224. Guess. How is it? Fujitora, do you have confidence in this fight? Luo Xiu looked at Fujitora in the distance with a smile in his eyes, and after hearing his words, Fujitora had a little helplessness in his eyes. I saw Fujitora shook his head slowly, and then spoke. It's not that I'm not interested in this battle, I just feel a little helpless to have another duel with your excellency so quickly. The long knife that your excellency gave me, I have studied 7788, and now I can exert most of its power, which has surpassed my previous weapons. Although I can't exert its full strength, please allow me to use it to receive down the fight. Luo Xiu waved his hand casually. Of course, this knife has been given to you, so it means that I recognize you, and you can use the power of this long knife, which means that this long knife also recognizes you. In this case, it's okay to kill anyone with it, anyway, he's yours. I don't want to use a long knife to threaten you all, this is not in line with my style of doing things. Of course, if you are not strong enough and die in a short battle, I will take back this long sword. After all, as the strongest weapon, Hiranmaru's power is quite impressive. Fujitora nodded slowly. As Hiranmaru's current controller, he naturally knew how powerful Hiranmaru was. At least the power he can display now, even the ordinary vice admiral can't resist. Even if Admiral fights with him, he must guard against the long knife in his hand. If he didn't use this knife and didn't have his own consciousness, he was even willing to let the long knife fight on its own. He felt that it might be better than the effect he used. There is no need to say any more. Luo Xiu, I am now calling on you on behalf of Marine. As long as you are willing to join Marine's research department, we will let you commit crimes and perform meritorious service. Educate us on the forging technology of the special long knife, and your sentence will be greatly reduced. With the strength you have shown, you can release it in 2 years at most, and you can join the research department at that time. We will give you the best treatment, let you have no worries about food and clothing, and fulfill most of your wishes. If you choose to yearn for the position of fighting admiral, it will be reserved for you. 0 for flowers. Sengoku's voice is not loud, but it is enough for Luo Xiu on the opposite side to hear clearly. Luo Xiu also felt a little difference. He didn't expect that in order for Sengoku to be incorporated, he would make such a promise. This is already the best treatment a non-marine can get. You must know that even if Fujitora and Green Bull enter the marine, they only become marine admirals. 0. In other words, as long as Luo Xiu is willing to go there, then he and Tang Hu Lusheng are the same existence. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu looked at the few people in front of him, and said with a slight smile. I haven't seen the Green Bull here, why haven't I joined you yet? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly. I did send someone to invite the Green Bull, but how do you know about it? The horror in Akainu's eyes was endless. However, Luo Xiu didn't want to answer his desire, only Luo Xiu said with a smile. Guess, if you guess right, I can also give you a weapon, the size that suits you. 225 Exorcist Finger Tiger. Akainu was moved, and it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. From now on, Luo Xiu has sent out 2 weapons. The first one is Fujitora's Hiranmaru, which is quite strong and even has a special power. It is said that when it is fully utilized, it can rival a Logia Devil Fruit. In other words, as long as you get a similar weapon, it is equivalent to getting double Devil Fruit. This enhancement is quite powerful, 570. In addition, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, also received a long knife from Luo Xiu before. Although they learned that the long knife and Hiranmaru do not belong to the same series of weapons, it can be seen from the surprised expression of Shanks that the value of the long knife is also the same. High. In other words, as long as it is produced by Luo Xiu, it must be a high-quality weapon. After all, this is a weapon that even Admiral and 4 Emperors can feel satisfied and even amazing. Therefore, it is impossible for a Kainu not to be tempted. Even though he seldom uses weapons now, it doesn't mean he can't use weapons. Before he became Marine Admiral, he carried a long knife on his back to kill. There are countless strong men who died under his long knife. As an admiral who regards killing as justice, the dog has been killed all the way. That is, after becoming Marine Admiral, he found that his devil fruit power was enough to crush most of the enemies. And the weapon in his hand can no longer keep up, and now his fighting level is lower, so he put away the weapon as a souvenir. But if he gets a weapon that surpasses the sword, can he not be tempted? Is that Luo Xiu? I think I can agree to this condition, why don't you consider me? Garp said with a smile at this moment. Seeing his appearance, Luo Xiu showed a little disdain in his eyes and said, "Didn't you hit people with your fists? Why, don't you also use knives?" Hearing this sentence, Garp paused slightly. He didn't expect Brother Luo to understand him a little bit, but he smiled naively and then spoke. "Although I don't know how to use a knife, I can use fists. Since you can make a knife, then help me make a glove, if there is no problem." There was a little helplessness in Luo Xiu's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he rummaged through his pocket, finally took out a tiger and threw it to Garp Zero on the opposite side. This is a knuckle used by an exorcist to expel demons. It can deal double damage to demons. Maybe you can also use it to hit those demon fruit powers. Maybe there will be surprises. Luo Xiu's eyes were full of temptation. After Garp on the opposite side took the knuckles, he put them on his fist very excitedly. He didn't expect that Luo Xiu would actually give him a weapon. You know, he just said it casually. After waving his fist a little, there was a slight smile in Ku's eyes. It's really good. As for the 4.3 weapon, as for whether it can have a restraining effect on demon fruit power, it still needs some experiments, but I still trust you. Sengoku didn't speak at this moment, because his old friend just got a favor. In any case, he also wants to give his old friend a face. Well, let's see if we can give each of us a weapon. It's fun to fight like this, isn't it? 226 One person, thinking too much. Seeing that Garp got a very handy weapon with just a casual sentence, Kizaru on the side also spoke. It's shameless to say that his influence in Marine is greater than that of Garp. So Kizaru uttered this sentence. And when he said these words, the strong men around him also stared straight at Luo Xiu. In fact, they don't have much confidence in besieging Luo Xiu now. After all, Luo Xiu's previous performance was too dazzling, so dazzling that even they felt a little scared. If they retire at this time, they will be given a handy weapon, even if it has not been honed to produce O1 strength, it should be good. Looking at this group of guys, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly on that rather shameless face. It's all you guys wanted before, but now you want to buy one for each of you. Do you really think I'm a weapon wholesaler here? But it's not impossible. Luo Xiu's words caused a little excitement in the eyes of the strong men on the opposite side. As long as you are willing to follow me and counterattack the world government together, I can provide you with weapons, not only weapons but also the power to become stronger. What Luo Xiu is talking about is naturally energy liquid injection, although the best way to inject is to do some sports. Therefore, under certain circumstances, Luo Xiu would turn all the people in his rumors into women. Because in this way, the energy liquid injection can be performed better without any damage. But for these powerhouses, he doesn't need to do this at all. Because Luo Xiu can make diluted energy liquid, if they drink it directly at that time, it will also have a similar effect, although the effect will be much worse. But the group of powerhouses in front of them has already reached the pinnacle of this world. What they lack is not the accumulation of power. Damn it, you guys come with me, and you must take him down. But obviously, he didn't have this strength. Luo Xiu just stood there and punched forward. Soon, a big battle was drawn up directly. This ice is naturally not Aokiji's, but Fujitora who can initially use Hirinmaru. Horrific light effects dazzle the eye, and giant hockey splashes across the field. And the golden shock wave in his hand was even more vigorous, as if he could smash Luo Xiu into a meat sauce with just one shot. Sengoku stopped talking nonsense and directly ignited the power on his body, and his body turned into a huge golden Buddha at this moment. Flashes of lava and coils of ice can be seen from time to time. Buddha shock. He didn't suffer much damage, but the appearance just now made him feel extremely humiliated. Although the terrifying roar sounded, the big Buddha Sengoku in front of the fingertips was instantly thrown out of 650 and smashed to the ground like a wolf. Then he waved his hands and smashed towards Luo Xiu in front of him. Sengoku spoke loudly at this moment. Fujitora, Garp and the others who were watching the show didn't hesitate anymore, and rushed towards Luo Xiu at a very fast speed. It's too much, Luo Xiu, don't deceive the public here, let's catch him now. With a roar from Sengoku, a huge golden shock wave spread from his body to the surroundings. No matter how you look at it, Luo Xiu can help them. What they lack is an opportunity to break through. The current regular strong point 227 no more chance. Scenes of the battle were quickly circulated. Through a live broadcast, it spreads throughout the world, which is what Sengoku does. Yes, Sengoku wanted to tell the world the outcome of this battle, and he did so because he felt he was in the business of winning. It is to be able to become natural, not because of their own power, but because of a prop. Or rather a weapon that the five elders ordered them to use. With this thing, we should be able to win, Sengoku said softly while resisting forward. Hearing his words, Garp, who was holding a knuckle beside him, also nodded slightly. Luo Xiu gave me such a handy weapon, I should repay him, but I can't do that. I was on a different side from him, and it would be a crime for me to blow him up with that weapon, so I won't do it again. Hearing the old friend's words, Sengoku on the side also nodded slightly, because he knew that Garp would definitely do the same. They got along for decades, Sengoku's way of nature, Garp's rules of conduct, when Luo Xiu gave him that weapon. For Garp, the scene has changed between them now. If they were a life and death strike before, then now they have a relationship of both enemies and friends. Although it looks a little strange and makes people feel very incomprehensible, it seems to be a normal thing for Garp. How good Garp and One Piece are, few people know, but Sengoku does. They're good enough to have a drink instead of a fight at some point. Shaking his head slowly, Garp didn't say much. For him, the current situation has changed. Sengoku on the side didn't say any more, just brandished his iron fist and threw it at Luo Xiu in front of him. However, each of his punches will cause 0 damage to Luo Xiu. That's right, the damage value is 0, because Luo Xiu can fly back with one punch. At this time, Luo Xiu's strength had already reached its peak, and every punch he made would replace the vibration of air and the shattering of space. In this case, no matter what it is, it can no longer resist this. So Luo Xiu's own strength can already kill all the guys in front of him. But Luo Xiu could feel the energy in their hearts, which meant that Sengoku was preoccupied. So he knew that this group of guys must have some backhands. He didn't know what the backhands were, but Luo Xiu was very excited. He hopes that this backhand can hurt himself, at least make himself feel troublesome, so that he can bring different pleasures to his peaceful life. I hope that the things we face next are not the same as before, Zhao Qianhao. Maybe this is what I hope, Luo Xiu said with a smile and punched Garp flying in front of him, then grabbed Sengoku's big hand with his left hand, and brought him to the ground like a sack. Hearing a bang, Sengoku slammed into the ground hard, making a big hole in the ground, and Luo Xiu appeared in front of his head at the same time. What you want? Use it now, if you don't use it again, you may not have a chance to use it. 228 It's a pity that I am a person. There was sarcasm in Luo Xiu's words. For him, no matter what kind of thing or weapon the opponent used, there was no problem for him. That's why he's taunting Sengoku here, because he knows Sengoku must have something facing him. Sure enough, after Sengoku felt the sarcasm in Luo Xiu's words, his eyes instantly turned red, and he spoke angrily. Luo Xiu, don't be too arrogant, what we have is enough to smash you into pieces. Crush me, I don't know that I will become a smash. There was sarcasm in Luo Xiu's eyes. At this moment, he not only taunted all the strong men present at the Zano 03 General, but also taunted them all. If other people dared to do this, they would definitely be torn to pieces in an instant, but Luo Xiu was no ordinary person. At this time, there was a smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and this smile made her look a little different from ordinary people. I have played enough with you, if there is no special power, then I will kill you all, and then go to occupy naval headquarters. Believe me, a pirate taking over naval headquarters is a pretty good move for you guys. Perhaps because of my actions, there will be some changes in this world, maybe. Luo Xiu said with a smile and kicked Kizaru flying in front of him, and then grabbed Akainu's head and brought a suit. Hearing a bang, Akainu was directly sent flying by him. It's powerful. If I were a demon, this punch would be enough to knock me into the air, but obviously I'm just a human being. This is a big hole kicked by Luo Xiu, but Sengoku didn't die because of it, but was seriously injured. It looks like a strong attack, but it's actually just like that. At this time, Garp rushed over from a distance. Buddha shock. If you don't use it yet, then die. Luo Xiu laughed and said that he kicked Sengoku's chest hard. This time Sengoku was not blown away, but a big hole appeared in his chest. The big Buddha Sengoku on the side rushed over again at this moment, his hands grew into endless shock waves and crushed towards Luo Xiu. There was a rumbling sound, and the sound of the air explosion was transmitted directly at this moment, but Luo Xiu stood on the spot without even moving. He roared angrily, and the knuckles in his hand turned into a golden color under the pressure of the iron fist, and at this moment he shocked Luo Xiu with a holy aura. Luo Xiu said with a smile that he held Sengoku's neck with his left hand, lifted him in the air, and crushed his neck with his back at any time. However, seeing this kind of attack, there was a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, a mocking smile. Why don't you use it? Do you really want me to kill you all? Can I see it? There was a rumbling sound, and the result of the battle suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, looking a little depressed. Having said that, Luo Xiu punched forward with a light punch, and then the terrifying wave directly shattered the shock wave in front of him. At the same time, Luo Xiu rushed Adfei in front of Sengoku and looked at him with strong eyes. Fist of steel. With a puff, Sengoku spit out a mouthful of blood. Sengoku's body quickly returned to its original size, and at this moment, Luo Xiu held his body and punched him in the stomach. 229 Guess. As soon as Luo Xiu stepped on the ground, the whole ground trembled 3 times. This is not an exaggeration, but a description. That's right, the current Luo Xiu has this kind of power. I saw Luo Xiu's left foot stepping on the ground suddenly, the whole ground produced violent fluctuations at this moment, and then split from the middle. Kizaru standing in front of him, didn't even dodge, was directly swallowed by the crack, and then, with the ground close together, Kizaru just disappeared in front of everyone. What did you do to Kizaru? Akainu said with some horror. He never thought that Luo Xiu would do such a thing. Then seeing the appearance of Akainu on the opposite side, the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth showed a smile, and said with a smile. What else could it be? I sealed Kizaru underground with special power. This time, he couldn't get out in a short time. So now my enemies are only a few of you. Have you figured out how to die? I will give you one. Hearing these extremely arrogant words, the anger in Akainu's eyes gradually climbed to the peak, and he wanted to tear the Luo Xiu directly in front of him at this moment. But he doesn't have this power, and they don't even have this power together. Let's go up together, don't let him be too arrogant. Zephyr pulled Garp and Sengoku to the front of Akainu, staring at Luo Xiu on the opposite side. I knew we wouldn't be broadcasting live. I didn't expect us to be beaten so badly. But if there is no live broadcast, can the world see that thing? It should be possible. After all, that thing is a very powerful existence in this world. If it is activated, most people in the world can see its power and terrifying fluctuations. Sengoku and Zephyr spoke softly, and their conversation was heard by Luo Xiu, who was on the side. So what are you planning to use against me? Let me guess, is it an extremely powerful explosive? Speaking of explosives, what is the most powerful thing on your side? Explosive rock, but that thing should be sealed away, right? I think, even the few of you are not willing to use explosive salt at this time, and although explosive salt is very strong, it is not very powerful for me. 0. Asking for flowers. So what you are going to use as ancient weapon, Poseidon, you must not have only Uranus and Pluton left. Naturally, you should not have found such illusory things as Uranus. So you have Pluton in your hands and plan to attack me at this time. In a few words, Luo Xiu clarified the whole cards on the opposite side. And this made the mouth corners of Sengoku and others twitch slightly, never expecting that Naruto would be so good at guessing. Slowly heaved a sigh of relief, and in the end Sengoku didn't say much, but silently looked at Fang Fang aside, and said. Stop him for me, I only need a minute. Enough. The moment the voice fell, he rushed forward spontaneously, and Akainu followed behind him, condensing the face of the Emperor. Terrifying fluctuations spread forward. Garp also clenched his fist at this moment, and the knuckles on his hand burst into golden light. In fact, Garp also wanted to temporarily dissipate these rays of light, because he found that this kind of holy power would not do much harm to Luo Xiu. 230. Sacrifice. Ice and fire collided again, burning a huge explosion, rushing towards Luo Xiu. When Luo Xiu saw this scene, with a smile in his eyes, he rushed forward with a punch. For him, there is no need to use special moves now. Just one punch and one kick can smash everything in front of you. For example, the fist that Garp attacked at this time is quite powerful, and Armament Hockey's power is full of power, but facing Luo Xiu's Zu-07 is a matter of one kick. Holding Hairinru in Luo Xiu's hand, he waved a huge gale of ice and ice, which condensed at this moment. A huge icy slash descended from the sky like thunder, trying to split Luo Xiu in half, but Luo Xiu only had a smile in his eyes. Hit me with my knife, you don't think so well. Luo Xiu said with a smile, then waved his left hand, and a long knife appeared in his hand. Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, the strongest of the flame system. One knife cremation. Luo Xiu snorted coldly, and swiped his blade like a fire. Suddenly a huge flame burst out. The next moment, the huge flames faced the slash in the sky, and there was only a bang. The ice slash dissipated instantly, but at the same time, the power of the cremation did not lose, but wrapped the wide tiger in the distance. There was a hint of horror in Fujitora's eyes, and he wanted to dodge subconsciously, but was directly approached by Luo Xiu the next moment. Your knife is really good, but the knife also depends on how well people use it. Of course, some knives are inherently strong, such as the one in my hand. Really, if that thing is really as powerful as you said, can it really only kill me? If you are by my side, won't you die together? Hearing this, Sengoku on the opposite side showed a little helplessness in his eyes, but he still nodded and said. After moving his sore shoulders, Luo Xiu looked at the results of the battle in the distance. The power to reach their 1.2 level is quite powerful, and no one feels that they will die in this situation. No matter how you look at it, this is a bit too much, or the sacrifice is too great. You are right, this power will make me die here too, so what? And I'm about to retire. What value can a retired veteran have? Walking here may be the most glorious day in my life. So for them, no matter what, they all want to find their own powerful power here again. Fujitora only had time to put Hairinru on his chest to resist, but was directly blasted out by Luo Xiu in the next moment and hit the ground hard. Luo Xiu said with a sneer, even if there are powerful things in this world, he is not afraid. At this point, Sengoku is holding a remote control in his hand and has already pressed the button. Because they never expected that Sengoku would have such awareness. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp's Wisteria, Jifa and Akainu all looked at her in surprise. Said in a cold voice, Luo Xiu slashed forward with his saber. Luo Xiu, face death, I activated the thing, and you will definitely die here next. But the problem is, Sengoku wants to die here, and the purpose is to pull Luo Xiu into the water. He only heard the sound of farting, and then he slashed towards Fujitora on the opposite side. Exchanging my life for your life of a strong man beyond the age, no matter how you look at it, it's a profit. Isn't it? 231 died together. However, after listening to Sengoku's words, Luo Xiu only smiled excitedly at this moment. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Sengoku, you are willing to die here with me, I am really touched. But do you really think that the so-called Pluton can really crush me? That kind of thing can only deceive the ancients. Although Luo Xiu has never seen the real Pluton, he knows how powerful the Pluton is, at most it is the same as a nuclear bomb, and now he is not afraid of nuclear bombs. Not to mention that the most powerful force of a nuclear bomb is the corrosion force after the explosion, and O3 Pluton obviously does not have this ability. Luo Xiu, you are right. Sengoku withdrew the golden light on his body, changed back to an ordinary old man's gaze, and stared straight at Luo Xiu. Pluton's power is probably not enough to blow you to death, so we have transformed Pluton based on it. Pluton was transformed by Vegapunk, the world's first genius scientist. At this time, the power of Pluton has already been raised to a very high level. I don't know what you're thinking, but I want to tell you, Pluton is enough to smash you into pieces, the kind that doesn't even leave a slag. Hearing this, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed a gloomy look, but finally he smiled and spoke. No matter how powerful the explosive power is, it's just a very easy thing in front of me. If you want to use it, then I will stand here and let you blow it up, see if you can blow me up to death. Luo Xiu smiled and said that since at this time, he really didn't attack anymore, but stood still and waited. At this moment, the eyes of Akainu and others showed a little surprise, they didn't think why Luo Xiu would do this. They looked at each other and shrugged slightly at this moment. You guys get out of here first. Sengoku spoke to Garp and the others. However, he apparently neglected several of his old friends. What are you talking about, Sengoku, how could I see you dying here? That's right, Sengoku, the three of us were born and died, and now you are left here alone to die, no matter how you look at it, it's not good. Zephyr and Garp also spoke at this moment. After listening to the words of the two of them, Sengoku paused slightly, and then smiled. As expected of you two, that's right, the three of us were born and died at the time, and now we die here together, it seems nothing. They laughed and laughed, not facing the fear of death at all. At this time, Akainu also came to them and spoke slowly. In that case, then I. Before 853 could finish his words, all three fists hit him. Just when Akainu was surprised, he felt that these three fists didn't have much power, but they had a very powerful knock-up ability. I saw Akainu turned into a meteor and smashed directly towards the naval headquarters in the distance. You guy of the younger generation, what are you talking about here? Go back and be your Marine Admiral, the position of the future Marine Admiral may still be yours. Sengoku said in a buzzing voice, and then looked at Luo Xiu in the distance. Luo Xiu knew the reason why the three of them stayed here, to prevent themselves from escaping, but they were completely overthinking, because they would not run away at all. 232 Pluton, the all-shattering attack. Everyone just waited quietly, waiting for the terrifying attack to arrive. At this time, at the very center of the naval headquarters, a huge gap suddenly appeared, and then a kilometer-long ship slowly emerged from above. The moment this ship appeared, the entire air condensed at this moment, and the terrifying fluctuation made everyone feel astonished. If this kind of thing explodes, no one can bear it. Kizaru followed Akainu when he was sent flying. Looking at the huge ship at naval headquarters in the distance, there was a little panic in his eyes. As a devil fruit owner who can turn into a light man, most of the attacks have no effect on Kizaru. But the problem is that some things cannot be generalized. Just like the explosion in front of you, it is obvious that the power above may not contain any strange power, but a simple explosion is enough to kill most of the creatures in this world directly. The most powerful thing is the cannon barrel on the deck. The power condensed on it is enough to blow up the entire naval headquarters with just one shot. Akainu didn't act impulsively either. After returning, he didn't rush over again, but stood where he was, looking at the cannon in the distance. If I'm not wrong, this is Pluton. I didn't expect that we could really touch Pluton. The two are here, you are talking to each other, and at this time the cannon barrel above the Pluton condenses a huge light. As Pluton began to condense the terrifying suction force, condensing the surrounding air on it, it was directly sucked in at this moment, and then a thick golden light beam slowly appeared. It's now. Akainu gave a low snort suddenly. The next moment, the golden beam shot forward fiercely. At this moment, the thick light beam with a length of more than 100 meters directly shattered the void and everything in front of it with radiant power, thinking of Luo Xiu in the distance. Standing in place, looking at the golden beam of light coming from afar, Luo Xiu had a slight smile in his eyes. He didn't have any fear, because he knew that such an attack might be very strong for him, but it was just mediocre. Here comes the attack that surpasses everything, let us die here together and step into the torrent of history. Zephyr said softly, a smile flickering in his eyes. He only stared at Luo Xiu in the distance, he knew that his strength was no match for Luo Xiu, and now that he could die under this light beam with Luo Xiu, he felt it was worth it. I didn't expect that I would die under my own weapon in the end, but it would be nice to bury a super strong man with me. Garp also laughed loudly, grabbed a handful of senbei and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing hard. Seeing that the two old friends made such bold words, only Sengoku, Li Jiao, didn't say much, and his eyes calmly looked at Luo Xiu who was talking in the distance. Luo Xiu, your strength is very strong, if possible, let us see you in the next life. Said, Sengoku closed his eyes, and Zephyr and Garp beside him also closed their eyes at the same time, welcoming the arrival of death. However, What they didn't know was that the moment they closed their eyes, a golden light erupted from Luo Xiu's body, slowly floating in midair. 233, hold it. The terrifying attack beam hit Luo Xiu's body in an instant. However, Luo Xiu felt these attacks, and there was only a little sneer in his eyes. Afterwards, all these light beams poured into his body at the next moment. A strange purple uzumaki on the recently exposed chest is constantly turning. Obviously, there was this uzumaki just now, which sucked all the light beams into it. Time passed slowly. Sengoku's expression gradually became a little weird, because he didn't feel any pain at all. Could it be that he was hit by Pluton's attack? He couldn't even feel the pain, so he died directly. Sengoku thought to himself, but felt it was unlikely. He did not die, but when he was young, he was wounded in battle. The injury of 690 is enough to kill him, so he has felt the danger of death. Any way you look at it, there's something wrong with things right now. Although the feeling like a needle pricking his back just now made him terrified, he still closed his eyes and waited for death. But now the feeling of death has not come like a thorn in the back, but it is slowly disappearing. Really, Pluton still has this effect. Sengoku thought in his heart and finally couldn't help but opened his eyes. But what happened in front of him made him open his mouth wide, looking extremely surprised. Idea. What the hell, does this guy still have such power? If he can absorb Pluton's attack, is there anyone in this world who can defeat him? I feel like I'm going to be blind, the first half of my life was wasted. Sengoku spoke extremely fast, and his words also opened the eyes of Garp and Zephyr on the side. After seeing what happened in front of them, they all showed a little surprise in their eyes. Fujitora, who had already started running away in the distance, also stopped halfway at this time. Although the hoarding age is old, he is different from the three old guys in front of him. In addition, he has not joined Marine for a long time, so he does not have much sense of belonging to Marine. Therefore, he didn't intend to die here directly, let alone accompany this group of Marines, so when Akainu was blasted away just now, he also ran away. It's just that his speed is definitely not as good as Akainu, who was repelled by the three top powerhouses. But at this time, he stopped halfway, the surprise in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Really, is there such a thing now? Even if there are 10 of this kind of terrifying attack, it will be shattered in an instant if I come up, right? Luo Xiu can sustain it by himself. There was surprise in Fujitora's eyes, but at this moment, he slowly walked back towards the distance. Because he knew what happened next, it must be quite shocking, so he didn't want to miss this. And he also felt that Luo Xiu didn't have the idea of killing people. The other party might want to conquer the entire naval headquarters and bring about great changes in this world. But no matter what, he didn't want to tear everything here and kill everyone in front of him. So even if he goes back, he will be beaten up at most, and it is impossible to die here. It is precisely because of this that Fujitora chose to go back instead of continuing to escape. The bright light flickered, and Pluton's attack did not fall. Everything in the path was torn apart, but when these attacks hit Luo Xiu, they disappeared completely. 234 Sunken Naval Headquarters. Sure enough, Master Luo Xiu is powerful, and there is nothing he can do about such a terrifying attack. Nami has already followed in the distance and said slowly. Robin on the side also nodded slightly. That's true. With Master Luo Xiu's strength, there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can compete with him right now. That's right, even if we receive the energy liquid injection from Mr. Luo Xiu every day, it's impossible for our strength to increase so quickly. 17. Runti suddenly sped up the car, but none of the girls present felt any problem. Because for them, what they want most now is to let Luo Xiu inject them with energy liquid, because not only can they get a very comfortable feeling, but their strength will also be boosted quickly. This double happiness, no one does not want to experience. Pluton's attack lasted a full minute, and this minute is enough to blow any country in this world into pieces. If it is aimed at the ground, it is not impossible that this cannon will shake the ground. Even above the sky, it can't bear such a powerful force. But Luo Xiu just endured it. Feeling the hot red light from his body, Luo Xiu let out a breath slowly. He said with a smile in his eyes, "Is it over? Then I will return this attack to you." As the voice fell, the clockwise purple uzumaki on Luo Xiu's chest turned counterclockwise at this moment. The next moment, the purple uzumaki was directly dyed a bright red color. The terrifying golden light beam shot out instantly, jetting towards the distant Pluton battleship at an extremely fast speed. Dodge me, dodge! Akainu expressed surprise at the scene just now, but now seeing Luo Xiu's actions, he roared loudly. And he himself fled towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. It was impossible for him to wait here for the rooster to arrive, because he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat such a terrifying attack. Not only him, but no one in the entire naval headquarters can block this attack, which is the terrifying beam emitted by the Pluton battleship. Moreover, it is a super powerful Pluton battleship remodeled and upgraded by Vegapunk himself, which is powerful enough to surpass 99.99% of the weapons in this world. 0. Asking for flowers, 0. When a large number of Marines fled by jumping into the sea or fleeing by boat, the light beams had already hit the Pluton battleship. Afterwards, the terrifying light beams gathered together in an instant, and then a huge explosion was sent out. There was a rumbling sound, and the entire ground was torn apart at this moment. Naval headquarters slowly disappeared in front of everyone with a terrifying explosion. 0. Standing in midair, Akainu and Kizaru saw this scene with surprise in their eyes. As the dam headquarters just gone. Akainu said with an angry face. He never thought that the headquarters he had insisted on for so long would disappear in an instant. Is that really the case? This battleship can't even withstand its own strength. It seems that the technology inside is really not something we can fathom. Kizaru shook his head, with a little calm look in his eyes. For him, as long as he is alive, then everything is fine. So what for him when the naval headquarters sank or their reputation was greatly diminished? 235 Meaningless. The characteristic of Kizaru is that for all his desires, fame is not too important. He also said that as long as the money is paid enough, there will be no problem. So even if naval headquarters dies, the entire marine will disappear. As long as he is paid regularly, he can still complete his tasks and be his own marine admiral. Kizaru, rush back with me, you must tear Luo Xiu into pieces. 047, he must pay for the crime of destroying naval headquarters. If he is allowed to escape at this moment, then my marine's prestige will be completely dissipated. We cannot even maintain world peace again. Akainu spoke loudly, staring fixedly at Luo Xiu in the distance. Huge lava ignited on his body, and his body turned into a lava giant in an instant, flying towards Luo Xiu. Seeing Akainu's appearance at this time, Kizaru shook his head slowly. He knew that doing so now was actually abnormal. You must know that their strength is not too strong, at least it does not seem to be the case now. They couldn't beat Luo Xiu before, and now they are still just delivering food. However, if he flees or stands by at this time, then he will not be able to sit in the position of Marine Admiral. After realizing this, Huang Yuan sighed slightly. The yellow light flashed on his body again, and he flew away towards the distance. How is it? The trick just now is pretty good. Luo Xiu looked at Sengoku and the others on the ground, with a slight smile in his eyes. Seeing his appearance at this time, Sengoku gritted his teeth, wishing to tear Luo Xiu to pieces, because Marine has never suffered such a big humiliation since its establishment. But now, the shame that Marine has suffered is stronger than before, and their control over the entire world, their prestige has definitely dissipated. What's more, this incident turned out to have happened while he was a Marine Marshal. You must know that when this matter is over, he can retire directly behind the scenes. But this happened just before he retired, and it severely stained his qualifications. Don't be so excited about Sengoku. It's just a naval headquarters. If it breaks, it will break. It's not like you don't have other places. It's a big deal to find another place to be naval headquarters. I think the G1 Rustic is pretty good, and it's pretty good to go there, isn't it? Luo Xiu spoke slowly with a smile in his eyes. After listening to his words, Sengoku's anger became more intense. He wished he could transform into a giant Buddha again, and the giant blasted towards Luo Xiu, smashing Luo Xiu into powder. But his remaining rationality made him understand that he couldn't do this. He could see that the energy-based fluctuations emanating from Luo Xiu's body at this time were stronger than before. Obviously, Luo Xiu didn't bounce back all the energy, he also absorbed some when he went back. Although it may not be able to make him completely stronger, at least it can allow him to accumulate a lot of energy. In other words, as long as Luo Xiu launches the purple Uzumaki, it is very likely to launch a weakened version of the Pluton attack, and they cannot withstand such an attack. Sengoku, why don't we retreat? We can't go on with this kind of fighting. If it goes on, maybe all of us will die here, and we have no intention. 236 The best destination. Garp put his left hand on Sengoku's shoulder and spoke. At this time, Garp didn't want to escape, he didn't feel scared, he just knew that the most correct decision now was to go first. Because they don't have the ability to fight Luo Xiu at all, even if they rush forward, the final result will only be death. It won't even cause any harm to Luo Xiu. If they are not Marine Admiral, they are not the group of people standing at the highest level in Marine. If you die, you will die, and you can even leave an impression for Marine 03 that they will not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for justice. But they are the highest level people in Marine, and they are also the highest combat power in Marine. If even they all died here, what power does the entire Marine have to contend with Luo Xiu? That's right, their death here can inspire the remaining Marines. Let them work hard, let them treat Luo Xiu as the biggest monster in the world and attack her. But can they really do this? Are those newcomers in Marine really capable of defeating Luo Xiu? If they anger Luo Xiu, will Luo Xiu go on a killing spree, and who will stop Luo Xiu then? Thoughts one by one come to mind in their minds, let them know that they can't die next. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku nodded slightly, because he knew that was the only way to go. If they continue to persevere, only death awaits them, without any reversal. Let's go. A calm voice sounded, and Zephyr unloaded the grinder from his hand. With the huge pulverizer without the support of his arm, it hit the ground directly with a bang. Then, Zephyr moved his sore shoulders, the waves of armament hockey burning on his body. The black power wrapped his fists, making him look a little majestic. But Sengoku and Garp knew their old friend was just trying to be strong. Forget it, Zephyr. It's useless to die here. If we keep the Green Hills, we don't have to worry about running out of firewood. Why don't we withdraw the team first, and then find a way to discuss how to fight Luo Xiu? Garp spoke softly at this moment. This sentence can only be said by him, because he is not a high-ranking existence, although he is a symbol in Marine, a Marine hero, but this does not mean that your position is higher than Sengoku. As Marine Marshal, Sengoku couldn't say such a thing. When his subordinates were about to sacrifice everything for justice, he couldn't persuade him. Others can persuade him, but it is absolutely impossible for him to persuade others. Needless to say, my lifespan is almost at the limit. You know my physical condition. Pain and disease affect me every moment. Dying on the battlefield is the best thing for me. If I don't die on the battlefield, should I go back and lie on the sickbed waiting for death to come? I also know that there is no possibility of victory in the battle with Luo Xiu, but I want to set an example for future generations. You are still very useful. Unlike me, I can no longer teach those recruits. I only have a strong fighting spirit now. I also know that I can't take revenge, but fighting Luo Xiu may be my best destination in the end. 237 Gorgeous Death. Zephyr's words were not loud, but it caused a gleam in the eyes of Sengoku and Garp beside him. But this time, the light quickly turned into loneliness. If only I wasn't standing so tall. Sengoku said softly. Yeah, if I didn't have the title of Marine Hero, dying here might be the best destination for me. Garp clenched his fist and spoke slowly. The two of them stood too high, and they couldn't easily die here. But Zephyr is different. Yes, Zephyr used to be Marine Admiral, but now he has retired and relegated to the second line. Although many people have not forgotten his title, it does not mean that his influence is large enough. Even in the Marine at this time, the vast majority of people are his students, but his death will not make these disciples disheartened, but will ignite their anger. Ever since he knew that when he died on the battlefield, especially at the hands of pirates, the people he taught would burst out with 100% anger and point their butcher knives at pirates. This is also the reason why he went to die indifferently, because he knew that doing so would be of the greatest benefit. In other words, the naval headquarters was blown up. If they let Luo Xiu leave so easily without even a single casualty on their side, no matter how you look at it, something is wrong. No matter what it is for, both public and private law want to die here, and they must die here. Maybe the person who died was not necessarily him, but Zephyr knew that this person was his best. Luo Xiu, come and fight me for the final battle, never die. Pipe pipe exclamation mark quote. Zephyr roared loudly, kicked his legs, and the whole person on the ground was like a cannonball, marrying towards Luo in front of him. And Luo Xiu looked at Zephyr who seemed to be rushing towards him, and in an instant, he saw the death in the other's eyes. Did you come to die? You can be said to be worthy of it, Zephyr. Luo Xiu knew that Zephyr's original ending was not very good, and his final death was beaten to death by Huang Yuan with the 8-foot Chongguyu. What he wants to do is very simple, that is to destroy New World, so that most of the pirates will die out completely, and then the world will return to the embrace of justice. But he thought too much, and he also misunderstood the meaning of Marine's existence. Marine is indeed for justice, but there are interests under justice. Especially the world government controlled by the celestial dragons, they have only one so-called, and that is not justice, but interests, pure interests. That's right, with the new world gone, the world government will have less troubles, but the problem is that the benefits they receive will also be much less. Zephyr is a tragic figure, no matter how he dies, it doesn't seem so meaningful to him. At this time, Luo Xiu planned to give the other party a feast of death. Backquote Zephyr, I know you want to die, so I'll give you the most gorgeous good death. Luo Xiu said with a smile in his eyes, and the next moment, he raised his hands to the sky and pulled 3 violently. It was like a lightning gun when he encountered thunder and lightning, and he pulled it in his hand and stabbed Zephyr on the opposite side. With a bang, the lightning pierced Zephyr's left arm, and then another lightning flashed, and now it pierced Zephyr's right arm. Afterwards, thunder and lightning appeared one after another, piercing Zephyr's body with hundreds of wounds. 238 Power Beyond Pluton. Death is not the end, hope is. I use my death to wake up the eternal justice in Marine, come Luo Xiu, kill me. Zephyr roared loudly, and Hakion his body suddenly reached the peak at this moment, even though his physical strength is seriously exhausted now, even though his current strength is really not at all. But at this time, he still wanted to hold the justice in his heart, and with the desire for revenge in his heart, he rushed to the opposite Reuters. He knew that it was not Luo Xiu who killed his wife and children, nor that Luo Xiu slaughtered his students, and even cut off one of his arms. But so what? Luo Xiu is a pirate, a heinous pirate 720, a pure villain. As long as he is like this, then Zephyr will die indifferently. Zephyr, let me give you the last blow, let you go deep into the Yongle world with a happy attitude and a sacrificial attitude. Luo Xiu also ignited his excitement at this moment, he slapped his hands on his chest, and the next moment a bright beam of light condensed inside. The huge energy made the people around feel a little bit surprised, this is no less than the power zone of the Pluton battleship attack. And even beyond, and this is indeed because Luo Xiu stored part of the power of the Pluton battleship in his body before, and now he added the power in his body. The increase of the double power makes the range of this attack even bigger, although the range is not necessarily as large as that of the Pluton battleship. But the attack strength has already surpassed the attack of the Pluton battleship. A golden light beam suddenly erupted from Luo Xiu's hand. Then, with lightning speed, it directly hit Fa's body. Law enforcement puts the arm tie hockey on his body, covering his whole body, but he can also feel endless pain. Luo Xiu, I will be a marine in my next life. With these last words, Zephyr disappeared in front of everyone, not even a speck of ashes remained. Seeing their old friend die, Sengoku and Garp showed a little helplessness and sadness agak in their eyes. A fiery figure came rushing from a distance. After seeing this scene, it stopped in midair, the flames on his body dissipated, and the lava returned to his own strong body. Akainu just stood in midair, with a little helplessness in his eyes. He was not sad, but only angry, and there was desolation in the anger. Teacher Zephyr, are you dead? Kizaru also appeared next to him, the flash on his body disappeared, and there was a little calm look in his eyes. Kizaru is calm, no matter what time, he is calm, or let people look like he is a little careless. But the emotions that emerged in the depths of his heart also slowly erupted at this moment. All the strong Marines watching the live broadcast stopped their work, and they stood in place with tears in their eyes. Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, retired to the second line, and taught a new generation of Marine teachers. Just like that, he died under the eyes of everyone. His death was not worthless, but inspired all Marines. Looking at the expressions on the faces of all the Marines in front of him, the smile in Luo Xiu's eyes also slowly subsided at this moment. I seem to have done a wrong thing, but I don't regret it, so will this give you the desire to beat me? If so, that would be great. 239 Kill and kill. There was a hint of sarcasm in Luo Xiu's smile, and this taunt was not just one or two people, but all the Marines. The moment they heard his words, everyone present was stunned, especially the crazy moment in the eyes of the group of Marines, which gradually flickered. For all of them, the question now is how to defeat Luo Xiu. They don't have any other ideas. Luo Xiu, you won this battle, but do you have the happiness you imagined? You killed a Marine Admiral who saved countless people. Sengoku's voice was tragic. He didn't just want to wake up Luo Xiu, what he wanted to wake up was all the Marines present. For them, how important Zephyr is, so how angry they are at this time. So, does Luo Xiu care about these? No, he doesn't care at all. For him, the current situation is not much different from what he imagined. For him, even if all the Marines in front of him die, so what for him? Luo Xiu laughed loudly, staring at everyone in front of him, with a slight smile in his eyes. Is it over? It's over. Do you want to continue fighting now, or do you want to retreat? No matter which point, I don't care. The indifference in Luo Xiu's voice caused the eyes of everyone present to change instantly. They never expected such a thing to happen. Luo Xiu seems to be a big devil. He doesn't care about the people killed by the other party. Looking at the appearance of the Marines around him at this time, the smile in Luo Xiu's eyes became a little speechless, and he spoke. You are Marine, and I am a pirate. Don't you know what kind of war is going on between us? Marine, what do you want me to do? Are all you Marines fools? These words completely ignited the anger of the Marines on the opposite side. Especially Akainu in the distance. Akainu is a calm person, but he is also an angry person at the same time. For him, if these citizens maintain their own justice, then he is a person who is calm to the ultimate. All kinds of methods will be used to crush those who abandon justice and harm the interests of justice. But if this incident has nothing to do with the cause, and instead causes some problems on his side, then Akainu is an angry person. 0. Seeking flowers. That's how I am now, staring angrily at Luo Xiu in front of me. Luo Xiu, I will never die with you. Akainu said loudly, but this sentence made Luo Xiu on the opposite side just have a smile in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have any guilt, just a smile. 0. Ha ha ha, don't you want to know how I got the power to kill Zephyr just now? Let me tell you, that's not my power, it's Pluton's power. That's why you wanted to kill me at first, so I fought back. Forget it, there is nothing much different from you guys, and we don't conspire with each other, let us see the truth next. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu didn't do anything more, he just looked ahead and rushed. And the first person he rushed to was Akainu. At this time, Akainu was still in grief, and he didn't think about Luo Xiu's appearance at this time. Then he was blown out by Luo Xiu's punch. 240 all-Marine retreat. After watching Luo Xiu kill the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, he didn't even have any regrets, and he continued to attack the current Marine Admiral Akainu. All the Marines no longer hesitated, and rushed forward with their powerful strength. Marine 6 Styles Paper Guns. A Marine Vice Admiral erupted with terrifying power and rushed towards Luo Xiu on the opposite side. At this moment, he wanted to use the most powerful power he had in his hands to defeat the 14 Masters, Luo Xiu. Marine 6 Styles 6 King Gun. Another Marine Vice Admiral, using his greatest strength. This time they are no longer afraid of anything, they just want to use their most powerful strength to smash everything in front of them. Looking at the two Marine Vice Admirals rushing towards him, Luo Xiu only had smiles in his eyes, and these smiles were a bit pervert no matter how you looked at them. An unknown pawn dares to fight Lord Luo Xiu. Get lost. A roar sounded, and it was Runti who struck out. Runti hit the first Marine Vice Admiral in front of him with a huge mace, and with a bang, the Marine Vice Admiral was instantly blown away by him. At the same moment, Black Maria also appeared beside another Marine Vice Admiral, and the two hands that had been alienated into spider legs pierced the opponent's head like sharp knives. Seeing this scene, everyone present was surprised. Especially the Marine on the opposite side, he never expected such a thing to happen. Stop it all. Zephyr's death just now had a lot to do with him, to be honest. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiu said softly with a slight smile in his eyes. I don't think it's better for you to just give up the naval headquarters and then everyone will become pirates. Don't worry, I will cover you. Then they all stopped fighting, but stood in place and stared straight at Luo Xiu, wanting to kill Luo Xiu directly with their sight. Taking a deep breath, Garp waved his hand and said, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Luo Xiu is not the only one who is strong, everyone else is quite strong. All of them didn't need it, but Zephyr wanted to change all this with his own body and wisdom, and ignite the fighting spirit of the Marines. Luo Xiu, we lost, so there is no need to say such things. All Marines retreat. It made them helpless, because what he was facing was Luo Xiu, a super strong man who made them unable to even arouse the desire to fight. A roar sounded, and it was Marine Admiral Sengoku. With that shout Sengoku used all his strength. So everyone around can hear this sentence. In Luo Xiu's voice, there was a wicked smile, and these words made everyone on the opposite side reveal anger in their eyes. However, they didn't have this power, they could only look at Luo Xiu with resentful eyes. He knows that Luo Xiu is not a big treacherous person, maybe Luo Xiu is a bad guy, but he is definitely not 2.1 killing innocent people indiscriminately. Apparently, Zephyr did, and the end was his death. Garp's voice sounded, he clenched his fists, his eyes were full of anger, but there was a little calm in the anger. How? If you are not even willing to fight, if you are afraid, then what qualifications do you have to uphold the so-called justice? 241 I say you listen. Marine retreated again, under the eyes of all eyes, they retreated, because they knew the next battle, they could not sustain it any longer. Really? Did Marine lose? This is the entire naval headquarters, did they lose to an unknown guy? Who else should we entrust to maintain our justice? A large number of ordinary people who watched the live broadcast were speechless at this moment, and they all felt that life was bleak. But some strong people felt that something was wrong. How come? Marine lost like this, and the world government didn't make a move. 06 Isn't there a certain relationship between the world government and Marine? Why in this situation, they won't make a move? Could it be that the world government abandoned Marine? All kinds of thoughts rushed to his face, but Luo Xiu just smiled coldly in the face of these. None of these things mattered to them. At this time, Luo Xiu had brought the girls to naval headquarters, and they were sitting in that office with smiles in their eyes. As a pirate, I didn't expect that I could stay here in my lifetime. Yes, who would have thought that he would be able to stay in this place in his lifetime? What should we do next? Take this place as our base camp and hold it. But can we hold it? Nami spoke slowly from the side. She has her own ideas, and what she loves most is money. And now, when they took naval headquarters, they got a lot of gold coins, and these gold coins and Baileys, they could never run out of them. Even if they squander endlessly, but there are only so few of them, how could such a few people spend all the gold coins in naval headquarters? So they seem a little calm at this moment, bringing a little smile in the calm. Of course, in addition to this, there is still a trace of confusion. I think what we have to do is not the same as before, maybe the enemy we have to fight next is not ordinary people, but the world government. At this time, Robin's voice suddenly sounded, he is different from Nami, what she loves is not money, but the history of the world. What Robin, known as the son of the devil, wants is completely different from ordinary people. He can understand ancient texts, so what she wants is to fully understand the ancient texts, and then translate the history of the Void Century. I don't think there is anything wrong with us staying here. Take naval headquarters as your base camp. Which 10 pirates in this world can do it? Runty hugged Luo Xiu's arm and said with a smile at this moment. What the question wants is not much, he just wants a safe place for 253, where he can stay, and at the same time, he can get energy liquid injection from Luo Xiu. And as long as they stay here and they don't go to other places, then they can definitely get what he wants here. Why don't we still roam around like before? If we really stay here, it will be uncomfortable if Marine comes to attack us again. Black Maria also said that he is a more meticulous woman, so she put forward such words at this moment. Hearing what the girls said, Luo Xiu only had a slight smile in her eyes, and she spoke softly. I told you to listen. Point 242 Recruiting talents. It was just this short sentence that caused all the girls present to pause slightly, and then nodded subconsciously. They all regard Luo Xiu as their backbone, and the only thing they have to do now is to obey Luo Xiu's words. Looking at the obedient appearance of the girls, Xiu also said slowly. First, what we have to do is very simple, defend here, and then recruit a large number of pirates. Second, let these pirates do what they like here, and let them know what they need to do here. Thirdly, develop this group of pirates, let them have strong combat effectiveness, and train them so that they will not become idiots. Fourth, accumulate strength. When the strength is accumulated to a sufficient level, then go to the side of the world government. Hearing these successive orders, all the people present gave a slight pause. They never thought that Luo Xiu's idea is very simple, that is to accumulate strength, and then overthrow the world government. My lord, can we really do this? We don't even know how powerful the world government is now, backquote. That's right, going against the world government without knowing it, what we are facing must be quite powerful. I heard that there is a most powerful person on the side of the world government, named I Am. If we face him, can we win? This place seems to be different from before. Hearing the women's words, Luo Xiu had a smile in his eyes, and a little calm in his smile. For him, there is no one in this world to be afraid of. Even the so-called I Am, although he hasn't met him yet, but he knows that when he meets the other party's strength is definitely not comparable to his. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu didn't say any more words, but said with a smile in the eyes of the girls. I said carry out my orders. The voice was not loud, but it was enough to make everyone in front of them nod slightly, without saying anything more. As if everything was settled like this, Luo Xiu and others lived peacefully in the following time. But under the calm, there are still some unsettled places, such as the undercurrents in the world. A large number of organizations began to investigate the situation of implementing individuals, and they wanted to know why Luo Xiu's side was so powerful. That's right, before that, they also knew that Luo Xiu and others were very strong, even after 2-4 emperors, even the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, was defeated by him. At the same time, Shanks, the strongest conqueror's Haki who defeated 2 Marine Admiral-level powerhouses, was just a small figure in front of Luo Xiu. But these are the same as the rocks back then. They may have the power to become a dominant player, but that's all. It's not that no one in this world wants to see the rocks rise again, so they are waiting and watching. They want to know what level of Qian Jiao Luo Xiu can achieve. Then they saw, Luo Xiu reached that terrifying power, and the other party actually took the naval headquarters. This is unprecedented from beginning to end. No one could have imagined that Luo Xiu and others could beat naval headquarters into such a shape. They only knew that naval headquarters was a place that all pirates feared. However, when they started their investigation, they received a message that Luo Xiu was recruiting people. 243 sick day and there are so many people today. Runti looked excitedly at the large number of pirates in front of him. They did follow Luo Xiu's order to issue an order to recruit pirates, but the problem is that they don't think many pirates are willing to come. That's right, Luo Xiu is very strong, perhaps the strongest person in the world, but the place where he lives is naval headquarters. That is the nightmare of all pirates. No one wants to stay in this kind of place. But to their surprise, there are countless people who come here for interviews. At least to the point where they couldn't interview for a day. It is because of this that they feel quite busy at this time. I'm the owner of the Devil Fruit 107, don't I deserve to join your pirate group? A dwarf who looked to be only 1.5 meters but was covered in muscles spoke loudly. After hearing the other person's words, Runti in front of him showed a hint of helplessness in his eyes, because he knew that the person in front of him was indeed the owner of Devil Fruit. But the problem is, the opponent's Devil Fruit is not as good as imagined, or it is a bit useless. I know you, your Devil Fruit can change its own technical strength, but use other muscles for compression. That's why you, Agfa, are so short, don't you? And how much power do you have? There was a little smile in Runti's voice, and a little calm in the smile. Obviously, he didn't want this guy in front of him. The combat power generated by the opponent is really too weak, so weak that they feel speechless. Why do you need to know Devil Fruit in this world? But the secret treasure in the sea has a Devil Fruit. I am already very lucky, and I am stronger than ordinary people. This man is arguing here, because of his Devil Fruit ability, so for him, many testes in this world are not as strong as imagined. Therefore, he thought that with his own fighting power, he could join Luo Xiu's camp. Just when Runt was about to say something, Kazuki Hiyori walked over from a distance. He held the demon knife in his hand, and the purple demonic light shone on the demon knife. What did you just say? He looked at the short man opposite him calmly, and the short man recognized the identity of the woman opposite in an instant. You are sickly Hiyori, he said with some horror, and slowly stepped back a few steps, with a little fear in his eyes. And hearing his words, Kazuki Hiyori just spoke slowly with a smile in his eyes. What, are you afraid of me? Kazuki Hiyori smiled and looked at the man opposite, with a cold look in his eyes. No, I just want to join you. I am the owner of Devil Fruit, I should have this ability. Hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori on the opposite side pulled out everyone's demon swords at this time, and then stared at the man in front of him with cold eyes. What are you talking about? Look at your height, look at your deformed appearance, why do you think we are the place to recruit perverts? Hearing this, a trace of fear flashed in the short man's eyes, he thought to himself. Isn't each of you a pervert? But he dared not say that because he was afraid Kazuki Hiyori would cut him in half. 244, the strongest pirate group. Go away, you don't deserve to join us. A low shout made the short man in front of him feel scared. He wanted to leave subconsciously, but at this moment, there was a trace of anger in his eyes. Why, am I the owner of Devil Fruit? Since I ate this Devil Fruit, my strength has indeed been enhanced. Why do you give up on me because of my height? I am the owner of Devil Fruit. You must accept me. If you don't accept me, I will tell everyone that you have no right to recruit strong people. Hearing this blatant threat, Kazuki Hiyori smiled without showing any anger on his face. She smiled very nicely. After all, as one of the 3 beauties in the pirate world, his every move can cause ordinary people to go crazy. And it is the same at this time. Why are you smiling at me? However, the laughing man on the opposite side felt a wave of fear, and the next moment, there was a cold light everywhere. When Kazuki Hiyori took back the long knife in his hand, the short man in front of him had already been cut into a sun by him. The weak must have the awareness of the weak and try to join the group of the strong. Don't you know that this is sheep joining wolves? With a sneer, Kazuki Hiyori left here, and the body of the short man in front of him slowly expanded at this moment. I saw that his short but muscular body became paralyzed and swollen, and then he returned to the appearance of a normal person, but he was extremely fat. Obviously, he has sucked out the power of Devil Fruit, so he became like this. All the strong men around paused for a moment, and then they became very calm. It is not him that this group of weak people come to follow, and this team is not this place, it is only him. What surprised him was that out of the 1,000 people, 300 were demon fruit power. Except for the world government, no force can fight him. He knows that in the world of pirates, the strong are respected, so when the strong appear in this world. So Luo Xiu only needs to keep himself strong, mysterious and invincible, then the team will survive forever. Just like the former Rocks pirate, none of the people in it is eager to return, what they are looking for is the strength of Rocks. Even if the place he is in is hell, a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, there will still be endless weak people chasing him. However, the vast majority are Zone Devil Fruit, only a few Psychic and Logia Devil Fruit owners. The guy who was so desperate for his life at sea recently showed a kind smile at this moment and lined up. 0. Seeking flowers. This was completely unimaginable at the time. Runty's work became very easy in an instant, which made him slightly relieved. Time passed very quickly. After 3 days, Luo Xiu had already recruited a team of 1,000 people. There are both the elite group of the Shanks pirates and the many capable people of the Beasts pirates. But even so, the pirate group he owns now has defeated most of the pirate groups in the world. For him, the situation that has arisen is not so different from what he once imagined. Luo Xiu stood in the office and saw this scene, with a bloody smile in his eyes, and didn't say much. And now it is 2:45 forward, world government. Under the black night sky, red fire burns in the sky. Luo Xiu just looked at the guy with devil fruit ability in the distance, showing his ability. From the very beginning, they only recruited people based on each other's fame, but now, they have begun to let them show their abilities. Because Luo Xiu discovered a problem, that is, some people did not sail on the sea at the very beginning. April 13th, all he did was stay in his own place and watch the situation in the world. Now this group of people has seen that the world situation has changed, so they came out to find Luo Xiu. In order not to let too much waste here, Luo Xiu will naturally let them demonstrate with their strength. Just like now, I saw Runty walking forward, watching the capable person in front of him show his ability, and began to record. After a while, when the other party finished showing, Runty nodded slowly and said, "Devil fruit of the super energy system is quite good. If it is developed, the combat effectiveness should not be low." When I said this sentence just now, I got Luo Xiu's signal, so the man in front of me has become their team member. "Thank you so much, I will definitely exert my full strength." The man in front of him spoke excitedly, and then walked away. "Lord Luo Xiu, the number of people we have accepted has reached 1,500. If we accept any more, this island may not be able to stay there any longer." Black Maria spoke softly. After hearing her words, Luo Xiu nodded slightly, and did not say any more words. Having just walked out, seeing the blue sky outside, Sengoku sighed slightly. He knew that it was a bit retreating now, but he had no choice. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded slowly, and then spoke. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Sengoku, do you want to step down? We'll take that into consideration." Another 5 elders spoke slowly. Hearing his words, the surrounding 5 elders nodded slowly without saying anything. "So what? There are only 1,500 ability users, and our side has already surpassed them." It's their gaze, looking into the distance. "Sengoku, where you stand." Saying that, Nami and others controlled the other ships, and brought the 1,500 capable users into the distance. "Obey, Lord Luo Xiu." And Luo Xiu just sat on the chair with peace in his eyes, watching this scene. After hearing what Luo Xiu said, the eyes of the girls on the side showed a hint of surprise, and finally excitement. "That's right, now I don't have much ability to carry out here, and I can't create much value here. It's better to let me step down directly. I think Aokiji can become the new Marine Marshal." After speaking, they signaled Sengoku to leave, and Sengoku nodded slightly and left the room. At this moment, at the world government side, Brother Wu was sitting on a chair, looking at the screen in front of him, with a little surprise in his eyes. "Is that so? I didn't expect there to be such a powerful existence in this world. This guy actually gathered 1,500 capable people. That's enough for now, but they're moving towards the world government." Hearing this, the 50.8 old stars looked at each other, then nodded slowly, and said, 246 opposition. Inside a hot spring, Akainu and Kizaru were sitting together, wearing bathrobes, drinking tea. Not far from them, it is lightweight. Aokiji lay alone in the hot spring, surrounded by a little cold. 3. This hot spring is not ordinary, it can neutralize the cold on his body and make him feel extremely comfortable. I heard that Marshal Sengoku has resigned, so the next Marshal Marine should be selected from the 3 of us. Akainu's voice sounded slowly. After hearing his words, Kizaru hastily shook his head. "Taguchi. I don't compete for this anymore. For me, 06 is doing a good job in this job now. Being a Marine is not the same as it is now." Hearing this, Akainu nodded slightly. He knew what his fellow countryman Kizaru was thinking. "That's right, many people can't see through it, but if you look carefully, you will find that apes are actually a little scared." He fought with some top powerhouses, basically just to learn from each other, without any intention of fighting each other. Kizaru prefers to bully the weak, or in other words, he will use his full strength to complete various tasks in front of the weak. But no matter how you say it, it is impossible for Kizaru himself to want to go one step further. Admiral is the highest combat power in Marine, but Admiral does not need to command, they only need to obey orders. But the Marshal is different. The Marshal itself represents the entire Marine, and he has to perform quite a lot of responsibilities. Akainu wants to become the new Marine Marshal. Only in this way can he stick to the justice in his heart and let all the pirates in this world perish. Just know yourself, it is impossible for Marine Admiral's power to do this now, so the only thing he can do is to become the Marine Admiral and gather the most powerful force in this world. Because Marshal Marine can do much more than now. After hearing his words, Aokiji shrugged slightly, then spoke with a smile. Especially now that their naval headquarters have been taken away by Luo Xiu, the Marshal's responsibility will be even greater. Justice must exist. For the justice in my heart, I must also become the Marine Marshal to save the world. No matter how you look at it, what the Marshal needs is to take control of the situation and get Marine back on his feet. Kizaru shrugged slightly and didn't say much. He knew that from today onwards, his two colleagues had become enemies. That's it, he can achieve this through the blessing of his own ability and defeat Luo Xiu. Although he also knows that this hope is very slim, he must fight hard. Perhaps when he was first defeated by Luo Xiu, most of the justice in Akainu's heart had dissipated, at least not as tough as it is now. So he naturally wanted to become the Marshal of the Marine, to conquer everything in this world, and the most important thing was naturally to make Luo Xiu pay the price of 963 lives. Hearing this, Akainu nodded slowly and didn't say anything more. For Akainu, he naturally wanted to be the Marine Marshal. It is precisely because of this that there will be no problems. Akainu looked at Jingjing in the distance, and asked slowly. But when Zephyr died, Akainu became angry, and the persistence in his heart surged again. Otherwise, he would be sorry to the dead Zephyr, to Zephyr's cultivation of him, and even less to the justice of this world. What do you think, Aokiji? 247 come in. Luo Xiu looked at the transparent barrier in front of him, with a little surprise in his eyes. He originally thought that his own strength could break through this barrier at will, but he didn't expect that the energy fluctuations brought about by this barrier were quite large. At least he is so old that he can't break through directly, or in other words, if he breaks through forcefully, everything in front of him will be broken. But what Luo Xiu wanted was not these, so he didn't rush in. Master Luo Xiu, what should we do with this barrier? If this barrier is not broken, we can't rush in, and there will be problems here. Hearing Runty's words, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with calm again, and he smiled slightly and said. Since that's the case, let's fight a long-term war with them. Nami, you and Black Maria will divide the team of 1,500 people into 100 pairs, and then surround me here. With all of them fenced off, I don't believe they could have survived in this situation. Quote, hearing Luo Xiu's order, Nami and Black Maria nodded slightly, and then went to do these things. Lord Luo Xiu, what should we do next? Are we just waiting here? Robin asked softly, and upon hearing his words, there was a trace of calm in Luo Xiu's eyes. Wait for the order from above. I believe they will not be afraid of all this. Hearing Akainu's words, the Marine Vice Admiral also nodded, leaned out slightly, and didn't say anything more. In the surrounding marine, the generals watched the group of pirates in the distance more vigilantly. After giving this order, the dog turned around and left the pile. The battle will start sooner or later, and now is the time for us to accumulate strength. Saying so, Luo Xiu's figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared in the sea water. But Luo Xiu didn't care about this, so he jumped into the sea water, and what he had to do was to rush from the sea water to the ruby continent in front of him. There are still many things that demon fruit power are afraid of, because they know that when they enter the sea, the energy will be greatly forbidden for them. Some things are not something you can do if you want to, and some things are not something you can't do if you don't want to. At this moment, Akainu slowly shook his head. A vice admiral spoke softly, looking at Akainu in the distance. However, at the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the sea, looking at them calmly. Be sure to keep an eye on the surrounding area and don't let them rush in. If they do rush in, please notify me quickly, and I will lead the army to fight them back. Report, the group of pirates led by Luo Xiu wrapped us up outside. Don't we really want to go out and fight? In this case, if one's own strength is not strong enough, then one can only sink into the sea and drown. My lord is guarding here now, and I will go alone. Although I am not afraid to bring all the large troops in, if I am alone, there will be no problem. The world government has not issued an order. If we go out to fight now, we only have our own strength, so we can't beat them. Even those existences that are very powerful in themselves will lead to a significant reduction in strength, making them unable to fight. 248 Spike Akainu. Luo Xiu rushed in. A Marine Vice Admiral was speaking loudly, and his voice was not far away from the one who had just left, heard it before. Damn it, I didn't expect Luo Xiu to rush in by himself. Akainu was speechless, and then his figure turned into a ray of lava, and rushed towards the exposed breast. And a moment later, when they got there just now, they saw Marines' corpses all in front of them. That's right, Luo Xiu killed people, because he knew that if he didn't kill people, the subsequent war would be very difficult. Luo Xiu, you are courting death. Akainu let out an angry roar, and 417 lava fists burned on his body, and he rushed forward. The terrifying lava light formed a huge shell and blasted towards Luo Xiu, but Luo Xiu just looked at it calmly with a smile in his eyes. Isn't this my defeated opponent, Akainu? Why do you think you can beat me now? As he said that, with a smile in his eyes, Luo Xiu kicked forward. A terrifying air wave appeared instantly, the surrounding air was instantly torn apart, and the huge light beam box hit Akainu's body, sending Akainu flying. If it was before, Luo Xiu might have had a stalemate with Akainu, but until now, since he rushed in alone, naturally he would not do such a boring thing. Akainu, you alone can't beat me, why don't you call a few more people over? Luo Xiu said with a sneer in his eyes. Then, he walked forward step by step. He didn't care about Akainu who was kicked and crippled by him in the distance. At this time, Akainu was half lying on the ground, and the huge wound on his stomach was slowly recovering. Although he had turned into a lava form, the kick just now still caused great damage to him. Luo Xiu, don't be too arrogant. This is the territory of the world government. Their territory is beyond your imagination. You dare to come here alone. You will definitely die here. Although Akainu couldn't move, he still spoke loudly Agdi, and Luo Xiu just sneered when he heard what he said, and kicked him again. I wanted to let you go, but I didn't expect you to seek death yourself, so don't blame me. The moment the voice fell, the terrifying light beam hurt Akainu's body again, and vaporized half of his body. This time, Akainu passed out completely, turned into a pool of lava and lay on the ground. Life would be worse than death. Hee, 5 elders, now that Laozi has come over, don't you plan to come out to meet me? Luo Xiu spoke loudly, his voice was like a bell, so that everyone here could hear it. After listening to his words, the 5 elders in the office all had a little surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that Luo Xiu's target was actually them. Damn Luo Xiu, he came here for us. I didn't expect this guy to really dare to rush in. You must not let him go. The 5 elders with long beards spoke angrily at this moment. The anger in their eyes was quite heavenly. It seemed that if they hadn't made a decision yet, otherwise, he would have rushed out to chop Luo Xiu up right now. Of course, whether he can do it is another matter. Don't say anything about this before. Let the group of Marines deal with him, and when his strength weakens, we will go out and give him a fatal blow. 249 3 Admirals, kill all in seconds. After shouting for a long time, Luo Xiu found that no one from the world government came over, and there was no Brother Wu rushing here. Luo Xiu felt a little bored. Unexpectedly, the people in the world government are a bunch of rats. He shook his head slowly, no longer hesitated, and walked forward. Every step that Luo Xiu takes will shake the entire red line. He is demonstrating to the soldiers of the world government. Luo Xiu, don't be too arrogant, we're here to stop you. With a flash of cold light, Aokiji's figure appeared in front of Luo Xiu, with 2 icy knives condensed in his hands, and he slashed towards Luo Xiu. However, before he could attack Luo Xiu, a terrifying wave instantly permeated his whole body, making him unable to move. It seems that you still don't have a long memory. This kind of ability is useless to me. I will let you die here. As he said that, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he punched forward. With a bang, Aokiji's chest was instantly pierced by him, and then he squeezed it violently, directly crushing his heart. A casual flick threw Aokiji to the ground, making him unable to move. Feeling the loss of his heart, Aokiji used his last consciousness to keep his body elemental. In the elemental state, he actually has no weaknesses, but if he returns to the adult form, his heart has disappeared, then he will definitely die. 8-foot Chong Guyu, Kizaru in the sky didn't hesitate anymore. He was in the state of attacking with both hands, and a large number of light bullets shot towards Luo Xiu from the sky and fainted. When Luo Xiu saw this scene, there was only a slight smile in his eyes, and then he kicked forward. Luo Xiu laughed softly, and appeared in front of Kizaru in an instant. Kizaru's pupils shrank suddenly, subconsciously trying to dodge, but Luo Xiu kicked him in the face. Faced with such a situation, Luo Xiu only had a smile in his eyes. A lot of yellow light flashed in the pothole. Kizaru rushed out from it, staring fixedly at Luo Xiu in the distance. He felt the threat of death. But Luo Xiu doesn't care what he is afraid of. Kizaru snorted, spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashed with surprise, and then just fell to the ground. Hee, now it seems that your strength is nothing more than this. In the next moment, Kizaru's body turned into a stream of light, blasting the ground instantly, punching a terrifying hole in the entire ground. After all, if Luo Xiu just brought his own team over, perhaps those powerful guys, he could defeat them, but if it was those large numbers of soldiers, he would not be able to defeat them. A terrifying wave appeared instantly, directly shattering everything in the sky. Obviously, at this moment, Luo Xiu was serious, and there was a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. In other words, against the ordinary soldiers of the world government. A cold voice sounded, and a black lightsaber condensed from Luo Xiu's hand, piercing the chest of the yellow ape in an instant. The reason why he brought the entire 1,500 pirates to attack here was mainly to fight against the world government. In less than 3 minutes, Luo Xiu had already defeated all the 3 major teachers in Marine, and he was unable to move. And this made the Marine soldiers look panicked in their eyes, not daring to rush over. Die to me, 255 elders out. Luo Xiu, you are so arrogant. A voice sounded from a distance, and then an old man with white beard appeared in front of Xiu. After seeing this old man, Luo Xiu had a slight smile in his eyes. He knew who this old man was, and it was 5 elders. Hee, are you finally willing to come out? It seems that your strength is not strong. Why do you think you can beat me at 320? Hearing this, 5 elders' eyes flickered with anger. The next moment, his entire body disappeared in place. Holding a long knife in his hand, he stabbed Luo Xiu's chest fiercely. My breakthrough technique, no one in this world can react to it, and then you will die here. 5 elders said with a sneer, trying to defeat Luo Xiu with one move. However, there was only a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he kicked forward. Hearing the rumbling sound, the monstrous momentum brought by this corner directly bombarded the 5 elders, sending it flying away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, 5 elders looked at Luo Xiu in surprise, never expecting Luo Xiu to be like this. Damn it, why are you so powerful? Before this time, the 5 elders only watched Luo Xiu's power displayed on the screen, but did not feel it personally, so they didn't know that Luo Xiu's power was so strong. Hearing this, Luo Xiu said softly with a slight smile in his eyes. You all think that you are the most powerful people in this world, but in fact you are just some frogs sitting in a well watching the sky. I have shown power that you have never mastered, and you have never felt, and next, even the 5 elders will die. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Xiu appeared next to the 5 fellows in an instant, grabbed the other's left hand, and hid the long knife in the other's hand. This should also be the supreme sword. You shouldn't be too sad to die by your own sword, right? With a sneer, Luo Xiu stabbed the 5 elders' chest with the long knife in his hand. With a puff, the long knife did penetrate 5 elders' chest, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, but 5 elders did not die because of it. Damn guy, die for me. The 5 elders let out a sky-shattering roar, roared loudly, grabbed Luo Xiu's shoulders with both hands, and then the terrifying power gathered in his hands. Hearing the rumbling sound, his hands exploded instantly at this moment, and the impact produced by using life as the explosive material was quite heavenly. As a breath of life explosion landed instantly, it enveloped and bombarded his body. However, there was only a little calmness in Luo Xiu's eyes. This attack was indeed powerful, but for him, it was not too dangerous at all. After the attack dissipated, Luo Xiu shook the 5.7 corpse in his hand and threw him on the ground. Finally, he looked at Pangu City in the distance. How is it? One of your colleagues has already died. Do the rest of you still plan to watch the show? After hearing Luo Xiu's words, the remaining 5 elders no longer hesitated, and appeared in front of him as 4 beams of light, staring straight at him. At this moment, they felt the strength of Luo Xiu. 251 continuous attack. Are the 4 of you going up together? Luo Xiu looked at the 5 elders opposite with a smile in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of these 4 guys, because just now one of their companions was instantly killed by him. In other words, even if these 5 elders go together, the danger to Luo Xiu is not great. Luo Xiu, you are too arrogant, since you directly slaughtered our people in our base camp. That's right, next we will prevent you from procreating and let you die here completely. Luo Xiu accept justice. Do it. The 5 elders, you said one by one, and the next moment, they rushed forward in an instant. 07 I saw the thin body of 5 elders, which swelled directly in the next moment, turning into a muscular man. He waved his iron fist, mixed with a terrifying aura, and swung his fist towards Luo Xiu. Hearing a bang, Luo Xiu also swung his fist forward. The fists of the 2 sides collided with each other at this moment, making a booming sound. The terrifying air wave spread to the surroundings, and Luo Xiu stood still, but the 5 elders who rushed towards him felt a huge pain in his fist. Damn it, his body is so hard. One knife flow, violent wind slash. Suddenly an old voice sounded from the side. This voice sounded like a great master. In the end, 5 elders, who was holding the first generation Yaodao Onido, slashed forward with a pale sword light. Wherever the sword light went, darkness fell and the light dissipated. With a pop, the sword light directly hit Luo Xiu's chest. There was a clicking sound, and there was a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he looked into the distance. There are 2 people left, let's do it together. Hearing this, the remaining 5 elders no longer hesitated. I saw 5 elders rushing forward quickly, flailing his hands. A huge blue light descended from the sky, cutting everything around. Luo Xiu looked up and suddenly understood what it was the power of space. I didn't expect you to still have the power of space. Luo Xiu said with a sneer, not feeling any fear. As this torrent of space bombarded him, his whole body felt torn apart. This is the space pulling his body, trying to shatter his body directly into the space. But Luo Xiu's body is extremely powerful, so powerful that even the power of this space can't break it. It's my turn. The last 5 elders suddenly let out a low cry. His hand slammed into the ground above, and at the same time, a terrifying field appeared on the ground. It is true that 370 is a block of soil, but in these blocks, there is an aura of disillusionment. I saw these clods directly wrapping around Luo Xiu's body in a downward position, trying to imprison it in place and burn it to ashes. Seeing the attack of the 4 people, they sang together and quickly put Luo Xiu in the bag. The Marines watching the play from a distance gave out loud cheers. Luo Xiu is dead. Luo Xiu is finally dead. Is this the trump card of the world government? Sure enough, in a moment of strength, Luo Xiu will be instantly killed. World government deserves to be called world government, and its background is quite sufficient. We can finally rebuild naval headquarters, and we don't have to worry about Luo Xiu, the big devil looking for things. 252 Combination Technique. A large number of soldiers shouted, but what they didn't see was a gleam of wariness flickering on the faces of the 5 elders. Obviously, things are not as simple as they imagined. Sure enough, at the next moment, the energy produced by the 5 elders was instantly torn apart by a fist at this moment. Luo Xiu walked out slowly from the inside, looked at the 5 elders in front of him calmly, and said with a smile. If it's just this kind of power, it will always seem a little calm. Hearing this, the 5 elders looked at each other, without any hesitation, rushed towards Luo Xiu at an extremely fast speed. One knife flow. Ruthless iron fist. Space blockade. Everything is destroyed. They used their most powerful strength in an attempt to defeat Luo Xiu again. However, there was only a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. Facing the joint attack of the four, he just stepped forward and punched forward at the same time. There was a booming sound, and this terrifying power directly shattered the space in front of them. The 4-5 elders in front of them were also instantly bounced away the next moment. He fell hard to the ground, and the 4-5 elders showed astonishment on their faces. They never imagined that Luo Xiu's strength was so strong. Why are you so powerful? They asked the words that countless strong people asked Luo Xiu, and Luo Xiu's eyes melted and he shook his head slowly. What you see and what you know is different from what I imagined. Now the power I generate is indelibly powerful to you. The reason is because I worked hard and practiced quickly. He said, when you have cultivated to a certain level, you will feel that your strength has reached the peak when you see that you can outshine everyone. I think it's a little underestimating yourself in the upper limit of this world. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the faces of the 4-5 elders on the opposite side instantly turned gloomy. To be honest, they also feel that the upper limit of this world is far higher than the limit of what they can achieve. But the problem is that they know that they can only reach the limit. Just like a 100-point test paper, they can reach 80. There are still 20 points vacant ahead, but no matter how hard they try, they can't improve by 1 point. But Luo Xiu is different. He achieved 100 points in this 100-point test paper, but the problem is not that he only has 100 points in ability, but that this test paper only has 100 points. This is the gap between the two sides, which is quite large. Don't be alarmist here, you are just a talent penultimate. I haven't seen how hard you practice. That's right, relying on my talent penultimate. Rumors spread here to confuse the public. How do you know how much energy we ordinary people need to expend to cultivate to an advanced level? For a guy like you from Versailles, I sentence you to death, no money. We will use the most terrifying combined attack. This move is very powerful, far surpassing the beam of the Pluton battleship. Luo Xiu will see if you can catch it. The 5 elders who held the knife finally spoke in a cold voice at this moment. Afterwards, the 4-5 elders stayed together directly, and they formed a square formation. Then, at the same time, a bright torrent emerged from their bodies, directly pouring into the body of the 5 elders who held the knife in front. 253 punch. One knife destroys all fires, one knife cuts all things, one knife endlessly repeats, one knife creates the world. A cold voice came out slowly from the mouth of the 5 elders. The power of this knife is quite strong, so strong that if he dares to use it in a normal state, there is a high probability that his body will be broken. But now, through the secretary, they have conducted a joint physical examination to a certain extent, and their strength have been greatly improved. So he can use this trick. Luo Xiu, this is the most powerful move I have practiced for hundreds of years, let's see if you can resist it. The voice fell, and the 5 elders directly in front of them swung their swords forward. The endless blade light 243 shone with black light, directly shattering everything around, as if absorbing even the light, and stood towards Luo Xiu. Master Luo Xiu, get out of the way. This knife is too powerful, hurry up and dodge. Master Luo Xiu, you should retreat first, let's go in together. In the distance, people standing at the gate outside the barrier shouted loudly when they saw this scene. However, Luo Xiu couldn't hear them, or in other words, even if he could hear Luo Xiu, he wouldn't choose to listen to them. Is it the strongest move? The power is indeed AHBD powerful, not only can it cut through the air, but even the space is cut into pieces at this moment. It's an ordinary strong man. This knife may be unavoidable, and we can only wait for death, but I am the most powerful person in this world. So punch. It seems that killing you is the best. They didn't expect that Luo Xiu would really dare to kill, or they didn't expect that Luo Xiu would be able to eliminate their second teammate in a short time. There was a rumbling sound, and the waves brought by this punch instantly turned the 5 elders closest to Luo Xiu into ashes and dissipated. Hearing this, the 3-5 elders flinched in the air, they had never said such a thing before. The next moment is a terrifying power, spreading to the surroundings, directly bringing endless fluctuations, affecting everything around. Luo Xiu let out a cold snort, and punched forward. It was the 5 elders who used the power of space that he killed. After all, you seem to be the highest level in this world, but in fact there is a guy called God on it, isn't it? Luo Xiu stood in front of this wave, motionless, while the 4-5 elders on the opposite side tried their best to resist and maintain their own figure. There are only 3 of you left, maybe you can tell me a secret thing to let you go. 17. Because this guy poses the greatest threat to him. The remaining 3-5 elders were surprised when they saw this scene. Only the rumbling sound could be heard, the air fluctuations and majestic momentum brought about by this fist were not weaker than the knife in front of him at all. First, there is a silence of thousands of faces, which makes everything around it eclipsed. Luo Xiu said with a soft smile and punched him in front of him. In other words, only they knew about the existence of I Am, and now it seemed that Luo Xiu knew about it, which made them feel very surprised. The next moment, the attacks of the two sides collided together, and Luo Xiu punched the knife and spear. After a while, the fluctuation did not dissipate, Luo Xiu broke through the air helplessly, and walked forward step by step. 254 Sacrifice. How did you know about the existence of Lord I Am? We never told the news about Lord I Am, how did you know? Luo Xiu, who are you? Fear flickered in the eyes of the 3-5 elders. They never imagined that the news of the Iman people had leaked out. This is very bad news for Mr. Im. After all, the other party has been hiding behind the scenes for 800 years. During these 800 years, he has done a lot of things. But without exception, they are all behind the scenes, that is, no one knows. If people know that behind the world government, there's a Lord Im, and Im will be hated by most people. Although they are at most just chanting in their mouths, and it is impossible to turn them into actual actions, but this is not acceptable. Seeing the condition of the 3 5-pointed stars in front of him, Luo Xiu said in a panic with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Do you really think that the secrecy measures you have taken are very good? It's completely nonsense. Many people already know about this matter, but they just didn't say it. The 5 elders were silent, they were all silent, they thought they were doing the right thing, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. At least in front of Luo Xiu, it was as if their underpants had been ripped off, leaving no trace of bottom line. Taking a deep breath, Sanming 5 elders stared at Luo Xiu with burning eyes, and said softly. Even if that's the case, Lord Yim's strength is quite powerful. If Lord Yim appears, no matter if it's you or the women on board, all of them will be reduced to ashes in minutes. Hearing the words of the 3 5 elders, there was a little smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there was a little coldness in the smile. He, I hate people threatening me the most, especially threatening me with the person I want to protect the most. Saying so, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a cold light, and the next moment he made a fist with his left hand, and fell asleep directly towards the 10 5 elders in front of him. There was a rumbling sound, and the head of the 5 elders was directly hit by Luo Xiu's hammer, and it burst open like a watermelon. After moving his sore shoulders, Luo Xiu looked at the 5 elders on the opposite side, and said calmly in his eyes. 0. Seeking flowers. It seems that you are very strong, but in fact, that's all. Starting today, I declare that the world government will be ruled by me. Luo Xiu's soft words sounded, and these words angered the remaining 2 5 elders on the opposite side. Luo Xiu, don't be too arrogant, next we will consume our own lives, and summon the stepmother to come and you die here. 0. The moment the voice fell, Wu Laoqing, who was directly holding the knife, directly inserted the long knife next to him into his heart, and beat with a thump. The entire long knife exudes a strange light at this moment. Afterwards, endless sword lights emanating from the long knife forced Luo Xiu back. Holding the knife 5 elders pulled out the long knife, holding it with both hands with a little death will in his eyes. This is for Master Im to show up, are you ready? He looked at another 5 elders, only to see that this 5 elders nodded slowly. Then 5 elders held up the long knife, turned around sharply, and beheaded the companion behind him. 255 Im appears. Master Im, your apostle requests your coming, please use your mighty power to destroy this disrespectful person in front of you. The 5 elders in front of him shouted loudly, as if reciting a spell, and as his words fell, he plunged the long knife in his hand into his heart again. This time, he didn't live on, but died here persistently. Afterwards, the long knife in his hand slowly floated towards the sky above the Chi, and finally stopped in the midair, turning into a long and arrogant long knife. Who killed my followers? Wyan's voice resounded, could not tell whether it was a male voice or a female voice. But the power contained in it was quite powerful. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes flashed a little calm, and he calmly looked at the so-called scene in the sky. I saw a giant with a height of 1,000 meters standing there, looking at Luo Xiu on the ground calmly. This giant has 6 eyes, 4 arms, and disasters everywhere he looks. As this I am, why is it different from what you imagined? Luo Xiu said softly, then shook his head slowly, without saying anything more, his whole body turned into a sharp sword, and rushed directly towards the sky. The next moment, a terrifying ray of light flashed forward, and one piece after another of radiant power stabbed directly at Im in front of him. Then the incomparably powerful Luo Xiu in the legend was shocked by this power, and countless big holes appeared in the heartbeat of his body. Standing in midair, seeing this scene, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little helplessness. Really, it's just a phantom body. To put it bluntly, it's just a clone, not his real body. The bright light flickered, and this knife cut the giant's huge long sword in half instantly. Luo Xiu didn't even liberate the sultry and desolate, but just slashed forward. When the roar sounded, the terrifying calendar of Japanese stocks flew from Pengu City to the sky. Bright light flickered, this sword spanned a range of 100 meters, and it was about to cut Luo Xiu in half. Hearing the sound of popping, the giant in front of him was chopped into vertical pieces by Luo Xiu in full view of everyone. Luo Xiu spoke a little speechlessly, never expecting such a thing to happen. He knew that the so-called conspiracy should be in Pengu City, otherwise the world is so big that there is really no place for him to go. In this light, a figure slowly appeared. Who killed my clone? But Luo Xiu could feel the terrifying power on the opponent. The sound of rumbling and rumbling sounded, and the bright 3.3 beam of light shone in the sky like light. But after Luo Xiu finished this action, he stood upright in midair, looking at Pengu City in the distance. Sure enough, after Luo Xiu waited for a while, there was a sudden roar in Pengu City. Wearing a robe, with calm eyes and snow-white skin, the beautiful figure makes people look like a peerless idol, but don't imagine him as a peerless strongman. At the same moment, Luo Xiu rushed in front of the opponent, waving the long knife in his hand continuously. But at this time, that huge figure turned his head to look at Luo Xiu, holding a long sword, and stretched towards Luo Xiu. And Luo Xiu also pulled out a long sword from his pocket, burning the strongest Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka with raging fire. 256 thousands of people ride, I don't want it. Are you that Luo Xiu? The woman in front of her looked calmly, and Luo Xiu asked the government softly. Hearing his words, Luo Xiu nodded slowly and said with a smile. You are the so-called master I am, you don't look very good, can a woman be so powerful? Hearing this, Im's eyes flickered with a cold light, but then it turned into a smile. My strength is very strong, and you can feel it, and I can also feel your strength, which is also quite powerful. In these 07 cases, it is better for you and me to join forces, and the world will shine brightly under our rule. Hearing this, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little speechlessness. He originally thought that what he was facing next would be an epic battle, but he didn't expect that the other party would come forward and try to win him over. Luo Xiu wanted to refuse directly, but hesitated for a while, mocking the other party. He suddenly smiled and said, It's not impossible for you to want me to join you, but what chips can you give me? Hearing this, a gleam of joy flashed in the eyes of Im on the opposite side. From his point of view, the 5 elders have already burped their farts. This guy he has supported for hundreds of years looks no different from trash. In this case, if Luo Xiu is willing to be his subordinate and join him, then he can sleep better and break through to that higher realm. Let's forget it, you may be good looking, but you must be a bus. I still like dedicated women. Luo Xiu, right, do you really think my strength can't defeat you? Or do you think you can challenge me after killing 5 of my men? Luo Xiu's voice was not loud, but it was enough for Yimu, who was opposite, to hear him. The moment 030 finished speaking, I saw Im clasping his hands together, his eyes flashing fiercely. In other words, Luo Xiu hated such a guy very much, quite disgusted. The next moment, his figure was the first to rush forward, with a little coldness in his eyes, and he rushed in front of Luo Xiu in an instant. Taking a deep breath, I saw an ambiguous smile flashing in Yimu's eyes, and said slowly. He likes women, but that doesn't mean that he likes all women like Yimu. No matter how you look at her, she is also a guy who can be ridden by thousands of people. Yimu roared loudly, and then the power on his body surged up at this moment, but Qianshan's jade hand turned into a killing machine that could take people's lives at this moment. Im didn't know what the bus Luo Xiu was talking about, but he also felt the ridicule and disgust in Luo Xiu's heart. 1 star, broken away. I saw his eyes gradually flickering with a little cold light, and said softly. Yimu let out a low cry, and endless rays of light radiated from his hand, directly hitting Luo Xiu's chest. It's ridiculous. Next, let you witness the so-called power that rivals the gods. Next, welcome the arrival of death in pain and regret. In this case, Luo Xiu naturally didn't want to have too much connection with the other party. As long as you are willing to join me, everything here is yours, including me. Hearing that the other party sold himself to Luo Xiu without mercy, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little disgust. 257, come again. As the bright light fell into Luo Xiu's chest, Luo Xiu felt endless heat radiating from his body. He let out a breath of foul air slowly, and looked at Yimu opposite him with some surprise. What did you hit my strength against? Hearing this, Im smiled slightly in his eyes, and answered slowly. What else can it be? Naturally it is something that can arouse your desire. What? Luo Xiu never expected that it was this thing that Yimu stopped him. He felt itching unbearably in his body, and it was a little hot, and he slowly stepped back, staring at Im burning. You fellow, are you going to use this dirty method because I don't want you? So what, anyway, to me, you are also a man, the next thing I have to do is to make you surrender under my pomegranate skirt. Im said coldly, with a cold smile in his eyes. After hearing these words, Luo Xiu slightly sighed. He never thought that Yimu actually existed like this. But after that, Luo Xiu didn't intend to hold back any longer, only to see a huge scorching light radiating from his body. The last punch was blasted forward. There was a rumbling sound, and this punch carried the power of 1,000 troops, directly piercing through Im's chest in front of him. However, Im felt the pain, but there was a pervert smile in his eyes. It's so comfortable, just punch my body full of holes. As long as every hole is played by you, then naturally there will be no problems. A smile flickered in Im's eyes, and this scene made Luo Xiu look at him even more disgusted. Luo Xiu sighed slightly, and then spoke slowly. Since that's the case, then I'll punch a hole all over your body and let you be wiped out. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu's hands were raised above the sky. A huge light beam shot out from his hand, blasted directly into the sky, and scattered all the dark clouds. What is this? Im looked at the sky in some surprise, and the next moment, a bright beam of light shone from the sky towards the ground. There was only a rumbling sound, and these beams of light pierced through Im's whole body. Just like that, under the light of this light beam, Im's whole body exploded, not even scum left. Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief slowly, with calm in his eyes. Solve it? Luo Xiu asked softly, but there was a teasing smile in his answer. Of course not. The moment Luo Xiu heard these words, he felt quite helpless. Sure enough, in the distance of him, Im slowly appeared in front of him, with a smile in his eyes. Did you play well just now? Do you want to do it again? As long as you want, I can let you beat me forever. Luo Xiu's complexion became extremely ugly. He really likes women, but the question is whether he likes such women. The situation shown by Im in front of her made her look extremely disgusted. What a disgusting guy. If that's the case, then you will die here next. There was a cold light in Luo Xiu's eyes, and the next moment, he waved his hands, and a black endless scythe appeared in his hand. 258 Deep Seabed. The soul scythe kills your soul, not your body. Since your body cannot perish, then your soul should be your weakness. Luo Xiu spoke softly, with a slight smile in his eyes, and after hearing his words, Yimyu's face on the other side turned pale instantly. This scene let Luo Xiu know that he guessed right. Im's body does not have any weakness. Even if he is blown into thin air, he can recover, but his soul is his greatest weakness. And this is also a very normal thing, because in this world, the strong against the soul generally has not yet appeared. In other words, most powerhouses only target the body. Even a guy like Charlotte Linlin who possesses soul fruits can't control the soul too much. In other words, Im, who is weak in soul, actually has no weakness at all. But what he met was Luo Xiu who possessed the power of all realms. I saw Luo Xiu stepped on the ground with his left foot, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Im, and the sickle in his hand instantly slashed towards him. With a click, the sickle cut Im into two halves with endless rays of light. This time Im wasn't as calm as before, but shouted loudly. He wailed in pain, his eyes full of panic. Then, under his somewhat surprised eyes, Yim turned into 10, and the corresponding figure was that he chopped the opponent into 10 pieces. Luo Xiu, I know you are powerful, so please surrender to us. It's really disgusting, but don't worry, I will take care of you and restore you to your original state. Planetary devastation. That's right, Luo Xiu wanted to stuff this planetary devastation deep into the bottom of the sea, so that even a powerful existence would not be able to easily go in to help. I've said it all. Don't do this, there are so many, how can you satisfy me? Luo Xiu said softly. He didn't throw the nature of this place into the sky as the moon, but stuffed it into the sea water. I saw Luo Xiu let out a low cry, and the next moment, the terrifying light attracted all the surrounding matter, forming a huge ball, wrapping all the plots in front of him. For example, if Luo Xiu could satisfy one Yim before, now he must satisfy at least one. Im said softly with a smile in his eyes. The reason is very simple. When the soul is divided, each soul will grow into a new scene. In this case, the desire that these Baith can show is more powerful. See how you escape this time. Luo Xiu said softly, without any hesitation anymore. He clasped his hands together suddenly. Terrifying power condensed from his body, and around his body, endless power instantly spread to the surroundings. After seeing this scene, the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, and only then did he know why Im didn't want to cut it into so many pieces. There was a helpless light in Im's eyes, and he calmly looked at Luo Xiu in front of him. At the same moment, the other 9 Im also spoke at the same time. Although their voices were not the same, their meanings were exactly the same. After a while, Luo Xiu was out of breath, and looked at the opposite scene calmly. However, Luo Xiu didn't care about these, he just used his long knife to chop the opponent into vertical pieces continuously. 259 Immortal. Ordinary strong people in this world can only practice haki, as well as knife skills, sword skills and so on. But only with these powers, it is absolutely impossible to break open his planetary devastation. In contrast, the abilities of those demon fruit powers are quite diverse. If there is a devil fruit ability that is aimed at this aspect, it will naturally be able to break the seal. So Luo Xiu directly stuffed this planetary devastation into the seawater, so even if the other party really possessed this power, they would not be able to exert it in the seawater. After understanding this point, Luo Xiu had a slight smile in his eyes. At this moment, the entire red line, as well as the Pengu city above the red line, became his territory. Luo Xiu smiled with joy, and looked at Pengu city in the distance. However, at the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded from a distance. Luo Xiu, are you so willing to seal him here? The moment the voice fell, a figure slowly floated out of the sea. The moment Luo Xiu saw this figure, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, because this fire was clearly a scene. Don't you have any weaknesses? Luo Xiu frowned, looked at Im and said. After hearing his words, Mu scratched his head, then shook his head with a smile. It seems to me that I really have no weaknesses. After hearing these words, the murderous intent in Luo Xiu's eyes became even stronger. Beheading you can shield you, or even split the seal, and you can escape, so what if I seal your soul alone? Why else? I know that a simple seal cannot prevent your escape, so I refined your soul into the spirit of this gourd. However, after listening to his words, Im's face turned a little pale in an instant, and he spoke. I got this gourd from a certain great power. Its specific function is to absorb people's bodies, but it's obvious that you don't need to do this. The moment Luo Xiu's voice fell, a terrifying suction directly acted on Im's body, and Im felt a change in his body and soul began to separate. Or the soul of the family remains by my side in another form, so can you continue to survive? So give me your soul. Luo Xiu smiled softly and said that he would ignore Yimyu's body in the distance, and turned to walk towards Pengu city. There was some surprise in Im's eyes, but when he opened his eyes, he seemed to have turned into this gourd. Just like now, add all kinds of troubles to me. In this case, you are the gourd, and the gourd is you. I don't believe you can escape. Luo Xiu said softly, and with a wave of his left hand, he took out a purple gold gourd. No, if my body loses the pride of the soul, it will increase in value infinitely. This world will be destroyed by my body. Send me back quickly. He could feel a unique power in Pengu City, which was attracting him. 0. Why is that? Hearing this, Luo Xiu immediately expressed disbelief, but when he turned his head to look, he opened his mouth wide and died. After a while, his soul was directly slaughtered, and all of them got into the gourd. 260 Viagra. I am starting to split. 1 split into 2, 2 split into 4, 4 split into 8. This double growth gesture made Luo Xiu's eyes show a little helplessness. He never expected that the final result would be like this. It's fine now, you can only watch my body destroy the world. Hiding in the gourd, I am said, 413, helplessly in his eyes. However, Luo Xiu heard gloating and joy from the other party's tone, but he didn't have any worries or fears at all. If this world is destroyed, you can't survive, but why don't you worry at all? After hearing Luo Xiu's words, I am paused slightly, then shook his head and said. I can't tell you, it's up to you to solve all of this by yourself. After saying this sentence, Im's soul instantly dissipated, or in other words was introduced into the gourd, without speaking or making a sound. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiu seemed quite helpless, but she also knew that there was no way to do it. After all, this is what Im presents on his side, and it is impossible for him to use his tough posture to make Im more obedient and obedient to him. Otherwise, this problem would not have appeared in the first place. Time began to render, and Luo Xiu's eyes shone with a little calmness, and within its calmness, there was a trace of black smoothness. I made up my mind the moment I saw Luo Xiu, whose value had increased to tens of thousands, in front of me. I saw him slowly floating in midair, writing something in midair with his right hand. Since you will increase your holdings extremely quickly in a short period of time, then use a large-scale superpower. Luo Xiu said softly, and the painting on his left hand became bigger and bigger. Snake that devours the world, I have come to summon you. Follow my order and devour everything in front of you. Luo Xiu's voice was not loud, but it was not small either. When he said these words, a terrifying dark light emerged from before him, and then 10 black snakes as big as ministers appeared in the King of Magic. The big black snake has just appeared, and the whole world trembles. This is a giant snake that devours the world. If Luo Xiu continues to activate it regardless of the consequences, the whole world will be swallowed by him. 0. But now Luo Xiu wouldn't do that, he just let these giant snakes swallow Im in front of him completely. I saw the giant snake devouring all the Yims one by one in an instant. At this moment, Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, and then he saw the giant snake's abdomen begin to swell violently. Damn it, isn't that okay? Luo Xiu said helplessly. At this time, he suddenly saw the picture behind the magic circle, which was a piece of nothingness, a piece of incomplete emptiness. I seemed to know what to do. There was a trace of excitement in Luo Xiu's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly launched the anti-summoning array. The next moment, violent fluctuations centered on him, spread to the surroundings, and sprayed directly backward. Soon 0.7, these things all returned to another world, and everything dissipated. Is it finally solved? Now it's time to go to Pengu City. As he spoke, he walked towards Pengu City. At this moment, Im opened his mouth wide. He didn't know what to do. He knew that from this moment on, all his plans disappeared. 261, a different feeling. When Luo Xiu came to Pengu City, the entire barrier surrounding Red Line dissipated instantly at this moment. Looking at the past from Luo Xiu's perspective, you will find that everything here has spread out, and there is nothing left. Seeing this scene, Nami directly showed excitement in his eyes. Master Luo Xiu has helped us break through this barrier, now let's rush in. He said loudly, his eyes were full of excitement, and all the pirates around the Red Line received this order, and then they were all taken in by him. In an instant, a total of 101,500 pirates turned into a torrent, pouring into the entire Red Line and fighting with the Marines stationed here and the minions of the world government. Flames, ice, thunder, lightning, wind, viruses, etc. are raging. This is the power of devil fruit, resisting each other. This is the strange effect of the extension of sword energy. No one feels fear at this moment, they only feel excitement at this moment, and in excitement is arrogance. As long as this place is overthrown, then I can study all the history of this world at will. Robin's heart flickered with excitement. This is what he's wanted all along, and now, he can finally get it. Lord Luo Xiu, as long as I help you defeat these enemies, you should be able to inject me with a large amount of liquid. There was excitement in Runty's eyes, and he swung the mace very fast. Every time he strikes, an enemy's life will be taken away by him. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Xiu walked forward, intending to observe the Pengu City first. Lord Luo Xiu, I will definitely fulfill your dream and obey you unconditionally. It's like a dilapidated ancient ruin. Do you usually stay here? Everything represents something that has happened before, other than that, there is nothing new here. Beside her, there were 6 spider legs growing from Black Maria's back, like sharp black blades, piercing through all the enemies who dared to approach him. As soon as I entered Luo Xiu, I found that the place looked extremely dilapidated, or quaint. And they will also become existences under one person and above 10,000 people in this world. Luo Xiu didn't know this. At this time, he had already opened the gate of Pengu City and walked into the place he wanted to see. Luo Xiu seemed a little surprised. He thought that with the degree of pleasure of conspiracy, he would at least sleep on a big bed full of treasures. At this time, all the girls fell into madness. They knew that as long as the world government was overthrown, Luo Xiu would be the only treasure in this world. It's like a killing machine. Damn it, did I come in the wrong way? The high-tech luxury of the marine world government outside is not shown here at 053. Kazuki Hiyori was laughing hysterically here, and the demon sword in his hand was thrown out of ultimate by him. Luo Xiu always felt a little strange, but he didn't know exactly what was strange. But the result is that the other party has been staying in this dilapidated place no matter how you look at it. Even a homeless person probably wouldn't live in this place. When they go down with their swords, black light will always flash, and when they cut them down, there will always be a terrifying power fluctuating. 262, Future and Past. And as Luo Xiu walked, he suddenly felt that the surrounding space became a little sticky. It was as if everything here made him unable to move. What's going on here? Is it the cohesion of time and space? Luo Xiu felt the power of time and space around him, and there was a little surprised light in his eyes. In the next moment, his entire body was torn apart in an instant, and then reassembled again in an instant. If this process is not because Luo Xiu is powerful enough to observe time and space, he would not even have discovered it. But at this moment, Luo Xiu suddenly found that everything around him had changed. If it was dilapidated just now, no matter where it is, it will look dilapidated. Well, now here's a change. Everything around is as if it has just been made, at least there is no sense of hundreds of years of history. What's going on? Is this place affected by the establishment of time and space, or is it that I was sent here? Luo Xiu frowned and didn't know what happened here. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound in the distance. Just hearing a bang, the distant gate was instantly shattered. A sad and beautiful figure was thrown out, hit the ground fiercely, and vomited blood. But there was no timidity or fear in the eyes of this figure, the eyes were full of hysterical madness. Joey boy, how's it going? Do you enjoy this poison? Now you have been poisoned, you can't defeat us, you are going to lose. Luo Xiu looked at the woman in front of him, and suddenly realized that this guy was I Am. Hearing the other party's words, he also looked up, only to see a burly man walking out from inside. The terrifying aura on the opponent's body, the appearance of the whole body starting to stick together like rubber, no matter how you look at it. It is completely in line with the legendary Joey boy. I came here to serve me, not to play these small tricks, because of your actions, so your race today I will completely destroy it. As for these toxins, they will indeed cause some damage to my body, but so what, do you think that I, who has lost 50% of my strength, can be defeated by you? Don't be kidding, you're just a maid, a woman. Joy boy said in a cold voice, and walked towards I Am step by step, trying to crush I Am directly. Unexpectedly, Im's complexion changed drastically at this time, from the crazy smile at the beginning to a gloomy smile, and finally to a smile again. Indeed, in this era, no one can defeat you, as if you were the most powerful person in this era, but what if in the future? What did you say? Opposite Joey boy stood where he was, with a surprised look in his eyes. Obviously, the word, future, frightened him. The devil fruit I gave you, have you developed to the top yet? Okay Zhao. Hearing this, I Am nodded slowly, then waved his left hand, and a space hole appeared in the distance. Yes, I have reached the peak, otherwise how could I be willing to fight against you? Next, let's face the strongest in the future. That is the existence that even I would be afraid of, that is the existence that even you can defeat, come out, Luo Xiu. The moment Im's voice fell, Luo Xiu felt that the surrounding space was connected with him. 263, Weaken. So that's how you beat Joey boy, or is this just a link to the former illusion to deal with us? Luo Xiu said softly, he didn't know which one was correct. But the only thing he knows is that the next thing he will face is a powerful enemy, a guy who is known as being able to change the world. I Am, this is the helper you found, it looks very weak. Chao Yiboy looked at Luo Xiu opposite, with a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Luo Xiu understood that this murderous intent was not only because he came to help I Am, but more because Joey boy felt that he had been greened. After all, in this level of fighting 200 situations, if someone is willing to help I Am, it shows that the relationship between the two parties is quite good. And this directly ignited Joey boy's anger. Hee, it's funny, isn't it? I've already conquered you, yet you still play tricks like this behind your back. Since this is the case, then please die here next. Chao Yiboy said angrily, and the affection turned into a fluent light, and rushed towards Luo Xiu directly. There was a little peace in his eyes, and in the peace was the killing intent of the world. His hands stretched as fast as rubber, extremely fast. Moreover, his hands are covered with a layer of armed hockey, which makes his hands look like two infinitely extendable weapons. Hearing a bang, two fists landed on the position where Luo Xiu had just stood, while Luo Xiu had already moved aside. Luo Xiu didn't know how strong Joey boy was in front of him, but according to the legend, Joey boy was the sun god. At this moment, his own strength had already been raised to the limit by him, and the killing intent flickering in his eyes made everyone look a little terrified. Have you avoided it? It seems that your reaction speed is still good, but that's all. Luo Xiu's brows were slightly frowned, feeling that something was not quite right. In Luo Xiu's figure, a rotating and terrifying light emerged from his body, and the black beam of light rushed forward instantly, throwing the rubber in front of Bo Ting. Luo Xiu, his power is very strong, but yours has been weakened, so in this battle, you have to use all your strength. Because of the terrifying coercion produced by the other party at this time, he felt a little afraid. So he is a little vigilant now, at least to see how strong the opponent is, and he is fighting. At this moment, Joey Boy's attack had already landed on the ground, and the whole ground trembled at this moment, and Pangu City seemed to collapse at this moment. At the same moment, he also quickly retreated and hid in a corner. Luo Xiu seemed extremely surprised. He didn't think rubber fruit would have such a powerful force after being developed to the limit. Is there such a powerful force? Rubber Crush. It was a very straightforward name for an attack move, but Luo Xiu didn't dare to despise it. At this time, I.M. stood up from the ground, clutching the wound on his surging chest, and said softly. But no matter how you look at things now, it seems to be like this, which makes him feel a little bit wrong. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Joey Boy said in a cold voice. His body turned into a large piece of rubber towards Luo Xiu, and directly entangled him. 264 Arthur. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, there was a little surprise in Luo Xiu's eyes, and then he nodded slowly. Because he knew that I.M. definitely didn't lie to him, or at this time, there was absolutely no need for I.M. to lie to him. Luo Xiu has just confirmed that this is not the so-called illusion, but a place that truly connects everything around. In other words, the future and the past have been connected at this time. What he is facing is the real Joey Boy, and the I.M. in front of him is the same as him. So it was me that you beat Joey Boy at the time. Luo Xiu spoke in surprise. According to common sense, he shouldn't have come to this world, that is to say, even if I.M. really has the power to find someone, it shouldn't be him. I.M. slowly shook his head at this moment, and then spoke softly. I don't know who I was looking for at the time. I just know that I brought in a helper, a very powerful helper. I didn't know it was you until the moment I saw you, so I pulled you over. After hearing this sentence, Luo Xiu nodded slowly. He knew that this was a kind of correction of world consciousness. If he hadn't met I.M., if he hadn't come to this world, then the person that I.M. pulled over was probably someone else, most likely the guy named Luffy. To be honest, I still have some regrets. If two Joey Boys fight, who will win and who will lose? It still makes people look forward to it. After Luo Xiu finished speaking, he shook his head slowly, because he knew that the balance of victory was always in favor of Luffy. In other words, the past has already happened, and the future is also expanding, so no matter what the battle is, there is only one person who wins in the end, and that is I.M. So at that time, if I.M. brings Luffy, the last King Luffy will definitely be able to defeat Joey Boy in front of him with great strength. The correction power of the world. It's really disgusting. A little bit of anger and disgust flickered in Luo Xiu's eyes. For him, many things in this world are different from what he once imagined, and now these things have begun to change. No matter how you look at it now, what he is facing here is different from what he used to be. 0 for flowers, 0. But there is a disconnected relationship, and no matter how you look at it, the gap between the two parties has become very similar. After realizing this, Luo Xiu felt quite angry, and the flame of anger directly ignited the tree vine in his heart. In an instant, a flame burned in Luo Xiu's mind. She wanted to tear everything in front of her, and the most conspicuous thing was this guy named Joey Boy in front of her. 0. I heard that Joey is the name of all the people who developed the top rubber fruit, so what is your original name? Luo Xiu walked forward, constantly resisting the opponent's attack, and said softly. Hearing the other party's words, Joey Boy's eyes flashed with a little surprise. When I saw Luo Xiu just now, I really wanted to ask his name. Instead of mocking him, he slowly spit out 2 words. Arthur. Hearing this, Luo Xiu laughed at a guy named Arthur, a born king, a guy who inherited Joey Boy, and this moment will be defeated by him. 265 The cause of the Emperor's downfall. The battle lasted for a whole day and night. During this day and night, the strength Luo Xiu showed had already surpassed what he had been able to show before. That's right, even if his strength was suppressed, he still displayed more strength than before. The reason is very simple, because from the beginning to the end, Luo Xiu did not exert his full strength. Even in the original time and space, everyone felt that his strength had already surpassed everyone in this 240 world, reaching a level of terror. But so what? At that time, there was no strong man who could let him exert his full strength, and everything was just a pickle in front of him. But now, the Joey Boy he was facing was so powerful that even Luo Xiu felt a little excited. Is this the level that Luffy can achieve? It always feels a little exciting. When I defeat you and go back, maybe I can also train King Luffy, and the battle with him may also be a cross-century battle. As Luo Xiu thought about it, his figure flickered and appeared directly behind Joey Boy. His hands were like sharp knives, piercing through the opponent's back. Piercing Joey Boy's chest from back to front, Luo Xiu violently tore around. You mean you're from the future? I can tell you very bluntly, yes, you have reached the first step that is unprecedented, but there is no one to come, you can't do 0. I clearly killed all the strong in the cradle, why can you reach such a terrifying level? It's impossible, it's impossible. What did you say? Beauty, as an emperor, as the king of this world, you must be able to enjoy quite a lot, but you are addicted to beauty, which makes you ignore danger. I am. Panting heavily, Arthur looked at Luo Xiu in astonishment. There was a little coldness in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he said softly. Arthur looked at Luo Xiu in astonishment, but then his face gradually became calm in the next moment. He stood up from the ground and stared at Luo Xiu with hooked fingers. You think too much, Arthur. Yes, you are very strong now, but today is the day you wither, and I came from the future to defeat you on this day. Maybe everything you did was correct, obliterating the cradle of the strong, and taking everything into your own hands, but after all, you were covered by something that covered your sanity and made you go to perdition. Tell me, what will I look like in the future? Have I already ruled the world? Or you came back from the future to defeat the current me so that I can't rule in the future? The next moment, the two petals quickly merged together, and a big man appeared. Hearing a squeak, Arthur was torn in half by him from the middle, and then Luo Xiu casually threw the two pieces of rubber on the ground. How can there be such a powerful person like you in this world? If there is, why don't I know? Arthur roared loudly. The disbelief in his eyes had reached its peak, but Luo Xiu would not ignore him. Some things are not something you can erase when you see it and you want to erase it. 0.1. Hearing these conceited words, Luo Xiu only had a smile in his eyes. 266 broken, kill everything. You said I am, she is just a woman, her strength is not strong, why can she threaten me? Just because he has the body to poison me, but I have already resolved some poisons with my own strength, and now I have reached the peak state. But I'm still no match for you. Arthur roared loudly. His eyes were full of anger, but he didn't have the slightest thought of going forward, because he knew he couldn't beat Luo Xiu. He tried for a whole day and night, and during this day and night, except for the fact that Luo Xiu was a little jealous of him at the beginning, and thus suffered several injuries, and later it was completely because Luo Xiu suppressed him and beat him. Arthur didn't want to do this. He aroused all the strength of Joey Boy, turning everything around him into rubber, but Luo Xiu just spread the terrifying wave of the ground with his left foot. In an instant, the entire ground returned to its original state, and his luong seemed to be suppressed. Arthur had never seen such a strong man who could suppress his own strength, so he was afraid. You're right, I am really doesn't have enough power to beat you, but like I said, he can shake people from the future. Obviously, he succeeded, and today you will die. Seeing Im's appearance at this time, Luo Xiu seemed a little speechless, but still punched Chao Yiboy back, and then directly stepped on the opponent on the ground. At least I can go back to the time and space where I am, and nothing will change. But why was he able to shake a superpower like you from the future? What is the relationship between you? As the scene of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking sounded, the entire Pangu city trembled at this moment, and there were signs of collapse inside, like ruins. With this punch, he carried a mighty force without any hesitation. This punch shattered everything, and this punch directly killed Arthur. Seeing the fear in Chao Yiboy's eyes, Luo Xiu shook his head slowly, and said the future situation sentence by sentence. Luo Xiu, save me. Arthur looked at Im in the distance with a look of astonishment. At this moment, the anger in his eyes was intense. Having said that, Luo Xiu walked forward slowly, and every time he took a step, the fear in Chao Yiboy's heart became deeper. The moment the words fell, Luo Xiu punched Arthur on the head. What did you say? Im rules the world. Of course, if you want to do something special, then I can tell you that you've got the wrong person. Without any hesitation, Arthur turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Im in the distance. He wanted to crush Im here. In the end, it became an existence similar to you, a corrupt, greedy, ugly guy who only cares about his own interests. Needless to say so much, then you die here, as long as you die here, then everything will return to the original. Sensing the other party's killing intent, Im's eyes showed a look of horror, and he ran directly to Luo Xiu in the distance. What kind of existence will Im in the future be? Today is your death day. From now on, the king of this world will become Im. He has done worse things than you. He erased a whole 100 years of history in this world, and then ruled the world for 800 years. 267 closed in the past. Luo Xiu turned his head to look, and suddenly found that the scene here was exactly the same as the Pangu name he saw at the beginning. Didn't you think it was me who caused it? Shaking his head slowly, Luo Xiu didn't say anything more, but looked at Im in the distance. Now send me back, Luo Xiu said in a commanding tone, while Im on the opposite side showed a trace of white teeth at this time. Luo Xiu, I thank you, you helped me defeat the current Joey Boy, I will rule the world for 800 years, but why do you think I will put you back? As long as you are locked here, you will be trapped in this time and space forever, and you can only return slowly as time goes by. And because of world awareness, history will not be changed, so you can't do things that change big history. So, live here for 800 years, I will wait for you in the future, think about ruling the world with me. After saying this, I saw Im's figure flickering for an instant, and then disappeared directly in place. When Luo Xiu saw Im again, there was a translucent barrier between them, and this barrier was called time and space, and no one could get through it. Is this your ultimate goal? Not only rely on me to kill Joey Boy, but even seal me here. Luo Xiu spoke softly, and Im, who was on the opposite side, seemed to be unable to hear his words, just showed an excited smile, and left here. As the gate of Pangu City was closed, Luo Xiu seemed to be locked here. There was calmness in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there was a slight smile in the calmness, and then he smiled. The two most powerful forces of time and space, very few people in this world can control this area of force. In other words, the strong who control time or space are already quite powerful. If they can control the two forces, then it is not impossible to change the past and influence the future. So why do you think I can't control these two forces? As Luo Xiu spoke softly, he himself laughed. I am, you are wrong, if I can really be locked here for 800 years, do you think I will do nothing with my patience? I will crush the whole world government, make shipping impossible, and make most of the world's famous pirates my slaves. I heard that the ant was very beautiful when she was young. If she is not allowed to have children with other people, will he be mine? There should be a pirate queen named Anna in this world. Although there is no record in history, I think there should be one. If it can be included in my harem, it should be a good invention. Luo Xiu said with a smile like this, and finally burst out laughing. His voice was so loud that it instantly shattered the surrounding space nuos. Then without any hesitation, Luo Xiu pushed open the gate of Pengu City in front of him, and looked at the scene outside. This scene is not the same as what he saw, because it was the scene 800 years ago. It's a pretty good place. If I build an empire on which the sun never sets for me, it might be a pretty good place. The correction of the world can't affect me, so let's show you how I can change the world. 268 The world has changed. Outside Pengu City, sat on his throne, looking at the pirates who were being surrounded in the distance, with a little excitement in his eyes. Now I admire myself very much. I didn't expect that I would use this kind of power to directly solve two powerful enemies at once. The extremely powerful and terrifying Joey Boy was dealt with by Luo Xiu, who he brought back. And Luo Xiu was imprisoned by him 800 years ago. Even if the other party lives up to now, at this age, his strength is estimated to have already been recommended. After all, not everyone has the same ability to live forever. My lord, those pirates are extremely arrogant. Shall we use some special means to completely wipe them out? A high-level world government asked softly. After listening to 683's words, looked coldly at the pirates in the distance. There was a slight smile in his eyes, and he spoke slowly. Don't wait any longer, just use powerful power to defeat them all. The moment they heard this sentence, all the soldiers present showed excited expressions. They were scared by Luo Xiu before, but now they are besieged by so many pirates, which makes them lose face. But if is willing to directly defeat these with strong strength, then there will be no problem. One by one, they moved out the cannons and aimed at the group of pirates outside. Before anyone saw this scene, there was a little surprise in their eyes, because they suddenly discovered a problem. Master Luo Xiu, where is it? That's right, Lord Luo Xiu was still there just now. Why has Lord Luo Xiu disappeared now? Could it be that they are already strong enough to defeat Master Luo Xiu? Really, how could they be so big? Kazuki Hiyori and others all looked disbelieving. Everything that happened now made them have to believe it. If this continues, they are likely to be defeated by a big attack. Besides, what scares them the most is that beautiful woman in the distance, Bad Sea. They knew that it was the legendary In the face of the opponent's attack, it is impossible for them to survive, so the most important decision now is to escape. Directly, Nami and the others looked at each other, and all gave orders. The order to retreat was issued. All the pirates turned and left at this moment, wanting to escape here quickly. Because they all know that this attack has become their downfall. If you continue here, there are only two final outcomes, one is death, and the other is being caught and impelled down. No matter which one, they are unwilling to bear it. However, at this moment, there was a rumbling sound in the distance. Everyone's eyes looked into the distance, and then they discovered it in amazement. One after another, some weird buildings appeared in front of them. These buildings look full of modern gestures, however, quite different from the mainstream of today's world. And on these buildings, there is a human face painted on it, a human face belonging to Luo Xiu. The others didn't know what the hell was going on, but did. Im's pupils shrank slightly, with a look of astonishment on his face, and he spoke in disbelief. He dared to change history. 269 Regret. Stood there with a look of surprise and couldn't believe it, but what happened now was what he saw. Why, doesn't he know how to change history? Will it change the torrent of history, and in the end, it is very likely that future characters will not appear. That history affects the present. If he is not born, wouldn't it be over? Why isn't he afraid of that? Why isn't he worried at all? Can't figure it out. What's going on? In his opinion, when Luo Xiu returns to the past, the other party should not dare to touch the history, because it may cause problems in the future. The person who was going to appear did not appear due to some special reasons, and the person who was about to die came alive because of some special reasons. But the other party didn't care about this at all, as if they could play however they wanted. After understanding this, no longer hesitated, turned around and rushed towards Pengu City. What's going on here? What are these tall buildings? Nami looked at this scene in surprise, with a little doubt in his eyes. The things here are not the so-called things that cannot be condensed by ordinary things. You can see that all the portraits recorded above are the portraits of Master Luo Xiu, so it is said that Master Luo Xiu ruled this place. So this is also the power of Devil Fruit, which can raise these tall buildings from the ground. But don't you think these tall buildings look a bit strange? They are different from the tall buildings we live in. After understanding this point, Nami and the others had a little surprise in their eyes. So where did Master Luo Xiu go? Ask for flowers. In fact, this is not a big problem, because many people can't do anything after going back to the past. One is because they are afraid of themselves, and the other is because their own strength is just like this. Black Maria also frowned slightly. So Lord Luo Xiu influenced the past, and thus the present. When he said this, everyone present moved slightly. He never expected that would do such a thing and send Luo Xiu to the past. So when traveling to that time, What can be displayed is not necessarily a glorious moment, and it is very likely to be slapped to death by these strong men. So when he lived in the past, there was no problem. Even if he did anything, the changes in this world would not be too great. Could it be the past? The legendary sun god Joey Boy surpassed the powerhouse of an Arrow Rocks One Piece Roger. Each of them lived in the past. Wait a minute, did you see Lord Luo Xiu? It seems that since he went to the same place with that I am, he hasn't seen Lord Luo Xiu since. At this moment, Runty said softly. In this time when strength is paramount, it is not necessarily weaker than it is now. In other words, some top powerhouses live in the past. But Luo Xiu is different. His strength stands at the pinnacle of the world. No matter in the past, present or future, it should be like this. It's true. Look at the aura contained on these high-rise buildings. It's not something that has just been created recently. At least it has an aura that has been around for hundreds of years. But if this is the case, will we still be able to meet Master Luo Xiu? Robin frowned and spoke. 270 Luo Xiu's conquest. No one at the scene spoke, because they all knew that what happened next was not the same as what they affected. Will they still see Luo Xiu? Probably not. This is a very normal thing, because Luo Xiu has returned to the past. When what happened in the past, they don't know. Look, what did I am go to do? He probably wants to bring Master Luo Xiu back. We, 557, don't have to be afraid of these things, just defeat all these marines now. Black Maria spoke softly at the side. Without any hesitation, she quickly rushed in front of you. Seeing this scene, the surrounding women no longer hesitated, and rushed forward with the pirates under their command, which was bound to crush everything here. At this time, Luo Xiu was sitting on a throne, looking at the group of powerhouses who surrendered in front of him. His eyes were full of calm light. During this period of time, Luo Xiu ruled everything here, and this world is now his world, so all kinds of things established in this world have his degree. But things didn't develop like this. Luo Xiu felt that it wasn't like this now, because he felt a shackle. This is the torrent of history, the shackles that hang over him, as if as long as he dares to move again, then the future him will be silent. It seems that even if you do anything again, the future will change because of this, and everything will not happen. Even Luo Xiu himself may not appear. This is the torrent of history, a warning to Luo Xiu, let him stop messing around. However, there was a slight smile on Luo Xiu's face. He didn't care about these things, or to him, all of them were meaningless. The reason is very simple, because on Luo Xiu's side, everything has already changed. And he himself is not from this world, he has traveled through time. No matter what the world becomes, Luo Xiu will come through time no matter what. This is the power of the system. After understanding this point, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little calmness, and there was a greater calmness in the calmness. He holds a devil fruit in his hand. This devil fruit is rubber fruit. Originally, he wanted the banana fruit to drift with the waves, and then move forward slowly, but then he found this devil fruit by accident. In his view, rubber fruit itself has its own consciousness and will not be found by the strong in this world, but the problem is that Luo Xiu found it. At the same moment, Luo Xiu felt a special force attracting him, wanting to eat the devil fruit. But Luo Xiu is not stupid. With such power, he can't eat it, because he knows that it is definitely not good for him. In any case, when he eats the devil fruit, there is likely to be a conflict of power among himself, and he doesn't care about the power of this rubber. Now he can defeat the complete Joey Boy with only physical strength 4.2, so what's the use of this rubber fruit? Tossing the rubber fruit in his hand again and again, Luo Xiu looked at those kneeling people in the distance. These people are all his able-bodied men, whom he just accepted, but because of time constraints, they didn't only accept women, even men. 271 Come back with me. Do you want this devil fruit? In Luo Xiu's voice, after hearing his words with a little calmness, the group of people on the opposite side all nodded subconsciously, and then stared straight at Luo Xiu. Lord Luo Xiu, you can give me this devil fruit, and I can use this devil fruit to its peak power. As well as me, Lord Luo Xiu, I can also turn this mouthful of fruitlessness and the peak level of cultivation into your most powerful helper. Looking at the chattering of the people below, Luo Xiu's eyes were a little calm, and he told him that everything now seems to be not as happy as he imagined. That's right, there are some great beauties in this world, such as the sexy woman in front of her, who is winking at this moment. Another example is the woman next to her with a smile in her eyes. She looks very pure, but she has a coquettish heart. With Luo Xiu's current power, as long as he waved his fingers, the woman in front of him would run to his side and serve him quietly. For some reason, Luo Xiu always felt a little lonely, and he couldn't help but recall Robin, Nami, Black Maria and other women in his mind. It seems that I still can't leave them behind. Do I want to live little by little? No one looked at the surrounding space, and there was a little helplessness in his eyes. He had looked for the fruit with the power of time and space during this period, but he couldn't find it. Or the devil fruit is now eaten by someone, and it is hidden in a certain place, so that he cannot find it. Maybe Luo Xiu's power here is incomparable, but if the other party really wants to hide, he can't find that person from the whole world. So this made him feel quite speechless, with a little loneliness in his speechlessness. It's about 800 years away from the future, and these 800 years really make people feel a little speechless. After Luo Xiu said so, he lay down on the chair, and stopped looking at the people below, but when the people below saw the appearance of showing their breasts, they all nodded slowly, and then went to do their own things. Only 5 beauties were left to slowly come to Luo Xiu's side to serve him. Feeling the comfort from his body, Luo Xiu had a slight smile in his eyes and then gently closed his eyes. However, not long after he closed his eyes, there was a sudden scream from beside him. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a beautiful woman holding a long knife and beheading all those women. And this woman, Luo Xiu also knows, I am. Oh, I am, are you here to pick me up? Do you miss me that much? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the corner of Im's mouth twitched slightly, and then he ignored him, and just spoke softly. I'm here to take you away, come back with me. 997 inches. Hearing this, there was a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, he looked up and down, then smiled slowly, and said. Actually, I've survived quite well in this place. If I can, I won't go back. After hearing this sentence, Im's expression on the opposite side suddenly changed. He looked at Luo Xiu calmly, and then said in a low voice. I was wrong. After you go back, I will give you the whole world. Don't stay here anymore. If everything you do affects the future and changes, maybe we won't even exist. 272, Humble I am. Looking at Im's groveling appearance at this time, Luo Xiu had a little smile in his eyes, and there was a little playfulness in the smile. So you want me to go back with you? Yes, please come back with me, don't stay here anymore. Im was completely begging, and seeing this scene, Luo Xiu also had a slight smile in her eyes. She pondered for a moment, and then spoke. You're right, it seems like it really shouldn't be done in this place, but what price are you going to pay to take me back? Hearing this, Im's body paused slightly, the two sides looked at each other, seeing the smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, Im sighed slightly, and then took off his clothes. The pure white body was exposed in front of Luo Xiu, making Luo Xiu feel unsteady. From the very beginning, Im planned to seduce him, but for Luo Xiu, so what? There are quite a lot of women under him. Although they may not be premeditated to be good-looking or premeditated to be beautiful, this does not mean that he will be unable to walk when he sees Im. Are you sure you want to use this backquote? There was a little disgust in Luo Xiu's eyes, he hated the kind of woman who just took off her clothes casually. This is all I have now, isn't it? Anyway, after you go back, the whole world is yours, why should you care about that? Luo Xiu spoke softly, with calmness in his words, but Im sounded extremely excited on the opposite side. Hearing this, Luo Xiu slightly shrugged his shoulders, and then said with a smile. Please come back with me. It's amazing to say that I didn't find you here, so you must go back with you, but he is not here now, or he messed up something that shouldn't be messed up, and fell into a death situation. Seeing Im's appearance at this time, Luo Xiu sighed slightly, he didn't intend to make any kind of move with Im, for her, Im in front of her was not enough to attract it. Moreover, Luo Xiu himself wanted to go back, after all, the people over there were still waiting for him. Im talking excitedly, walked up directly, and then slapped the ground with both hands, suddenly there was a sense of time-space adhesion around. I brought you back, now you can do whatever you want. Im prayed, with a little fear in his eyes. In this case, then take me back, my. Quote. After seeing this scene, Im's pupils revealed a terrified look, and he looked around subconsciously. At this moment, he suddenly paused and spoke. Okay, I'll take you back now. Hearing this, Luo Xiu took a look at the scene, finally looked around, and then slowly shook his head at this moment. After realizing this, the panic in Im's eyes became more vigorous, and he kowtowed his head. And when he said these words, his body suddenly became somewhat translucent, dissipating bit by bit. What about me at this time? It was like a scene Li Hao moving inside the glue, but for Luo Xiu, the glue was not as scary as imagined. A moment later, when Luo Xiu felt that the sense of time-space cohesion around him had disappeared, Im, who was opposite him, half kneeled on the ground, showing a little exhaustion in his spirit. 273 Only one. This is not the time and space I was in before, so you dragged me to another place. The moment he understood this sentence, Im on the opposite side paused slightly and raised his head subconsciously, looking at Luo Xiu. How is it possible? I pulled you here according to the previous method, how could it be possible to pull you to other places? And I also need to go back. Although I can survive in other time and space, my power is in another world. Hearing this, Luo Xiu looked straight at Im. At this moment, he found that Im didn't speak. Since you didn't lie, it means that someone hijacked both of us. 770. As Luo Xiu said this, he looked into the distance. At this moment, a woman appeared from a distance. This woman was wearing a gorgeous robe and golden clothes, which made him look quite dignified. And that face of this woman is 100% similar to Im. It's you. Are you the one who escaped from time and space? Im looked at the opposite woman with some surprise, only to see that the opposite woman nodded slowly, then shook her head and said. Now please respect me as the queen, I am the most powerful existence in this world, and everything in this world will surrender to me. Including the two of you. Hearing this, Im moved a bit. He looked at the self-proclaimed queen in some surprise, and said with a frown. If you were really me, you should know how strong Luo Xiu is. I wish I could send him away. Why do you still pull him here? Hearing this sentence, the woman on the opposite side laughed at this moment. She laughed loudly. After a while, she looked at Luo Xiu and said softly. I kept everything about myself. Now I am in the most perfect state, but I have one less man. That's right, Luo Xiu will be my man. Hearing the other party's words, the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. He never expected that the other party used the power of time and space to pull him here, and the reason was to make himself his man. Are you crazy? There should be a Luo Xiu in this world. If you just grab that Luo Xiu, it's over. Why do you have to pull it from another place? Don't you know that this will kill me? I said loudly. His eyes were full of anger, and he never thought that the person in front of him was so stupid. So stupid that even he himself didn't know what to do. However, after listening to the other party's words, the woman only shook her head slowly with a smile in her eyes. I originally wanted to think this way, just find you in this world, but I was surprised to find that you don't exist in this world. Luo Xiu, you seem to have appeared in this world out of thin air. You are too mysterious, the mysterious aura attracts me, so be my man. In this world, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. You will have everything in this world. You can do whatever you want. Just stay here with me. Hearing the words of the conspiracy in front of him, Luo Xiu's eyes showed a little helplessness. What he wanted was the natural wealth, the so-called rights, the so-called everything. All he wanted was Nami and the others. What you say may be correct, but some things are not what you want to do. Point 274 finally back. After Luo Xiu said so, he walked forward step by step, and soon came to the woman. He looked down at her from above, and then spoke with a smile in his eyes. You are so beautiful that you can't get out of it, so beautiful that people can't extricate themselves, but to others, to me, you are just an ugly skin. Your heart is ugly, everything about you is ugly, and you have nothing but this skin. You talk about everything in this world, don't you know that I can take down everything? As long as I want, everything will be mine, so why do you give me my things? A little anger gradually flickered in Luo Xiu's voice. What he was angry about was that this guy pulled him over, making it impossible for him to return to the original time and space. Just like what he said, now Luo Xiu's strength has reached the peak. In this world, no one can be his opponent. In this case, he can do whatever he wants. But all this will take time to discuss, at least for now, it does not appear to be the case. I'll tell you one last time, send me back. I can treat this as if it didn't happen, otherwise, you know the consequences. In Luo Xiu's voice, there was coldness and alienation, but there was no love for the woman opposite. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, the woman's eyes flashed with anger, and she saw him, roaring loudly. As the fairy bean melted in his mouth, this conspiracy's body improved instantly, and his spirit also slowly recovered. Why did I bring you here? Why are you still unwilling to accept me? Am I that dirty? He wasn't dead, but he wasn't alive either. That you can't kill him, can you revive him? Otherwise, I will disappear, and my power will no longer exist. It's just that Luo Xiu didn't pay attention to him, but looked at the scene in the distance and said, this is your last chance, send me back, everything will return to the original state, otherwise, you will all die. Forget it, it looks like you don't want to give it to me either, since that's the case, then I'll take it myself. As his punch hit the conspiracy of the self-proclaimed empress in front of him, the opponent's body was instantly shattered. Then lay motionless on the ground. Hearing this, Luo Xiu felt rather speechless, but then he sighed slightly, took out a fairy bean from his pocket, and stuffed it directly into the Im's mouth. I saw that Im took a deep breath, and directly mobilized his own power. As the feeling of time and space covered his body again, Brother Luo felt physically and mentally comfortable. Ask for flowers. Seeing the appearance of the woman in front of him, Luo Xiu slightly sighed, only to see him speak slowly. Take me back now, I believe you should have this ability. Luo Xiu looked at Im in the distance, and Im nodded slightly when he saw her appearance at this time. The next moment, when the time was connected again, he returned to the original place. Saying so, Luo Xiu's figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared in front of the woman, punching forward. But when he activated his ability, there was a little surprise in his eyes. He froze for a moment, and said. Seeing Luo Xiu's serious expression, Im knew that he had caused a big problem, so he nodded slowly and didn't say anything more. 8SN 275 I want to inject energy liquid. Feeling the freshness of the surrounding air, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a slight smile. If he didn't want to come back at the very beginning, then by now, he naturally wanted to return to this time and space. First, it is naturally because in this time and space there is no torrent of history crushing him. Second, it's all because this is the time and space he traveled through. From Luo Xiu's point of view, if he can't come back, it's very likely that 657 won't be able to go back. Although until now, he didn't know how to go back, but for Luo Xiu, these were no problems. At least for himself, he can do whatever he wants now. Slightly relieved, Luo Xiu walked out of the place in front of him, and then saw the scene outside. At this time, a large number of pirates outside have already occupied everything here. At this time, in front of him, a pirate with madness in his eyes was looking at him with some surprise. Luo Xiu, the Lu Xiuyin people are back. He roared loudly, and the latter's eyes shone with excitement. Obviously, he did not expect that Luo Xiu would come back at this time. And as his words sounded, the people around him also repeated these words over and over again. Soon, the words were heard in the distance, sitting in Nami's ear on a warship. After hearing these words, Nami jumped off the warship without any hesitation, and then quickly ran over here. Soon, he came to Luo Xiu's side, and when he saw Luo Xiu, his eyes were full of excitement. Master Luo Xiu, you are finally back. Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu nodded slightly, although there was excitement in his eyes, but not as excited as the other party. He looked around slowly before, and then asked, "How far have you made it?" Hearing this, Nami on the opposite side paused slightly, and then spoke with great interest. "There has been a change in what we do now, at least in our view, it's our world now. Other than what you're doing now, nothing has changed for us." Hearing this, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little peace. "Are you saying we've defeated all marines and world governments by now?" Hearing this sentence, the person on the opposite side nodded slowly, with excitement in his eyes. He leaned close to Luo Xiu's side and asked softly, "Lord Luo Xiu, what other plans do we have here?" Hearing this sentence, Luo Xiu's eyes showed surprise. He originally had a bunch of plans, but now was defeated by him, and even everything in front of him was changed by him. Is there any use for all his plans? No matter how you look at it, they are useless. There's nothing else to do. Do you have any questions? I saw excitement 2.9 in Nami's eyes. He stared straight at Luo Xiu, and then whispered, "Master Luo Xiu, since you are fine, can you give me an injection of energy liquid tonight? I haven't injected energy liquid for a long time, and now my strength can no longer be improved, and I feel that I am about to be eliminated. Please give me an injection of energy liquid, okay?" 276 Robbing a woman. Looking at Nami in front of him, after making sure that the other party is not talking nonsense but serious. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. He never expected that the first thought of Nami in front of him when she arrived was to inject her with energy liquid. Although it sounds a bit nonsense, Luo Xiu also knows that this is a normal thing when thinking of the opponents becoming stronger. Unlike others, women like Nami, Kazuki Hiyori, etc., the reason why they can become very powerful is because Luo Xiu injected them with Nungguang liquid. Other than that, there is no change. That is to say, if 11 Luo Xiu didn't inject them with energy liquid, they would be that weak existence. So they don't want to become weak again, or they want to become stronger. And Luo Xiu is like this here now. However, because of their own talents and their own hard work, if they want to become strong, there is only one way. That is to inject the energy liquid again from Luo Xiu, but Luo Xiu had disappeared before, and he didn't even know where he went, so they felt quite speechless. And now, Luo Xiu finally came back. They naturally wanted Luo Xiu to inject them with urine as soon as possible to make them stronger. After hearing this sentence, Luo Xiu nodded slowly, and then spoke softly. "Let's talk about it tonight. Where are the others?" "Lord Luo Xiu, I'll take you there to find them, but something went wrong. I hope you won't be angry." Nami suddenly spoke at this time. Hearing her words, she revealed a little doubt in her eyes, nodded slowly, and spoke. "It's okay, just take me to see it. As long as it's not too much, I will naturally not be angry. Of course, if it angers me, I will not only be angry, but also die." There was a little excitement in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there was calmness and cruelty in the excitement. For him, everything here is different now than it used to be. But for Luo Xiu, the most important thing is that he is looking for excitement and freshness. If there is no such thing, for him, no matter where he stays, it will be the same. Soon, under the leadership of Name, Luo Xiu came to a warship in the distance, which was their base camp. And just arrived here, Luo Xiu saw a figure that surprised him a little. This man he knew, the future Marine 3 Admiral. It's just that before the Green Bull became Marine Admiral, Luo Xiu uprooted Marine. At most, he can be regarded as a high-level Marine, and the clothes he is wearing at this time Luo Xiu knows, it is the pirate's clothes 083. Obviously, the Green Bull in front of him has abandoned his former self and become a pirate. From the moment he saw each other, Luo Xiu knew that Green Bull had really become a pirate. He is not pretending here, but thoroughly enjoys his current identity. The unscrupulousness in his bones cannot be concealed. At this time, what the Green Bull did made Brother Luo also feel a little amusing. Because at this time the Green Bull is in heat with Robin in front of him. Or he was pursuing Robin. This scene made Luo Xiu feel extremely funny. He never thought that in this world, someone would dare to snatch his own woman. 277 Green Bull's helplessness. "Miss Robin, please agree to a date with me. I prepared the best dinner for you, and invited the best chef in the world. Please show me your face." I saw the green cow smiling excitedly and said. However, after hearing his words, Robin on the opposite side ignored his plan at all, and looked at Luo Xiu in the distance. "Master Luo Xiu, you are finally back." Robin looked extremely excited. He never thought that Luo Xiu would come back today, so he ran directly to Luo Xiu's side and hugged his arm. Feeling the proud murder weapon covering his arm, Luo Xiu felt a burst of relief, nodded slowly, looked at the opposite Green Bull and opened his mouth. "What's the matter with this guy?" Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Robin rolled his eyes, looked at Lusheng and said. "It's just a clown, who knows why he likes me. But when he surrendered, he was also the best one to surrender, so even if he did something bad, I didn't do anything to him. Do you hate this? If you hate him, then I'll kill him now." Robin's gentle face, gentle smile, and gentle voice spoke chilling words. After hearing his words, the eyes of the opposite Green Bull showed a little helplessness. He had known for a long time that Robin didn't have much feelings for him, and he himself didn't have normal thoughts about Robin either. What he wanted was actually Robin's body. For him, as long as he got Robin's body, there would be no problem at all. "Do it in front of me, are you tired of living?" "No, it's my fault, sorry teacher." Luo Xiu nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. At this moment, he looked at the sky in the distance and found that it was already dark. It seemed that not only could he not get Robin's body, but he might even have to send his life here. The problem is that things don't look like that right now. Zhang Ruoxiu's eyes looked into the distance. When the green bull, there was a little vigilance in the eyes of the green bull. I heard that you were the first to surrender, is it true? Luo Xiu, with just a click, this punch directly shattered the void in front of him, instantly shattering the trace of green energy condensed on the green bull. At this moment, he looked the green bull up and down, and said. He quickly lowered his head and spoke. Now it's time for dinner, didn't you say that you have prepared delicious food? Just take us there, I would like to see what food makes you feel delicious. As soon as his words fell, Luo Xiu's figure instantly appeared in front of him, and then punched forward. It's true, first didn't join Marine for a long time, and I don't have stupid justice like Fujitora, so it's not unacceptable to join us pirates. Good job. There is a faint light emitting from his body, which is his ability. Hearing the other party admitting his mistake so briskly, Luo Xiu nodded slightly, but did not do anything. Not to mention that the terms offered by Ms. Robin are quite good, and I have quite a few people under my command now. It can be said that they are even more brilliant than when first was a Marine. There was a little coldness in Luo Xiu's eyes, which made the green bull on the opposite side hold his breath. 278 The cook is Sanji. Green Bull felt quite speechless. He originally got this hair because he wanted to invite Robin to eat, and then took the opportunity to get Robin drunk and then do something wrong. But who would have thought that Luo Xiu would come here on this day? This caused his peak strength to appear so insufficient in front of the group of people in front of him. In other words, if this continues, he feels that he is likely to be eliminated by the other party. This green bull wanted to run away, but in front of Luo Xiu, he didn't dare to show it. Because he didn't know if Luo Xiu would directly beat him to death. If other people didn't have this strength, Luo Xiu would definitely have 017. After all, he witnessed Luo Xiu kill the former Admiral Zephyr in Marine. Coupled with the terrifying power displayed by Luo Xiu, there is no one who will not be afraid of him. Especially the strong man in the Marine like the Green Bull, was even more frightened of Luo Xiu. Because he had fought with Luo Xiu before, he knew that Luo Xiu's strength had already surpassed them. Okay, I'll take you there now. The green cow took a deep breath, said slowly, and then led everyone to a restaurant in the distance. I didn't directly arrest the person this time, but I invited him here with my profit. According to the other party, he will only cook a meal here, so I am so anxious. Green Bull said with a soft smile, and then led everyone to the restaurant. After he opened the door and went in, they suddenly saw a very beautiful restaurant that had been prepared. It's a candlelit restaurant. The Green Bull coughed lightly, put away the candles on the table, and turned on the light. It seems that the situation here is not very good, but it doesn't matter, we will continue to stay here. After understanding the other party's words, Luo Xiu didn't say much, but just spoke softly. You don't need to prepare too much, just serve the food directly, I'm a little hungry. After speaking, Luo Xiu sat directly at the main table. BBFH Nami, Robin and others also sat aside, looking at him with some excitement. Where are Hiyori and them? Luo Xiu asked softly. In his opinion, since he came back, Kazuki Hiyori and others should have rushed over very quickly, but they didn't come now. They are dealing with some things in other places. After all, we are so big here, it is impossible to gather in one place. Robin said with a soft smile. After hearing his words, Luo Xiu nodded slowly and didn't say anything more. The green cow sat in the corner. Seeing this scene, there was a little surprise in his eyes. He also wanted to be surrounded by many beauties, but he knew that he did not have this ability now. In other words, he has this ability, but all he can invite are ordinary beauties, and she can't snatch any of Nami and Robin's level. Because he knew that these were all Luo Xiu's women. To be honest, he also felt a little terrified of his previous actions. He actually snatched Luo Xiu's woman. Fortunately, he didn't succeed, otherwise, Luo Xiu would probably cut him into 8 pieces when he came back. After a while, a delicious meal was served, but Luo Xing's eyes were not only looking at the meal, but more importantly, he was looking at the person who served the dish opposite. He knew this person, it was Sanji. 279 Sanji's worries. Sanji tried his best to look normal, not to look at the two beauties next to him. He could feel the proud chests of these two beauties, as well as their unique charms, each of which made him linger. But he knew that the man at the center was quite powerful and moody, and he was the well-deserved king of pirates in this world. That's right, Luo Xiu is not the one-piece king, but he is the god in the hearts of the pirates and the emperor among the pirates. Not the level of 4 emperors, but the emperor who surpassed 4 emperors. So as long as there is a person who has become a pirate, there is no one who has not heard of his name, and no one who has not marveled at Luo Xiu's strength. But anyway, no one dared to challenge him, and no one dared to say anything more here. This is also the reason why Sanji obviously likes to look at women, but he dare not even look at the two women next to him. He was afraid that Luo Xiu would slap him to death directly. Luo Xiu is natural, if he has this ability, he will naturally have this courage, the premise is that he finds a new way. This is what I made. Tremella Shuizi Lianhua soup, cool and delicious in the mouth. Sanji said without saying anything more, just stood aside and waited respectfully. Naturally, Luo Xiu doesn't care about sanity, for him, Sanji is just an ordinary person. The status gap between them is very different. In other words, if Luo Xiu is here, Zhongshan will be killed directly and there is no problem. Of course, he will be attacked by Luffy and his gang afterwards. His current Luffy group is not very strong in itself, even if Luo Xiu trains him to the level of Joey Boy, Luo Ri is confident of defeating them. The reason is very simple, he went back to 800 years ago, because the power of Joey Boy himself was weakened. But even so, he was able to beat a full-bodied Xiao Yibo, and there was no reason why he couldn't beat a Luffy after his strength recovered. Luo Xiu took a sip and felt that it was quite delicious, and shared it with everyone. Of course, when the green bowl sitting in the farthest corner was distributed, it had already been distributed just right. In this way, the green bull felt quite speechless, but he didn't dare to say anything. He looked at Sanji on the side with his eyes, suitable for Sanji, to do it again. Ask for flowers. Sanji can naturally see who is the biggest present, so naturally he doesn't pay attention to the green bull. This made the green bull feel quite ugly, but even so, he couldn't say much. The time for a meal passed quickly, when the night was 10 o'clock. Luo Xiu finished his meal, looked at the green bull opposite, and spoke with a soft smile. 0. This meal is pretty good. You're doing okay, so I'll forgive you, but it's not an example. Why? After saying this, Luo Xiu looked at Sanji at the side again, and spoke. Is your name Sanji? I've heard of you. The food you cook tastes pretty good. If you can, you might as well stay. The moment Sanji heard this sentence, Sanji was slightly shocked. He never imagined that Luo Xiu wanted to keep him. This made him take a deep breath, and there was a little surprise in his eyes, then he slowly shook his head and spoke with a smile. I came here this time mainly for the devil fruit. Now that the devil fruit is in my hands, I won't stay here anymore, thank you for your retention. 280. Stealth fruit. You mean devil fruit? Luo Xiu looked at Sanji opposite, with a smile in his eyes. He just knew that Green Bull invited Sanji to cook for them. Originally, I thought that the Green Bull just used some money or some special things that only this side has. Unexpectedly, the opponent used devil fruit. And this aroused Luo Xiu's interest. He was very interested. The green bull would give Sanji some devil fruit like 507. In the original book Sanji, but never tried any devil fruit. Of course it's not that he doesn't want to. If he wanted the devil fruit, everyone was eaten. Let Sanji helpless. I saw Sanji move slightly. He didn't want to answer at first, because he also knew the preciousness of devil fruit, and he also knew that making a meal by himself is actually not worth this devil fruit. But since they had made a deal before, the devil fruit was his, and if he gave it away at this time, he would feel quite uncomfortable. Not to mention that this devil fruit is the kind he really wanted. What's the problem? Luo Xiu's eyes gradually dimmed, and there was a little coldness in them. After listening to Luo Xiu's words, Sanji finally sighed helplessly and spoke slowly. It is the invisible fruit of Paramesha. As that's so, Luo Xiu seemed a little speechless. He didn't expect that at this moment, Sanji would still want the ability to be invisible. It's not that the ability to be invisible is not good. If you really can be invisible, you can use the ability to be invisible. But in this place where there are countless super devil fruits, no matter how you look at it, the invisible fruit is much worse. Okay, since you don't want to stay, let's go, but I still hope that if there is a chance, you can come and cook for me. Of course, I can prepare for you the devil fruit you want. Or you want other things, I can also give you, as long as you think of it, I can get it out. Luo Xiu said with a smile, then ignored Sanji, turned and left the place. Seeing Luo Xiu leave, both Sanji and Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that there were fine beads of sweat on their foreheads just now, which made them quite surprised. It's really scary. Is this the aura of the King of Pirates? Sanji took a deep breath in the dusk, no longer hesitated, and directly packed the kitchen utensils and prepared to leave. But at this time, the green bull on the side stretched out his hand to stop him and said calmly. You cook for me again, I was not full just now. The moment Sanji heard this sentence, Sanji moved slightly, and then looked at the green bull in front of him. Sorry, I've finished cooking, my friend is waiting for me, and now I'm leaving here. After saying these words, Sanji felt an invisible pressure, which directly suppressed himself. This made him move slightly, and after 1.6 he understood that the guy in front of him was also a powerful existence. I saw him taking a deep breath and speaking softly. What do you think Mr. Shu will do if he can't find me when he asks me to cook next time? A short sentence made the green bull on the opposite side pause slightly, and then there was a killing intent in his eyes, but after a while, he still lost his momentum. 281 Akainu, are you interested in joining? The green bull couldn't offend Luo Xiu. He knew it from the very beginning, or in other words, from the time he planned to betray Marine and come to the pirate camp. The green bull knew that Luo Xiu would be his nightmare for the rest of his life. You go, don't let me meet you outside. There was a cold light in the eyes of the bull, and he said softly. Finally ignore Sanji and turn to leave. The green bull is thinking about his future. During this time, his pursuit of Robin is quite hot. He doesn't believe that Luo Xiu can let go of himself, at least if he is Luo Xiu, he won't let go of himself now. After 15 understood this, Green Bull decided to find a way out first. Luo Xiu didn't know what Green Bull was thinking, or even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Perhaps the Green Bull who once stood in the Marine camp has value to use. After all, the opponent is a character who can become a Marine admiral in the future. But now, the opponent is just a little Kurami, a guy who joined the pirate camp and surrendered. For this kind of spineless person, Luo Xiu generally will not give the other party too much benefit. At least he looked down on such a person from the bottom of his heart. Where are the others? Luo Xiu looked at Nami at the side, and asked softly. After hearing his words, Nami paused slightly, and then understood who Luo Xiu was talking about. Akainu and the others were all imprisoned and impelled down. They refused to surrender, and we had no choice but to imprison them in Weather City and wait for you to come back to deal with them. After hearing this sentence, Luo Xiu nodded slightly, and said softly. Take me to see. In the following time, Nami brought Luo Xiu to the underground prison and impelled down. As soon as he entered here, Luo Xiu saw that Akainu and others were locked in a cell. Most importantly, they are all bound with seastone handcuffs. This also means that their strength cannot be exerted at all. Even Marine Admiral needs to break free from Seastone's handcuffs in order to exert his own strength. Luo Xiu, you are finally back. Akainu gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Xiu opposite, with an angry light in his eyes. He was really stunned. Originally, he thought that Luo Xiu's camp was strong because of Luo Xiu's own strength. But after Luo Xiu disappeared before, the group of pirates still pierced them. This made him feel quite helpless, knowing that the era of Marines has passed, and from today onwards, pirates are the mainstream of this world. The relationship between the two of them has changed. Once on the sea, if pirates appeared, there would be Marines chasing them. But up to now, they must have switched identities. No one is willing to be a Marine, except for those who have justice in their hearts. Others will definitely become pirates who yearn for freedom and freedom. Seeing the loneliness in Akainu's eyes, Luo Xiu knew exactly what was going on in Akainu's heart. Don't worry, I won't let you rust and rot here. When he rules this World Cup, I need a group of loyal dogs who can be loyal to me and rule the world. Akainu, you're pretty cool, why are you interested? The cold words sounded, which caused a little surprise in Akainu's eyes, and then he stared at Luo Xiu angrily. 282 Kuzan surrendered. What bullshit are you talking about? I'm Marine Admiral, I can't be what you call a lackey. You will die here next, see the cell around you. You will stay here on the last day. First a Marine, and always will be Marine, and Marine will never compromise. Seeing the opponent's appearance at this time, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little helplessness. He rolled his eyes, and finally looked at Kizaru who was beside him. At this time, Kizaru was sitting on that chair, with a little calm in his eyes. He was not quite crazy like Akainu. For him, defeat is defeat, and he waits for Akainu to surrender, and then surrenders with him. That's right, Kizaru doesn't think too much about the so-called justice, or he has justice in his heart, and justice is not what Marine does in his opinion. Otherwise, when he was a Marine, he wouldn't have fished often, or even played badly. Kizaru, what do you think? Luo Xiu's soft words sounded, and after hearing these words, Kizaru on the opposite side slowly shook his head. He didn't say any more words, but just uttered a short sentence to prove his position. I will stand on Akainu's side, without him backquote. Luo Xiu nodded slowly. He understood that the other party's choice was not much different from his own. Very well, then you two can stay here. After saying this, Luo Xiu came to the third cell, and inside it was Aokiji, or Kuzan, the man covered in ice. It's Marine Admiral Kuzan, how about it? Are you going to stay here and leave a legacy for thousands of years, or go out with me and make a difference? Luo Xiu's voice was still as unusually calm as before, because in his opinion, although the group of Marine Admirals in front of him were powerful, lacking in combat power, and had charisma, if they weren't his own, they would be useless. So only by joining them can he become his most loyal lackey. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Huzan slowly opened his eyes, and he calmly looked at Luo Xiu opposite him. Under everyone's gaze, I saw a smile on the corner of Aokiji's mouth, and said softly. I am willing to join you, to be your right-hand man, and to help you rule the world. A short sentence proves that Aokiji Feng has joined Luo Xiu's camp. Luo Xiu also smiled slightly at this time, and turned to Robin at the side. Robin changed our good partner into a suit, gave him a good meal, and remembered to take off the seastone handcuffs on his body. After saying this, he looked at Aokiji on the opposite side again, and then spoke. Justice is not only practiced when you are a Marine, no matter what your identity is. When you stick to the justice in your heart, justice still exists. After Luo Xiu finished speaking, he ignored Nonuos and turned to the next building. At this moment, the man in this cell did not wear Halu in handcuffs, because he did not have the power of devil fruit, and at this moment, his entire body was bound by the Emperor's chains. Although it does not restrict his actions, it can greatly suppress his power. This person is named Marine Hero Garp. Looking up at Luo Xiu opposite, Garp showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, and there was madness in the smile. 283 Playing with people's hearts. Want to convince me? Do you think you have the ability? Garp said softly. The madness in his eyes was endless. Luo Xiu didn't answer him. Instead, he looked at the senbei around him and shook his head slightly. You even provide him with snacks. Luo Xiu seemed to speak to Nami on the side. After hearing his words, Nami shook her head in embarrassment and continued. I think he is quite respectable, compared to his special treatment. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Luo Xiu shook his head slowly. Of course it was nothing, just giving the other party some special treatment, and what was given was only for the ancestors, not a powerful weapon. Asterisk 743 Let him stay here, I believe that after the rotation of time, he will know what he is going to do. Quote. After saying this, Luo Xiu suddenly moved, stood in front of the cell door, and said to Nami who was beside him with a slight smile. By the way, what's the name of the chef who cooked for us earlier? Sanji. He cooks pretty good food. Remember to invite him here, I want him to cook for me for the rest of his life, do you understand? Lemay paused slightly, then nodded slowly, indicating that she understood. He doesn't know why Luo Xiu did this, BFBJ, he also doesn't understand why Luo Xiu likes a cook's meal so much. Obviously he can cook by himself. The sound of casa clicking sounded, which made people feel a little uneasy. He calmly looked at the mad look in Luo Xiu's eyes, which turned into a substantial killing intent. Feeling this, Luo Xiu revealed a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said softly. Hearing this, he didn't know what Garp said in the mirror, but he knew about his grandson. Even if he really failed at the beginning, as long as he didn't die, he would rush over again and again, trying to save Sanji back. The moment he heard this sentence, Nami nodded slowly, but did not express anything. So he knew that if Luo Xiu really wanted to snatch that cook named Sanji over, then his grandson would never let it go. What's wrong, Vice Admiral Garp? All I want is a cook, not your grandson. Then I remember that Sanji was in a pirate group called the Straw Hat Pirates. I heard that the people in it are very loyal. If anyone dares to stop him, he will be killed immediately. At this time, the sound of Garp chewing in the cell opposite Luo Xiu suddenly stopped. Hearing what the other party said, a smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, he nodded slightly, and continued to speak to Nami who was beside him. This is the protagonist of a new era of Luffy, a super potential with rubber fruit. I understand, I will join you, but don't tell me what to do. Things that violate the justice in my heart. Have you heard, Nami, the marine hero Garp is willing to join us, and from now on he will be our right-hand man, spreading the news. I believe your grandson will not fight us for a cook, will he? And Luo Xiu's gaze scanned Garp slowly, and said with a smile. By the way, entertain him well, but don't let him go to other places to do useless things. Garp who was in the cell didn't know what Luo Xiu was doing, you just picked up the senior next to you and put it in your mouth again and started chewing. 284 New Marine. Looking at the back of Luo Xiu leaving, Garp sighed slightly, he knew that Luo Xiu had caught the string in his heart. With this string, no matter what, it is impossible for him to escape from Luo Xiu's palm. Not one, that is his grandson, Luffy became super powerful top powerhouse. Surpassing everyone now, in this case, the other party is the most powerful person in the world. Then he doesn't have to worry that his grandson will be threatened by the guy in front of him, and he can enjoy his retirement life. But he also knows that it is not something that can be hastened by time, it will take a lot of time. More talent is needed. Then he knew that his grandson's talent was indeed quite good, after all, he had been his training partner since he was a child. But he also knows that if there is no real master to teach Luffy, the speed of Luffy's growth will be greatly reduced. Sighing slightly, Garp broke free from all the chains on his body after he walked out of the cell. He can do it, Garp can do it from start to finish. It is not demon fruit power, these restrictions may make his strength drop, but it will definitely not drop to the point of being unable to resist like other demon fruit power. But he will not resist, because he knows that when he does this, all the companions and subordinates around him will die. Garp didn't leave, but followed behind Luo Xiu and walked forward. Luo Xiu would not pay attention to the other party, anyway, the next thing he has to do is very simple, that is, visit the strong men in these cells and make them surrender to him. In this case, it would be more convincing to have one more Garp that has obeyed itself. At least in front of one person, and that's Sengoku. When Luo Xiu came to Sengoku's cell, Sengoku closed his eyes and seemed to be fast asleep. But when he felt that Garp was beside him, he suddenly opened his eyes. Sengoku didn't even pay attention to Luo Xiu and said directly to Garp. Garp, did you choose to betray? Hearing this sentence, Garp's eyes showed a little loneliness, and then he spoke. What is betrayal? Why not betray? I just chose the best result at the moment. Asking for flowers. I think you should have similar thoughts. Hearing this, Sengoku on the opposite side paused, then nodded slowly. No matter how you look at it, it is indeed the best and most correct way. But the justice in my heart does not support me doing this. 0. I didn't expect that Marine would die in my hands after so many years of hard work. It's really better to retire early. Seeing the helpless look of his old friend at this time, Garp shook his head helplessly, and finally leaned forward to look at Sengoku and said. Some things are different from what you think. Join here. At least in this cell, you can't do anything, can you? Hearing this, Sengoku glanced at Luo Xiu next to him, and finally nodded slowly. It's true that you can't do anything in the cell, you can only talk nonsense, but can you do anything when you go out? The person next to you won't agree. Hearing this, Luo Xiu stood up and said with a smile. I want to establish a new marine inch. 285 all willing. That short sentence made Sengoku on the opposite side and Garp on the side pause slightly. The two of them looked at Luo Xiu with some surprise, after looking at Luo Xiu with the right thought in his eyes. They all knew that Luo Xiu didn't lie to them, but really thought so. But why do you obviously have a lot of pirates under your command, wouldn't it be good to let them help you manage this world? Hearing the words, 143, Luo Xiu showed a helpless smile in his eyes. What are you talking about? Let those pirates manage the world for me. How do you watch them betray me? Watch them being eroded by desire and wealth, and finally, become those villains who make people vomit. That's right, I'm not interested in Marines, but only Marines in this world can help us manage this world so that there won't be too many mistakes in this world, right? So, join us. After joining us, what you get will definitely be different from what you used to get. You two will become the top managers of emerging Marine. As long as there is no particularly big incident, I will not interfere with you. I just want to be the bad guy in my heart. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Zephyr and Sengoku looked at each other. At this moment, they understood exactly what Luo Xiu wanted. Without him, the uncrowned king. A king above all beings, a king above all powers. In this case, Luo Xiu's every move will affect the whole world. But if he chooses to leave this place, stand above the sky, and look down on the earth, then he will disappear from the sight of ordinary people and become an existence similar to a touch. I get it, I'll help you rebuild the Marine, but after the Marine, we're going to retire. After all, we're too old. Hearing this, Luo Xiu nodded slowly, with a slight smile in his eyes. Of course, as long as you can do what you want to do, it doesn't matter if you retire. Okay, since that's the case, then I am willing to join you. Seeing that Sengoku was also willing to join himself and the others, Hover breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want his old friend to be locked up here. And the biggest reason why he followed here was because he wanted to personally persuade Sengoku not to be so pedantic. Obviously, Sengoku has chosen a new route, and he is not as pedantic as he thought. So who's next, Yinhu? Luo Xiu said softly, and slowly came to the distance, in front of the Barnacle's old house. He just stood here when he saw Fujitori's tightly closed eyes, and at this moment slowly opened his pale pupils, looking at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu knew that there was no emotion in Fujitori's eyes. This is because the other party has no influence, he is a complete blind man. But Fujitora, with his powerful 4.2 smell hockey, can indeed see it. Well, you should know what happened there just now. What do you think now? There was calmness in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there was a slight smile in the calmness. Seeing Luo Xiu's appearance at this time, Fujitora nodded slowly, and then spoke. That's natural, I've heard those words, so I'm willing to join. 286 The Revolutionary Army is still the same. After solving the last few thorns, Luo Xiu didn't go to other people, because the other Marines were all little Kurami. He is not familiar with even those strong people on the world government side. For him, it is better to let Garp and others go to persuade them. Will Luo Xiu not know that Garp and others have their own conspiracy? He naturally knew, or in other words, if Garp and the others didn't have any conspiracy, then something was wrong. But there is actually no problem with this, because for him, everything will not be too much of a problem. He has top-notch strength, a powerful force that transcends all living beings and surpasses all living beings. In this case, no one will cause some strange consequences on his side. 15 To collect money, he is just a person, a boat, and a few crew members. The world government can be smashed directly. So, when the next world government comes around again, is there any problem with him hammering the opponent out again? No problem at all. He just had confidence and understood this truth, so Luo Xiu didn't say much. Lord Luo Xiu, Raihei and the others are back, and they want to see you. Hearing what Nami said, Luo Xiu nodded slowly. He hadn't seen Guangming Raihei and others for a long time. Soon, but when they met, Kazuki Hiyori was the first to rush over and directly hugged Luo Xiu's thigh. Lord Luo Xiu, next time you don't suddenly disappear. If you disappear, please take me with you, okay? Raihei is good or bad, even hugging his own thigh. I want to hug too. Runti on the side pouted, and rushed over with an unhappy look, hugging Luo Xiu's other thigh. The rest of the girls saw this scene, although they had some longing in their eyes, but they didn't rush over. They just came to Luo Xiu's side and just looked at him with excitement in their eyes. After communicating with the girls for a while, Luo Xiu instantly understood that the world is now completely under his rule. But there is always something rebelling behind the scenes, and they are the Revolutionary Army Dragons. That's right, but Luo Xiu helped the other party overthrow the world government's rule, after overthrowing Marine. The Revolutionary Army long didn't think that Luo Xiu was really above all living beings. The opponent now changed the target to be overthrown to Luo Xiu's side. Of course, Luo Xiu also understands that this is because his subordinates have basically not changed the previous rule and power. It seems that he really overthrew the world government, but he just overthrew it himself. Ordinary people still look like ordinary people. Therefore, the road to the liberation of the Revolutionary Army is still going on. In this regard, Luo Xiu said that it doesn't matter. Anyway, he is going to set up a new Marine, and let these Marines and the Revolutionary Army fight. As for him lying obediently on his own bed, enjoying 490 the beauty in his arms, wouldn't it be okay? At night, Luo Xiu stepped down from a big bed, and all the girls on the bed were lying on it sprawled out, having fun. But Luo Xiu didn't have such an idea anymore, because the battle just now had almost exhausted his ammunition and food. This time, your strength should be greatly improved. Luo Xiu said softly, looking at the moon in the sky, with a little peace in his eyes. On the moon in another world, there seems to be something special. I don't know what is on the moon in this world. Luo Xiu said so, but at the next moment he saw a black spot on the moon changing direction, rapidly expanding the sky. 287 Sudden Challenge. What is this? There was surprise in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he didn't know what that thing was at all. However, at the next moment, the black dot became bigger and bigger, and then, Luo Xiu saw what that thing was. It turned out to be a person. Luo Xiu never thought of him, never thought that the black dot turned out to be a human being. But at this moment, Luo Xiong found that the human's speed did not decrease but increased, and he rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Hee, did you come after me? There was a cold light in Luo Xiu's eyes. Without any hesitation, a terrifying light erupted from his body, and he rushed forward. The next moment, the two sides collided directly, and a terrifying wave spread to the surroundings. Luo Xiu punched the man out. In the end, he stood in midair and looked at the figure in front of him with calm eyes. Kaido, what are you doing here? That's right, the figure rushing towards Luo Xiu was exactly Kaido. At this time, Kaido was lying on the ground, with endless anger shining in his eyes. He raised his head, fixedly stared at Luo Xiu, and yelled loudly. Why are you called the Emperor of the Emperor? I don't accept it. Hearing this, Luo Xiu instantly understood that this guy did not obey his rule, and wanted to challenge him and become the new king. If it was other people, Luo Xiu might not pay attention to them, but if it was Kaido, there was a little smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. Kaido turned around and left, galloping towards the distance. His body turned into a streamer and disappeared. After he left, Luo Xiu's eyes gradually became calm, and there was a little coldness in the calm. Luo Xiu said with a smile, turned and left, returned to his room, and began to rest. He doesn't have much good things to do, and the strong in this world are just a few tricks to him. You want to challenge me, I am willing, but you need to come up with chips, otherwise everyone will challenge me, and I have no time for myself. But for a rough-skinned and thick-skinned guy like Kaido, it wouldn't be a problem to play a few more tricks, so Luo Xiu was very happy to let Kaido be his after-dinner entertainment. Hearing this, Kaido stood up from the ground, looked at Luo Xiu with some surprise, and said with surprise in his eyes. This made him fall into a tangle, and then he felt that this was normal. After all, Luo Xiu is the undisputed strongest in the world today. Of course you can. Hearing this, Luo Xiu nodded slowly and said with a smile in his eyes. I don't have anything here, so you wait for me to get it, and when I get it back, I will fight you to the death. Good Zhao, hehe, Kaido. Since you want to court death, then I can only satisfy you. What do you mean? Hearing this, Kaido instantly understood that Luo Xiu was asking him for an admission ticket. You want to challenge me, of course you can, but this challenge is not something you can do casually. If you want to challenge the opponent, it is normal to buy some things to buy battle tickets. After hesitating for a moment, Kaido glanced around for a moment, then touched his body for a long time, and finally didn't even scratch off a hair. Luo Xiu spoke softly with a smile in his eyes. 288 Battle, Kaido's Desire. Of course, there are some problems with this entertainment. It is impossible for Luo Xiu to let Kaido become his younger brother. The other party has awakened Conqueror's Haki, which means that the other party cannot surrender to him. Although Sengoku has also awakened Conqueror's Haki, he is different because what he represents is justice, and all he wants to do is to maintain peace in this world. In this case, Sengoku doesn't say much. For him, everything about Hikiri will be fine. Time started still. When it came to the next morning, Luo Xiu just got up from the bed, stretched his muscles and bones, and went outside. I saw that Kaido was already standing outside waiting for him. At this time, Kaido's huge figure seemed extremely oppressive. The people around did not dare to go up to stop him, but Luo Xiu only had a smile in his eyes. Come on, Kaido, what good things did you bring this time? Hearing this, Kaido snorted coldly, took out a devil fruit from his body, and threw it to Luo Xiu. Is Paramesha devil fruit enough? Hearing this, there was a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he looked down at the Paramesha devil fruit in his hand. Because Luo Xiu has never memorized the devil fruit illustrated book, he doesn't know what devil fruit it is, but he knows it is Paramesha devil fruit. That's enough. Anyway, he himself will not eat these devil fruits. As for the group of girls under him, they will not eat them either. They will only eat them for the pirates who join him. These pirates will naturally investigate what these devil fruits are. Even if the other party does not know, it is the other party's own fault if they forcefully eat them. Like throwing devil fruit casually into the house behind, Luo Xiu nodded slowly and said. Of course, now that you have the qualifications to challenge me, how do you want to fight? Just start the fight. Kaido let out a roar, and his figure rapidly swelled into a dragon figure, which is his strongest form. He waved the mace in his hand and threw it directly at Luo Xiu. One shot is the most powerful thunder 8 trigrams. The huge thunder BFBE envelops Lang Yabang, carrying endless power. However, there was only a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and then he kicked forward. I only heard the sound of rumbling, and this kick brought the 5 of 10,000 armies. Directly smash everything in front of you. Afterwards, Luo Xiu's figure disappeared in an instant, and when Kaido was unable to fight, he came to the opponent's back and kicked him on the lower back. Kaido roared directly, and his figure turned into a streamer of light, smashing into the ground. He spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff. Holding his waist, Kaido's eyes were full of anger, and he turned his head to stare at Luo Xiu. D, why are you going to fight in this place? Although I won't have any more children, it doesn't mean I'm useless. Hearing Kaido's words, Luo Xiu shrugged his shoulders lightly, didn't say much, and turned into a streamer again, rushing towards Kaido. Kaido snorted coldly and didn't hesitate anymore, holding the mace in his hands. The power of thunder. With a loud roar, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a huge thunderbolt fell from the sky, directly striking Guy's body, and then turning into billowing thick smoke, rushing towards Luo Xiu on the opposite side. The battle between the two sides started at this moment, and the crackling sound sounded, attracting the attention of the people around. 289. The strongest creature is just a joke. In the distance, one figure after another gathered, and they formally joined the pirates on Luo Xiu's side. None of these pirates are weak, at least at the vice admiral level, because Luo Xiu is in the elite group, although the pirates on his side have reached a full 2,000. But none of these 2,000 people is weak, and any of them is either a master of hockey or a person with the ability of devil fruit. There are even 5 Logia demon fruit powers among them. Of course their Logia devil fruit is not particularly advanced. But even so, it can still produce tyrannical power. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little coldness. He waved his left hand forward, and the flames condensed on it, making a whistling sound like a storm. There was a rumbling sound, and the punch burst into flames, hitting Kaido's face. With a bang, Kaido was sent flying and hit the ground, but Kaido would not be discouraged by such an attack. He stood up from the ground again, letting the blood flow from his face. In battles with others, Kaido will not bleed easily even if he is injured, but in battles with Luo Xiu's every move can make him bleed a big nose. This is the gap, this is the huge gap between the two sides. Luo Xiu, your strength has become stronger again, but even so, I must surpass you. Ever since Luo Xiu snatched Onijima and Wano-kuni from Kaido's hands before, Kaido looked unusually angry. He doesn't want to look for opportunities to take revenge all the time, even when Luo Xiu and Marine are fighting, he even wants to come to help Marine. But he wasn't stupid, he just thought about it, the light in his eyes let him know that he couldn't do similar things. Kaido let out a roar, and the strength of his body increased sharply at this moment. Obviously, the reason why he dared to challenge Luo Xiu at this time was because he had mastered a special power. Like a straight kite, Kaido spun directly and hit the land in the distance, bang, and fell to the ground. Asking for flowers. Luo Xiu, I must beat you here today. Have you become stronger? This is the best way. If you are always so weak, I don't want to continue fighting with you. There was a rumbling sound, and the power brought by Luo Xiu's punch was stronger than Kaido's. Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature on the surface, that's all it seems. However, when Luo Xiu saw this scene, there was only a smile in his eyes, and at the same time he slammed forward in one fell swoop. Hearing the rumbling sound, Langya Bang with the power of 1,000 troops seemed to tear the space and everything in front of him to shreds. Kaido roared and waved the Langya Bang in his hand, which also doubled in size, and Luo Xiu smashed it over. With the sound of bang, the terrifying light flickered everything, and was torn apart at this moment. Other than that, he can't do anything, because he is the Emperor of the Sea, he is one of the 4 emperors, he is the Kaido of the beasts. Oh, the only thing he can do is to help his current self to single out Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu smiled softly and left the place. Stop talking nonsense, die for me. Each of these titles made it impossible for him to find other people to join forces, at least not with Marine. Seeing Kaido Luo Xiu, who had doubled in size again, a slight smile flickered in his eyes. 290 Anticipated surprise. Is this the most powerful strength of Master Luo Xiu? Sure enough, it's so terrifying, I can only admire it. Sure enough, I didn't expect Master Luo Xiu to be so terrifying. I was so surprised. The surrounding pirates cheered and jumped for joy. They knew how powerful Luo Xiu was, but not many people had seen Luo Xiu's real battle scene. But this time, they saw Luo Xiu's terrifying 647 power, which made everything here look different. It's really the right decision for us to join Lord Luo Xiu's pirate team. Nonsense, Mr. Luo Xiu defeated Marine and world government before. He is the most powerful person in the world to join. He must be the best. Our life will be different in the future. Now those remaining Marines will run away when they see me. This kind of life has never been imagined. That's right, all of this is thanks to Lord Luo Xiu. If there is no Lord Luo Xiu, we are still the kind of children who want to run away when we see Marine. Everyone admired you for your words, and I said it one by one. No one cared about it at all. Too many people lay on the ground and passed out. Time renders, and when it was late at night, Kaido slowly opened his eyes. He could feel the power in his body slowly spreading, which was a bit different from what he used to be. But now, all of this has changed, and it has made him feel a little excited, and there is a little calm in the excitement. Sure enough, as long as I fight against the strong, I can quickly improve my strength. I don't know when I will be able to fight Luo Xiu head on. Then everything changes. I guess the moon and the sun are the same. Luo Xiu smiled lightly, and didn't say much. He knew that he could leave the outer space of this planet on 3.7 to see what this planet is like, so as to determine the difference between this world and his original world. There was calmness in his eyes, and a little coldness in the calmness. Instead, he chose to retire and choose a home, and everything here was changed. Kaido struggled to get up and patted off the dust on his body. With a little calm in his eyes, he looked at Luo Xiu's room across the way. And this is the case now. Kaido is not like the Kaido before, he is no longer a madman who only knows how to fight. For a beheaded person, if one day he becomes less impulsive, he should not fight for everything. This is a huge improvement for it, but it is still not worth mentioning compared to Luo Xiu. After Luo Xiu finished injecting the energy liquid injected into Black Maria in the room, he put on his clothes and got up and went to the window. Kaido, what surprise can you give me tomorrow? So what if he is sure? This is not his world. If it is different, it is even more unacceptable to him. He could hear unsightly voices from inside, and he could even hear who the woman's voice was, Black Maria. Luo Xiu, you stole everything from me, and one day I will take it all back. Seeing the perfectly round moon outside, Luo Xiu had a slight smile in his eyes. With a low snort, Kaido turned around and left here with a slightly broken body. This former subordinate of his originally served him, but now the other party chose to serve Luo Xiu. But he didn't want to, he didn't dare, and he didn't want to. 291, Friction Fruit. There were two strong figures in front of him, and Luo Xiu's eyes flashed with a little surprise. He never imagined that not only Kaido but also Charlotte Linlin came here today. At this time, the Aunt Charlotte's figure has lost a lot of weight, and she is not as obese as before. Now he even looks like the #1 beauty in the sea before. But Luo Xiu doesn't have any idea about Big Mom Charlotte, a super powerful boss in the sea. Everyone knows that he liked to do similar things when Aunt Charlotte was young. Maybe he won't do that when he gets old, but in any case, his past is not acceptable to anyone. Are you two going to challenge me today? 15. Luo Xiu's eyes gleamed with bloody calmness, and there was a slight smile in the calmness. That's right, the two of us will challenge you together today. Here's devil fruit for you. As Kaido said, he threw a devil fruit in his hand to Luo Xiu. Taking this devil fruit, Luo Xiu had a smile in his eyes, but he didn't directly confirm it. He smiled slowly and said, "One ticket for two people is not enough." Hearing this, Aunt Charlotte Linlin's face froze slightly, and then she snorted coldly. He took out another devil fruit from his chest and threw it towards Luo Xiu. This time, Luo Xiu didn't pick it up, but fixed the devil fruit in midair with his strength. He glanced at it for a while, and then looked at the group of pirates behind him. Does anyone recognize this devil fruit? Hearing this, the group of pirates looked at each other in blank dismay. After a while, a thin-looking man took 2 steps forward and spoke easily. Master Luo Xiu, I remember that this devil fruit is the friction fruit of Paramesha. Rub fruit. Surprise appeared in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he finally shook his head without saying anything more, and directly threw the devil fruit to the man. I'll send you off. The man looked at the devil fruit in his hand with surprise in his eyes. He never thought that he just said the name of the devil fruit. Luo Xiu actually gave him the devil fruit day. This is a secret treasure in the sea, worth at least hundreds of millions of Baileys every moment. Like this kind of friction fruit, and it is also a Paramesha fruit. Although it is not particularly powerful, it is worth at least 500 million Baileys. Thank you Lord Luo Xiu, thank you Lu Shu Tianel. The man said excitedly and hugged devil fruit in his arms. And at this moment, he saw the greedy eyes of his companions around him. This made him move slightly, and instantly understood something. Without any hesitation, he opened his big mouth and directly bit the devil fruit. 570. In the end, the shit-like smell made him cough uncontrollably, but he still swallowed the devil fruit forcefully. After swallowing the devil fruit thoroughly, his face was as ugly as shit. Throwing the devil fruit that had lost its effect on the ground, the man's face instantly turned red. He felt that the surrounding space seemed so viscous again. If he was in the air before, now he seems to be in the water. How is this going? As he spoke, he waved lightly, and rubbed his left hand for a moment, and finally, the friction between his hand and the air generated a lot of heat, which exploded violently. 292, Broken Napoleon. Looking at the man who exploded himself in the distance, the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, if devil fruit can't be used properly, it will indeed have such and such consequences. Luo Xiu shook his head with a smile, and looked at the two people opposite without saying much. Come on, attack me with all your strength. If you can defeat me, maybe I can give you something different. Hearing this, Kaido and Aunt Charlotte Linlin didn't say anything more. They set off a gust of wind and rushed towards Luo Xiu directly. Prometheus. Aunt Charlotte Linlin roared loudly, and then, a huge flame burned above his head. At the same moment, he took off the hat on his head and turned it into a long knife. The Emperor saw Napoleon. Emperor slash. Aunt Charlotte Linlin let out a roar, and slashed the long knife in her hand towards her face. Facing the surging attack, Luo Xiu still had bloody battle spirit in his eyes, and blasted forward with his last punch. Just listening to the rumbling sound, the crazy power brought by all of this directly shattered everything in front of him. Also broken was the long knife in the hand of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Seeing that the long knife that had been with him for an unknown amount of time was broken into pieces like this, Aunt Charlotte Linlin's eyes showed a little surprise. Luo Xiu, you pay me Napoleon. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin roared loudly. With a wave of his hands, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky, and the thunder and lightning rolled, directly heading towards Luo Xiu. There was a rumbling sound, and the huge lightning beam wanted to pierce Luo Xiu directly. However, Luo Xiu didn't even hide, just stood there motionless. Then, the terrifying waves dissipated, and a rumbling sound sounded. Everyone thought that Luo Xiu was taken aback by this move. Could it be that Master Luo Xiu was killed just like that? Really, is Ant's power so powerful? No way. How could Master Luo Xiu be killed by such a force? Everyone said each word, with a little surprise in their eyes. Then they saw that after the terrifying power dissipated, when the thunder and lightning disappeared, Luo Xiu's intact figure appeared in front of them. At this moment, the clothes on Luo Xiu's body were not even broken. As if he had never been attacked like this before, he just greeted with a little smile in his eyes. Hee, it seems that such an attack can't break my defense. Luo Xiu said with a smile, walking forward step by step. Every time he takes a step forward, Charlotte Linlin, the ant opposite, will take a step back. After a while, Charlotte Linlin stepped back 10 steps, motionless, staring at Luo Xiu. Kaido, what are you waiting for? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin let out a cry. Guy Wang Nojiao next to him didn't hesitate anymore, he waved the mace in his hand, and threw it at Luo Xiu directly. The power of thunder 8 trigrams flickering thunder and lightning, at this moment, the power directly becomes incomparably powerful. There was a rumbling sound, and when the two sides exhausted all their strength, when they saw everything in front of them, they were directly knocked out. That's right, this is the power that Luo Xiu possesses, it is extremely powerful, no one can resist it, no one can fight against it. 293 for Devil Fruit. On the broken ground, Luo Xiu stood there with a bottle in his eyes. Opposite you, Aunt Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were lying on the ground, without any resentment in their eyes. At this moment, they understood that Luo Xiu's own strength had already surpassed them. In this case, no matter how much effort they put in, it seemed that they could not get even with Luo Xiu. Then the two of them go together, and the final result is actually the same. Master Luo Xiu, long live Lord Luo Xiu. Master Luo Xiu is really awesome. A group of pirates nearby exclaimed. In their view, Luo Xiu at this time has already proved his strength, fighting against the 4 emperors alone. And still one with a 367 crushing attitude. With such strength, no one feels scared. They all know that at this moment, Luo Xiu himself has already stood in front of everyone. We will be back, Kaido said helplessly, stood up in embarrassment, helped his Aunt Charlotte Linlin, and walked towards the distance. Looking at the backs of the two, Luo Xiu didn't say anything, because he knew that at this moment, there was no connection between himself and them. If anything, Big Mom and Kaido alone consider him to be each other's enemy. But in fact, there is no such relationship between them BFBB because the two of them are not worthy. And after a little practice, as long as the devil fruit is not particularly rubbish, becoming a vice admiral is pretty good. For example, Garp, he is already strong enough, even if he adds a devil fruit, it will not increase him too much, and it is very likely that he will have an extra weakness. So everyone wants devil fruit, especially those who know they have no hope of becoming stronger. Mechanical transformation of mechanical armor, the increase brought by the two is not the same. They know that in such a situation, if they want to become stronger, the greatest possibility is to rely on external force. This doesn't even count their own strength, and only devil fruit basically has no side effects except for the problem of being unable to enter the water. Modifications will make them less armored than humans, and will also make their movements somewhat sluggish. At least invincible in front of people who don't know hockey. No one doesn't want devil fruit, except those who are strong in order and have reached the peak. But for ordinary people without talent, a devil fruit is their way to heaven. Even for the most ordinary people, as long as they eat a piece of Logia's devil fruit and use it skillfully, they can reach a very powerful level. Starting tomorrow, I will hold a competition. The winner can get devil fruit. Of course, I don't have only one devil fruit here. The winner can choose at will. After saying these words, Luo Xiu turned around and left without taking a cloud. But at this moment, the children in the same place were stunned at this moment, followed by cheers that shook the sky. Turning around to look at the group of pirates behind him, he spoke with a smile in his eyes. All the pirates sharpened their knives and looked at their companions. At this moment, they regarded all their companions as opponents. Looking at the remaining devil fruit in his hand, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed a little calm. Even if it is Superman devil fruit or Zone devil fruit, each of them can greatly increase the strength of the human body. 294, 3,000 participants. Early the next morning, dark clouds were reflected in the black sky, and under the dark clouds, there were traces of lightning flickering. And among these lightnings, huge lightning rays began to converge, and then a thick lightning beam struck down instantly. There was a rumbling sound, and a tall pillar in the distance was struck, making a stabbing sound. Surrounded by a large number of pirates, their number is as high as 3,000. They are here to participate in today's competition, but not all of them are eligible to participate. To be eligible to participate in this competition, one's strength must reach at least a certain level, otherwise, going up is also a gift. And Luo Xiu specially ordered that even demon fruit power can participate in the competition, which also means that even if demon fruit power cannot eat another devil, the fruit can still get this devil fruit, and then sell or give away. Therefore, Luo Xiu is more concerned about this game, because there are 3 relatively powerful existences among his subordinates. One is the owner of the Logia devil fruit. A natural ability that is not bad, although it has not yet awakened, but the power of the explosion is already comparable to, and even surpassed. The second one is a girl who wields a long knife. The knife in his hand is a supremely sharp knife, and it has a certain relationship with this girl, so other people won't be able to exert too much power after receiving that free care. Only this girl can develop the power of this knife to the peak, and the strength has reached Commodore. But in Luo Xiu's view, this girl has been hiding her strength, and her real strength must be stronger. What makes Luo Xiu even more interesting is that this girl is from the Shimotsuki family. The last one is a huge and strong man. He doesn't have any fighting skills, and he relies on his own strong and brilliant emperor. For this kind of existence that is rewarded by heaven, they can reach a level that ordinary people can't match with a little practice. Luo Xiu sat on the throne, looking at the large number of pirates below, with a slight smile in his eyes. Sitting next to him is Nami, and there is a woman who loves to sit beside him and serve him. How many pirates are participating in this competition? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Nami on the side spoke directly. Ask for flowers. There are 352 in total, of which 144 are capable. If there are no accidents in this game, it will last at least 3 days, and the winner should be determined during these 3 days. Hearing this, Luo Xiu nodded slightly, didn't say anything more, just looked at the scene below. At this time, Black Maria, as the referee, issued the order to start the game. Then 352 pirates jumped up and came directly to the center of the ring town. They didn't attack immediately. Looking at the people around each other, the next moment, when Black Maria left the ring, everyone started to fight each other. For a moment, Haki's blade, cold light and sword light, Devil Fruit's ability began to spread throughout the arena. That's right, Shokai will not let them have one-on-one confrontation. For Marines, one-on-one battles are the treatment that can only be enjoyed at the peak. For ordinary pirates, their battles are basically gang fights. It is basically the same as now, so the rule of this game is that 352 people will go on stage together, and then there will be a scuffle, and the last 100 people will enter the final. 295 Blackbeard's Conspiracy. While Luo Xiu was competing, 3 figures slowly appeared on the distant sea. On the far left is a menacing, scruffy-looking man in a pirate suit named Blackbeard Teach. And on the right side of it, is a man wearing a military cap, holding a long knife, and his eyes are shining. This is Shiryu of the Rain. And on the far right is a man with a cold light in his eyes, Buggy the Clown. 890. Nobody knows why Buggy the Clown is united with Blackbeard Teach. No one knows why they acted together, but it's a fact now. They seem to be holding some kind of competition, and I heard that the champion prize is Devil Fruit. Greedy eyes flickered in Blackbeard Teach's eyes, staring straight at the large group of people in the distance. Maybe we can take that Devil Fruit first. Shiryu of the Rain stroked the flickering cold light in the long knife's invisibility. It's funny, don't you know that Luo Xiu, the king of the sea, is sitting there? This is a competition he held for his pirates. If we go, the biggest possibility is to be slapped to death by him. You want to send yourself to death, but I won't. The clown Buggy chattered endlessly, his eyes full of flinching. He's not stupid, and it seems that he will not be able to participate in the next battle. He is not like facing Luo Xiu, who is known as the king of the sea. Hey, don't go if you don't want to go, we will go by ourselves. Wait here, if we find that thing, we will give you 10%. Blackbeard Teach snorted coldly, said no more, and rushed forward with the rain stream next to him. The clown Buggy stood where he was, looking at 20's back, and then there was a smile in his eyes. Do you really think that Uncle Buggy will be threatened by you to come and do these scary things for you? This time I let you both die here, and that's the price for offending you, Mr. Buggy. With a flickering smile in the eyes of the clown Buggy, he directly took out a phone bug from his pocket and then dialed the phone bug. Luo Xiu didn't know that someone was coming from outside. He just sat on the throne, watching the scene below calmly. His eyes were abnormally calm. For him, the current game doesn't attract him too much, at most it just makes him feel a little fun. Time passed slowly, and after 2 hours, there were only 100 people left on the ring. All the rest were stunned or sent flying. Lord Luo Xiu, the rest of them are the finalists. Hearing this, Luo Xiu threw a devil fruit from his hands and finally nodded slowly. He looked at this devil fruit, with a little calm in his eyes. Just now, Luo Xiu learned the real name of this devil fruit, Paramesha devil fruit, fantasy fruit. Anything can be done with fantasy, and that's where this devil fruit comes in. It is also a super powerful devil fruit. Luo Xiu originally wanted to use this devil fruit for his subordinates in 3.2. But all the girls expressed their rejection at this moment. Luo Xiu asked Nami why he was unwilling to accept this powerful devil fruit. The answer from Nami and others is that they don't want to become landlubbers, because now there is a way to stabilize and enhance Luo Xiu. There is no need to get another devil fruit. Point 296 come to challenge. After understanding this point, Luo Xiu instantly understood the true thoughts of these women. They want to become stronger, but they don't want to work hard on their own. Even if they use devil fruit, they need to be developed, so they don't even want devil fruit. Regarding their thoughts, Luo Xiu said that it is normal, and he will not change their thoughts. Time passed by every minute and every second, everything changed, and the sky became extremely dark. Today's affairs can be regarded as falling. Luo Xiu stretched his sore shoulders, stood up, and wanted to leave here. And at this 15 o'clock, he suddenly saw a burst of intense light in front of him. Luo Xiu didn't expect that there was a bomb in front of him. Master Luo Xiu, are you alright? Lord Luo Xiu, I'll go and catch those guys who dared to offend you right away. Show me this island and don't let everyone leave. One voice after another passed down, and Luo Xiu looked around subconsciously. He didn't expect this scene at this time. He thought it would be over at most, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Talking slowly, Luo Xiu didn't say much, the process of the day seemed to be over like this. And at night, a figure came to Luo Xiu. Looking at the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, Luo Xiu felt a little surprised, but he didn't expect that Blackbeard Teach would dare to come and look for him. What's the matter with you, Blackbeard? There was calmness in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there was no smile in the calmness, which did not favor Blackbeard too much. If it wasn't for the current Luo Xiu, who wouldn't care about these things, he might even arrest Blackbeard in front of him and throw him into prison. Lord Luo Xiu, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but my purpose is very simple, I want to join your pirate group. Hearing this, Luo Xiu looked up and down at Blackbeard in front of him. Finally, he nodded in agreement. Since you are willing to join, then go to the security department to stand up. After saying this, Luo Xiu turned around and wanted to leave, when another figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. At this moment, Luo Xiu's body instantly erupted with a terrifying Obi's aura, which made everyone present feel a little astonished. Why not? You also want to join my pirate group? Luo Xiu looked at Shiryu of the Rain on the opposite side, with a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. But Shiryu of the Rain didn't know what happened, he looked at Blackbeard who was on the side and wanted to ask what happened. However, when his eyes turned away, the cold look in Luo Xiu's eyes became more vigorous. Well, I'm actually. Before Shiryu of the Rain finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him, and then his neck was strangled. Luo Xiu lifted it up in the air like this, and looked at him calmly. Forget it, I don't care what you were here for. Since you dare to refute me, then I will die. As he said that, he increased the power in his hands, the mighty power, which made the cosmic stream turn red and unable to breathe. Wait a minute, we're not here to join you, we're here to challenge you. A voice suddenly sounded, and the eyes downstairs looked, and it was Blackbeard with a black light shining on his body. 297 Take out a little strength. Challenge me, just rely on the two of you. There was a mockery in Luo Xiu's eyes, and if other people challenged him, he would not say much, but Blackbeard, the so-called fourth emperor, was not as strong as he imagined. In other words, Blackbeard's own strength has yet to be developed. He may be called the four emperors, but he is quite different from the other four emperors. In other words, to deal with four emperors like Kaido, Luo Xiu only needs a few tricks, so one kick is enough to deal with Blackbeard. Thinking this way, Luo Xiu's figure instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Blackbeard. Looking at Luo Xiu who suddenly appeared in front of him, Blackbeard's pupils suddenly shrank. He opened his mouth subconsciously to say something, but at the next moment, a fist hit his face. There was a rumbling sound, and Blackbeard was instantly sent flying by the punch, smashing hard into the ground. With a pop, and spitting out a mouthful of blood, Blackbeard struggled to stand up, with a black streamer shining on his body. It was mainly the power of the dark fruit. The dark fruit protected his body, but the severe pain caused his pupils to shrink sharply, and his body twitched continuously. Damn, B asterisk 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 DN. How dare you beat me so painfully, I will kill you. Hearing Blackbeard talking to himself there, Luo Xiu showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. Does it mean that after eating dark fruit, people's IQ will also drop? After understanding his words, Shiryu of the Rain rolled his eyes helplessly, of course his eyes were really helpless. Because he couldn't breathe at this time, his face was extremely red, and he looked like he was about to burp soon. Looking at Shiryu of the Rain next to him, Luo Xiu had a little calmness in his eyes, and he smiled slightly and spoke softly. If it is someone else, maybe I will let them go, but if it is, then you will probably die here next. Many people have made mistakes that cannot be forgiven for a lifetime, but some mistakes can be forgiven, but it is a pity that I cannot forgive your mistakes. Saying so, Luo Xiu clenched his fist violently, and with a click, Shiryu's neck snapped off and flew away. Finally, it exploded instantly under Luo Xiu's terrifying power. When Blackbeard regained his energy, he saw Shiryu of the Rain whose hands had been separated in the distance, and the surprise in his eyes became even more vigorous. But I never thought that I just brought Shiryu in the Rain to participate in a competition, and the final result turned out to be like this. From the beginning, he wanted to play tricks on Luo Xiu, but the problem was that it was all fake. Kill you, I will kill you. Blackbeard let out an angry roar, and then the black light on his body shot up into the sky, and dark fruit was played to ultimate by him at this moment. The darkness spreads directly to the front, the darkness like the mud of Wangzhou with Blackbeard as the center, spreads rapidly to the surroundings, and soon wraps everything around. At this moment, Blackbeard's strength has been greatly improved, and his eyes are fixed on Luo Xiu who is opposite, his eyes are full of murderous intent. That's right, you need this kind of fighting spirit. Only with this kind of fighting spirit can you fight me. It is obvious that you have passed the level. Blackbeard, if this is the case, then I will use some strength to kill you. 298 One punch is enough. At this time, the sky has turned into a pitch black color, and Blackbeard will develop the fruit until after awakening. He can change the surrounding environment together. That's it for now. Looking down slowly, you will find that everything around you is wrapped in darkness at this moment, as if there is nothing else but darkness. Luo Xiu knew that this was just the dark fruit power of the other party. If this fruit was stripped off, then Blackbeard would still be that trash. Just a bang. There was a sudden explosion in the air. Luo Xiu's figure disappeared in place. However, this time there was no surprise in Blackbeard Teach's eyes, because in his dark field 040, no matter how fast Luo Xiu moved, he could still observe the other party with the dark fluctuations. Front left. Blackbeard Teach gave a cold snort, then waved his hands forward. The terrifying darkness formed two huge fists, and they smashed directly to the front left. With a bang, Luo Xiu stretched out his left hand to stabilize the two fists, with a little curiosity in his eyes. It's not bad, you can keep up with my speed, but your strength is not enough to defeat me. Saying so, Luo Xiu shook it violently. In his hand, the black fist shattered instantly. Only the sound of clicking click sounded. There were also a lot of cracks in the surrounding dark field at this moment, as if they would break open in the next moment. However, Blackbeard Teach didn't seem to see this. He endured the pain in his body and stared at Luo Xiu. This trick is what I prepared for you. Although it is not fully developed now, even I will suffer huge injuries, but now I can't take care of so much. Blackbeard growled loudly. Afterwards, he clasped his hands together, and directly penetrated into his body under Luo Xiu's slightly surprised gaze. Hearing the sound of bang bang, Blackbeard spat out mouthfuls of blood, but the blood was also pitch black. Ah, BFAG, come out, dark glory. Accompanied by a roar, I saw that the pitch black domain ahead was wriggling continuously at this moment. A huge monster slowly appeared from inside. This is a huge creature with a height of more than 100 meters and black energy gathered all over its body. The moment this creature appeared, its consciousness was instantly connected to Blackbeard Teach. Luo Xiu, come on, let me see your strength, let me witness your death. Blackbeard Teach roared loudly, directly controlling the monster in front of him and smashing it directly in front of him. Just hearing the rumbling sound, the sky shattered at this moment, as if this circle could destroy everything in this world. However, Luo Xiu stood in front of this punch, his eyes were shining with calmness, and there was a little smile in his calmness. Luo Xiu didn't say anything, he just stood up straight and punched forward. First there was a rumbling sound, and then there was a frightening light flashing. His punch directly pierced through the fist of the monster in front of him with infinite power. Accompanied by an explosion, the left hand of the entire monster was instantly shattered, turning into endless darkness and dissipating. At the same moment, the opposite Blackbeard Teach's left hand also exploded at this moment. Obviously, he and this monster synchronized the damage. 299 lose everything. Why, I obviously used my strongest strength, why can't I even hold your punch? Blackbeard Teach's face was full of anger, but he was helpless. At this moment, he saw his own insignificance, and saw his weak and okay look in front of Luo Xiu. When you feel that you have reached your limit, in other people's eyes, it is just the beginning. Yes, you have awakened devil fruit, but who told you that you can stand on the pinnacle of this world by awakening devil fruit? There are quite a few people in this world who can awaken devil fruit, even quite a lot. And you're just one of them. Luo Xiu said softly, and walked towards the opposite Blackbeard Teach step by step. Looking at Luo Xiu who looked like he was walking over, Blackbeard Teach's eyes flickered with a little deceit. He retreated subconsciously, and after taking a few steps back, he stood up again. Because his eyes saw Shiryu of the Rain whose head had been separated in the distance. He, I am the four emperors. With my strength, why should I be afraid of an opponent like you? I can defeat everyone, including you. Blackbeard walked towards Luo Xiu step by step as if he was Kua himself. With every step he takes, Luo Xiu can feel the strength on his body further strengthen and expand. It was as if through this method, he could become stronger step by step. However, there was only a peaceful smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. That's right, there are many people in this world who can become stronger, and it is not impossible to become stronger through imagination, such as the fantasy fruit he used as a competition prize this time. But the problem is, dark fruit doesn't have such ability, at least in Luo Xiu's opinion, it doesn't have such power. A moment later, when the distance between the two sides was 10 meters, the chi and liquid on both sides were extremely strong. So the opposite Blackbeard Teach is just talking nonsense. Then, there was a rumbling sound, and his whole body turned into a black beam of light, rushing towards Luo Xiu on the opposite side. Ask for flowers. 0. Blackbeard Teach's body was constantly surrounded by darkness, making him look like a figure walking out of the darkness. Taking a deep breath, Blackbeard Teach endured the pressure with anger shining in his eyes. He might be able to generate stronger powers, but it's because of anger, sadness, despair and so on. But on Luo Xiu's side, he seemed very calm, with terrifying power condensed on him, making him look like a legendary emperor. Luo Xiu walked over slowly without any fear, and with every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. Die to me. He wanted to use this move to directly defeat Luo Xiu, so that Luo Xiu could no longer cause any harm to him. He waved his left hand. Falling to the ground, Blackbeard Teach was lying on the ground, eyes lost. This time, he felt that he had lost everything. It's just that his 1 point is different from Blackbeard Teach's 1 point, at least 10 times more than the opponent's. But he thought too much, and saw that Luo Xiu's eyes were a little calm at this time, looking at the Blackbeard Teach who seemed to be rushing towards him. There was a slap, and the slap slapped Blackbeard Teach hard on the face, sending him flying. He roared loudly, and the power in his body surged violently at this moment. 300, unite more people. How, do you still want to fight next? If so, I can continue to accompany you, but only this time. If you want to fight with me next time, you need to buy a ticket. Luo Xiu said softly. He didn't intend to kill the killer. For him, the Blackbeard teach at this time had nothing to do with him. As for the other party treating him as an enemy, so what, 4-0, now can make Blackbeard disappear with a single slap. With one kick, Blackbeard can be directly kicked into pieces. No matter what the circumstances, it was impossible for Blackbeard to defeat him, and the probability of even threatening him was very small. In this case, Luo Xiu will not be afraid of anything, at least for now. And if Blackbeard is willing to give him a devil fruit every time he comes to challenge him like Kaido and Aunt Charlotte Linlin, that would be great. Blackbeard didn't speak, just lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, staring at the dark cloud in the sky. For him, the dark clouds represent things that he couldn't see before, and at this moment he can see the raindrops falling slowly on the dark clouds. I've lost, so thoroughly, without any dignity. Blackbeard Teach spoke softly, with helplessness and sadness in his eyes. And Luo Xiu glanced at him, with a little speechlessness in his eyes. So what if you fail? Is your failure worthy of praise? Or do you think that you are not as strong as before when you fail? In fact, it's all the same. You haven't changed at all. You're neither stronger nor weaker than before. If you fail, who has ever failed? Most people in this world have failed before, but as long as you chase forward enough. After being forcefully poured a mouthful of chicken soup by Luo Xiu, Blackbeard paused slightly, propped himself up from the ground, looked up at Luo Xiu and spoke. Have you ever failed before? Hearing this, Luo Xiu moved slightly and shrugged, then said with a smile. That's really not true. My current strength is pretty good. I really haven't experienced such a thing as failure. If possible, please let me try. After saying this, Luo Xiu didn't say any more words, turned around and left here. Seeing the back of Luo Xiu leaving, Blackbeard Teach opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally disappeared into silence. He stood up and left here, with a little calm in his eyes, and a little helpless in his calm. It seems that I can't defeat him by myself alone. If this is the case, then I will join other people. Blackbeard Teach's eyes gradually recovered, he was no longer as impulsive as before, and regained his true colors as that hero. He is such a person, the power he possesses is very strong, and everything he has tomorrow is also a lot. He knew that as long as he endured it, so sooner or later, he would be able to win at 3.3 one day. It's as if he's been on Whitebeard's Newgate ship for decades. Now he wants to lead the way again, and then come back with the most powerful force to take revenge. Luo Xiu didn't know what Blackbeard was thinking. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't have any idea, because to him, Blackbeard was just that. 301 Battle of Melee. When the time came to the second day, Luo Xiu sat on the throne again, with Black Maria on his left and Runti on his right. Luo Xiu has not only one or two women, but many, so the people who serve him every day will naturally have to change. And that's how it is now. Yesterday it was Nami and Robin, today it's Black Maria and Runti. Tomorrow it's Kazuki Hiyori and others. For these women's spontaneous actions, Luo Xiu said it doesn't matter. For him anyway, it is okay for each of these women to accompany him for 16 years. Luo Xiu stretched his waist, didn't say much, and looked at the distant sky. At this time, the sky was extremely clear and cloudless, and the scorching sun shone on the ring. And a full 100 strong men on the ring are standing there, looking at the people around them calmly. It's just that there are 5 people standing there in the center of them. The others silently surrounded the 5 people, as if 95 people were besieging 5 people. The reason is very simple, because these 5 people are so powerful that they can easily defeat everyone next to them. So the 5 of them were regarded as the first to be dealt with, which is why the remaining 95 people would join forces. Upper layer. But at the next moment, with the flash of the knife, the tortoise shell in front of him was instantly split into 2 and dissipated. Not far from the bald man, a thin, extremely beautiful woman was holding a demon knife, with a sharp smile in her eyes. The other party didn't die, but the fear in his eyes was endless, his body lay on the ground and twitched constantly, and he had no intention of standing up again. But as pirates, they have nothing else but fierceness, and then everyone roared and rushed up again, and they were defeated 1 by 1, 10 1 by 1 333 rushed again. In front of him, a zone-capable user condensed into a tortoise shell to block in front of him, trying to use this move to resist the opponent's attack. His figure is very fast, constantly flickering in the crowd, and whenever he wields the demon knife in his hand, when a purple cold light flashes, there will always be a pirate who loses his mobility in an instant. The large swath of mud in the center of the arena was constantly tumbling, and a figure in the mud had a smile in his eyes. But at this time, the eyes of the 5 pirates in the center were calm, but without any fear. To them, these pirates were just like that. Several pirates around saw the ferocity of the bald man, and their eyes were full of shock. Flames, ice, sunlight, venom-corroded black beams, etc., flickered on the ring. That's right, the rule is that you can't kill others maliciously, but this is a melee of 100 people after all. If someone is attacked by the public continuously because of lack of strength, it is normal to die here in the end. Following Luo Xiu's order, these pirates rushed towards each other in an instant, waved their fists, and smashed forward without showing any face. Start. At the same moment, a big foot kicked him in the stomach, kicked him flying, and kicked him out of the ring. So no one would choose to stay behind at this time, because the family would just not attack those who fell to the ground. In the very center of the crowd, a bald-headed brawny man with swollen muscles brandished a machete and slashed forward .302 devil fruit supply. As a large piece of mud flew into the sky, it directly poured all the 19 surrounding pirates together, and then pulled them directly out of the ring. At this time, here is the owner of the most powerful mud fruit. Luo Xiu has seen before that the owner of this mud fruit is not as strong as imagined, or his ability to develop devil fruit is not strong. This is just a little talented demon fruit power, the kind that can't even be called hungry pirates. Throwing it out is at most like a supernova, and it is still the kind that has no potential for improvement. But it is such a person with extremely weak talent. Because of this devil fruit, his strength has been greatly increased, enough to crush the powerhouses of the same level. Sure enough, for ordinary people, devil fruit is a precious treasure for dogs to enhance their strength. Hearing this sentence, Luo Xiu said softly with a smile in his eyes. You don't have to worry about the supply of devil fruits. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Blackbeard Teach will come. The number of devil fruits they provide is quite enough for us. The spider fruit known as the Black Widow brought him super strength, making his speed stronger, his recovery ability stronger, and his ability powerful. Luo Xiu said with a smile, with a hysterical light in his eyes. For him, everything he wants to see now is what he wants to see. Of course there are people who don't want to become stronger, but no matter what, their strength is obvious to all. He didn't want to see these pirates fighting there openly and secretly, not expanding outwards, but just wanted to get a stronger position from here. For such a situation, Luo Xiu said that it is very common, because basically all the women in his team are in this situation. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed with a little calmness. He ate a grape that Black Maria fed to him, and said after spitting out the core. At that time, the other party will definitely sell the devil fruit instead of eating it. After all, for ordinary people, the greatest probability of directly eating 2 devil fruits is to burp directly. Luo Xiu spoke softly, looking at Black Maria at the side. It seems that this fantasy fruit should be auctioned off as a treasure. This is the case now. Even if Black Maria is promoted again, it is impossible to become very powerful, so he must ask Luo Xiu to inject him with energy liquid. Master Luo Qianzhao, if this continues, our devil fruit can only be held for a dozen sessions, and it will not be enough to hold any more. Unlike others, Black Maria is the owner of devil fruit. Luo Xiu said softly. The reason why he said this was because the owner of the mud fruit had a great possibility to become the first. It's a very normal thing, unless there are some special reasons, special talents or other special circumstances, otherwise no one can eat 2 devil fruits. But anyway, Black Maria's own strength has also been raised to the limit. Next time, just take 2 devil fruits as a reward. I believe they should be able to fight even more crazy. 17 inches. 303 Cooperation. In a volcanic active area, very few people here will carry out activities here, because they all know that when the volcano erupts, ordinary people cannot escape at all. But in the hut next to the volcano, 2 figures were lying inside, naked. They just finished their cultivation. Yes, it is cultivation, not doing some evil things. The reason for being naked is because they want to heal each other. Kaido stared at Big Mom Charlotte Linlin without desire and said, after we finish repairing this time, we can find 2 devil fruits to challenge Luo Xiu. That's right, I still have a few devil fruits, which can be used, but can the 2 of us really defeat Luo Xiu? Seeing her figure gradually recovering from strenuous exercise, the ant's eyes didn't have much feeling. He said softly, with a little helplessness in his eyes. Whether or not he can be defeated is secondary. Don't you feel that our strength has improved? As long as the strength is improved enough, then naturally there will be no problem. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin, the ant opposite, also nodded slowly, without saying anything more. BGAD. They all know what the current situation is like. The best thing for them is to quickly increase their strength through this method. As long as they are strong enough, it is normal to defeat Luo Xiu. The 2 said a word, and I said it one by one, without any hesitation, and practiced again. Their way of cultivation is very simple, by deepening the use of Conqueror's Haki, and at the same time speeding up the consumption of energy in the body through a lot of exercise, so as to strengthen their own physique. For Kaido, he has been doing this kind of action for an unknown number of years, and he is quite skilled. But the Aunt Charlotte Linlin on the side is a little unskilled, because of her body shape. She stopped exercising a long time ago. Of course, this does not mean that his strength has weakened. On the contrary, because his own talent is strong enough, even if he takes his own money, his own strength can reach the 4 emperors level. It's just the weaker one in life and death, and now he is also starting to work hard. Aunt Charlotte Linlin's belly fat and all the fat on her body are being consumed rapidly. His appearance is now half of his youthful appearance. Although she has not yet become the #1 beauty in the sea, she is at least a first-class beauty. While the 2 were exercising, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Bang bang on the door, and the Blackbeard title stands there waiting. He knew that there were 2 4 Emperors level powerhouses in this room at this time, who were at the same level as him, but he would not rush in. He may not be able to block the attacks of the 2 4 Emperors. Even if he can escape, he will suffer great damage. So what? He had to wait for the 2 to reply to him. A moment later, as the door was pushed open, Yidra looked at Blackbeard opposite him with cold eyes. Blackbeard, what are you doing here? Hearing this, there was a smile in Blackbeard's eyes, and he grinned and said, we can't beat Luo Xiu alone, but if we play together, do you think it is possible to beat Luo Xiu? 304 You can help. Looking at the Blackbeard Emperor opposite, Kaido's eyes flickered with a little cold light, and he naturally understood what the other party said. Blackbeard wants to work with them and defeat Luo Xiu together. This is not impossible, or it is possible, but can they really trust the Blackbeard teach in front of them? Kaido didn't know, and neither did Junlot Linlin, who was already dressed in the house. Their eyes were just calm, looking at each other, and after a while, Kaido smiled slightly and spoke softly. If you want to be with us, then of course you can. Welcome, my auntie. Blackbeard teach also smiled when he heard this sentence. At this time, on Luo Xiu's side, an unexpected visitor arrived. This person is known to Luo Xiu, and the other party also knows him. This is the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Shanks, why did you come to my place? Luo Xiu asked softly. After hearing his words, Shanks shrugged helplessly, and then spoke. I heard that you are recruiting all the pirates here, so I will naturally come and have a look. Hearing this, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with surprise, and he spoke. So you want to join us too? Hearing this, the red-haired Shanks moved slightly, then shook his head slowly. I don't think so, or I don't want to join other teams, but we can form an alliance. Why? Alliance. A smile flickered in Luo Xiu's eyes. Although these smiles were inadvertent, they contained a sense of sarcasm inside. It's not that Luo Xiu won't cooperate with others, nor does it mean that no one can form an alliance with Luo Xiu. The question is Shanks on the opposite side worthy? Indeed, he is the 4 emperors, the top fighter in the world, but compared to Luo Xiu, he is far behind. Why do you think that I will ally with you? There was calmness in Luo Xiu's voice, and a little irony in the calmness. But Shanks on the opposite side didn't care about this, he just spoke slowly. Maybe you didn't think we could ally at first, but I think we could, because someone is targeting you. Who is it? Asking for flowers. Blackbeard teach. The moment Luo Xiu heard this sentence, he rolled his eyes helplessly. Can I tell you that you're actually late? What's the meaning? Red flower Shanks moved slightly, and suddenly found something wrong at this moment. Blackbeard came before, and I beat him off, and killed one of his men. 000. That's why I said you were late. After hearing this sentence, the red-haired Shanks' eyes flickered with surprise for a moment, but he shook his head slowly, and then spoke. Blackbeard, I know he won't give up until he achieves his goal, and for the sake of dark fruit before he swore to give up, he can even endure 10 or 20 years under Beard's hands. If this kind of person doesn't kill him completely, he will definitely come to find trouble again. In this case, why don't we let us form an alliance? As long as we form an alliance, I can bring you a lot of benefits, can't I? Looking at Shanks holding the Daywalker saber he gave him, Luo Xiu finally left such a sentence. It's fine to form an alliance, but you can come and help. 305 10 players competition. The red-haired Shanks agreed to this condition, although Luo Xiu did not agree to form an alliance with him. But when the other party said that they could come to help with this matter, it was considered to have agreed to this matter in disguise. At least according to the red-haired Shanks, if something happens to him, there is a high probability that Luo Xiu will come to help. So, Shanks the redhead lives here and has no intention of leaving. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the red-haired Shang, 360, at this time, and finally he shook his head slowly, without saying much. For him, there is actually no problem in this situation now, anyway, he is just eating alone. Could it be that the red-haired Shanks can eat it all by himself? After a night of nothing to say, when the time came to the next morning, Luo Xiu's eyes carried a little calmness, and there was a little light shining in the calmness. At this moment, he could see a black thing in front of him, which was constantly flickering. And this black thing is exactly a person. What are you doing? Black Maria. Luo Xiu spoke softly, and after hearing his words, Black Maria moved slightly, and then opened her mouth with a smile. It's nothing strange, it's just that I feel that my body is a little different from before, so I came here to try it out. Speaking of this, Black Maria moved slightly again, and then continued to speak. Master Luo Xiu, can you give me an injection of energy liquid? I feel that my body is a little strange. Robin spoke softly, and after hearing his words, the person beside him slowly shook his head, and then said. As soon as he sat there, Kazuki Hiyori next to him began to massage his shoulders, which made him feel a little better. So how do I break my body? Although the two despise the problem, they actually have the same idea in their hearts. Soon, he came to the throne of the ring competition. He brought Black Maria into the room, and then Naruto began to inject the energy liquid. For a time, the room was full of spring, and the mixed voices of men and women sounded inside. After a while, Luo Xiu threw the infected Black Maria on the bed there 2.3, ignoring the other party, and then he walked to the distance by himself. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu spoke slowly. Damn it, why didn't I think of this method? So as long as I do this, I can get Master Luo Xiu's energy flame injection. If it was before, he would not agree to the other party in the future, and it is not a big problem whether he agrees or not up to now. Runti on the side then opened her mouth to hear her words, and the corners of Nami and Robin's mouths twitched slightly. Everything here has become so bad. There must be something wrong with Black Maria's body, otherwise, Master Luo Xiu would not have taken him to inject energy liquid because of such a clumsy lie. Hearing this, Naruto sighed slightly. He knew that Black Maria in front of him came here for this matter. Come with me. At this time, Luo Xiu looked at the ring in the distance. The last round of competition had already started on the ring, and this time there were only 10 people participating in the competition. Outside the room, Nami Robin and others saw this scene with jealous eyes. 306 come. On the arena, the girl with the demon knife took the lead, and the hospitality appeared in front of the owner of the mud fruit like a ghost. Beside him, the remaining 8 people also made the same decision. Obviously, everyone knows who is the strongest player present, so I plan to kill the opponent in a few seconds. It's not much different from the last game, but the problem is that in the last game, the weak wanted to beat the strong in seconds, but in this game everyone is strong. Therefore, the owner of the mud fruit was not as relaxed as he imagined in 16. There was a little fear in his eyes, and then he began to use his own power. A large amount of mud spread around his body, and one after another people exactly like him appeared in front of him, all of which were clones made of mud. Go ahead and kill them all, the owner of the mud fruit said loudly. Then, beside him, those clones of him all bared their teeth and claws and rushed towards the 9 strong men on the opposite side. For a while, they fought hard to distinguish, and it seemed that the battle scene was very cheerful. For such a situation, Luo Xiu's eyes were only slightly calm. He kept looking at the red-haired Shanks in the distance. With Luo Xiu's own strength, he can even hammer 4 emperors to the ground, and it seems that adding 2 more is no different. That's right, the red-haired Shanks not only eats and drinks for free at his side, but even their bis come to visit. Here are 3 devil fruits this time. So that's the case, it seems that there are quite a lot of 397 strong people here, but it is somewhat extravagant to directly treat devil fruit as a battle prize. Looking at the battle in the ring in front of him, there was a little calm in the eyes of red-haired Shanks. For such a situation, the red-haired Shanks was a little surprised at first, because he was not used to such scenes. But now these strengths are far inferior to its existence, and he is not afraid of it, which makes him feel quite speechless. At this time, none of these people are afraid, and I am afraid that if they think about the lyrics, they will treat them as if they were ordinary pirates. After all, as 4 emperors, anyone around him felt a little afraid of him. At this time, beside the red-haired Shanks, there are still some pirates, and these pirates are from Luo Xiu's side. But he also knew why this happened, it was all because of the powerful power zone that Luo Xiu had mastered. When he came here, he only glanced at the battle on the ring, and then his eyes turned to Luo Xiu's side. The red-haired Shanks spoke softly, and at this moment he saw 3 figures slowly walking towards this side in the distance. At this time, I saw 3 devil fruits in the hands of Aunt Charlotte Linlin. But in the calm, there is a slightly different expression. It was none other than Kaido who was topless, Charlotte Linlin who was wearing a sexy dress, and Blackbeard Teach who was smiling at the end. So in this case, the pirates under him only felt that Siwang was only a slightly stronger existence, and they were not too afraid. At least in this place, because they knew that if the people next to them dared to attack them, then Luo Xiu would not let them go. 307 incompetent guys just shut up. Reaching out to catch the 3 paramesha devil fruits on the opposite side, Luo Xiu glanced casually and threw them to Kazuki Hiyori next to him. Take it and put it away. This is the devil fruit given to us by the 3-4 emperors. If you don't take it for nothing, don't take it. After listening to Luo Xiu's words, Kazuki Hiyori giggled and took 3 devil fruits to a distant place and put them up. Start now, Kaido said slowly, his eyes full of impatience. And Luo Xiu's eyes, with a little calmness, shook his head slowly at this moment and said, I haven't watched the game yet, let's talk about it after I watch the game. What game are you watching? We got the challenge fee this time. You can't waste our time here. Blackbeard Teach said angrily, obviously, he didn't want to waste his time here watching some so-called competition. After hearing his words, Naruto looked up and down, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Are you talking to me? You can watch it if you want to. Get out if you don't want to. Don't disgust me here. There was no respect in Luo Xiu's words. For him, he had absolutely no need to respect the enemy on the opposite side, let alone this, Blackbeard, whom he despised the most. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Blackbeard's eyes were full of anger. He wished he could go forward and attack directly, but he hesitated for a moment. Finally he gave up this plan. He knew that no matter what, he couldn't go up to fight Naruto now, because he needed the help of his companions on both sides. At this time, neither Kaido nor Aunt Charlotte Linlin spoke. Obviously, the 2 of them did not support going up like this, so Blackbeard also had a lot of confidence. With a sound of cold wind, Blackbeard didn't speak anymore, but he didn't watch the match in the ring either, expressing his dissatisfaction. For the appearance of the other party, Luo Xiu felt quite ridiculous, so he would not pay attention to the other party. I saw Luo Xiu's eyes looking at the ring, and at this time the mud-using Lumo fruit ability user on the ring had already been defeated. Now the remaining 9 people are in a state of chaos, but 2 of them have suffered serious injuries, and it seems that they will not be able to win the championship. The reason is very simple, because the 2 of them have already suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. After all, what they lost was the strongest mud fruit owner present, so it is impossible not to be injured at all. It seems that the girl with the knife is most likely to win this competition. Quote, Luo Xiu spoke softly, at this moment he could see the strange light shining on this girl, he didn't have any power of devil fruit, what he used was the beautiful demon in his hand. Moreover, the power boost it can bring him is enough for him to defeat those who surpass him. The owner of the mud fruit who just defeated, the one who got was his last move. Beside it, a muscular man is holding a huge machete, constantly correcting his posture, because Li Meng looks quite powerful. Obviously, he is also a possible winner of this competition, after watching for a while. Luo Xiu knew that they couldn't tell the winner in a short time. At this time, his eyes turned to the red-haired Shanks, and the red-haired Shanks had already stood up. 308 Red-haired Shanks choice. The moment the red-haired Shanks stood up, Kaido and the others on the opposite side saw each other, which made them feel a little surprised, because they didn't expect that the red-haired Shanks was also here. Shanks, what are you doing here? Guy asked in a bit of surprise, and after hearing his words, I'm afraid there was only a little calm in Shanks' eyes. He shook his head slowly, and then spoke softly. What the hell am I doing here? Don't you know? Hearing these provocative words, Kaido on the opposite side narrowed his eyes slightly, showing 500 strong killing intent in his eyes. But the killing intent gradually dissipated in the next moment, because he knew that it was not impossible to provoke the red-haired Shanks in this place, but he still had to fight Luo Xiu. That being the case, provoking red-haired Shanks now, no matter how you look at it, is not very good. Therefore, it is better to wait until we talk about similar things. Seeing their appearance at this time, the red-haired Shanks showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He didn't say much, but walked slowly in front of Luo Xiu. You want to fight them, right? I also want to be with them, okay. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, motioning for Kazuki Hiyori to peel off the devil fruit. The moment Luo Xiu heard this sentence, there was a little doubt in Luo Xiu's eyes. He didn't expect that Red Pagalos, who clearly said he would help him, would now fight against him with the 3-4 emperors opposite him. Hearing what the other party said, Luo Xiu officially nodded and didn't say much. Since someone is willing to give an extra devil fruit, he is naturally willing to accept it. After staring at the red-haired Shanks for a moment, Luo Xiu instantly understood why the other party did this. Adding a red-haired Shanks Kaido and others is still a failure. I think you also know that in the next battle, you will definitely lose, and joining them is a bad choice. 27. I saw Luo Xiu nodded slowly, and then spoke softly. If you want to do that, of course you can, but they have devil fruit. Did you bring devil fruit? Luo Xiu, you should be said to be the most powerful person in the world, right? No one. Fighting with you brings me a huge increase in experience. Anyway, there are one more person, and the time it takes to defeat them is not too long. Unfortunately, on the way here, I actually got a devil fruit, which belongs to Logia. Of course, it is possible to do similar things with your current strength, but are you sure you want to give me this devil fruit? The red-haired Shanks smiled slightly when he heard this, and took out a black devil fruit from his pocket. After hearing this sentence, the red-haired Shanks on the opposite side nodded slowly, and then continued to speak. Therefore, I think this devil fruit is worth the money. Of course there is no problem. For me now, fighting is not about winning, but about experiencing the process. BGFE, it's just that this is a certain dog, I don't know, but I think it should be enough. Maybe I have fought with you a few times, and I can surpass my current self and reach a new level. 309. The upcoming battle. After understanding this, Luo Xiu didn't say any more words. He just quietly watched the end of the game. At this time, Shanks Blackbeard teach, at the beginning, and Aunt Charlotte also made the same choice. Time passed slowly, and an hour later, as a bewitching purple sword light flashed towards the sky, it directly blasted the flying man in the sky down. The battle for devil fruit is finally over, the curtain. And the final winner is the girl holding the demon sword. The girl looked around excitedly, the arena was empty, and then looked at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu knew what he wanted. Without any hesitation, he snapped his fingers. In the end, he saw a devil fruit appear in his hand, and he threw it directly to the girl on the ring in the distance. Devil fruit's speed is not fast, but as long as he is a capable person in this process, he can snatch it back. But no one dared to do it, really no one dared to do it. Everyone knows that there are rules in this game, even if the pirates don't follow the rules. If the winner is determined by the pocket, in the round corner, the biggest possibility is to be slapped to death by Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu usually ignored them and gave them too many good things. But it doesn't mean that they can handle Luo Xiu at will, on the contrary, Luo Xiu can handle them at will. The only thing to do is based on the user's ability to imagine, so that the other party can obtain the ability to surpass everything in a certain type of imagination. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, didn't say much, but stood up from the throne. His eyes looked at Shanks in the distance, Blackbeard in the distance, Kaido standing up, and Aunt Charlotte Linlin. The next moment, a red light emanated from the whole body of these girls, and the red light disappeared into her mind. A dazzling purple light appeared directly in the sky, falling into his hand, and then a long knife that surpassed everything appeared. At the same moment, the original alluring long knife in his hand merged into this fantasy long knife at this moment, and slowly dissipated. Everyone knows that the battle is about to start for. Under Zhang Wen's gaze, a smile appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth, and then she swung her left hand violently. Thank you, Lord Luo Xiu. The girl expressed her sincere thanks, and he knew that from this moment on, he would no longer bear the coercion from the demon knife. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes shone with calmness, and there was a little calmness in the calmness. He didn't say much, just watched the girl take a bite of the devil fruit in her hand. This means that devil fruit strengthens his mind. Ask for flowers. The devil fruit that appeared on the girl was named fantasy fruit, but it actually strengthened his imagination area more powerfully. This is the strengthening effect of Paramesha devil fruit. It will not bring super recovery ability to the user, nor will it bring elemental power to the user. The smell like feces made the girl's face pale instantly, but he still gnashed his teeth and swallowed the lupine fruit. And its own strength will slowly increase at this moment. It is a kind of strong brain, even he himself does not know how powerful he is. Finally, slowly transform the body. 3103-1. A black light beam rushed to Luo Xiu's side, was pinched by Luo Xiu with one hand, and then slammed and exploded. At the same time, he kicked forward with a terrifying air wave, blasting at Blackbeard Teach's body, sending Blackbeard Teach flying. At this time, a mace with lightning smashed to Luo Xiu's head. With a bang, the thunderous 8 trigrams hit his body solidly, but was blocked by the flashing power on his body. 463. Turning his head to look at Kaido, Luo Xiu's eyes with a flickering smile, he punched him. Hearing the rumbling sound, Luo Xiu was directly sent flying by a punch. At the same moment, flame slashed at Luo Xiu's body with a long knife between them. Aunt Charlotte Linlin tried her best, and her beautiful figure, which had already recovered, began to tense at this moment. The strength has increased a lot. It seems that not only your figure has improved, but your strength has also increased. Luo Xiu chuckled softly and said that looking at things getting better in front of her, the Aunt Charlotte Linlin who looked like her only had a flickering smile in her eyes. He slapped her across the face, and this slap directly slapped Aunt Charlotte Linlin's face and slapped her around 4 times. And his Emperor Sword Napoleon, which had been repaired with great difficulty before, was held by Luo Xiu again at this moment, and then crushed again. Heartache was in the mind of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Darkness descends, dark god. Above the sky, black light flickered, and a terrifying black light beam descended from the sky, blasting directly at Luo Xiu at this time. YF2F. In the next moment, there was a sound of sang, and a white jade-colored blade light appeared instantly, slashing towards Luo Xiu with a fierce momentum. But that's all, he didn't surpass the level of 4 emperors, let alone reach the level of Luo Xiu. At the same time, he slashed forward with a knife, and the vertical blade light was burning with huge flames, and directly collided with the horizontal blade light. Obviously, the red-haired Shanks who owns the Daywalker saber is much stronger than Big Mom and others. At this time, the Blackbeard Teach on the side roared loudly. Punch! The red-haired Shanks brandished the Daywalker saber in his hand, with blood gleaming in his eyes. Luo Xiu coldly snorted 1.6, and punched forward again. There was a rumbling sound, and the red-haired Shanks resisted forcefully, but was blown away by the punch. Then, Luo Xiu's figure instantly appeared in front of Dao Lance, and he punched him. With his punch, the 2 Dao Lance shattered instantly. And the red-haired Shanks holding the Daywalker knife also came in front of Luo Xiu. He clenched the long knife and slashed forward. As the attacks of the 2 collided with each other, the terrifying wave centered on the 2 and continued to spread to the surroundings. Just hearing the sound of clicking, the attack of the 2 actually tore up the space at this moment, making the space feel like it was shattered. Luo Xiu, come and try this trick. Only the rumbling sound sounded, and the air explosion sound from the surroundings let everyone know that the power produced by these 2 sword blinds was quite powerful. But he can only swallow it, because he knows that he asked for it, and this is also the motivation for him to become stronger. Facing this terrifying attack, Luo Xiu only had a slight smile in his eyes, and then he pulled out from midair, and a long knife with burning flames appeared. 311 Invincible. Watch the dark beams of light emerge from the sky. There was only a little calmness in Luo Xiu's eyes. For him, such an attack did not have much effect on him. Sure enough, as armament hockey covered his body, the black light blocked his beam. I only heard the rumbling sound, and when the light beam fell, everything around was silenced. Even the sound was completely dissipated, but for Luo Xiu at this time, it had no effect. Blackbeard Teach used all his strength to influence these, but at this moment, all he could see was darkness. This is his own sorrow, but this matter has affected him, making him a little helpless. Why did it become like this? Blackbeard screamed loudly, his eyes full of panic. Roaring loudly, the strength increased again at this moment, and quickly covered the front with infinite power. The target of his attack this time is not Luo Xiu alone, but everything around him. With the rumbling sound, everything around has changed at this moment, and darkness appears in the change. Hearing the sound of clicking, this moment in this space was instantly shattered. However, Luo Xiu saw this scene with indifference in his eyes. To him, these are normal. Luo Xiu didn't hesitate, and stepped forward. At this moment, his whole body was shining with black light, and he rushed directly to Blackbeard Teach, only to hear the rumbling sound, and Blackbeard Teach was knocked into the air by him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu calmly looked at Kaido opposite. Time was running out, and the people quickly backed away. At this moment, they understood that even watching a battle of this level was a luxury for them. It's just that the thunder and lightning condensed in the sky and covered its Langulist. With infinite power, it directly smashed towards Luo Xiu who was opposite. He roared loudly, with an enhanced power on his body, but these are the only things he can face now. How? Do you still want to fight now? Hearing this, Kaido responded directly with actions. He has obviously become very strong, about several times stronger than before, but facing Luo Xiu, it seems that he has never become stronger. The broken ones seem to be just space, so that everyone can feel the infinite power and spread to the surroundings. But seeing his somewhat familiar face, Luo Xiu didn't feel anything, because this person was the Aunt Junwoat Linlin. Raising the mace in both hands, Thunder 8 trigrams was instantly used by him. Super body, Thunder 8. 597 inches. All I heard was a rumbling sound, and everything around me shattered at this moment. Hearing the rumbling sound, everything around seemed to be shattered, but Luo Xiu only had a smile in his eyes at this moment. Luo Xiu spoke softly, and this sentence made the eyes of Kaido on the opposite side full of anger. That's all it seems. He blocked the Langya list with one hand, and only had a smile in his eyes. Kaido roared loudly directly, and the sound wave made the people around them retreat subconsciously. The strength of the opponent is something he will never be able to reach, at least it seems so now. A figure stood up from these majestic forces, his body was slender and looked slim. 312, stronger again. Prometheus, help me, Aunt Charlotte Linlin roared loudly, and a huge flame burned directly on her body at this moment. Prometheus was a special creature produced by injecting his soul into the flame. Its power is several times longer than ordinary flames, and with Prometheus covering his whole body, he looked like a god of war walking out of the flames. Luo Xiu, let's fight to the death. Aunt Charlotte Linlin yelled loudly and walked towards Luo Xiu step by step. This speed is not fast, because the whole person is under tremendous pressure at this time. The terrifying pressure made him look less relaxed than he imagined. If he dared to move around, the force would start tearing his whole body apart. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Charlotte's spirited eyes shone with calmness. But at this time, Luo Xiu just looked at him, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and punched forward. There was a rumbling sound, and the huge great power directly shattered his body, making him so different. With a bang, the flames exploded, thunder and lightning blew up, and the moment flickered by the strong wind. Aunt Charlotte Linlin was blown away by a punch like this. The aura he just produced and the terrifying power he left behind seemed so ridiculous at this moment. Recognize your position. You may be strong, but that is only relative to other people. For me, you can be weak now. Aunt Charlotte Linlin stood up from the ground, looking at Luo Xiu calmly. He took a deep breath, his eyes full of black light. The bodies of the three people are flickering black, red and cyan are constantly flickering. Fit attack. It seems that you are not useless. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach, 100 Beasts Kaido, and Aunt Charlotte Linlin were all lying on the ground, life or death unknown. But at this time, there is only one person staying here, and that is Hong Shanks. The dark light flickered, and the terrifying power was vented, punch after punch, and the black power directly blasted towards the front. But so what? You're only one, and we're three. After recovering his spirit, Luo Xiu calmly looked at the three bodies on the opposite side. Aunt Charlotte Linlin roared again, and at this moment, Blackbeard Teach and Kaido all came to his side. Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu's eyes were only calm. Has he really become stronger? He doesn't know, and he can't verify Khan. From the beginning until now, he has not used all his strength. He held the Daywalker saber in his left hand, but he didn't have any thoughts of fighting. Yeah, when we try our best, we are not as good as you. We work hard to cultivate, and this is not as powerful as the increase in strength brought about by your one night's sleep. As time shatters at this moment, black also flickers at this moment. Luo Xiu grinned grinningly, and punched forward. Although the three of them worked together, this force gathered together in midair, forming a huge dragon head. Quote. Luo Xiu, your strength has become stronger again. It's just a dragon's head, but the wire that the dragon's head is on is even more powerful than before. The red-haired Shank's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the three top fighters who were destroyed by Luo Xiu's punch in front of him. 313 Luo Xiu, come help. Okay, if there is nothing else, you can go. 17. Luo Xiu said softly, turned and left, took away a piece of cloud, and let Luo Xiu leave the back. At this time, the red-haired Shanks and others looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. But in this helplessness, it's just some peace, they won't say anything more, and they won't use anything. For them, everything has changed and become a bit ordinary, and they all know that they are not so powerful. The red-haired Shanks didn't hurt the killer, he helped the three people on the ground up, and then led them to the distance. When he left here with everyone here, everything changed at this moment. 980. Luo Xiu returned to his room, and at this time, Nami Robin and others were waiting for him. Seeing Luo Xiu come back, Nami's eyes flickered with a smile. How is it, Lord Luo Xiu, have you won yet again? Nonsense, Lord Luo Xiu will definitely win, this kind of battle is not any challenge for Lord Luo Xiu. Runti on the side spoke softly, rushed over and hugged Luo Xiu's arm. Luo Xiu looked at the other party and nodded slightly, but didn't say much. Black Maria hesitated for a moment, then walked up again, hugging Luo Xiu gently. Master Luo Xiu, my health is much better, thank you. Hearing this sentence, Luo Xiu smiled slightly, then looked at him, and nodded slowly. He knew that Black Maria was thanking him for something, precisely because he had some bad changes due to some special reasons before. Specifically, because of Black Maria, there was a problem with his cultivation, and he needed Luo Xiu to inject him with energy liquid to survive successfully. Naturally, Luo Xiu would not be stingy with these things. Anyway, for him, there was nothing else except a little tiredness. Looking at everything in front of him calmly, Luo Xiu has a smile in his eyes, and there is a little peace in the smile. He beckoned the girls back into the room, and then the ground shook again. The black sun flickers and the red light shines. When the sun sets and darkness covers everything, the figure stood on the bow of a ship, looking calmly at the distant coast. This person is Luo Xiu. Looking downstairs at the coast in the distance, there is a little calm in the eyes, and a little lonely expression in the calm. Now just after he smashed the combined attack of the 3 strong men in front of him with one punch, he found that he was too strong. So strong that even the current him cannot change. Everything seems so different, but Luo Xiu didn't say much, he just asked the girls to exercise and then came here. Looking in the distance, this is a big ship slowly floating towards this side. What's going on here? Is anyone still willing to come here? Luo Xiu said with some surprise in his eyes, but at the next moment, he saw the person standing on the big boat. A tall man with a sword in his hand. The characteristic of this man is that he has a crescent-shaped beard, which is white. Yes, it was Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. At this time, after Whitebeard Edward Newgate came here, he looked at Luo Xiu opposite him calmly and spoke softly. Luo Xiu, I need your help. 314 Two idiots. Luo Xiu didn't know why Whitebeard Edward Newgate came to ask him for help, or even if he knew, he didn't have much idea. Because he doesn't want to help the other party. In any case, he and Whitebeard Newgate didn't have much intersection, and here the other party asked him to help himself, and he seemed so ordinary. No matter how you look at it, for Luo Xiu, all this is of little benefit. I won't help you, I won't waste time, on such a boring thing, you go back. Luo Xiu spoke softly. After hearing his words, Whitebeard Newgate on the opposite side paused slightly, then opened his mouth, and continued to speak. I can give you what you need, evil fruit or treasure. Hearing this, Luo Xiu still had a speechless look in his eyes. Does he lack treasure now? No. Does he lack devil fruit now? Naturally, he does not lack. What do you want to do right now? Luo Xiu finally spoke, because he felt that if he didn't promise the other party by Horrigan, maybe he wouldn't leave here. He won't cause any damage here, but it's not very good to block here. Not to mention that the other party's pronunciation is not evil, but a begging one, which makes Luo Xiu want to laugh a little. That's right, it's just to laugh. To him, all of this seems so ordinary that he wants to laugh. My son is seriously injured, he needs you to treat him. Me, save someone. Luo Xiu was taken aback for a moment, he never expected that Whitebeard and Newgate would let him save people. Could it be that he didn't know that with his current strength? No matter how you look at it, killing people is best, but saving people is a bit strange. Isn't what you said a little bit bad? For me, saving people is not so good. I still like killing people. Luo Xiu spoke softly, and upon hearing his words, Whitebeard and Newgate on the opposite side only had calm eyes. There are some things that you can't do if you want to, and some things that you can't have if you want them. For you and me, everything is different now. I hope you can save my son. Revenge is everything. When Whitebeard Newgate was all over, Diamond Jazzy and others behind him looked a little surprised. *0 number 1, because he knew that what Whitebeard Newgate said included them, and they never thought that Brother Whitebeard would be willing to give up on them. You know, they are each other's sons. Hearing this sentence, Naruto's eyes flashed with calmness, and he spoke softly. If I'm not mistaken, the person you want to save is Ace, right? Fire Fist Ace was a must in Luffy's history. He is very similar to Luffy, the only difference is that he is dead. At least in the original plot, he died, but in Luo Xiu's world, the other party did not die. Being rescued, but this does not mean that Luo Xiu will rescue the other party at this time. Perhaps after coming to this world, he still has some ideas about Fireball Ace, after all, this is a character that makes people feel admirable. But until now, he has only contempt and disdain for National Ace. A person who does good deeds as a pirate in the world of pirates is either a fool or an idiot. Obviously, Ace is, and Luffy is Chuan. 315 Interesting, you can try. A black light flickered, and there was a muffled thunder in the sky. The thunder and lightning flickered in the sky this time, but no one paid attention to it. Especially for Luo Xiu, all he saw at this moment was Whitebeard on the opposite side with a hijab. And next to Whitebeard Newgate, is Diamond Josie Phoenix et al. And these people don't dare to take a breath, they probably don't have much. 800 Thoughts about 4 emperors. Not too scared, but for Luo Xiu, who can defeat all the 4 emperors, everything is different. Not to mention that Whitebeard Newgate had told them not to talk nonsense before he arrived. But now just looking at Luo Xiu, they didn't dare to say anything more, because such fear made them extremely panic. If Whitebeard and Newgate hadn't been here, they would have escaped in the past. Okay, but I still want to know what kind of method can save Fire Fist Ace, and what is he like now? Before hearing these words, Whitebeard Newgate sighed slightly, and then spoke softly. He ate 2 devil fruits. The moment Luo Xiu heard this sentence, there was a little surprise in Luo Xiu's eyes, but he was obviously speechless in the surprise. Devil fruit is the most powerful secret treasure in the world. A devil fruit will bring endless growth to the human body, allowing an ordinary person to become a strong one. No matter who they are, they can only eat 1 devil fruit, even if it is Blackbeard Subway. The power he uses is the swallowing ability of dark fruit, not the second one. So no matter how you look at it, anyone who can eat a second devil fruit is an idiot. Luo Xiu frowned slightly, and said softly, didn't you tell him he can't eat 2 devil fruits? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Whitebeard Newgate shook his head slowly, and then told the whole story. It's not what you imagined. It's not what he ate, but someone forced him to eat. No way, has he messed with someone who can't be defeated again? Luo Xiu spoke a little speechlessly, while Whitebeard Newgate was silent, which showed that what he said was right. That's all. If you eat 2 devil fruits, why do you think I can save him? Luo Xiu really doesn't understand this point. If he can save the other party with his own strength, then all of this is possible. But these 2 devil fruits can really save each other in this situation. At least Luo Xiu himself didn't know that he had such ability. But when thinking of this, Luo Xiu was suddenly taken aback, and he suddenly thought of one thing, that is, he might have such an ability. It's just that it hasn't been tested before. Sure enough, when seeing the change in Luo Xiu's eyes, Whitebeard and Newgate spoke softly. I heard that you can suck the ability of devil fruit out of the human body. If that's the case, you can get 5.4 from Ace's body, right? Hearing this, Luo Xiu didn't speak, because he knew that he could really do it, but this can be limited. He said he'd done that before, but only if he fed the guy to death. He can pick up these energies from dead people, this is from living people, he really hasn't tried it yet. Good, interesting thing, I can try it. 316 Come to drink. Luo Xiu left this marine headquarters where he stayed for a long time. At this time, he followed Whitebeard Newgate to the distance. Sitting on the other party's boat, Luo Xiu looked around and found that everyone around him was looking at him warily. These people are indeed vigilant, because at this time Whitebeard and Newgate belong to the occasion of old age. Although he is still a 4 emperors, his strength is still strong, but the problem is that his strength has a limit. In other words, as time goes on, the opponent may not be able to beat the other 4 emperors now. Facing Luo Xiu, who can overturn all 4 and 19 emperors with one punch, if their father by who Newgate plays, there is a high probability that they will really be overthrown. Therefore, when Luo Xiu was here, they all became vigilant, fearing that Luo Xiu would suddenly explode and injure Whitebeard and Newgate. Faced with such a thing, Luo Xiu seemed quite speechless. If he really wanted to do this, everyone present would be rubbish. But he didn't do that because it wasn't necessary. To be honest, compared to other people, Luo Xiu still admires Whitebeard and Newgate, who obviously likes children very much. He also took in a bunch of sons, but he himself had no idea of having a son himself. For such a person, Luo Xiu can't do without expressing his admiration. Even if he wanted a son himself, he would give birth to it himself instead of accepting it. Isn't it here yet? Luo Xiu spoke softly, and after hearing his words, Diamond Chaozi paused slightly and then whispered. In about half a day, we will be able to arrive, because of the condition of S itself, we cannot bring it over. Hearing this, Luo Xiu seemed rather speechless, but didn't say much. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate came to Luo Xiu's side, holding a barrel of wine in his hand. Hearing a plop, he put the barrel in front of Luo Xiu. Looking at this wine barrel as tall as his own, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. What, you want to drink with me? Hearing this, Whitebeard Newgate nodded slowly and said, that's it, I know the other 4 emperors have challenged you and failed, and to be honest, I think so too. When the voice came here, Luo Xiu felt a chill, and of course the chill seemed nothing to him. But my body is failing. Although I can use the power of the real fruit now, my body cannot fully bear this ability. If I continue to practice, it will only speed up my fall, and I don't think you want to do this kind of thing that bullies the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, he naturally didn't want to do it. Speaking of Whitebeard, Newgate is too weak at this time, if he thinks of an ordinary death, he can be overwhelmed. In this case, there is absolutely no benefit in fighting the opponent. So let's fight bars. Hearing this, Luo Xiu looked at Whitebeard and Newgate opposite, he knew that even drinking would lead to his death for Whitebeard Newgate. But this does not mean that he was rejected, nor does it mean that the White Fox Newgate can give up. He nodded slowly, and then spoke softly. Of course, but still drink my bar, your wine is too weak. 317 Come be my son. As he poured down a large barrel of wine, Luo Xiu's eyes shone with a little calmness. This kind of alcohol is not enough to paralyze his nerves, that is to say, now he will not get drunk just by drinking. In this regard, Whitebeard Newgate is better than him, at least the other party can enter a state of dizziness after drinking a lot of alcohol, shielding all disasters in this world. After a while, the two boldly put a large barrel of wine on the ground and looked at each other excitedly. Luo Xiu, I just like your bold personality, how are you? Are you interested in being my son? The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu's face on the opposite side froze. It never occurred to him that just drinking, Whitebeard and Newgate would deliberately accept him as his son. If it was before, he naturally didn't care about this kind of thing, but now he naturally doesn't want to do this kind of thing. After all, he can kill 10 Whitebeards with a single punch now, so it's bullshit for him to be the son of the other party. At this time, the faces of Marco the Phoenix, Diamond Josie and others who were not far from Whitebeard Newgate suddenly turned pale. They knew that their father Whitebeard liked to adopt his son, but they never expected that Whitebeard adopted his son on Luo Xiu's head. That's right, Luo Xiu's age is not very old, and they are about the same age. It seems that there is no problem in being the son of Whitebeard and Newgate, but the problem is the opponent's strength. That is no longer just the strength of 4 emperors and admiral level, but far surpassed. They knew that even if all of them went together, they might not be able to hold Luo Xiu. In this case, as long as Luo Xiu himself gets angry, all of them cannot escape death. Not only can Fire Fist Ace not be saved, even they will die here, with no dignity. There was a calm light in Luo Xiu's eyes, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and his black pupils stared at Whitebeard Newgate opposite. Now everyone thought that Luo Xiu was about to explode. Whitebeard and Newgate also felt a chill, he just knew what he said. That's right, the people who usually drink with him are at most at the same level as him, so it's over as a joke. After all, no one would directly fight to the death because of a joke. But the problem was that Luo Xiu didn't have to fight him at all, because if Luo Xiu punched him, Whitebeard and Newgate would be killed directly. A majestic aura flickered on the ship, and the black light made everyone feel a chill. At this moment, everyone suppressed their momentum, wanting to act at any time. They knew that they couldn't beat Luo Xiu on the opposite side, but they also knew that if this situation continued, their final result would be death. But no one intends to die for no reason, no matter what. They have to use their abilities to change this. Taking a deep breath, everyone's eyes shone with a little light. However, Zhao Haohao, at the next moment, Luo Xiu stood up, and when everyone was about to do something, he suddenly burst out laughing. Quote. Ha ha ha, is this what you think? It may have been possible to be your son, but now I don't need it anymore. Hearing Luo's words, Whitebeard also laughed heartily. It seems that you don't understand the meaning of son. What I want is a family, not doing something with my name. 318 Ace's Tragedy. Luo Xiu didn't say much to Whitebeard and Newgate. I just drank the last barrel of wine and went back to my place and started to rest. Whitebeard Newgate's body was filled with all kinds of medical equipment, and he was lying on a big chair and panting slowly. In Luo Xiu's hearing, he found that Whitebeard and Newgate even reached the point where more air was released and less air was taken in. For such a situation, Luo Xiu naturally has a solution. The problem is that Whitebeard and Newgate didn't take the initiative to say that in this case, it is useless for Luo Xiu to say anything. After all, he is not a good person, he is a bad person who can do everything for himself. In this case, Whitebeard and Newgate probably didn't have enough resources. If he was asked to help, he would naturally not help. For example, saving Ace this time is really a piece of cake for Luo Xiu. Of course, he can only try, because he has never tried to extract a devil fruit from a living person. Time began to flow, and the light of the sun began to flicker. 3 hours later, Luo Xiu saw an island. The clothes on his body were showing signs of breaking at this moment, but at the next moment, Luo Xiu directly used armament haki to wrap his whole body to resist. But to thoroughly discover everything about himself, Luo Xiu needs to observe by himself. Luo Xiu could tear it apart with both hands, but the end result was that Fire Fist Ace was also torn into pieces. This island is Whitebeard Newgate's territory. Hearing the rumbling sound, Luo Xiu's body was shaken by this move, and flames were burning in his body at this moment, but he stood where he was, without moving a muscle. He could feel a power that belonged to the flame. Luo Xiu said softly, and walked forward step by step. When he came to the door of the room, the terrifying pressure had already started to burn his body. The next moment, the flames mixed with the roaring breath of a fierce tiger, forming a flame tiger, which charged directly at Luo Xiu. Or it could be said to be his main territory. After all, as one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard Newgate's territory is quite large. For him, all things can't solve it now, even if the power of 2 devil fruits collides, so what? Hearing this, Luo Xiu jumped off the bed without any hesitation, and walked straight to that side. As Luo Xiu moved forward, when he approached that room, he felt a faint light begin to flicker. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu saw a little calm in his eyes, and directly pushed open the door in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped in. Because judging from the situation just now, the 2 devil fruits have already merged, otherwise it would not be possible to form the momentum of a tiger flame. The power of Zone and Logia, it seems that the guy just let Mars Ace die, and didn't think about making it merge, otherwise it wouldn't be based on 2 devil fruits with such a big difference. Luo Xiu, Ace is in that room, there is a conflict of 2 forces on him, we dare not even approach him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes sparkled with calmness, and there was a little surprise in the calmness. 319 Fusion. Father, Luo Xiu, can he really solve what happened to Ace? Marco the Phoenix asked softly. Whitebeard and Newgate didn't answer him, but Diamond Joe's on the side spoke. Father went to invite Luo Xiu. This is the last solution. If even Luo Xiu can't solve these problems, we can only find a way to remove all the devil fruit T******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** seems improbable, there are always a few highly skilled medical beings in this world, maybe they all can do this. I remember that Teach seems to have this kind of power, his dark fruit can absorb the ability of other people's devil fruit. The moment this sentence sounded, everyone present stopped. At this moment, the pirate who spoke suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. He subconsciously lowered his head and stopped speaking. Who put Ace into another devil fruit? Others don't know, but they have a candidate in their hearts. Blackbeard Teach. When Ace went to find Blackbeard Teach fought him. What happened afterwards, no one knows, they only know that not long after, Ace was thrown onto an island in pain. When they found Ace, Ace was already unconscious, with two violent forces bursting out from his body. Everyone knows that the person who framed Ace was Blackbeard Teach. So even if Blackbeard Teach has a solution, everyone will not mention such words. In fact, they also have a guess, that is, Blackbeard Teach wants to use this method to get Whitebeard to beg him. Looking at the world, the only one that can solve this problem on the surface is Blackbeard Teach. In other words, if there is really no way to save Ace, but Whitebeard and Newgate want to save Ace, this method can only be used. But can Whitebeard Newgate really pull himself off and beg Blackbeard Teach? No one knows, but everyone thinks it's very likely. Throughout his life, Whitebeard has been a hero for a generation, but he has become weaker. If it was him when he was young, he would definitely rush over and beat Blackbeard Teach to death. But now if he rushed up directly, the greatest possibility would be to take everyone to death. Ask for flowers. Yes, Blackbeard Teach is not as big as him, but everyone around him is very strong. Just wait and see, I believe in Luo Xiu. Whitebeard Newgate spoke softly, expressing his last thoughts in his heart. After hearing these words, everyone's eyes turned to the room in the distance. They could all feel the torrent of energy flowing. After all, there were no weak people present. But no one dares to pass, and no one wants to pass. They dare not pass because if they pass, they may be able to protect themselves, but Ace may be injured because of it. They don't want to go to the past because they know that there is nothing they can do about it, so they don't want to see Ace's painful appearance. Taking a deep breath, I saw a little calmness flickering in Luo Xiu's eyes. He had already seen the Fire Fist Ace, and the opponent's body had turned into a tiger, but besides this, there was still a flame burning on the tiger's skin. Could it be that he really merged two forces? Luo Xiu spoke softly, with a little bit of surprise and joy in his eyes. 320 Fight with the Devil. When Luo Xiu walked over to observe the changes in Fire Fist Ace, he knew he was thinking too much. In fact, Fire Fist Ace seems to have completely integrated the two forces, but it is more like the two forces competing to express on him. The power possessed by ordinary Devil Fruit itself is like this, but it is generally hidden. In this case, if a person wants to obtain the power of Devil Fruit, he can only, 430, continue to develop and dig, so as to open the entire history of Devil Fruit. However, when the two devil fruits gathered together, they all felt the danger. So they competed to express, which is why Ace turned into a flame and a tiger. Luo Xiu knew the specific reason for this incident, but he still wanted to see if the two forces could be completely integrated in the end. Demons are not like other species, they are lonely, they are strong. For them, each devil is an independent individual, and they will not live together with the so-called same race, which is why a person can only eat one devil fruit. At this time, the Fire Fist Ace belonged to the bodies of the two demon Jungasi, and exploded with all his strength. That's why other people can't get close. Other people may have eaten devil fruit, but the devil fruit they experience is still in development. In this case, two raging devil fruits are enough to crush everyone around them. But obviously, Luo Xiu is not such a person. For Luo Xiu, he can easily defeat everything now. Elder sister Luo Xiu stretched out her hands and tore it forward violently. The tiger-like flame was directly torn apart by him, and then gradually dissipated. In the end, Luo Xiu walked towards the opposite Fire Fist Ace step by step. The candidate Ace also seemed to sense something at this moment, and his body slowly floated up. Of course, it wasn't him floating around, but those two forces were controlling him. In an instant, a huge fist stained with flames slammed forward. There was a rumbling sound, and terrifying waves spread. However, Luo Xiu's gaze was just watching calmly, and at the same time punched forward. Just hearing the sound of rumbling, everything around was shattered at this moment, and the two fists collided together at the next moment, making a booming sound. As soon as it came up, the sky fell apart, and the room was instantly torn apart. The bodies of Luo Xiu and Huaquan Ace appeared in everyone's sight. Ace, is he okay? It should be fine, the force in that circle just now should have surpassed the strongest force zone that Ace has mastered. So two devil fruits forcibly enhanced his ability. The people outside said in surprise, they never expected devil fruit to have such power. After Luo Xiu heard this sentence, there was only 4.6 calmness in his eyes. For him, all of this was useless. He just walked forward step by step, walking towards Fire Fist Ace step by step. And Fire Fist Ace is really powerful at this time. In his eyes, there are all orange-red flames and tiger patterns. The two demons controlled his body at the same time, and then blasted at Luo Xiu with brilliant power, because they knew that Luo Xiu had the ability to separate them. 321 Steel. Roar. A huge beam of light suddenly fell, and the Tiger Ace's body exploded at this moment with an attack capable of breaking the ground. His whole body turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Luo Xiu who was opposite. And Luo Xiu stood where he was, without moving. He knew that Ace had entered a berserk state at this time. And this berserk state already represents his strength, which is stronger than before, but he is not afraid because Luo Xiu's strength is countless times stronger than IC. There was a rumbling sound, and the solid light flickered or killed a fluent light, rushing in front of Luo Xiu. Then it was drawn as a 19 black line, and it was directly blasted out, smashing hard into the ground far away. Roar. Fire Fist Ace let out an angry roar again. That roar like a tiger made him stand up from the ground. At the same moment, his gaze was fixed on Luo Xiu who was opposite him. But he didn't rush forward like before, because he subconsciously realized that Luo Xiu was not easy to mess with. In other words, the power Luo Xiu produced at this time made him feel fear. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes were shining brightly, and at the same time, he launched an attack towards the Fireball Ace on the opposite side. This was the first time Luo Xiu launched an active attack, and then Chao Ace just looked at Luo Xiu coldly. When the two of them collided with each other, the terrifying light exploded directly. In the distance, Whitebeard, Newgate and others saw only a flash of bright light, and when the light fell, they flew out and hit the ground fiercely. Then there is nothing left, and Luo Xiu walked out of the light beam slowly, and came to Rocket Ace's side step by step. It seems that such a method is really going to be used. Luo Xiu said softly, and then covered the face of Fire Fist Ace with the nails of his left hand. At the same moment, countless beams of light flashed with huge light, bombarding Ace's body at this moment. Father, what is he doing? Marco opened his mouth in surprise, because he had no idea what Luo Xiu wanted to do. Diamond Chao Zi on the side also activated his ability, and most of the diamonds covered his body, making him look a little scary. But at this time, Whitebeard and Newgate didn't have any movement, because he could feel that Luo Xiu didn't have any killing intent. In his perception network, Luo Xiu's killing intent was somewhat ordinary, so ordinary that even he himself expressed indifference. So whether it is just now or now, whether it is in the future or in the past, Luo Xiu absolutely has no intention of killing Fire Fist Ace. Of course, it was more because of the continuous attacks of Fire Fist Ace just now, which did not cause much damage to Rong Shu. In this case, everything naturally will not have any problems. Anyway, for Luo Xiu at this time, the only thing he has to do is to revive the Fire Fist Ace in front of him. The premise is that he absorbs the power of a devil fruit from the opponent's body. Seeing Luo Xiu's left hand drawn into a half-hollow state, it slowly sank into Fire Fist Ace's body. Just as he inserted his left hand, Ace's pupils suddenly shrank and he roared violently. Obviously, he felt the pain. Time began to flicker, and pieces of light fell down. After an unknown amount of time, Fire Fist Ace opened his eyes. 322 I am willing. What's wrong with me? Looking at the people surrounding him, Fire Fist Ace spoke in surprise. Hearing his words, especially seeing Fire Fist Ace waking up, Marco and the others loosened their fists slightly. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate also walked over from the side, looking at Ace calmly. How's Ace? Is the strength in your body okay? Hearing this sentence, Fire Fist Ace then sensed the power in his body, and at this moment, his face froze. What's going on? Why can't I feel Mera Fruit's ability? When Ace said this, everyone present was shocked, but no one spoke. However, the gazes of Marco and others slowly turned to Luo Xiu not far away. At this time, Fire Fist Ace also saw Luo Xiu's appearance. He looked at him in surprise and said, "Are you Luo Xiu, the uncrowned king of the sea?" Ace was quite surprised. He never expected that Luo Xiu could come here at this time. Luo Xiu walked to his side, took a look at him, and then spoke. "Your body has almost recovered, and I have completely resolved the conflict with Devil Fruit for you. From now on, you can no longer be called Fire Fist Ace, you can be called Tiger Ace." That's right, Luo Xiu pulled out a devil fruit, but the devil fruit was a Mera fruit. The curative effect is not done on purpose, it is because Mera fruit and Ace have a longer bond time. Therefore, if the Mera fruit is extracted, the resulting ability fluctuation will be much weaker than that of the tiger fruit. Because no matter how you look at it, tiger fruit is a latecomer, he doesn't cherish Ace's body, he just wants to occupy it. But Mera fruit is different, he mainly wants to drive out tiger fruit, and then develop together with Ace. Due to this situation, Luo Xiu directly drew out the Mera fruit, which can make the Fire Fist Ace survive better. As that's so, I lost the power of the Mera fruit, only the power of the tiger fruit. Ace lowered his head and clenched his fists. He could feel his own strength, which had been enhanced, and his recovery speed was estimated to be greatly enhanced. After all, that's the main effect of Zone's devil fruit. Maybe he is not reconciled, a Logia devil fruit, although not the top, but a Zone devil fruit, and this devil fruit is still an ordinary tiger fruit. No matter how he looked at it, it made him feel quite speechless. But he didn't resent Luo Xiu, because he knew that Luo Xiu saved his life. What he resented was the Blackbeard teach who stuffed him a second devil fruit. Actually, if you want Mera fruit, it's not impossible. At this moment, Luo Xiu spoke suddenly, and upon hearing his deserved words, Ace looked at him in surprise, his eyes full of excitement. Luo Xiu spoke again, "I can extract the power of the devil fruit from your body. This process is quite painful. As long as the blood of the tiger fruit is completely drawn, you can eat the Mera fruit again. It's just that you may need to redevelop Mera fruit, but with previous experience, you should be able to return to the peak soon." "I do. 323 pain." With the approval of Fire Fist Ace, a slight smile appeared in Luo Xiu's eyes. Perhaps in a lot of time, it is impossible for him to do this, but until now, he can naturally allow the other party to do this. "Very well, since you are willing, then go ahead," Luo Xiu said softly, and then grabbed the head of Fire Fist Ace with one hand, and the next moment, he exerted force violently. The feeling of pain permeated Quan of Fire Fist Ace, revealing the astonishing tenacity in his eyes. That's right, under this kind of pain, Fire Fist Ace didn't shrink back, but persevered. This is all he can master, this is all he can allow himself to become stronger. As expected of Luffy's elder brother, as expected, he has a lot of perseverance. Luo Xiu spoke softly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and slowly exerted force. The next moment, a huge suction force was condensed on his left hand, absorbing the devil fruit power in Rocket Ace's body. This trick was actually used by Luo Xiu to absorb the souls of other people, but he later discovered that as long as he made a few changes, he could absorb the power of devil fruit in the opponent's body alone. Because devil fruit's ability seems to be given directly, but it is more like an unconscious demon, which was absorbed and slowly fused by people. In other words, CADC, when a person fully integrates devil fruit and completes super awakening, he himself becomes a devil. It's just that at that time he still had the previous cognition and consciousness, so he was still himself. Therefore, Luo Xiu can naturally do this, with his strength. Fire Fist Ace let out a painful roar, and the people standing outside the boat all looked at this side in panic. There was anxiety in their eyes, with patience, and with a trace of unbearable. They all know whether it's Mars or their own choice. If they stop each other with their own consciousness, then no matter how you look at it, they are going too far. Or if that's the case, then what is the pain that Fire Fist Ace suffered before? Father, is the teacher really all right? Because now he is Ru. 0. Slowly leave here and walk outside. Certainly, under Luo Xiu's gaze, Ace has completely lost his ability to move. Only Whitebeard and Newgate stood where they were, not moving. No matter what, we can't stop him, just like I didn't stop him from hunting down Blackbeard Teach. After Luo Xiu came out, without any hesitation, everyone rushed in to watch Ace. At this moment, Ace's screams had stopped. After listening to these words, Marco lowered his head and stopped speaking. Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu nodded slowly, and then spoke softly. At this time, Ace was lying inside, motionless. Is it okay? No matter how you look at it, it is really not good for Ace to continue like this now, but this is his own choice, just like he chose to board the boat. For him, no matter how you look at it, he has other things idea. Did you make it? Luo Xiu spoke softly, without any hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Whitebeard shook his head slowly, and then continued to speak. Marco on the side asked Whitebeard next to him. 324 Viagra. One piece after another of the waves beat on the entire ship, and the entire air wave slowly dissipated at this moment. Luo Xiu rested the 2 devil fruits in his hands, with a little calm in his eyes. Tell me, how can I return this devil fruit? Whitebeard Newgate on the side asked softly. He didn't ask Luo Xiu to return the devil fruit because of the fact that he asked Luo Xiu for help. Because he knew it wasn't normal, and it wasn't realistic. He invited Luo Xiu before, in fact, to help Ace obtain the right to life. That is to say, they came to rescue Ace. As for what will happen after the rescue, they actually have a little guess in their hearts. Originally, it was the best idea for Ace to leave the tiger fruit. But Ace doesn't think so. He wants to regain a little fruit and regain control, his own terrifying power. Therefore, everything has become what it is now. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, everything is a little bit different from what I thought. As for this Mara fruit, you can go back if you want. Luo Xiu said softly, and threw the Mara fruit directly to Whitebeard Newgate. Whitebeard Newgate held this Mara fruit with a little piece in his eyes. He knew what Luo Xiu was thinking, or he didn't know what Luo Xiu was thinking. Taking a deep breath, Whitebeard and Newgate spoke softly. I owe you a favor. Even if you let me die in the future, I won't be afraid. Hearing this sentence, Luo Xiu nodded lightly and didn't say much. Just stood up from the deck, looked at the sea in the distance, and opened the mouth of youth. There is nothing else, I am going back, otherwise there may be problems there. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Whitebeard next to him nodded slowly. Others don't know, but he knows that besides himself and the red-haired Shanks, the other 2 emperors, as well as the Blackbeard who can rival the 4 emperors, all want to kill Luo Xiu. Even if they unite together, they may not be able to defeat Luo Xiu, but not everyone on Luo Xiu's side has his strength. 0 for flowers. The eyesight of many people may be strong, but it is absolutely no match for the attack of 3-4 emperors. Therefore, Luo Xiu has been here for such a long time, no matter how you look at it, it is somewhat dangerous. Of course, if Kaido and others are not afraid of death, they can kill Luo Xiu's people as much as they want. The end result is that Luo Xiu uprooted them all, and let them die directly so that they could not die anymore. 0. Send it to you. No. Luo Xiu shook his head slowly, then stretched out his hand and shook it violently towards the sky. The next moment, a spatial turbulence was instantly torn apart. The scattered spatial flow made Whitebeard and Newgate on the side look surprised. His shock fruit can also shatter the space, but it's just shattering. It's completely impossible to tear the space apart and grab something from it. And now, it's clear that road repair can do that. Seeing Luo Xiu observe for a moment, he pulled again from the space, and a fire dragon with 2 heads appeared in front of him. 2-headed fire dragon. It looks okay. If so, then I'll go back first. You can do it yourself. 325 Challenge. Luo Xiu rode on the fire dragon and galloped away towards the distance with a lot of strong wind. Whitebeard, Newgate, Marco and others stood on the deck, watching this scene with strange expressions in their eyes. Father, shouldn't that fire dragon belong to us? Diamond Joes asked in a buzzing voice. Hearing his words, Whitebeard Newgate nodded slowly and said. He opened the 847 space turbulence, which also means that he can leave this world, but he didn't do so, obviously he has other ideas. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard Newgate spoke again. In the future, if it is not necessary, don't provoke him. Otherwise, even if he doesn't kill you, but just exiles you to Otherworld, you won't be able to come back. Understood. Behind the Whitebeard pirates all said loudly. In fact, even if Whitebeard and Newgate didn't tell him, they generally wouldn't provoke Luo Xiu. They knew that this was not a level existence at all, so all of them would not necessarily be afraid to go to Luo Xiu together. In this case, if she provokes Luo Xiu by herself, wouldn't that mean that she will die slowly? Slices of space flickered, and the black light also fluctuated at this moment. Luo Xiu came to the side of a volcanic rock centered on a black mountain. Then he couldn't walk away, because the endless darkness around him made him understand that someone had shot him. However, after hearing his words, Blackbeard Teach, who was hiding in the dark, sighed slightly. So you don't plan to use devil fruit to buy challenge tickets from me this time, and fight me directly? Before he adjusted his mood for a long time, he spoke slowly. As he said this, he walked out of the darkness, with a large amount of dark power wrapped around his body, making him look like an unrivaled ugly monster. But he was only slightly angry, and he didn't speak again after a while. Luo Xiu's voice carried a bit of sarcasm and sarcasm. 0. As long as a normal person listens to his words, he will feel extremely angry, and the opposite Blackbeard is also confident. There was a little calm in Blackbeard Teach's voice, and a little cruelty in the calm, and everything he said was true. At that time, it will still be necessary to fight you directly like now. If so, why should I give you the devil fruit? One Paramesha devil fruit. This kind of thing is not available to ordinary people, and I can indeed get it, but I have seen it, and I can only get 5 pieces. Really, I let you find out. But on Luo Xiu's side, Luo Xiu could clearly see that Blackbeard Teach's body was slightly damaged. In this case, directly violating the rules and fighting me, do you think you might be able to escape from me? Combining Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's situation, we will challenge you up to 50 times. 5.1. But according to the previous battle situation, even if we become stronger again and again, I am sure it will be impossible to defeat you after 5 or 6 times. And the person who made the shot is also easy to guess, and there is also this dark power, except for Blackbeard who has Dark Fruit's Imperial Aura, no one else really has it. Why haven't you fully recovered after being beaten by me last time? Luo Xiu said softly. 326 dark power. That's why, it's for those devil fruits, so you have to sacrifice your life. Luo Xiu said softly, without any hesitation, his figure directly turned into a ray of light, rushing towards the opposite Blackbeard Teach. Since you want to die so much, I won't give you more time to live. Taking a deep breath, he saw a terrifying light erupting from Luo Xiu's body. At that moment, he punched forward. Just hearing the rumbling sound, the surrounding space was torn apart at this moment, and space turbulence also appeared at this moment. On the opposite side of Blackbeard, 20 Leech's eyes flashed with anger and shock, but there was no panic. All his fear and panic had been exhausted long ago. For him, the only way to win the battle with Luo Xiu is now. It is impossible for him to have other abilities, and it is impossible to have other areas of force. For him, the only thing he can do now is this. The power of darkness, crown me with glory, let me obtain all your power. Blackbeard spoke loudly with strength, the force crystals on his body increased surgingly at this moment. At this moment, his body was covered with a layer of black armor. No matter how he looked at it, this armor made him look so terrifying. Come on, I will kill you right now. There was a rumbling sound, and the power brought by this group directly blasted Blackbeard's confidence into an energy wave. He, I thought you were so strong, so it's just like that. Then it's my turn to make a move. Every time they punched, a big hole would appear in Blackbeard Teach's body. No matter how you look at it, no matter how powerful Blackbeard Teach is at this time, his body has been destroyed like this. After this battle, if there is no strange power to heal it, it will die here. Blackbeard Teach shouted coldly, his body turned into a gust of wind and rushed forward. In other words, the current Blackbeard Teach only has a head left, and he doesn't have anything other than the head. When Luo Xiu saw the opponent rushing over, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he punched him. The black beam blasted into the sky, directly shattering the sky, and then breaking the turbulent flow of space. It's just that this dark power will fill his big hole, but even so, the entire body of the current Blackbeard Teach except for other parts are all colored by the dark power. Immediately after that, pieces of black power condensed towards the ground, and then slowly gathered on Blackbeard's sister-in-law. Accompanied by the loud roar of Blackbeard's earth energy, he raised his hands to the sky, blasting out a huge energy beam. He said that his body had been condensed by the power of darkness. If Luo Xiu knocked him into a coma again and the power of darkness dissipated, then the Blackbeard Emperor would die directly. Yes, the last head of Blackbeard Teach was also shattered, but he can survive in this state. Blackbeard Teach said with a sarcasm, but Luo Xiu knew that he also knew that he was just the end of the attack. This is just 1 minute, and his strength has increased to 10 times before, but in this minute, it is naturally impossible for Luo Xiu to see the opponent getting stronger a little bit. Darkness, I summon you to emerge from this world. 327 Viagra. As time progressed slowly, it soon came to the morning of the next day. During this time, Luo Xiu painted the Blackbeard floor red and turned it into powder over and over again. But Blackbeard Teach constantly strengthens itself by relying on the dark power that crosses the 2 realms. Now his own strength has reached the peak, and there is a terrifying stalwart power in the peak. He can resist Luo Xiu's attack with his powerful body, but no matter how he looks at it, he can't cause any damage to Luo Xiu. After directly defeating Blackbeard 10,000 times, Luo Xiu's eyes also brought a little fatigue. The reason why he hasn't completely killed Blackbeard Teach in such a long time is entirely because he hasn't played so well for a long time. For Luo Xiu, when he reached the peak in this world, his own strength has been greatly improved. In this case, even if 3-4 emperors go together, he can easily tear each other apart. That's right, Luo Xiu had never used power during his previous battles with Kaido's mother Charlotte Linlin and Blackbeard Teach. Because he can't do this, if he can do this, the three people in front of him will be directly beaten to death by him, the kind that can't die anymore. But now, he can do this, because the body of Blackbeard on the opposite side has turned into an energy flow. In this case, as long as the big hole in the sky is not blocked, Blackbeard Teach can be revived infinitely. So Luo Xiu played very well. But no matter how cool it is, there must be a limit, and now the limit has been reached. Slowly falling to the ground, Luo Xiu looked confidently at the opposite Blackbeard, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's alright, now I use other powers to finally tear you apart. Luo Xiu said softly, and then punched forward. Just hearing the sound of rumbling, the power of this punch is stronger than before, and what is brought about in the power is a kind of stalwart sealing power. Sure enough, after being completely smashed by this punch, Blackbeard Teach felt that his body was about twice as slow as before. If he could escape from Luo Xiu's attack before, then the only thing he can do now is to be defeated. He stuttered and panted heavily, his eyes flickering with terror. Damn it, this is your real strength, if so, then let us leave this world together. Quote, when I die, you can never come back, this is your fate. Blackbeard Teach roared loudly, rushed forward, hugged Luo Xiu directly, and wanted to lead Luo Xiu into the torrent of energy and leave this world. He knew that his own strength could not beat Luo Xiu, and the power produced by other strong men in this world should also not be able to beat Luo Xiu. Ming Jiao Jiao, in this case, why not go to another world? Maybe another world has such a terrifying demon king, or there is a righteous person. But as long as they have the power to change the world, they will be able to kill Luo Xiu. This is the last thought of Blackbeard Teach Khan. But he thought too much, because Luo Xiu could crush him from the beginning to the end, and was never afraid of his attack. So Blackbeard Teach was slapped and sent flying by Luo Xiu. 328 joined the battle. On the coastline in the distance, Kaido and Aunt Charlotte Linlin looked at the black shimmering land in the distance, with a little surprise in their eyes. It seems that Blackbeard Teach has acted alone, I didn't expect him to really have such awareness. Aunt Charlotte Linlin said with some surprise, at this time she has become extremely enchanting. He used to be a flower on the sea, but now, he has recovered to that state, of course he can maintain this state, and he has naturally done a lot of things. That is to absorb the souls of many people. As the owner of the soul fruit, Aunt Charlotte is very capable. He can tear his own soul, and then let the torn 963 souls spread around, and even pour into some objects to form his own unique summons. Of course, he can also absorb other people's souls, devour other people's souls to nourish his own soul, restore his youthful state, and reach the peak. In the past, he was too lazy to use such power, because it would make his thinking a little confusing. After all, devouring other people's souls will inevitably devour other people's memories, in this case. Big Mom's memories can get a little messy, but he's out of that now because of Kaido. At night in Kaido, when instilling strength in him, the ant laughed so hard that she was able to separate her own memories and directly separate those memories that did not belong to her. This is also the reason why he has been staying with Kaido during this time, because he wants to become stronger, he can't leave Kaido. And Kaido can also get instilled with a soul in this situation, making himself stronger. Soul and body are inseparable, but in this world, most people are exercising their bodies. In this case, the strength of the soul cannot keep up with the strength of the body, and the speed of becoming stronger will gradually slow down. That's the case with Kaido, who hasn't gone any further in years. It's not because his body can't get stronger, but because his soul has reached its limit. And now that he has been instilled with those soul powers by his Aunt Charlotte Dingning, he can definitely make his strength even stronger. Although there is memory input in it, those memories don't matter to him at all. Do you want to go over and help? If this goes on, Blackbeard will be killed directly. Kaido spoke softly, with a little peace in his eyes. Go and see, after all, the only one left to fight with us is Blackbeard. If he dies, then we will only have each other. As the two said this, their bodies both turned into streamers and rushed towards the distant battle location. At this time, Luo Xiu had already pressed Blackbeard to the ground. That's right, the body of the black monkey was made of energy torrents. But so what, Luo Xiu can completely change the other party, and they all become what they are now. Now Blackbeard has been imprisoned by him with the power of seal, that is to say, he has a new body, but this body is completely different from before. Kill me if you have the ability, if you don't kill me, one day I will kill you. Blackbeard roared loudly, but Luo Xiu looked at the two people rushing towards them in the distance. 329 I'm just watching the battle. Kaido and Aunt Charlotte turned into a gust of wind and rushed here. When they came here, they suddenly saw Luo Xiu and Blackbeard opposite. How far has it gone now? Kaido asked softly, with a little calm in his voice. For him, the current self is not here to fight, but to watch the battle, so there is no problem with using these words. However, at this moment, the Aunt Charlotte Linlin felt a tremor in her soul. It was as if the terrifying thing on the opposite side of them would emit an even more terrifying power zone at this moment. Why don't we retreat first? Aunt Charlotte Linlin spoke softly, and Kaido's eyes were slightly puzzled. For him, he can feel the incomparable strength of that Luo Xiu. But this does not mean that he will feel the terrifying killing intent of the other party. That is to say, he knows that it is all right for him to watch a movie here, but the question is it really all right? Why do you want to retreat? Can't you just look here? Kaido said with some doubts. Didn't there be a lot of people watching when we fought before? Those people are not even as strong as us. Hearing these words, the tremor in the eyes of the Ant Charlotte Linlin at the side became even more vigorous. He took a deep breath, then spoke. Some things are different from what we imagined. If we don't leave, we may not be able to leave. When he finished speaking, his eyes were already on Luo Xiu's side, and at this time Luo Xiu had already held Blackbeard's head with one hand and smashed him to the ground. At the same time, his icy eyes looked towards him, as if he might attack directly at any time. No way, we are just watching, are you going to shoot us? Kaido frowned and said, but at the next moment, a terrifying black light beam shot directly towards this side. There was a rumbling sound, and Kaido was instantly hit by the black beam, and then flew upside down, hitting the ground hard. Beside him, Aunt Charlotte had a little surprise in her eyes. If he hadn't reacted more quickly just now and dodged quickly, he would probably be smashed here now. Zero looking for flowers. Quote, taking a deep breath, I saw my Aunt Charlotte Linlin staring straight at Luo Xiu. Are you going to let us join the fight? Hearing this, there was only a slight smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. So what if the two of you join the fight? Can the three of you defeat me? Zero. The arrogant words surprised everyone present, especially Kaido. After he stood up from the ground, he looked at the scar on his chest. After that, he stared fixedly at Luo Xiu who was opposite him. I'm just here to watch the battle. If you still stick to it next time, then I won't just be watching the battle next time. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a roar, Kaido turned into a gust of wind and swept directly in front of him. The strength of his whole body reached its peak at this moment, and he waved the Langabang in his hand and slammed it forward fiercely. Hearing the rumbling sound, all of this was shattered in an instant. However, Luo Xiu just watched calmly, with a smile in his eyes. 330 Don't dare to move. Are you ready? If you are ready, I will kill you all. Luo Xiu spoke softly, with a cruel smile in his eyes, and this cruel smile caused fear in the eyes of the three strong men on the opposite side. When Luo Xiu doesn't smile, Kaido and others will feel a chill, but when Luo Xiu smiles, they will feel the danger of death. But now it is like this, Luo Xiu's cruel, 283, smile, to Kaido and others, is like the fear that comes from the bottom of their hearts. As if in the next moment, Luo Xiu would directly pick them up and tear them all to shreds. Seeing the three of them slowly gather together, they stared straight at Luo Xiu. At this moment, no one dared to do anything with Luo Xiu, and no one dared to say anything. Because the three of them know the power that Luo Xiu has now, they can directly kill the three of them anytime and anywhere. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little calmness. Calm with a little cruel smile. How, are you ready to answer me? I don't want to kill those enemies who are not prepared. Luo Xiu is like a hunter waiting to hunt, and the three of Kaido are the prey in his eyes. I saw a burst of anger in Kaido's eyes. Luo Xiu, what nonsense are you talking about? I will directly tear you apart next time. Don't think that you are invincible if you stand at the pinnacle of this world, the three of us can still directly defeat you. Kaido said loudly, as if what he said was true, even he himself believed it, but at the next moment, a bright force shone directly on his whole body, making him unable to even move one time. You're just a seemingly powerful ant. At this moment, for Luo Xiu, the Kaido in front of him has become the kind of enemy he once imagined. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Kaido on the opposite side fell silent. I will not bow to you, Luo Xiu, no matter in the past, present or future. He originally thought that when he became stronger over and over again, everything he faced would be destroyed by him over and over again. Feeling a deep breath, the light in the eyes flickered violently at this moment. Luo Xiu laughed out loud at this moment, and the rest was so crazy, so hysterical, and so dismissive. Now Luo Xiu was standing in front of him, like a strong force, making him completely insurmountable. There was a flash of light in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he stared straight at Kaido who was opposite him. Luo Xiu's big solid wall caused panic and a little fear to flash in Kaido's eyes on the opposite side. Hearing this, Luo Xiu on the opposite side only had a smile in his eyes, and those smiles made everyone look a little timid. He didn't understand how powerful Luo Xiu was at this time, or he understood how powerful Luo Xiu was, but he didn't dare to take any action against Luo Xiu now. It was really silent, because for him, everything that happened here was different from what he had imagined. Then he will directly become the most powerful existence in this world, even if he goes forward with him. The Aunt Charlotte Linlin, who is doing double cultivation, can't fight him against 4.0. Are you sure? Ha 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 ha. 0.0 inches. Are you talking to me? Don't you know what you are? It is the kind of enemy that is directly pressed under the body and can be completely crushed. 331 Those who cannot fight are rubbish. Don't you dare to move. Sure enough, you are also a trash. Luo Xiu said softly, with a little helplessness in his eyes. He thought he could fight Kaido and show the world their true strength. Who would have thought that before they even made a move, Kaido on the opposite side would be direct. There is even a particularly frightened look, unable to even move. For such Kaido, Luo Xiu didn't even have much idea. After all, that's all it is. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu saw a little calm in his eyes, and he slapped Kaido's face with 20 palms. Hearing a bang, Kaido was slapped and flew out, and then hit the ground directly. At the same moment, Luo Xiu appeared in front of him and stepped on Kaido's chest, making Kaido unable to even move. What a boring person, Luo Xiu said helplessly, looking at the Aunt Charlotte Linlin in the distance. At this time, the Aunt Charlotte Linlin looked at Luo Xiu in surprise. To be honest, he felt fear, a sense of fear that went straight to the bottom of his heart. The fear made him unable to move, not knowing what to do next. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin holds the Emperor's sword Napoleon in her hand. The light in his eyes flickered hugely, and he was forcing himself to have the desire to fight. Just now, he found that when he faced Luo Xiu, he didn't even have the desire to fight, all he thought about was submission from the beginning to the end. He knew in his heart that this was wrong, and no matter what, he wanted to fight Luo Page on the opposite side. It doesn't matter if you lose or win. But if he can't fight from the beginning to the end, then, for Aunt Charlotte Linlin, he is unacceptable. Why did he practice hard for so many years, from a slender figure to a burly fat man, and finally back to a slender figure? How many years of hard work and pain he has experienced? If in this situation, he doesn't even have the ability to fight Luo Xiu, then for him, this life is completely speechless. He just doesn't want to survive in this world by himself, because he knows that he has worked hard, and all the results will not have the ability to fight with his own strong, so what's the point of his being alive? There was a little helplessness in Aunt Charlotte's words, and there was a little bit of fear in the helplessness. He is fearful, and his fear is also spreading around. Of course, the only person he can spread now is only one, Blackbeard. At the very beginning, Blackbeard was directly maimed by Luo Xiu, but because of his own ability characteristics, he has already fully recovered. 410. It seems that there is not much difference from before, but Luo Xiu knows that Blackbeard teach has changed at this time. He has become less powerful and less desirable than before. At this time, although there was a strong fighting intent in his eyes, the fighting intent had changed. It has become extremely ordinary, and it has become to the point where people feel scared no matter how they look at it. If even you can't fight, then you die here too, Luo Xiu said softly, and punched forward. There was a rumbling sound, and a terrifying light flickered for a moment, punching directly on the body of the Aunt Charlotte Linlin on the opposite side. 332, beyond the limit. The bright light flickered, and the slender figure of Aunt Charlotte Linlin was instantly blown away. After flying out, Aunt Charlotte Linlin smashed a huge crater from the ground, and then slowly raised her head, staring fixedly at Luo Xiu opposite. Damn it, why are you doing this to me? Hearing this, there was only a little calm in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he smiled softly. Weren't you a fat pig before? Why are you thinner now? You're still a pig if you're thin, aren't you? Hearing these provocative words, Aunt Charlotte's eyes flashed with anger. Prometheus on top of his head burned a bigger flame at this moment, igniting his whole body, making him look like a flame giant. He stared fixedly at Luo Xiu, who was opposite, with a tinge of terror in his eyes. I used to think that the gap between us was not that big, and I also thought you were a modest gentleman. But now it seems that the gap between us is too big, and you are not the so-called modest gentleman. So at this time, no matter how you look at it, I can't let you live here directly. Even if I fight until I die, I will kill you. This world shouldn't belong to you, it should belong to us pirates. The ant roared, and reached the peak directly at this moment. The roar beyond the limit made the terrifying light in his eyes even brighter at this moment. He fixedly stared at Luo Xiu on the opposite side. The flames on his body were burning violently at this moment, and the thunder and lightning were also raging above his head. At the same moment, the Emperor's sword Napoleon in his hand was also used by him to its peak at this moment. Today, at this moment, I will kill you directly, so that you cannot survive here. Taking a deep breath, she saw Charlotte Linlin's slender figure turned into a flame, and the light beam rushed towards Luo Xiu directly. He waved the long knife in his hand, and the long knife shone with light, and there was something in the light that made people seem to feel fear. Come on, die here, and I'll give you what you have, and what you can't have. He roared loudly. The strength in his body had surpassed the limit at this moment, reaching the peak of the peak. Then looking at the Aunt Charlotte Linlin who was rushing towards him, Luo Xiu only had a slight smile in his eyes, and a more exuberant smile in his smile. Ha ha ha, come on, let's fight, let's split the world, and let me see if you are qualified to be with me. Quote. As he said that, Luo Xiu brandished his fists and slammed directly at the Aunt Charlotte Linlin. The terrifying light flickered, and the mighty force brought by this group directly tore everything in front of him to shreds. At this time, the Aunt Charlotte Linlin was directly hit by this punch, her body puffed out, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully supported his body and stared at Luo Xiu firmly. Good Jows, I won't fail, even if one dies, I won't have tens of thousands of me standing up. I will kill you here directly, and I will make it impossible for you to survive here. No matter how you look at it, to me, you are a damn existence here. Speaking of rhetoric, because Mother Charlotte Linlin began to sublimate here. It seems as if his own strength has reached the point beyond the limit. 333 Destroy it. Looking at the Aunt Charlotte Linlin in front of her, there was a smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. The smile became more exuberant, more cruel, and more dismissive. From the very beginning, Luo Xiu expressed disdain for his Aunt Charlotte Linlin. For him, the woman opposite was once a pig, and now she will always be a pig. He will not have any thoughts about the other party, nor will he say anything about the other party. As the other party said, he is a stepping stone on the other side's road, and Aunt Charlotte Linlin is just a stepping stone that he has stepped on several times. In this case, smash the opponent completely and crush the opponent here. For Luo Xiu 590, this is normal. So he will not be sympathetic, as he once said, as long as it is an enemy, no matter if it is a beautiful woman or a handsome guy, no matter if it is an ugly person or someone who looks disgusting. As long as it is an enemy, then it is enough to tear the opponent into pieces, otherwise, the person who is torn into pieces may become yourself. The light flickered, and the darkness of fear slowly spread at this moment. There was a little smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there was a little madness in the smile. He stepped forward and punched, and the power Kaba brought by this punch, no matter how you look at it, has already surpassed his peak. The power brought by this life, no matter how you look at it, has reached a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. And this is the case now, for Luo Xiu, every punch and every kick he can break through the stillness of time and space. In other words, even if the current Aunt Charlotte Linlin really cut him in half, what the heck, Luo Xiu can travel back to the past at any time. Then crush Big Mama Charlotte Linlin straight from the source, which is when he was a kid. As far as decency is concerned, they cannot use such means, because this will cause a new thing to appear. In other words, there will be a world without Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, but this does not mean that the situation in this world will be changed. But for Luo Xiu, he can do anything that makes people feel scary and irresistible. That's why Kaido's mother, Charlotte Linlin, and Blackbeard teach fight him. Because the three of them have seen it and understood that Luo Xiu is invincible, no matter what, they cannot directly defeat Luo Xiu at this moment. So they can only do this, they can't make any other moves. For them, this is the best result. As far as Luo Xiu is concerned, all this makes him feel ridiculous, quite ridiculous, so ridiculous that he can laugh again and again. In this world, there are human emperors, sea emperors, and super powerful beings that occupy the entire world, but there are also people who are under the power, and Guy is a waste of all living beings. The celestial dragons were such a waste, and your descendants are not similar. So let me destroy all of this. The so-called strong, the so-called arrogant, the so-called people who can change the world, tear them all up, and then the world will develop normally. Ordinary people have the opportunity to become stronger, and they will have the opportunity to gain greater power. And for stronger people, they will also face even more incomprehensible things at this moment. 334 Viagra. Luo Xiu's words made the three people on the opposite side feel a little surprised. All three of them had been beaten by Luo Xiu with varying degrees of injuries before, but for the three of them now, the strength that the three of them can bear is stronger than before. In other words, they had to kneel before receiving one punch, but now they can receive at least 2 punches. But this does not mean that they can have a stronger force to deal with Luo Xiu. Anyway, for the current Luo Xiu, it is normal for the three people in front of him to punch each of them. He slowly came to Kaido. Kaido has stood up again because of the powerful devil fruit recovery ability. However, when he stood up again, his own strength was very different from before. If he was just a mere 4 emperors before, then now he has surpassed 4 emperors. He can feel the terrifying power in his body, which has surpassed his former self. Not enough is not enough. Kaido roared loudly, the light in his eyes flickered violently at this moment. For him, the power he can produce now is stronger and stronger than before. No matter what, he has the idea and ability to tear Luo Xiu in front of him. At least for him now, it is indeed the case. What is the truth? Just look at Luo Xiu's next move. Hearing a bang, Luo Xiu slapped Kaido directly on the face, and Kaido flew out with a twirl again. This is the power gap between them, even if the power they see is stronger than before, so what? As far as Luo Xiu is concerned, he can still slap Kaido directly with one punch. The gap between the two cannot be quantified. Why did I become stronger than before, but the gap between us hasn't narrowed? Kaido roared loudly, the anger in his eyes reached its peak at this moment. Quote, Kaido, I can tell you completely, you think too much, I become stronger than before, and I also become weaker than before. 0 for flowers. Oh, you can't beat it. Hearing these words, Kaido on the opposite side had a look of astonishment in his eyes. I don't accept it, so today I have to help you brush here, so that you can't die anymore. Why do I occupy the world, but can't be with you? Do you think that at my current level, I'm just here to eat and die waiting for you to surpass? And this astonishment has turned into the peak at this moment, the kind with a little panic in the peak. Hee, do you know that some things are different from what you imagined, and some things are the same as what you imagined? Stronger because my own strength becomes stronger, and weaker because the speed at which I become stronger becomes weaker. So why do you think you can beat me with your current strength? Yes, you have become stronger, but so what, do you think I have not become stronger? Luo Xiu, die. That's right, from the beginning until now, I have been getting stronger every moment but at a different speed. However, upon hearing his words, Luo Xiu's eyes were only filled with calmness with blood, and there was even more mockery in the calmness. I don't accept it, why should I work hard all my life, you can't beat you. 335 Viagra. Kaido roared again and rushed over, and was slapped and sent flying by Luo Xiu. Landing on the ground this time, Kaido didn't say much, just lay there motionless, because he knew the end would be the same when he got up again. The Aunt Charlotte Linlin at the side stood up from the ground, and the flames, thunder and lightning, as well as the yellow emperor sword in his hand were all shining, and rushed towards Luo Xiu. And his 960 fate is similar to that of Kaido. As for the last Blackbeard, the light on his body flickered at this moment, and the power of black made his whole body black. He rushed towards Luo Xiu, and then flew backwards at a faster speed. Then the three of them just lay there without moving. At this moment, they saw what real power looks like. They all knew that if they continued, their results would not be much different. Is that all? Your courage, your efforts, everything about you, is that all? Luo Xiu snorted coldly, and then did not speak. He turned around and left here without saying any more words. Not long after letting Luo Xiu leave, the three of Kaido stood up from the ground one after another. They looked at the two teammates next to them with helpless expressions in their eyes. So, is the gap between us that big? Then how should I take revenge? Can I just watch him at ease? Unlike others who have been strong since they were young, He 0.6 Beard Yiki was a weak miscellaneous soldier when he was young. Now, because we have broken through these, I have become the death of the sea merchants, but why is my strength still not enough? I can't give up, I must get back what I have. As for the last Blackbeard teach, he looked at the backs of the two, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally stared at the place where Luo Xiu left. Because they know that this is the final end, so they say what they can understand in the end. I must find what I want. Everything, the three of them have been shattered, and everything they worked hard at this moment evaporated and turned into cannon fodder. He doesn't accept, he doesn't admit defeat, he doesn't accept, he wants to use his own power to change these, so he must catch up, even if he dies. He finally made it to the present, but found that he was not much different from before. In front of Luo Xiu, soldiers and strong men are the same. Is that really the case? It turns out that we are just like this. I used to be weak and humble, begging for pity, and pretending to be everything. The eyes of the three were full of anger, but at this moment, they could do nothing. The Aunt Charlotte Linlin on the side looked at Kaido's back, and finally sighed, walked towards the distance, and didn't speak anymore. Everything is different, and the me I used to be is also different from the me I am now. Kaido said helplessly, stood up from the ground, dragged his broken body and walked slowly towards the distance. As Blackbeard Teach said so, he walked towards Luo Xiu step by step. He didn't want to give up on who he used to be, wouldn't give up on who he is now, and still wouldn't give up. Yeah, the gap between us and him is too big. Even if we try our best, we won't be able to defeat him with one move. 336 OK. The black wind flickered, and the red waves spread at this moment. Luo Xiu looked at the Blackbeard Teach who was walking towards him, with a little surprise in his eyes. Why, aren't you afraid of death? Hearing this, the opposite Blackbeard Teach only had a smile in his eyes, and he shook his head slowly, and then continued to speak. Some things are different from what you think. Maybe I die here, maybe I won't die here, but so what, I will fight with you. Hearing this, Luo Xiu lightly shrugged his shoulders, didn't say much, just punched 23 in the past. The power brought by this punch was so strong that it directly pierced Blackbeard Teach's stomach. However, Blackbeard Teach's body exploded at this instant, turning into a torrent of black energy that cluttered Luo Xiu's body. Let's die together, he whispered. The strength in his body reached its peak at this moment, and he slammed on Luo Xiu fiercely, making Luo Xiu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. But that's all. Seeing the Blackbeard Teach who was not as dead as him in front of him, Luo Xiu's eyes were a little speechless. The last death attack was just to make me take 2 steps back. You are really ridiculous. Luo Xiu turned around and went back to his base, where he was finally waiting here. Master Luo Xiu, you are finally back. Black Maria rushed over directly from the darkness, hugged Luo Xiu's arm tightly, but her eyes were full of excitement. Lord Luo Xiu, I want it too, I want it too. Runti on the side also followed and hugged Luo Xiu's other arm, smiling all over the invisible. As for Nami and Robin in the distance, they also came out of the darkness, but they didn't jump over, because they had no place left, so they couldn't just hug Luo Xiu's feet here. How about writing down your thoughts? Luo Xiu spoke youthfully, and his eyes looked at Nami who was opposite. He directly opened his mouth slightly, and then said with a soft smile. Because it is normal for all our forces to flatten the world now, I think we can start attacking other countries. As long as we defeat all of them, without even killing them, let them try our fear and strength, then they will understand that everything here is not something they can resist. They will obediently offer up all their belongings. When the time comes, we can take those things and leave. Anyway, we don't want to rule those countries, like those countries handed over to them. My thoughts are the same as 943. Robin on the side spoke softly, with a slight smile in his eyes. For us, everything that's happening here right now is a very normal thing, so we won't say much, and we won't say much. We just need to let our influence continue to develop, then the whole world will fall into our panic, and we can rule the whole world. At that time, I didn't even dare to challenge your existence. We can stand on the pinnacle of this world and look down on everything in this world. Looking at the appearance of the two of them at this time, a smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and he nodded slowly. Yes. 337 Chaotic times. One ship after another slowly moved forward in all directions. There are many people standing on the ship. They are at least Vice Admiral level powerhouses. Among them, most are demon fruit power, and although the rest are not demon fruit power, they are also powerful characters such as swordsmen. But these people's eyes were calm, looking at the sea in the distance. They didn't know how many years they had witnessed these waves. But at this time, on the waves, they saw their ambitions, and saw themselves and others, each of them occupying the madness of a country. This time, Lord Luo Xiu is going to conquer the whole world. Can we follow him and stand on the pinnacle of this world? A pirate spoke at this moment. After hearing his words, the pirate next to him nodded with a smile, and then spoke softly. This sentence is reasonable, but it is also unreasonable. We are just soldiers of Master Luo Xiu. We will help him win the world, but we will not stand at the same height as him. Looking at the pirates around, the excitement on his face gradually dissipated, and some older children continued to speak. But you don't have to be afraid of anything. Lord Luo Xiu's height is beyond the reach of ordinary people, but we can completely rule these countries and become in existence under one person and above 10,000. Hearing this, all the pirates present burst into applause. Hearing this, Luo Xiu nodded slowly and didn't say much. His eyes looked into the distance, and there was only a smile and calmness in his eyes at this moment. Taking a deep breath, a smile flickered in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there was a little madness in the smile. In other words, Luo Xiu himself didn't think so. Compared with others, Luo Xiu naturally had to do it himself. After all, he couldn't stay here forever and do nothing. Lord Luo Xiu is amazing. Lord Luo Xiu is the most powerful person in the world. It makes the world mess up again. I like it. Quote. Yes, Luo Xiu acquiesced to them and even supported them to conquer other countries, but this does not mean that Luo Xiu himself had similar ideas. At this time, beside Luo Xiu, Nami helped Luo Xiu massage his arm with the stalwart on his chest. Or it could be said that Luo Xiu didn't have any ideas. In his opinion, he was already at the pinnacle of this world, and no one in this world could fight against him. At this time, Luo Xiu was standing on the most central pirate ship, looking at the distant sea calmly. Excellent sir, the first thing we want to go to is the Mermaid Kingdom. There are still many mermaids there. They continue to exist in this world as the third kingdom. Now we are going to conquer them. The existence that even wanted to fight him. They will all fall into his hands under the urgent move. One voice after another sounded, gradually. All the ships in the entire sea shouted loudly at this moment, with excitement in their eyes. As long as this world is chaotic, for Luo Xiu, it is an existence of excitement and joy. That's right, Luo Xiu doesn't like the peace of this world, and doesn't like this world being restricted by rules, but he likes this world to be chaotic again. Therefore, Luo Xiu is not afraid of anything in this world, not afraid of anything. Money is good. Lord Luo Xiu is amazing. 338 The culprit. With countless cannons, the coastline in front of it was directly blasted to the ground. A large number of pirates swarmed up, some of them were in midair, and some of them were running fast on the ground. Each of them has strength and speed higher than ordinary elite pirates. Each of them is a powerhouse at the vice admiral level, but at this time, their goal is only one front, this weak country. That's right. This country is extremely weak. Of course it is in their view, each of these countries is terribly weak. With their strength, these countries can be directly destroyed in an instant. So they will not be afraid of anything at 880, and they will not be afraid of anything. And even if there are hidden powerhouses in these countries, they will come out to fight them at this time. So what? On top of them is Luo Xiu, who is not one of the strongest in the world. In this case, as long as Luo Xiu goes off, no matter who you are, you will be directly defeated by Luo Xiu. At this time, this country was already the 13th country they had conquered. These countries were large and small, some surrendered quickly, and some resisted with difficulty. Those countries that surrendered will usually hide again after being treated well enough. They will deprive those who don't understand again, get more benefits from them, and bring back all the things that have been plundered. And those countries that resist stubbornly, all soldiers and people who dare to resist, will all be killed. Then Luo Xiu sent people to take away some things symbolically, and the rest were distributed to that country. Citizens. That's right, when the country starts to surrender, Luo Xiu will let them go, and when the country starts to rebel, those civilians will be able to help. This is the significance of Luo Xiu's fight at this time, and it is also the fundamental decision for him to overthrow the domination of this world. It was already the third day of the battle. During these 3 days, Luo Xiu led the crowd forward without any country being able to stop them. CDDG. Even if there are some hermits and strong men in some countries who stood up and wanted to stop them, Luo Xiu was all besieged and beaten by Luo Xiu's subordinates. Most of them will be beaten half to death, and then sent to Luo Xiu to wait for Luo Xiu's fate. And Luo Xiu let them leave here, leave this flashy place, and return to the place where they can stay. Let them live slowly in many places, proceeding to no longer participate in everything here. In addition, there were many other people who were calmly included in Luo Xiu's subordinates. In other words, with the advancement of Luo Xiu's pirate group and the crusade against the entire world, their soldiers not only did not decrease, but even increased. For such a situation, Luo Xiu felt calm, felt unparalleled calm. For him, everything that happened now has changed, it has become so ordinary, it has become so dismissive, and it has become so less scary. One piece after another of space, one after another black power flickered, spreading at this moment. A man with a long knife jumped out of the room in front of him. The long knife in his hand killed the thunder and lightning, and directly killed the 2 pirates in front of him. Then he turned his long knife and rushed towards the most central pirate ship. His bid was Luo Xiu, the culprit. 339 The decline of justice. Luo Xiu wasn't afraid, didn't mean anything, didn't say anything, he didn't even move, because Black Maria who was beside him had already rushed up. The 2 sides immediately fought together, and the man on the other side only had a sneer in his eyes when he saw Black Maria. For him, Black Maria's strength may be very strong, but for him, it is still weaker. So he wanted to defeat Black Maria, or even kill him, so that Luo Xiu could bear the feeling of losing a loved one. However, as Black Maria directly transformed into a half-spider form, a few spiders grew out of her body, and her feet pierced in front of her. The man felt fear and pain. Because when he looked down, 2 spider legs had pierced his stomach, ripping him open. How come? How can your strength be so powerful? Aren't you just a 6 flying bag? Hearing this, Black Maria snorted coldly with disdain, and then said softly. That's right, I used to be a 6 flying cell, but how long ago? Before I was under Kaido, I was just an ordinary 6 flying cell, not very powerful. But now I am powerful under Lord Luo Xiu. I don't know how many times I have been strengthened, and my current strength has already surpassed my former self. Even if Kaido is standing in front of me, I can still tear it to shreds. Black Maria spoke softly, with excitement shining in her eyes. For him, everything he said was true and normal, because he knew that he absolutely had such power, and the reason is because Luo Xiu often injects him with energy liquid. Due to some strange reasons, Black Maria's body will fall into a crazy collapse, that is to say, as long as there is not enough strength to settle it, his body will gradually collapse. If it was someone else, then Luo Xiu would dissect it curiously, or even throw it away directly, without caring about it. Then if this person turned into Black Maria, Luo Xiu would naturally not watch the other person die, so he injected the other person with energy liquid. For Luo Xiu, he would also be happy, but if it was too much, he would feel a little speechless. Asking for flowers. For Luo Xiu, this kind of effort is naturally no problem. Dare to attack Lord Luo Xiu, you die here. Black Maria spoke softly and waved the sharp blade in her hand, directly cutting off the head of the man in front of her. Looking at everything around calmly, Black Maria snorted coldly, turned and left. 0. In fact, the man's eyes flashed with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do, because he was already dead. The children around clamored to lift up the man's body and throw away the bodies of their 2 companions at the same time. Looking at these pirates without any sorrow and pain, Luo Xiu didn't care. What he recruits are pirates, each of them is a speculator. They will not be afraid of everything here, they will not be afraid of the death of their companions, because they know that every death of a companion, the benefits they will receive in the future will increase by 1 point. Green Bull stood in the middle of a group of pirates and looked at everything in front of him. He sighed slightly. He knew that there would be no more justice in the past. 340, strength first. Fujitora walked quickly through a town, and in front of him were a large number of pirates. If these pirates dared to appear in front of him, he would cut them all to death with the long knife in his hand. Feeling casually, touching the handle of the long knife, Fujitora sighed slightly. Because his long saber is no longer the saber it used to be, it is the soul-destroying sword named Shui Lun. Its ability is quite powerful compared to 597, and the weapon power contained in itself can even rival Admiral Qingji. But Fujitora is not as happy as expected. Because he knew what the price of owning this long knife was, the first thing was that the long knife he used to be broken. The second is the silence of the entire marine. Marine has disappeared without a trace, and now a new organization slowly appears. His name is the Public Security Rules Bureau. Yes, it is a name that does not sound very nice, and who came up with this name? Luo Xiu. And Luo Xiu didn't care too much, he just said something casually, and at this time the person who joined the Public Security Bureau. Exactly, Sengoku et al. Sengoku and others have already surrendered to Luo Xiu, but Luo Xiu will not let them become pirates directly. So they gave them such a name and let them set up a new department, and this department is not much different from the so-called marine. It's not just a department that exists to rule the world. It seems to be maintaining a just order, but in fact it is only doing things for those in power. But people like Sengoku and Garp don't have any complaints, because they know that there is no way. In my pirate group, strength comes first. If you don't have strength, then don't make a fuss. Hearing this, Fujitora ignored him, but looked back at him coldly. Only then did he remember what kind of situation he had caused just now, and he stared at Fujitora with anger in his eyes. They have to do this, they have to set up this department, and they have to work hard in this department. Then with a light tap on the back of the knife, the ice seal on the pirate's body was instantly torn open. Be a humble person, you can naturally live. If you don't have the strength to provoke others, this is not looking for death. What are you doing? You be **************, why do you freeze me up? The pirate panted heavily, looking at the surroundings in surprise. Angered Fujitora, and was cut in half by Fujitora. Fujitora is blind, but that doesn't mean his eyes aren't murderous. Fujitora holds Xiaolong pill, freezes a pirate in front of him, and saves a child in front of him. Others don't know, but he does know how strong Fujitora is. Their team leader used to be 5.6 strong against Commodore. He turned around and left without any hesitation, so he wouldn't fight the former Marine Admiral Bo. Afterwards, although they asked Luo Xiu for an evaluation, Luo Xiu's words were very simple. Although they couldn't stop Luo Xiu's army from invading, they could. These people cut the butcher's knives in their hands to those who have no power to restrain chickens. Seeing the naked murderous look in his eyes, the pirate was suddenly speechless. Although this will embarrass many dignitaries, there is nothing they can do. But for many, for ordinary people, this is the best way. 341 God Fruit. Luo Xiu's army has marched for 10 days. During these 10 days, he has set foot in basically all countries. No country was surprised by this. Except for the first countries, they also resisted by force, and the rest of the countries were basically Luo Xiu's army. Once passed, they served directly enough resources. Gold coin Bailey or even devil fruit or some. All the metal mines that can forge strange weapons have been dedicated by them. Sitting on top of an old castle 23, Luo Xiu looked at the treasure that was as tall as a hill behind him, with calm eyes. He himself doesn't care about these treasures, or to him, the current treasures are not of much benefit. Because these treasures will not cause much improvement in his current ability, but will become other people's ideas. Let other interested people come to steal his treasure, such as Nami under his name. I have been thinking about how to steal all these treasures from him all day long. Of course it is just thinking about it, even the only 2 actions were taken by Luo Xiu to the room for injections. And it made other people around feel a little bit of excitement. People like Robin and others may not care about the so-called treasure, but they hope that Luo Xiu will give them an injection, because as long as the injection can get the infusion of power, then the strength will get some improvement. This also caused Luo Xiu to watch them basically every day, not letting them touch these treasures. To be honest, Luo Xiu didn't have much interest in these treasures, and it was no problem for others to get them, but Luo Xiu just didn't want them to take them away easily, at least not for the time being. But Luo Xiu grabbed Nami again, and after giving him 2 injections, he breathed a sigh of relief, threw Nami on the bed, and went outside by himself. Looking at the pale sky outside, Luo Xiu's eyes showed a little calmness, and the sky turned into a pure white color, which has lasted for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, many people thought it was the end of the world, only Luo Xiu didn't feel anything. For him, everything that happened in front of him didn't have any power fluctuations. That is to say, the pale sky now may be just an ordinary natural phenomenon. Later, we couldn't cause any harm here for the time being. Luo Xiu spoke softly, without saying any more words. When he came to the side, there was already a little calm in his eyes, and a little smile in his calm. At this moment, he saw a man he hadn't seen for a long time, red-haired Shanks. After the red-haired Shanks came here, he looked at Luo Xiu calmly, with a slight smile in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" Luo Xiu asked softly, with a little peace in his eyes. After hearing his words, the red-haired Shanks slowly came to his side. Usually, such a person is here to assassinate Luo Xiu, but Luo Xiu didn't feel any sand spills from the red-haired Shanks, so he was allowed to pass the test. But after getting closer, the red-haired Shanks spoke mysteriously. "A powerful devil fruit will appear in this world, do you know?" "What did you say?" "God fruit." 342, the so-called God. Generally speaking, demons and gods are opposite to each other, and exist when demons start to run rampant in this world. The gods will come to the world, defeat the demons completely, and bring the world back to justice and peace. It looks like that's the way it is, nothing has changed, but a closer look reveals something is wrong. Why did the god come after the demon destroyed the world? What did he do before? No one knows, and no one understands, and devil fruit is called devil fruit, naturally because it contains the power of demons. At least in the eyes of most people, devil fruit contains a lot of demon power inside. Even the soul of a demon can only exert the full power of the demon after entering the human body and completely merging with the human being. No matter how you look at it, the demon national teacher can't have any relationship with the word God. So when Luo Xiu heard about this god fruit, there was a little doubt in Luo Xiu's eyes, because he had never heard of this thing. What is a god fruit? Luo Xiu asked softly, and the red-haired Shanks beside him was no longer stingy and spoke directly. Are you really sure? In this world, all demon fruit powers will be restrained by the ability of this god fruit. So if you want it, you must grab it, otherwise this god fruit may crush all the demon fruit power in this world. What will you do if this obtained mysterious fruit ability user has absolute dominion? In fact, there is only one way for him, and that is to directly destroy the ability user who ate the devil fruit and restore the devil fruit to its unused state. The devil fruit, on the contrary, is actually the force zone produced by the demons crushed by the gods in the world. Hearing Luo Xiu's question, the red-haired Shanks shrugged and then spoke. Even if this so-called god fruit is really eaten by other people, turning the other person into a god, so what, I can completely rush over and blow the other person up. After hearing the words of the red-haired Shanks, Luo Xiu's eyes were a little calm, and to him, it didn't matter much. Just like what the red-haired Shanks said, what should I do if the other party has the so-called absolute domination? Because he himself is not a devil fruit-capable person, in other words, it doesn't matter what he does. You may not have any problems, but the group of people under you should have a lot of demon fruit power. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the red-haired Shanks on the opposite side paused slightly. 0. So, if there is nothing else, just go. What does this so-called god fruit have to do with me? Some things are different from what you imagined. Yes, there are a lot of devil fruits in this world, and no devil fruits have any relationship with gods, but this does not mean that devil fruits and gods are real. It doesn't matter. Is this news reliable? Why has this fruit never appeared in history, and now you know it again? Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu slowly frowned. The so-called god fruit is naturally the god form of the phantom beast human fruit. 343 He won't come. After thinking about this, Luo Xiu suddenly found a problem. Instead of going to blow up that demon fruit power at that time, and then grab the devil fruit. It's better to just go and grab it now. In that case, as long as the people on your side eat it, or seal it up forever, there won't be any problems. Seeing Luo Xiu's heart move slowly, the corner of red-haired Shank's mouth showed a slight smile. Well, do you have any new ideas now? Luo Xiu shrugged slowly, then stood up from his seat, looking at the red-haired Shanks calmly. You're right, I can't let this place continue to develop like this. Tell me, where is that devil fruit? I'll grab it. Hearing this, the red-haired Shanks stood up excitedly, and he nodded slowly. As far as I know, it should be on Heziguo's side. It seems that something special appeared there to lure Shenming Kingdom. If we go this time, there should be many enemies to face. At least Kaido and Big Mama Shatter Linlin will not give up. Blackbeard Teach is also a strong competitor. CDCG, what's more, Blackbeard's dark fruit ability allows him to eat the second devil fruit. Compared with us, he wants to get this devil fruit's heart should be the reason. So we should pay attention, at least not let Blackbeard grab it. The red-haired Shanks analyzed honestly. For him, the current situation is indeed like this. However, after hearing his words, Luo Xiu shook his head slowly, and then spoke directly. Don't worry, he won't grab it. Why is that? There was a puzzled look in the red-haired Shank's eyes. For him, among all the 4 Emperor's-level powerhouses, only Blackbeard Teach is the most ambitious one. Kaido knows every day that when the strongest creature challenges the strongest, he even commits suicide in many cases. Aunt Charlotte Linlin worked hard for her own dream, which is to let all races coexist peacefully. Although she has gradually become slimmer and regained her youthful beauty, she still has her dream. Not too evil either. As for Whitebeard Newgate, the other party just wanted to accept his son, not to mention that Whitebeard Newgate was already old. Maybe he still had the fighting power of the 4 emperors, but his battery life was definitely not the same. As for the red-haired Shanks himself, he naturally knows what his dream is, and that is to make the world peaceful. If absolute peace cannot be achieved, at least the current situation must be maintained. For him, this is the situation now. Although the situation in this world has undergone tremendous changes due to a series of reasons caused by Luo Xiu, which has caused it to no longer be as peaceful as before. But for the red-haired Shanks, it doesn't matter too much. Anyway, Luo Xiu didn't really cause the world to fall into absolute chaos. What he did in the past was just to make the world a better place. That's right, Luo Xiu launched a war of conquest and made all countries submit to him, but only the upper class were injured. That's why the red-haired Shanks came back to find Luo Xiu, because he knew that Luo Xiu's dream might be powerful, but at least it didn't have much to do with the peace of this world. He died. 344 10 days. Luo Xiu didn't know what the red-haired Shanks was thinking, or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. To be honest, he didn't want to compete for the devil fruit this time, and the so-called god fruit was just a punch in front of him. It seems that the gods are extremely powerful, but in fact, the gods are nothing more than that. It's just that Luo Xiu is a little worried about the so-called god fruit. If he really has absolute dominion over other demon fruit power, will his group of people directly rebel? Maybe he can prevent such a thing from happening, but it's better to solve this kind of troublesome thing early. When to set off? Luo Xiu asked softly. After hearing his words, the corners of the red-haired Shank's lips curled up slightly, and he continued to speak. We are not in a hurry. According to the current situation, there will be at least 10 days before devil fruit will appear. And during these 10 days, the strong men of the major forces who got the news will march towards Heziguo. In a short period of time, Hezui will become the place with the most powerful people in the world. They may wait for devil fruit to appear, and the bigger possibility will be a direct war. A large number of strong people will take the lead in dealing with those they think are invincible. In this case, if he passes by, the rest of the people will definitely unite and beat him out first. Because he knows that's the way it is. Different from most of the strong men in this world, Luo Xiu has far surpassed them, standing at the pinnacle of this world. The red-haired Shanks also nodded slowly, because that's what he wanted. What he said just now was not just to prevent Luo Xiu from feeling troubled, but more to fear that Luo Xiu would kill most of the powerful people in the world. Or the powerhouses in other worlds perceive that this world has become weaker and attack aggressively, which will be a devastating blow to this world. Of course, Luo Xiu is not afraid of them, but this is also a troublesome matter, so it is better to wait here first. So to him, everything that is happening in this world now seems so insignificant and so ordinary. Notify everyone, prepare to send it on behalf of me, it will be ready for me within 10 days, and then we will go to Wano Kuni together. 000. At least the red-haired Shanks doesn't want to see these costs. For him, it's better to hide these costs directly if possible. Luo Xiu issued an order to Nami and others to rule over the armaments, and the red-haired Shanks also parked beside the island with his crew. Then we'll just wait here for a few days, and then we'll move forward at the last moment. In this case, the world will enter a fault, and it may not look good. Anyway, the strongest in the world has always been Luo Xiu, but in case there is a space hole at this time. He knew that Luo Xiu could solve all this, but there was a price to solve all this. And this invincible person is you now. I know you may not be afraid of their siege, but it will also waste your time, won't it? For this god fruit, the red-haired Shanks himself didn't have much idea. Or he knew that as long as Luo Xiu existed, he would not be able to get it. Hearing the analysis from the red-haired Shanks, Luo Xiu nodded slowly. 345 Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni is a country founded by military force. It used to be one of the 4 emperors, under the rule of Kaido, but later, Kaido was defeated by Luo Xiu and was directly beaten out. From that moment on, Wano Kuni was restored to freedom, and Wano Kuni would have been re-ruled by the rulers of the Kozuki family and then slowly developed. But Luo Xiu did not stop after defeating Kaido, but killed or took away the rulers, 693. As a result, Wano Kuni has no real rulers, and only a few slightly powerful families, or some people with strong beliefs, are constantly fighting. Their idea is simple: since there is no king in this country, everyone can become king. The war started the moment Luo Xiu left, and it has continued to this day. For Luo Xiu, there is no problem with such a situation, or he thinks it is normal. And he is not willing to manage these things at all. As long as Shiguo can make confessions regularly, then he will naturally not go to the other party's business. And those strong men in Wano Kuni, although they were fighting everywhere, none of them would break the tribute to Luo Xiu. The problem is because outsiders get in. Unless there is absolute force, otherwise it will appear slower. However, after the WeChat verification 4.6 of these pirates came to everyone's surprise, there was no movement, and even some quarrels were small. And on this day, all the strong men of Wano Kuni gathered together, and there was no civil war among them. Even the enmity between life and death was subsided at this moment. Infighting is also fighting among others. When it is spreading to the surroundings, it will be directly suppressed by those relatively powerful experts, such as Kaido or Aunt Charlotte Linlin, and tear the other party to pieces. It is precisely because of various reasons that Wano Kuni is in the process of self-development. The reason is simple: they saw the foreign enemy. And for them, occupying a country is actually not as good as they imagined. Apart from receiving more financial reports, there is nothing else. Now things changed. A large number of powerful people gathered outside Wano Kuni, surrounding Wano Kuni. Every pirate is the famous kind. And there is no advantage, and the possibility of becoming the winner in the end is not limited. They will have a truce for a fixed time, and then get enough Baileys or devil fruits to send to Luo Xiu. Therefore, a large number of outsiders don't want to come here at all, and those top experts are a little jealous. After all, in their view, Luo Xiu is the supreme ruler here. In the past few months, no outsider dared to interfere with their affairs. Among these strong men, some they knew and some they didn't know, but without exception, all of them were at least vice admiral level powerful pirates. Even if they beat only one person, the last remaining person is only Wano Kuni. That's right, even the powerhouses of Kaido's level have come to the periphery of Wano Kuni. They guard here and wait for that thing to appear. Even if Luo Xiu never said this, but after all, there is a woman like Kazuki Hiyori in Luo Xiu's team, who dares to come out. Luo Xiu's brow. 346. The war is about to start. Lord Kaido, we didn't notice Luo Xiu's arrival. The old man doesn't care about the treasure this time. A pirate spoke softly. After listening to his words, Kaido nodded slowly, touched the wound on his body, didn't say any more, just let him back down. After a while, only he and his Aunt Charlotte Linlin were left in the room. It seems that our biggest competitor won't come this time. So, in this battle, the more difficult ones are those Akainu guys. Aunt Charlotte Linlin also spoke slowly from the side. It's true, Zon 23 Kingdoms, Garp, Akainu and others also know what happened here, and they won't let this devil fruit flow into other people's hands. When the time comes, unite all the pirates to act together, and tell this group of ex-marines to fight me out. The two were discussing here, and most of the pirates outside also slowly gathered together. They know that this time it is indeed the main thing to rob us of our fruits. But there is only one god fruit, and the person who eats this devil fruit is doomed to be only one person. In this case, the others appear to be just foils. This is not the case. They can support the pirates they want to support. After letting the other party know the fruit of the gods, they will definitely be tied with the power of the dragon. It is precisely because of this that most of the pirates who were not particularly powerful also followed. Things passed slowly, and all the pirates were waiting, because they all knew that this was the last day. That is to grab that devil fruit, as long as you find that devil fruit and eat it directly. When the sun slowly sets, the setting sun lights up, and a touch of dusk reflects the entire sea surface. The next moment, they all felt a terrifying force appearing slowly above Hezebo's lungs. An indescribable power continuously flickered on everyone's body, making everyone tremble with fear. Everyone looked over there. They stared straight at it, wanting to see what is there. Then the person who ate the devil fruit will be everyone's target. I saw the sky above. A huge devil fruit slowly appeared, without even a carrier. The war is imminent. They will likely never be found again, so keeping your demon fruit power at home is the best option. No one wants to kill him, because everyone knows that when the demon fruit power dies, that power will be scattered elsewhere. Ordinary devil fruits will attach themselves to ordinary fruits, making ordinary fruits slowly transform into devil fruits. Superior. No one feels fear at this moment. No one feels fear at this moment, because they have only one goal. But this devil fruit in the sky just appeared out of thin air, just like a godlike miracle. A slender pirate drank loudly. But no one saw them. They could only feel the fluctuation of power, but they couldn't see anything. Just when everyone thought that there was some problem, things finally ushered in a turning point. The next moment, the surrounding pirates swarmed up, their eyes fixed on those devil fruit. The light in the eyes flickered. 347 Who will eat? One figure after another, they stared at the people around them, and then they rushed forward at the same time. Animality demon fruit power turns into various animals, even phantom beasts, and bombards the past. And Paramesha demon fruit power releases its own power, making the surrounding environment into its own situation. Black mist, thunder and lightning, and strong winds moved forward, and this one, which was shining with rays of light one after another, exploded directly. And the bodies of those few Logia demon fruit power turned into elements and flickered constantly in the office. Naturally, the Logia demon fruit power is uniquely gifted in combat. But now they don't have any plans to play directly, because they all know that everyone present will use Haki, which is equivalent to directly blocking their elemental ability. Although it can still be used, using this power can make oneself immune to most attacks, but in this chaotic battle, they are likely to become the target of concentrated fire. Why are they fighting at this hour? Therefore, standing here and waiting is the best plan. Although they feel scared, they feel a little bit of surprise, feel a little bit of doubt. At this time, they are also waiting for an opportunity. Doubtful voices sounded. They really don't know what these guys are doing. The only thing they can know now is what they have to do now, which is to wait here. Inside a room, Kaido was sitting on the sofa, with a cold gleam in his eyes. He didn't make a move directly, because as far as he knew, none of the top experts outside made a move. They all understand that if they go up now, the biggest possibility is that they will be directly defeated. At this time, everyone in Wano Kuni looked at the group of pirates who were fighting in the sky in panic, with puzzled expressions in their eyes. The constant roar sounded, and the sound of explosions was endless. Even Brother Yun, the battle taking place here can be heard tens of thousands of meters away. No one dared to come here before, because they all knew what happened here, or they didn't know what happened here, but they knew that the pirates gathered here. How is it? Have you figured out who will eat this devil fruit? This is my 46th daughter. He hasn't used devil fruit yet. It's perfect for him to eat this god fruit. But I obviously can't see anything. After hearing his words, the ant smiled pitifully, with a slight smile in her eyes, and gradually his eyes turned to a girl in the distance. Could it be that they're fighting over something? They will even be directly killed by those people. Even if they die, they don't know whose hands they died in. This means that if he takes the lead, he will probably become the target of the remaining weaklings. Although those people can't beat him. Kaido spoke softly, looking at the ant Charlotte Lingling opposite. But it will also greatly consume his physical strength and strength. Under such circumstances, when fighting with players of the same level, the biggest result is a direct defeat. Qian Hao Jiao, none of the Wano Kuni aborigines will come forward to help, because they all know what is happening here. 348 Meteorite. When Kaido and Aunt Charlotte Linlin have already chosen who will eat the mystery fruit. Just outside, Fujitora couldn't help it. Unlike others, Fujitora naturally has a gravity fruit, so he didn't want to eat this devil fruit again. But he will not let this god fruit fall into the hands of other people, especially those pirates. He couldn't make a pirate a so-called god. Even if no one knows whether this so-called god fruit can make them really gods, or whether they can become real gods after awakening through a lot of development. But no one will gamble, and no one wants to gamble. Gravity knife, fierce number 980. Fujitora let out a low growl, his voice rushed forward in an instant, and the Hirinru in his hand was displayed at this moment, an invisible sword energy. The slash with ice and gravity immediately flew the dozens of pirates in front of him. That's the power of the admiral level. Fujitora stared at those pale eyes, looked around and saw him Haki, let him know how many people were around. It's Fujitora with admiral level combat power, let's fight it out together. A man who turned into an elephant spoke loudly. After hearing his words, a dozen or so zone demon fruit powers around him hugged him instantly. And around the other. The pirates' eyes also looked towards Fujitora's side slowly. At this moment, there was a little light in their eyes. He is useless. Instead of a standardized move, he raised Hirinru in his hand and slashed towards the sky. As the ice sculpture shattered, the elephant and fruit ability user he had frozen inside also shattered into thousands of pieces at this moment. Hearing a squeak, the elephant fruit user in the sky was directly struck by Hirinmaru's sword energy at this moment, turning into an ice sculpture and smashing hard on the ground. Another one. The sharp-eyed werewolf, the person with the fruit ability, roared because of his voice. Gravity knife, meteorite, he killed our companion, killed him, we must not let him get the fruit of the gods. But in any case, no one underestimated it, not to mention how ferocious its own gravity fruit is, just with the Hirinru that can cut off the cold, the slight force is enough to kill most of them directly. Although Fujitora couldn't see it, he had the opponent's figure in his mind. At this moment, the man with half of his body made of an elephant jumped into the half CECJ air, and smashed towards Fujitora affectionately like a mountain. The next moment, his body slowly returned to the human form, and the devil fruit ability in his body had dissipated. Elephant shock. At this time, more than 20 demon fruit powers were mobilized by them, and they rushed towards Fujitora. He gave a low drink. A gravitational wave was shot directly, rushing to the sky, and at the same time inserted Hirinru back into the scabbard. Before Marine was destroyed, he was a standard admiral combat power. Everyone present knows how strong Fujitora is. If it wasn't for the enemy he faced, Luo Xiu, the #1 powerhouse in the world, perhaps the opponent's record would have become even more magnificent. Fujitora didn't even dodge, because such fighting power seemed so insignificant in front of him. Seeing most of the demon fruit power rushing over here, Fujitora's eyes were slightly calm. 349 Buggy's arrogance. When everyone thought that Fujitora's attack was missed, Several architects, Haki, and the fierce pirates slowly looked up at the sky. Why is there something in there? A powerful pirate looked at his companion next to him, and asked in surprise. However, his companion did not answer him, because the thing in the sky had already appeared at this time. A huge meteorite burning with flames smashed directly from the sky with infinite power. The gravity fruit can affect its own gravity, affecting most of the gravity of this event, and it can naturally affect the gravity of meteorites in the sky. And now it is. What? Is that a meteorite? He actually pulled the meteorite down. What should we do? Are we all going to die here? Who can blow up that meteorite? Help me, I don't want to die here. A lot of shouts sounded, and at this moment, everyone felt fear. Originally, they thought that Fujitora was just a large-scale combat force. When the opponent retreated, they also won. But who would have thought that after Fujitora put away the long knife, the premise of danger approaching? To the meteorite that burns this great flame. The moment it fell, the whole ground began to tremble. What followed were huge explosions, which sounded instantly. A rumbling sound sounded, and most of the surrounding everything was directly destroyed in this one. Some pirates who had no time to escape were directly bombarded by these flames and shock waves, and were smashed to death. At the same time, a large amount of demonic power gushed out from their bodies and began to march towards all parts of the world. Many people are a little surprised to find that the ordinary fruit next to them gradually grows strange patterns. A somewhat vile voice sounded, and when everyone looked over, the clown Buggy appeared here. Clearly, Buggy's reputation polarized the crowd. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* snatch that god fruit by myself. Like the redhead Shanks, or Pluton Rayleigh and so on and so forth. Buggy the Clown is one of the future 4 emperors, and his identity is quite bizarre. And he has quite a lot of friends, or in other words, there are many strong people who have relationships with him. At this time, Fujitora also saw Buggy the Clown, and he looked at him calmly with a little light in his eyes. But no one is ignoring it, or saying anything about sales shutdowns at this moment. If you're here, then the red-haired Shanks should be here too. At this time, a large number of pirates in Japan watched this scene vigilantly, with strange expressions in their eyes. Fujitora, the power of this trick is quite good, it helped us clear up a lot of garbage. Of course, his so-called calm eyes are naturally scanned by observation haki. As for his eyes, although he also looked there, he really couldn't see anything. The moment it appeared, all the pirates who knew Buggy the Clown moved slightly, some expressed disdain, and some showed a little astonishment in their eyes. 0. Fujitora spoke softly, but this sentence directly ignited Oda Buggy's anger. Asking for flowers. He's the guy who took the initiative to provoke Fujitora. 350 Don't flinch. See how crazy and angry Buggy the Clown looks. There was a little surprise in the eyes of everyone present. Knowing that the clown Buggy is weak, everyone looks curious, why is this guy looking for death here? And I feel that he is strong because he is curious why he has such a performance against a Fujitora. Just when everyone was wondering, Buggy the Clown took the lead. He threw out the 560 flying knife specially used for the circus, and shot it at the opposite Fujitora with a terrifying cold light. But Fujitora just gave a slight pause, threw out the Hirinru in his hand, and directly flew these throwing knives. Look how powerful you are, Uncle Buggy. The clown Buggy spoke loudly, holding a huge cannon next to him with both hands. This is something he brought out when he first came out, but things like shells don't do much harm to most people. So no one would care about these things. When everyone saw that the clown Buggy used the cannon, there was a little doubt in their eyes. How strong is the cannon? Basically weak enough, so no one understands why the other side can do this. Broken. Buggy shells. I saw that the clown Buggy directly erupted a huge flame, and the shells blasted towards the opposite vine fire. And in Fujitora's eyes, there is only a little piece, he can't see it, but his observation haki can observe everything around him. Now after seeing Buggy the Clown's attack style, there is only a sneer in his eyes. Swing Hirinru again, only to hear a bang, and the shells in front of you were instantly knocked into the air. And the clown Buggy stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded at this moment, his eyes full of surprise. How could it be? How could it be so powerful? The clown Buggy ignored him, and his eyes looked at the small wooden house in the distance. From the very beginning, Yinhu could feel that there was a terrifying person in that cabin. And now, he finally knew who it was. Kaido, I didn't expect you to stay here. Seeing Fujitora's words, Kaido stepped forward with a strong body, and looked at Kuohu opposite him calmly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to come here, but do you really think you can beat me? When he said this, Kaido directly grasped Lei Yang next to him, and slammed his hand on the ground. There was only a bang, and the mace made a roaring sound, flickering at this moment. At this moment, the ordinary pirates around were scared and ran away. Moments later, it was cleared, leaving only Fujitora and Kaido on the opposite side. The two sides looked at each other, and at the next moment, they directly attacked without any hesitation. A frightening light flickered for an instant, Fujitora clenched Hirinru in his hand, and slashed forward. I saw the cold air scattered in all directions, and the huge ice flame sword and spear shot forward in an instant. At this time, Kaido was not to be outdone, waving a mace, and 4.8 smashed forward. Thunder 8 trigrams. The attacks from both sides hit the ice and lightning in the next instant, spreading to the surroundings. The next moment, the two sides directly broke through the fog and rushed towards each other. Dang dang sounded. You come and go. The two sides fought equally, and they didn't mean to back down at all. Normally, they might be able to back down, but now they are facing the fruit of the gods, and no one will back down. 351 Helper. Just as Fujitora and Kaido's teams were on equal footing, the surrounding children also slowly gathered. No one wanted to miss this grand event, no one. I want to miss this god fruit. Not to mention that Fujitora and Kaido are not alone, they have their own strong players who are willing to follow them. Just like the Green Bull jumped out of the darkness in the distance, with green light shining on its body, and ran directly towards Kaido. This strength is very strong, and he has at least admiral-level combat power. In the case of the sudden impact of 24, Kaido was knocked out by him and smashed to the ground fiercely. Standing up slowly from the ruins, Kaido stared at the Green Bull on the opposite side, and said in a cold voice. Hee, are you actually engaging in a sneak attack? It's really in line with your style. Hearing Guy's words, Luo Xiu and others did not reply to him, but just looked at him calmly. The fruit of the gods is very important, we can't give it to you directly, so let's fight next. Aunt Charlotte Linlin has basically never appeared outside after her transformation, and she is only suitable for the Road Repair King. No one wants to die here. They know that the winner this time may not be themselves, but they don't want to die here either. They just want to win a dragon to benefit from it. Linlin, come out, let these guys see your strength. Kaido's voice was quite loud, and everyone present could hear his roar. After hearing his words, everyone stared at Kaido on the opposite side with surprise in their eyes. Except for the slightly distorted and cruel smile on the other party's face. And that iconic emerald skirt. Therefore, Guy's roar touched the interests of everyone present, realizing their eyes, and staring at Kaido on the opposite side. If Kaido encounters a defeat, then everyone present will not have any hesitation. The moment the voice 340 fell, a slender lady suddenly popped out of the hut in the distance. Except for her huge height, this lady was completely similar to the beauty in other aspects. What are you kidding? What are you guys? The fruit of the gods is mine, and it will always be mine. Next, I want you all to die here. For them, failure is not terrible, death is the most terrible thing, no one wants to die here, they just want to gain benefits. There was a little smile in Guy's eyes before, and there was a little sneer in the smile. Especially those devil fruit capable users, they all know that they have eaten a devil fruit, and it is impossible to accept this god fruit, so they snatch devil fruit, just to offer it to someone, and sell it directly. So when other people saw his appearance, they all showed surprise expressions. They will rush in and kill Kaido completely. Really, isn't he an ant? How did he become a beautiful woman? And Kaido naturally knows what the current situation is like, but he is not afraid, or it is normal for him. Wait a minute, is this Mother Charlotte Linlin? How did she become like this? Hearing this, the smile in Kaido's eyes on the opposite side became even more vigorous. You bunch of trash, do you still want to kill me? Don't you want to see if you are worthy? 352 The winner appears. But not everyone was surprised. Some older pirates looked at Charlotte Linlin calmly with a little hotness in their eyes. But that's all. Everyone knows that Aunt Charlotte OO is a 4 emperors, and the combat power of the 4 emperors level is beyond their reach. Although the Aunt Charlotte Linlin is a bit S*******y, the other party's S*******y is to give birth to children of various races. Obviously, he has already given birth to the children of the human race, so he will not have various thoughts about them. You bastards, let's all die here, and I will let you die without pain. Aunt Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly, the madness in her eyes had already reached its peak. This is how he is at this time, his strength is very strong, strong enough to tear everything here. For him, everything that happened here now has nothing to do with him. He just needs to defeat these ordinary pirates in front of him. Soul Storm, smash! Aunt Charlotte Linlin roared loudly, and then endless beams of soul quickly spread from his body to the surroundings. The moment the voice fell, the beautiful figure of Mother Charlotte Linlin rushed forward. At this moment, the Green Bull was not to be outdone, with a green light shining on his body, and rushed towards the opposite Aunt Charlotte Linlin. Even if they were kept by their side all the time, maybe it would be better to beat them directly to defeat Shen than to be afraid in the end. On the ground, Kaido and Aunt Charlotte Linlin stood there with scars all over their bodies, but there was no flinching in their eyes, they were full of excitement. The reason is very simple, all those who can win are top powerhouses like Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and for them, there is no difference between ordinary pirates with or without dragon power. They suddenly discovered that not only did they have no chance of winning this battle, they might not even be able to obtain the dragon bow. For the two of them, what happened now doesn't matter, they can completely defeat everything here. And so it is. At this moment, for him, everything here has already been applauded by him, and his eyes are also looking at the green bull next to him. There was a bang bang. Time obsolete, light flickers piece by piece, spreading out at this moment. Killing all the ordinary pirates in one move, because Mother Charlotte Linlin had a little smile in her eyes. Did you actually engage in a sneak attack just now? It's disgusting, but if that's the case, then let us two fight. The two sides collided directly in an instant, and the terrifying fluctuations spread, but there were only smiles in the eyes of the two of them, and they did not retreat in any way. When the time comes 3 hours later, the fruit of the gods has been fully formed in the sky and is floating there. Because on the opposite side of them, Fujitora and Green Bull suffered significantly stronger injuries, and they may not even have the strength to fight again. Terrifying light flickered, most of the children around were already dead or injured, and the rest also fled. The power brought by these light beams bombarded those ordinary pirates, causing them to fall into confusion for a moment, and then passed out like this. 353. False purpose. It seems that you are almost fighting now. A slightly calm voice sounded, and after everyone looked over, they saw a figure that surprised them. It was a man with closed eyes, glasses, and a robe. It doesn't look like he is very powerful, but everyone knows him. Koshiro, a strong man who has been hidden for a long time. No one would have thought that at this time, he would actually get involved. Koshiro, I didn't expect you to come. It seems that even you can't resist the temptation of the god fruit. Kaido said hummingly, the light in his eyes flickered violently at this moment. Ha ha ha, I don't care about the so-called fruit of the gods, but this is my hometown, and you really don't take me seriously by destroying my hometown like this. As he said that, Koshiro's eyes gradually became a little cold, and the cold light flickered violently at this moment. Your hometown? Don't be kidding, why didn't you come here when I ruled here? When Luo Xiu beat me away, why didn't you come here when Luo Xiu was tyrannical here? See, even now, Wano Kuni still regularly makes offerings to Luo Xiu, don't you know about it? Even Luo Xiu has slaughtered the members of the Kazuki family. For the title of the king of that country, the rest of the people here have fought so hard, don't you understand? He acts as the guardian of the Kazuki family, as the guardian of the Wano Kuni, without actually protecting the Wano Kuni. But, is that wrong? It's not wrong at all. So, sorry, so why is he here again? And every word he said was slapping Zhang Silang in the face. However, Koshiro doesn't care about that. That's right, the culprit is neither Kurozumi nor Kaido, but Kazuki Oden. Not at all, the other party not only failed to protect Wano Kuni, but also turned Wano Kuni into what it is now. Luo Xiu has already spoken sentence by sentence. And you said why I came here is naturally for the fruit of the gods. The power called gods should be able to change everything in this world. Who doesn't have the trace of nostalgia and regret in their hearts? He made Wano Kuni what it is now, and why did Koshiro leave Wano Kuni and retire alone? He has been hiding for an unknown number of years, and you have reached the point where your eyesight is quite strong and you haven't come out to find him. Kaido, you're right, I used to run away, escape, and think everything here is someone else's fault. To him, this so-called Wano Kuni is just a former hometown. As long as Hizigwa will not be destroyed, so what if there is another ruler? There was a slight smile in Koshiro's eyes, and the bee's eyes opened slowly at this moment, with a cold killing intent flashing in them. No matter what Hizigwa became, he didn't come out. The reason is very simple, he didn't have similar ideas. The former Kazuki family was all the rage for me. Will they be able to protect the entire Wano Kuni? Everyone knows who the culprit is, Kazuki Oden. The fundamental reason is because he has seen through this world, and after seeing through, what is the situation here? 354 stronger. A black sword glow instantly appeared in the sky, and struck towards Kaido in front of him with hopeless power. Koshiro didn't have any hesitation. For him, he had to get this god fruit because he had a wish to be fulfilled with this god fruit. That's right, the fruit of the gods, this is the power that rivals the gods, and can the gods revive a person? It seems to be a very simple matter. Standing in this world, a lot of things are equivalent, that is to say, even if God can really resurrect a person, he still needs a price. Then, will the person who gets the fruit of the gods consume his own price to realize the wish for others? The possibility is quite small. So Koshiro wants to eat this devil fruit by himself, and then even consume all his strength or life to resurrect the person he wants to resurrect. He had to, and he wanted to. So here he comes, he abandons himself, hides so much time, and the benefits that are left come here. From this moment on, everyone knows that Koshiro is no longer that hermit expert, he has become a man of the world. He will have troubles in the future, but for him, these don't matter. Compared to the fruit of the gods, compared to the wish he wants to realize, these things are all indifferent. He is not afraid of any of them, and he is not worried about any of them. Because, he is willing to for that wish. Give your life, Koshiro. A roar sounded, and the Aunt Charlotte Linlin, with terrifying flames flickering on her body, rushed towards waiting Shiro directly. Not to mention that she can replenish her soul power through special methods, then all this seems even more indifferent to him. The strength of these two people will not decrease at all after a bitter battle, and even become stronger. Taking a deep breath, the terrifying flaming saber slashed straight at Koshiro. His hair burned like a flame. His body that burns like a flame makes him look like the owner of a flame fruit. Asking for flowers. Then, when they enter the market again, it is impossible for them to be the answer to that peak. So they don't want to fight, they just want to be themselves. Those hermit masters, apart from giving up the war and giving up their own hopes, partly because they made themselves, even if they are strong, they cannot stand on the pinnacle of this world. Then he found that he still overestimated himself, or underestimated Guy and his Aunt Charlotte Linlin. For example, Kaido and Aunt Xiaoshu pitied them at this time, stronger than before, more arrogant and stronger than before. 0. That's right, there are many hidden masters in this world, and among those who joined the world, there are also some top experts. Koshiro couldn't beat the two of them before, and now he still can't beat the two. With a bang, flames covered Koshiro's armament hockey, sending him flying straight away. Not to mention the joint attack of the two. So he jumped out at this time, after the two of them fought weakly for a while. Others may not be able to do this, but Charlotte Linlin, the aunt of the four emperors, has no problem even if she shares some of her own soul. But this is actually only the effect that can be achieved by using the soul to strengthen the flame. 355 Arrival. Thunder 8 trigrams. The terrifying thunderbolt directly hit Koshiro on the opposite side, and Koshiro's eyes flickered. Resolutely resist with a long knife. In the next moment, the attacks of the two collided together, and a huge roar erupted. With a plop, the two bounced straight out, but Koshi's bullet flew farther than Kaido. Damn it, I can't do it either. 857, come to help you, we will help you realize your wish. A voice suddenly sounded, and Fujitora stood up from a distance. He was seriously injured, but he could continue to fight in the next battle. Don't worry, we mean what we say. The voice of the Green Bull also sounded at this moment, and he only focused on Kaido on the opposite side. Just now, he used the huge Thunder's 8 trigrams, which directly smashed him into the air, and smashed him into his current appearance. Seeing the appearance of the two, Koshiro moved slightly. To be honest, he didn't believe the two. For him, the only person in this world who could believe in him was actually himself. Just like what he just thought. The power of the gods, Shenyang also has to pay a price for using it, this price. Others may not be willing to help him pay. But so far, he has no choice. In that case, let us defeat him together. There was only a puff, and the huge black blade glow appeared again, and behind the black blade glow, there were green rays of light and gravity fluctuations. If it is someone else, with arrogance in their eyes, it may attract a series of negative emotions such as ridicule. When the attacks of the two sides were chaotic together, huge fluctuations erupted immediately, and then this terrifying fluctuation made the whole of Hiziguo tremble at this moment. Most of the ordinary seabed lost their desire at this moment, or they no longer had the determination to continue fighting. But no one in front of this person has such an idea, because everyone knows how strong this person is, and he is Luo Xiu. A figure walked over there. The battle of the 5 powerhouses started directly at this moment, and they no longer cared about the state of Wano-kuni around them. The combined attack from the giants reached its peak at this moment, blasting a huge fireball and smashing towards the attack in front of him. The next moment, he slashed straight ahead. For them, there is only one result of continuing to fight, and that is death. While letting them fight here, the pirates around 3.3 slowly saw the other side clearly. Or for them, even if it will. What if Wano-kuni is pierced? As long as you get the god fruit, everything is worth it. Even those ordinary pirates have surprised expressions in their eyes at this moment. So what if the three of you go together? The weak are united, and they will always be weak. Koshiro said softly, clenched a long knife in his hand. He is handsome. His temperament was ups and downs, and there was arrogance in his eyes. They knew that the gap between themselves and the peak pirates was very high, but they never imagined that it was so high. Kaido let out a low growl, staring fixedly at the attack on the other side, and at this moment the Aunt Charlotte Linlin was standing next to him, their eyes sparkled a little. 356 Demon King. Luo Xiu stepped into the void and came here slowly, watching the situation in front of him calmly. The battle of the 5 top powerhouses. It seems that you, Kaido and Big Mom, Ling have become stronger. He said with a sneer, with a little excitement and blood in his eyes, and he didn't make a direct move. And standing beside him at this time is the red-haired Shanks. The red-haired Shanks also followed him here. After all, he was the one who told Luo Xiu the news, and he had come to cooperate with Luo Xiu before. And now the battle here is drawing to a close, or rather. Those who came out on their own have already come out to 24, and the rest of them, even the top powerhouses, when they can't choose to come out. They dared not come out. So the red-haired Shanks and Luo Xiu came here. They wanted to clear all the enemies and everything in front of them. Seeing Luo Xiu's arrival and the fight on the opposite side, Kaido and the others showed surprise in their eyes at this moment. Or panic and helplessness. They have all fought against Luo Xiu and know how strong Luo Xiu is, and facing Luo Xiu at this time, they already know who the god fruit belongs to. Unless they can grab the fruit of the gods directly in a short time, and then take a bite. As long as they become god fruit capable users, they believe that Luo Xiu will definitely not kill them. Maybe they will be tied up and do anything for them, but they will definitely not let them die here directly. Fujitora, Green Bull, are you two here to help me grab the god fruit? You really have a heart. Luo Xiu spoke softly, and the smile in his eyes became more vigorous. At this time, Fujitora and the Green Bull on the opposite side were still fighting, and after hearing Luo Xiu's words, they both seemed a little helpless. Are the two of them really here to help Luo Xiu compete for the devil fruit? Actually not. Although the two of them can no longer use the god fruit, the devil fruit they came to grab this time was also snatched by the former marine, that is, Sengoku. They will pick a man of destiny, let him use this mysterious fruit, and then defeat Luo Xiu. And now that Luo Qing has come here, they know that their plan must have failed. This set is now all Luo Xiu's subordinates. In this case, when their master Luo Xiu has arrived, they will naturally be snatched by Luo Xiu. Otherwise, it is normal to be killed. Yes, we are here to help you snatch the fruit of the gods. Fujitora said helplessly, the anger in his eyes erupted instantly at this moment. The power of the gravity fruit was used to the extreme by him. The purple gravity spread to the surroundings, and everyone present at 640 felt the surrounding gravity directly increased tenfold. Ordinary pirates who were still watching a movie in the distance felt the spread of gravity at this moment, making them all subconsciously kneel on the ground, unable to move. The green bull also snorted coldly and didn't speak, but he had already confirmed the situation. After all, for him, the current situation is also a helpless decision. If he dares to say no at this time, what awaits him is endless death. Luo Xiu will not let him go. He knows that unless he really helps Luo Xiu get the mysterious fruit, otherwise Luo Xiu will never let him go. After all, Luo Xiu is not a good person, he is the devil who controls the world. 357 No matter how powerful it is an ant. Luo Xiu, stop wishful thinking, when I kill all three of them, it will be your turn next. Kaido on the opposite side roared at this moment, the panic in his eyes. It seemed unusually real, and the reason why he said that was to cheer himself up and make himself not look so scared. That's right, I've become strong enough, and it's quite possible to defeat you. The Aunt Charlotte Linlin on the side also spoke loudly at this moment, the light in her eyes flickering violently. Unlike Kaido, he really thought he could defeat the old man. After all, his soul strength had been greatly enhanced, so strong that even he himself was at a loss. After hearing the other party's words, there was a slight sneer in Luo Xiu's eyes. That doesn't mean that the psionic power of the strengthened marijuana grass can beat him. For him, you can't even understand how strong you are now. He took a deep breath, with a little calm in his eyes, and rushed forward. The gray flames flickered with terrifying light, and at this moment, huge burning. The next moment, Charlotte Linlin, the ant on the opposite side, was sent flying horizontally by this punch and hit the ground fiercely. The soul power he was proud of did not bring him any help. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the ant laughed out loud and looked at Luo Xiu in astonishment. What's going on here? Why have I become so much stronger? Still can't beat you. Luo Xiu didn't answer, he just glanced at him, and then looked at Kaido opposite. The two sides looked at each other, and Kaido took the lead in the next moment. From the beginning Kaido was just a plaything to him. Super Thunder 8 trigrams. It seems that Kaido's strength is very strong, powerful enough to open up the world, but in Luo Xiu's view, this is just a slightly stronger ant. At this moment, standing in the center, only Kaido and Luo Xiu on the opposite side were left. Prepared a little, the Langya Bang that has been conquered is quite powerful, enough to shatter everything in front of it. The moment Luo Xiu stood on the ground, it was instantly shattered. For example, the spider-like cracks let everyone know how powerful this move is. Accompanied by a roar, a terrifying thunder and lightning sounded from the sky, and the next moment it directly struck Kaido's hand, the mace. But Luo Xiu himself just stood there, not even moving. However, Luo Xiu stood where he was, without even moving. When he moved, he heard a bang, and the mace directly hit Luo Xiu's shoulder softly. When Kaido saw Luo Xiu's gaze and looked at himself, he instantly understood what Luo Xiu was thinking. The three people on the side also understood this. After making a move, they all retreated and stood where they were. After all, his most powerful body is his own body, and his recovery ability can be called immortal power. No matter how you look at it, he has a unique advantage in group fights. But the problem is, his attack speed can't hit the three people on the opposite side. It was a fight, but it was actually his beating. And at this moment, the mace in his hand blasted towards Luo Xiu on the opposite side with endless power. Because he knew that such an attack would not do him any harm. At this time, Kaido monopolizes Fujitora Green Bull, and Koshiro 358 chance to become a god. Since you are so weak, I will take the fruit of the gods. Luo Xiu spoke softly, without even watching Kaido walking towards the god fruit in the sky step by step. Seeing the situation on Luo Xiu's side, the anger in Kaido's eyes was exuberant. If Luo Xiu and I fight with him, even if he is pressed to the ground and hammered, he will not have any problems. But the problem is, Luo Xiu actually ignored him directly. This is completely unacceptable to Kaido. Why should the other party ignore him? In that move just now, he used all his strength, which was enough to create a world-breaking 467 attack, but the opponent didn't respond or even ignored him. This means that, in Luo Xiu's opinion, even if he looks a lot, and uses all kinds of attacks to bombard him, there will be no problem for him. I don't accept it. Why wouldn't I let you go on like this? Kaido roared loudly, the strength of his body increased rapidly, and the light in his eyes flickered violently at this moment. In the next moment, his whole body turned into a gust of wind, rushing towards Luo Xiu on the opposite side. It was this rapid change of lanes of the body, which turned into a 100-meter-long green dragon in a short time. Work hard, reach the strongest state you can achieve, and then fight me instead of provoking me in the current form. Why can't I still beat you? This is the best synonym for you to the gods. No one will refuse the opportunity to become a god, even if it is possible. Use your strongest form to let Luo Xiu kill you to show your strength. And Luo Xiu just glanced at him, shook his head slowly, and said softly. If you really provoke me, maybe you will die here too, maybe. In this case, why do you think you can fight me? Kaido spoke loudly about his dissatisfaction with this checked world, and about his denial of his own efforts. And when he saw the fruit of the gods thoroughly, he instantly understood what the fruit of the gods represented. However, facing Kaido who was roaring towards him, Luo Xiu had a little helplessness in his eyes, and then slapped him forward directly. Luo Xiu said with a light smile, without any color in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes looked at the god fruit in the sky. There was a bang, and a frightening light flickered. Kaido was sent flying by the slap, and hit the ground hard. He wants to use your green dragon appearance to completely defeat Luo Xiu on the other side. Unbelievably spat out a mouthful of blood, Kaido looked at Luo Xiu in astonishment. He knew he couldn't beat Luo Xiu, he knew that he was ridiculously weak compared to Luo Xiu, but he didn't expect the gap between the two sides to reach such a point. The reason why he came here is because of the power of the god fruit and the fear of the god fruit, which has a certain dominance effect on demon fruit power. Some things are different from what you think. When you feel that you have become strong, you have to see if you have reached the peak. Not to mention anything else, just from your current appearance, I can tell that you haven't even reached your own peak. The gods are high above the gods, and the gods have insight into thousands of gods. Gods are different. Gods create miracles. 9SN 359 Fruit Conspiracy. Luo Xiu took a step forward and jumped directly in front of the god fruit, looking at the fruit in front of him that caused countless people to drop their heads. At this time, there was only a little smile in his eyes, and a little sarcasm in the smile. From the very beginning, Luo Xiu could feel that this devil fruit is completely different from ordinary devil fruit. If ordinary devil fruit is the remnant soul of the devil to endow the human body with strength, then the human body will make the remnant soul of the devil more perfect through nourishment and finally fully integrate with people. In order to achieve the full form, the power of the demon. Then, what is contained in this devil fruit is not the remnant soul of the devil, but a real soul. Luo Xiu has felt it since just now. When he appeared here, this devil fruit was attracting him, and he tried his best to attract him. Obviously, even this devil fruit knows that Luo Xiu is the strongest person present. So he wants Luo Xiu to eat it, so as to obtain the most powerful body to exert his godlike power. This is the idea of the god fruit in front of him. Luo Xiu knew it, he knew it from the very beginning. So he didn't know much about this devil fruit, or he didn't have much affection for it. Is the power of the gods really powerful? Is it really scary? Is it really fearless? That is naturally true. For the gods, all the power here is extremely powerful. But some situations are different from what people imagine. That is, when you become a god, are you still you? In addition to tyrannical power, gods represent a godhead that transcends everything. Ordinary people naturally don't have one, so when an ordinary person becomes a god, his soul will dissipate. This is what Luo Xiu understood at the beginning, and now it proves that what he wants is true. Lord Luo Xiu is going to eat this god fruit and become a real god. Really, Lord Luo Xiu is going to become stronger. It seems that no one in this world will be able to reach the height of Master Luo Xiu. One sentence after another sounded out, but there was a little calmness in Luo Xiu's eyes, because for him, these things could not control him. Ask for flowers. So what about the gods? To him, the so-called gods just possessed strange powers, and the power his system could bring him was stronger than these. So Luo Xiu will not eat this devil fruit directly. Or he already had his own ideas about this devil fruit. Luo Xiu smiled slightly and took out a golden ring from his pocket. The magic circle emanating from this ring made everyone look a little strange. What is he going to do? Fujitora frowned, and said in surprise that he didn't know what Luo Xiu wanted to do. And the eyes of the green bull beside him shone with light, as if they had already guessed what Luo Xiu was going to do next. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Xiu pressed the devil fruit on the ring. The next moment, a bright light flickered, and the sacred power spread directly from the ring to the surroundings. And this is the god fruit running away. The god fruit has the power to fulfill all wishes, but he cannot control his own destiny. And now, he wants to escape from here. 360 Lord of the Rings. Isn't it too late to escape now? Luo Xiu said with a sneer. A huge force of darkness emerged from his hands, and on the ring and the fruit of the gods, the two sides were forcibly fused. This ring is a special item condensed by Luo Xiu with his own strength. Its main function is to forcibly absorb the power of devil fruit and devil fruit to achieve a superfusion state. This was forged by Luo Xiu's Sanchichi a long time ago. The fundamental reason is that he doesn't want to eat devil fruit, but the power of devil fruit has a certain attraction for him. Luo Xiu was naturally a little moved by that kind of strange power, the ability to make people directly become strong. It's just that this heartbeat can't suppress his inner thoughts. That is to say, he will not ask this so-called power to change the situation on his side and turn himself into a landlubber. Our demon fruit power, and other weaknesses, maybe ordinary people don't care about those weaknesses, because they don't have the power to become stronger, so for Luo Xiu, these are all jokes. So after learning about the fruit of the gods and that he had to hold the fruit of the gods in his hand, Luo Xiu's idea was very simple. That is to fuse the power of the sleeping fruit through this ring to create a magic ring of your own. A ring that can grant any wish. This is something that everyone thinks of. But for Luo Xiu, this is just a bait. He needs some powerful people to find him and fight. He can only make himself stronger and not let himself become so ordinary due to some special reasons. The radiant power flickered, and all the people around subconsciously fled towards the distance, and they didn't dare to look directly at this side. Under their gaze, Luo Xiu was already enveloped by divine light, but there was a layer of black power on the surface of Luo Xiu's body, spreading outward. Obviously, the god fruit is resisting. He doesn't want to be a prop, he wants to be a person. However, Luo Xiu will not satisfy his wish, or to Luo Xiu, the so-called god fruit is just a slightly stronger devil fruit. Even if he has special power, so what, he himself has more powerful power than this. If it is not the nerve fruit, it will definitely affect the ordinary demon fruit power, causing his subordinates to be affected to a certain extent. Football doesn't even have to come and grab the black devil fruit. Want to escape? Are you worthy? Luo Xiu was cold for a lifetime. He clenched his hands suddenly, and the terrifying power was directly on the ring automatically. The next moment, I saw that divine fruit emitting divine light, just like that, was swallowed by the ring and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the devil ring exuding divine brilliance in his hand, there was a smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. This man started out as a conspiracy, so I'll let this conspiracy become another conspiracy. Luo Xiu said with a sneer. 0.2 then put this ring on his left middle finger. In the next moment, the radiant power covered his whole body, making him look a little radiant, as if a god had descended into the world. It is said that when all the people in the distance saw Luo Xiu, they felt that they saw the so-called god. None of them knelt down, but they expressed yearning and respect in their hearts. 361 Fulfill your wish. He who is subject to others is a king. Only a king can be surrendered, and someone needs to be surrendered to him. But gods don't need it, so Luo Xiu, who is close to becoming a god, has no desire for people to surrender. He just needs to make these people feel that this is something unattainable and high. And now, he sent this condition. Everyone didn't even dare to look at Luo Xiu. Although they were standing, the yearning in their hearts made their eyes flicker with a little panic. This is naturally because their spiritual potential is relatively strong, and they can resist the brilliance released by those gods. They found that these lights would affect themselves, making them different from what they used to be. For such a situation, there was only a slight smile on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and for him, all of this would not be a problem. First of all, he himself does not need such an ability to make others obey his own words and be afraid of himself. This is just a passive ability after wearing the God Fruit ring. Luo Xiu really doesn't need it, but it doesn't mean he will remove it. Because there is absolutely no need for this. Stirring your sore shoulders, Luo Xiu looked at the people below, with a little peace in his eyes, he pointed to Koshiro. Whatever wish do you have, I will satisfy you. The moment Koshiro heard this sentence, Koshiro paused slightly, and looked at Luo Xiu with some surprises in his eyes. He came to grab the God Fruit just to realize his wish, and his wish. In his view, there is a price to pay. He wasn't sure if anyone else would help him, so he tried to grab the Devil Fruit himself, but he failed. And now, the Devil Fruit has fallen into the hands of the strongest Luo Xiu. He thought that his wish would never come true, but now things seem to have ushered in a turning point. But after all, he is an expert who has been reclusive for many years. He is not stupid, and he also knows that such things usually have a certain price. He took a deep breath, looked up at Luo Xiu, and asked softly. Lord Luo Xiu, what price do you want me to pay? After hearing this sentence, a smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and he spoke softly. The price is very simple, that is yourself. After I fulfill your wish, you will serve me for 10 years. Only 10 years. Koshiro looked at Luo Xiu with some surprise. He never imagined that the price of realizing his wish would only need 10 years of allegiance. He looked at Luo Xiu, wanting to make sure it was true or not, but the divine radiance in Luo Xiu's eyes made him understand that Luo Xiu disdained to lie. I wish I could bring my daughter back to life. Koshiro spoke softly, with a pleading look in his eyes. 147. Luo Xiu glanced at him without any surprise in his eyes. I knew very early on that the chairman has a daughter, who is also Zoro's senior sister. Due to some special and ridiculous reasons, the other party died directly when he was young. So support Koshiro for this one. The root cause of the fight was his daughter. Fulfill your wish. Luo Xiu's icy voice fell, and the next moment, he could see the light blasting directly from his body, directly shooting at him. Koshiro felt a burning sensation, welling up in his chest. He moved slightly, directly tore his clothes and saw a brand on his chest. 362 back. This is a pair of wings, but the left wing is extremely brilliant, while the right wing is close to withering. Koshiro frowned, wondering what the hell is this. At this moment, Luo Xiu spoke softly. This is the brand I gave you. After 10 years, the brand will dissipate on its own. During these 10 years, you cannot disobey my order. Hearing this, Koshiro nodded slowly without expressing surprise. In fact, even if Luo Xiu doesn't give him this brand, he will obey the other party's orders. Of course, the premise is that his daughter comes back. He looked around, and just wanted to ask where his daughter was. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a small figure hugging him. Pay attention to the body, trembling suddenly, then looking back with a slight trembling. Sure enough, the face that he thought about day and night had already appeared in front of him. Father. Seeing the daughter in front of him, the tenderness in Koshiro's eyes reached its peak. He stretched out his hand and touched his daughter's immature face, tears gushed out. The two hugged each other tightly without saying anything. At this moment, the other pirates who saw this scene stared straight at Luo Xiu. If at first they felt that after Luo Xiu became a nerve, the pattern of the world would not change in any way. And they just need to go back to their own place will do. It was exactly the same as before. But what they witnessed just now made them understand that the current situation has changed. Luo Xiu has the power of a god, and he will help people realize their wishes. Although this wish has a price, as long as there is a possibility to realize the wish, no one will refuse it. As long as the cost is far less than The benefits obtained are so great that most people will be willing. Master Luo Xiu, can I also realize my wish? Fujitora spoke softly as he took a deep breath. Hearing his words, Lao Xiao glanced at him with a slight smile in his eyes. If you don't want to achieve it, you can achieve it. Get what I need in exchange. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu's figure disappeared in an instant, drawing a line of pure white light towards the distance, and disappeared from everyone's sight. The red-haired Shanks saw Luo Xiu leaving in the distance, with a little helplessness in his eyes. He originally thought it was a chaotic battle, one that required him and Luo Xiu to work together. Fight hard. Then although the final beneficiary is Luo Xiu, he can also get a little bit of what he wants from the Dragon Kung Fu. At least the current pattern of the world can be maintained unchanged. Ordinary people can get a better life. However, when he came here, he discovered that Lu Xing could do this by himself, and the strength of the other party had already surpassed them. In this case, road repair does not need helpers at all. So I am afraid that the effect of the 4-month interval is to tell Lao Chu that there is a god fruit here. Then if he didn't say anything, the chances of Luo Xiu knowing about it were not small. Qian Zhaohao, because of this kind of grand event, other people will tell Luo Xiu. Look around and see what other people around you look like. There was a slight smile in the eyes of the red-haired Shanks. Okay, it's all right, let's all leave. After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of red light and flew into the distance. Kaido stood up from the ground, supported the Aunt Charlotte Linlin next to him. The two looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and left here. 363 altogether. The night sky flickered, the wind splashed in all directions, and at this moment, the black light all rushed to the sky. Luo Xiu stood in the darkness, looking at everything in front of him calmly. At this moment, what happened in front of him was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Because what he can see in his eyes at this time is a sky condensed by darkness, and there is a pure white light in the sky that attracts him. The only light in the darkness. This title is quite good. Luo Xiu smiled softly, and looked at the figure standing beside him. It was a pure white figure, and the figure at this time had no facial features. This is the energy aggregate of the fruit of the gods. At this time, this energy aggregate is next to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu couldn't see his appearance, but he could also see the seductive look in his eyes. Obviously, this agglomeration of gods wants to seduce Luo Xiu and make Luo Xiu fully accept him as a real god. And Luo Xiu will not be bewitched, because his own strength is not weaker than this god. If there is a difference, it is that Luo Xiu himself does not have the power to change all of this. In other words, he, CHDC, does not have the comprehensiveness of the power of the gods, only pure and powerful. Accept me, I will let you get the most powerful power. A slightly bewitching voice rang in Luo Xiu's ears, but Luo Xiu's eyes flashed a slight smile at this moment, and at the next moment, he slapped him to the side. Not listening to the pure white light and shadow of the cooking doctor, he directly turned it into powder and dissipated in midair. Luo Xiu looked at the piece in the distance. The light in the darkness, after looking at it, I found that the light did not dissipate, but became more vigorous. It seemed to be attracting him to move forward, but he would not dislike the smile in Luo Xiu's eyes. Under the light, there must be darkness, and darkness is what I must exist. The reason for existence, Luo Xiu said softly, turned and left directly, and returned to his room. At this time, Nami Robin and others were waiting for him here, while Luo Xiu smiled slightly and threw himself directly onto the big bed. What Luo Xiu didn't know was that at this very moment, powerful children from all over the world were rushing towards him with all kinds of treasures. Luo Xiu helps Koshiro fulfill his wish to be resurrected. The story of his daughter has been completely disseminated. Under such circumstances, many people came here admiringly, wanting Luo Xiu to help them realize their wishes. For this, they are willing to give everything. Among these people, there is a little calmness in the eyes of some extremely powerful people. They are different from other people. In their consciousness, it should not be like this now. They all understand what they have to do next. It completely violated their heart, but they had to do it. No one will refuse this thing that only needs to pay a price, and everyone will flock to it. And now it is. A large number of pirates stood on the outskirts of Luo Xiu's base, defending themselves and watching the swarming crowd outside, with a little surprised look in their eyes. What's going on? Are they here to attack us? How dare they? 364 sword. Two waves of pirates confronted each other there. The pirate on Luo Xiu's side looked calm, with a teasing smile in his eyes. For them, in this situation, they are not afraid at all. You know, Luo Xiu led them to defeat the world government and marine, and now they are just a group of self-assembled pirates, so what is there to be afraid of? What are you guys here for? Did you come from a dead end? The girl holding the demon sword calmly looked at the group of pirates in the distance and said loudly. When he said that, there was a little smile in his eyes, and there was a little cold color in his smile. At this moment, the demon knife in his hand exuded a little bloody light, which affected his spirit. Then at the next moment, a strange light flickered on his body, and all the effects of these demon knives were discharged. Illusion fruit can achieve basically everything through fantasy. This is the devil fruit that the girl got after winning the ring. The power boost that this Paramesha devil fruit brought to him is quite powerful, and now he is at least 3 times stronger than before. It is precisely because of this that he became the little leader here. And this time is the first time he has encountered such a powerful thing, so naturally he will not back down. We want to see Lord Luo Xiu, the true god. That's right, we're going to make our wishes come true. Let us in, we want to see Lord Luo Xiu. A lot of shouts sounded, and after hearing his words, the demon knife girl's eyes flickered with some doubts. He originally thought that these guys were here to attack Luo Xiu, but now it seems that things are not like this. These guys didn't come to attack Luo Xiu, on the contrary, they seemed to come to join their side, and even asked Luo Xiu. This made him feel a little puzzled. He just saw Luo Xiu fly here as a pure white light before, and then return to the room after staying in the sky for a while. He didn't know what was going on here. Master Luo Xiu, how can you guys see it whenever you want? Get the hell out of here, don't disturb Master Luo Xiu's sleep here. The demon knife girl's eyes were sharp, and she would not let them in just because of their words. Ask for flowers, because he couldn't be sure whether what these people said was true or not. In this case, if they were let in, the final effect would indeed be borne by themselves, which the demon sword girl was unwilling to bear. Not to mention, just like what he said, Luo Xiu is already asleep, so he definitely doesn't want to see this group of guys. If these guys are allowed to quarrel with Luo Xiu, then all of them will be punished. After the pirates below heard his words, the anger in their eyes was ignited at this moment. The opportunity for them to realize their wishes is right in front of them, but this pretty girl in front of them actually blocks them. Then they will directly tear up the demon knife girl in front of them, and after tearing them up, they will fulfill their wishes. Just when the factory pirates rushed forward and wanted to rush in directly, a black sword light appeared instantly and directly chopped off the children. These powerful pirates looked at the wound on his waist with astonishment in their eyes. He never imagined that who could kill them with a single blow. 365 Koshiro's support. Koshiro walked forward slowly, looking calmly at the demon sword girl opposite. He shook off the remaining blood on the island, and said softly. Under Koshiro, come and join Lord Luo Xiu's men. Seeing Koshiro's appearance at this time, the demon sword girl's eyes flickered with a little surprise. He wanted to do it instantly, but he didn't do it directly. Because for Koshiro himself, the current situation of May 10th, here. Something he couldn't understand. He originally thought that the group of pirates in front of him came here as a group, and he didn't know what to do, but now it seems that things are not like this. At least that's not the case for Koshiro in front of him. He cut off the bodies of those pirates with a knife. He can also hit that level of attack, but it is definitely not as easy as Koshiro in front of him. Taking a deep breath, the demon knife girl spoke softly. As I said, Lord Luo Xiu is not something anyone can see if he wants to. Even you need to wait for Lord Luo Xiu to wake up before you can see him. Hearing this, Koshiro's eyes were a little relaxed, and he didn't have any intersections. That's right, from the moment Luo Xiu revived his daughter, he became Luo Xiu's man and had to work hard for Luo Xiu for at least 1,000 years. In the past 10 years, it has not been as easy as imagined, at least for the time being. So in these 10 years, at least what he has to do is completely different from what he once thought. But Koshiro will not feel annoyed by this, nor will he feel speechless. On the contrary, he does not feel anxious, because to him, 10 years is nothing more. With his current age, although he will become a bit old 10 years later, his daughter will also grow up. He only needs to pass on all his sword skills to his daughter. Then I am his daughter, and I can lead him to become a powerful swordsman in this world. Of course, Koshiro doesn't think anything like that, or that he wants his daughter to be relaxed, to be happy. Besides, he won't ask his daughter to do anything. He breathed a sigh of relief slowly, didn't say anything, but turned around directly, looking calmly at all the pirates in the distance. I saw him speaking softly with him. Did you hear that? Master Luo Xiu hasn't woken up, so you can't go to see him. Who dares to go one step further? I will kill him directly. When he said this, he waved the long knife in his hand, and the terrifying air wave spread around. The pirates on the opposite side showed a little surprised expression at this moment. They originally thought that Koshiro was with them, but now it seems that this is not the case, and Koshiro directly changed his vote. After everyone was amazed for a moment, they saw a pirate yelling loudly. Koshiro, don't stop us from granting our wishes just because you have fulfilled your wishes. 17. You may be 5.2 strong, but is your daughter also strong? If you really anger us, I believe your daughter will definitely not feel well. After the pirate finished speaking, the other pirates paused slightly, all lowered their heads, and said nothing more. At this moment, the pirate suddenly felt something was wrong, and he looked towards Koshiro in surprise. 366 enclosed. There was a little coldness in Koshiro's eyes, and the cold killing intent made everyone feel terrified. All the pirates present who did not reach Koshiro's level felt a strong killing intent pervading them. It was as if they could be killed anytime Koshiro wanted. Faced with such a situation, the pirate on the opposite side trembled violently. Without any hesitation, he turned around and was about to flee. But Koshiro was faster than him, only heard a swipe and a long knife flashed by. Koshiro cut off the head of the pirate in front of him. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone present remembered that Koshiro is a great swordsman, a very powerful one. The opponent dared to give Big Mom the wrong OO, and there was also a top player like Brother Guy who was fighting against the four emperors. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly fight each other? Even if you want to threaten the opponent, you have to consider whether you can withstand the opponent's attack. Otherwise, it will be the same as the pirate just now, those who were directly killed cannot die again. At this moment, all the pirates stopped talking, because they knew that they could not get through this side, unless Koshiro and the demon sword girl in front of him released water. But the other party will not release water easily, and will even kill them directly because of their overstepping. Time passed so slowly, so many pirates gathered here, but no one dared to take a step forward. Because they know what's going on here now, it's something they can't overcome, can't expect, and can't change. When Luo Xiu woke up from the bed, he felt comfortable physically and mentally. Luo Xiu took away the jade arm on his chest, he got up and washed, got dressed, and then walked out of the room. As soon as he came outside, there was a little calm in his eyes, although a large number of pirates were gathering in the sea area not far from him. Luo Xiu didn't feel scared about it, and even said it was normal, because he naturally knew why these people came to him. For these people's thoughts, Luo Xiu is also very clear. No one can refuse to exchange a few years for an unfulfilled wish. Unless the other party has the same powerful power as Luo Xiu, even if that wish cannot be changed, other things can be used to change it. But not everyone in this world is like this. On the contrary, most people are ordinary people. They may be a little powerful, but that's all. In any case, they can't change everything they are facing now, so they can only do this. Lord Luo Xiu, this group of people came to you, saying that 577 made you realize your wish and seek refuge with others. The demon knife girl came to Yuan Yi with the demon knife and spoke softly. After hearing his words, Luo Xiu nodded slowly with a little calm in his eyes, and then stretched out his hand. He is my new recruit, let him in. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the demon sword girl on the opposite side paused slightly, and then looked at Koshiro. At this time, he finally understood why Koshiro would help them do these things. So far the Taoist girl let Koshiro in, and then faced the pirates on the opposite side with him. 367 Bring all the devil fruit. Lord Luo Xiu, I am willing to do everything for you, please help me realize my wish. Lord Luo Xiu, I can do anything for you, 10 years, 50 years or 100 years. Lord Luo Xiu, please make sure to fulfill my wish. My life is only short of one wish before it will be fulfilled. Master Luo Xiu, I love you, let me be one of your harem. There was a lot of shouting, and under normal circumstances, pirates wanted to be Luo Xiu's subordinates and then help him accomplish some things. Then let Luo Xiu help him realize his wish, and besides that, what they thought more was that after joining Luo Xiu's side, they might get better treatment. After all, Luo Xiu is basically the most powerful existence in the world right now. As long as they join Luo Xiu's camp, then they are a member of the strongest organization, which is naturally excellent. You must know that many people were screened out when they wanted to join Luo Xiu's camp. And those female pirates want to be one of Luo Xiu's harem. As long as you are interested and do a little research, you can find that Luo Xiu's woman was not too powerful in the beginning. But this was only the beginning. As time went on, they became stronger and stronger. This let everyone know that Luo Xiu must have given them a little trouble, and might even consume his own strength to help them forcibly improve their strength. Otherwise, they would be completely unable to understand why an existence that is not very powerful in itself, not even considered an intermediary, would directly become a top player at the admiral level in a short period of time. Although they are still a little bit short, what they are short of is only time and experience. As long as the combat experience goes up, each of them is a strong person at the admiral level. It is precisely because of this that a large number of women want to be one of Luo Xiu's harem. Even if Luo Xiu didn't listen to their explanations all his life, they also said that it didn't matter. Anyway, what they did was not for love, but for that powerful force. Seeing the maddened appearance of the group of people below, the demon knife girl twitched her mouth slightly and said in a cold voice. Hee, a group of fools who want to fly to the sky. Quote, do you really think that all power and wealth can be obtained so easily? How can you get these things without giving everything you have? Why do these guys think that a few years of allegiance can be exchanged for a chance to fulfill Master Luo Xiu's wish? Are they worthy? The demon knife girl chattered. Luo Xiu naturally heard his words, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Only then did Luo Xiu realize that the demon sword girl opposite was also a lover. But he can also feel the other party's love for him. After all, he is the strongest in this world, and he is also quite handsome. In this case, not to mention that all the women want to have a spring night with him, at least most of the women under his command still have quite big ideas of Zhaoli's about Luo Xiu. First, the number of people in his harem group is enough, and second, he is because these people are not characters in his plot. It doesn't make much sense for them to receive their subordinates, it might as well be like this. Seeing the group of people in front of Luo Xiu, after a while, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he spoke softly. Go, bring all the devil fruits in this world and fight for me. 368 Changes in pattern. Luo Xiu stood on top of a warship, looking calmly at the group of pirates opposite. The next moment, he directly pulled out the long knife in his hand and slashed forward. The terrifying ice directly froze all those pirates, and with the progress of gravity, their ice bodies were crushed into powder in an instant. With the fruit of gravity and the ice power of Xuelunguan itself, its strength has reached a very high level. The Green Bull, who was able to resist each other with him, can only dodge in the face of his attack at this time. Although their victory or defeat still depends on their performance on the spot, in terms of overall combat effectiveness, Fujitora is indeed slightly stronger than Green Bull. Is this the first batch of people who want to grab my 253 devil fruit? The green bull stood next to Fujitora, speaking helplessly. After hearing his words, the barnacle frowned slightly, and then spoke. It should be the 7th batch. Hey, because of Luo Xiu's words, now most people want to grab devil fruit. Originally, their purpose was to snatch some wealth and live a happy life, but now their purpose has changed. Although it has become better for ordinary people, after all, they no longer have to face all kinds of pirate attacks. But for us, the amount of tasks has greatly increased. Hearing the green bull's complaint, the barnacle nodded slowly, and then spoke softly. Some things are like this. But Luo Xiu asked for those devil fruits, not knowing what to do. What else can I do? Strengthen the strength of my subordinates. He didn't ask Kaido and the others to bring a Paramesh's devil fruit to him when they challenged him. Isn't the most powerful demon sword girl under Luo Xiu's hands now because she got a relatively powerful Paramesha devil fruit, and the fantasy fruit doesn't take us seriously. Speaking of this, I'm angry. Last time I went there to meet that woman Luo Xiu, she refused to let me go there, saying that I was not qualified. If CHCD Luo Xiu didn't come out later, I would definitely beat that woman up. As the green bull spoke, the anger in his eyes gradually grew stronger, but it completely dissipated after a while. He knew that what he said was actually just angry words. It was impossible for him to really beat up that demon sword girl in front of Luo Xiu. You must know that beating a dog depends on the owner. Although he and Fujitora are now Luo Xiu's subordinates, they are more like an organization similar to Marine. Sengoku Garp and others are there. Their purpose seems to be to serve Luo Xiu, but more to maintain the peace of this world. For example, they performed a variety of missions, which are not much different from Luo Xiu's missions before overthrowing the world government and Marine. It is also for this reason that they dare to speak ill of Luo Xiu now, and they will not take Luo Xiu's orders seriously. But they are not stupid, they naturally obey some of Luo Xiu's orders. For example, Luo Xiu needs devil fruit, and they support it 100%. Up to now, a full month has passed since Luo Xiu said those words, and within a month, they got at least one devil fruit. And this is only for themselves. What the other pirates got, it is estimated to double. 369 use of devil fruit. In other words, with Luo Xiu's current strength, as long as he needs to stand still, he can earn at least 30 devil fruits a month. Although most of these devil fruit trees are zone devil fruits, there are also a lot of Paramesha devil fruits, accounting for at least 1/3. As for Logia devil fruits, there are really not many. Although most people now know that for devil fruit, the zone phantom beast devil fruit is the most powerful. But this is only for the strong, for those who are not very strong, and the talent is not very strong. Logia devil fruit is what they most want. After all, as long as they get a Logia devil fruit, they will reach a very high level without exercising their own strength too much. Although there is still a gap from the peak, it is enough to be a dominance among ordinary people. As for the group of powerhouses at the peak, who doesn't know that those people are few and far between? As long as it doesn't hurt, just dangle a Logia devil fruit in front of those people, so let them live comfortably. So no one is going to bring the Logia devil fruit rubber over, but the road repair doesn't care. All he needs is devil fruit, that's all, and the reason for this is because he found a problem, that is, the fruit of the gods, and it cannot be truly forcible. Carry out wishes. He needs a medium or a special force to change. And that power is devil fruit. That's right, Luo Xiu needs to use devil fruit to achieve some unique wishes. Let the god fruit devour the power of devil fruit, then it can be done once. Super wish fulfillment. In addition, he can only complete some ordinary ability replacements. And Luo Xiu also discovered that the greatest power of the most powerful fruit of the gods is not what he imagined. Fulfilling wishes is just its unique ability. His most powerful and practical power is actually the ability to suppress ordinary devil fruit. When Luo Xiu stood in front of that group of people holding the god ring, supporting all the demon fruit power, he couldn't even raise his heart to rebel against him. As long as they have similar thoughts, their bodies will be backlashed to a certain extent, and their ability to suppress makes them unable to even stand up. Ask for flowers. Lying on the big comfortable bed, Luo Xiu misses Wang Wei who worked so hard. Until now, he really doesn't need to work hard, because for him now, hard work doesn't really matter. Even if he wants to work hard to become stronger now, he doesn't have any chance. Even if Luo Xiu wanted to find someone as strong as himself to fight. 0. That also requires luck. After all, there are not many strong people in this world now. Standing up and walking forward, Luo Xiu walked out of her room and stood in front of him, a slanderous man. Stars of blood shone in the eyes of the man who saw Luo Xiu come out. With a plop, he knelt directly on the ground. Your turn. Master Luo Xiu, let me grant my wish. Looking at the man's appearance at this time, a trace of disgust flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, but he still nodded slowly. But he stretched out his left hand first, with blood in his eyes. The man smiled slightly, then understood what he was taking out a devil fruit from his pocket, and gently placed it on Luo Xiu's chest. 370 Heart of Trash. This is the Paramesha devil fruit building process. Taking a casual glance at the devil fruit, Luo Xiu directly threw Dr. Demon aside. There are at least 50 devil fruit stacked next to him. Originally, Luo Xiu refused these devil fruits, except that some of them were used for use, and the rest was to be distributed to his subordinates. But at the beginning of the recruitment, most of them were demon fruit power. May 27th. In this case, it is actually useless to ask them again. So it piles up here. What is your wish? Luo Xiu asked softly. After hearing his words, the fat man's body trembled slightly, and then he spoke with a youthful light in his eyes. I hope I can gain Admiral-level combat power. Hearing such greedy words, Luo Xiu nodded. Admiral level, don't you know that such a powerful strength needs to be exercised? With this power, what do you want to do? If you really want to become so strong, why don't you eat this devil fruit tree yourself and exercise? A devil fruit like this level, as long as it is developed to the awakened state, it will at least have Commodore-level combat power. Hearing Luo Xiu's series of words, the fat man on the opposite side moved slightly. At this moment, he lowered his head deeply and spoke. But isn't that how wishes come true? Based on my qualifications, it will take at least several decades to achieve such a strong combat effectiveness through devil fruit. I can't wait. Hearing what the other party said, Luo Xiu sneered disdainfully, but he still covered the man's head with his left hand as agreed before. Unless you want this power, then I'll just give it to you. The moment the voice fell, a surging force gushed out directly from the hand downstairs, and poured it all into the body of the man in front of him. The man uttered a pleasant cry at this moment. He felt the strength in his body increasing rapidly, and the most intuitive thing was that his physical fitness was greatly improved. A moment later, when Luo Xiu withdrew his left hand, all the fat on the man in front of him had turned into muscles. This is strength, and I have finally reached this level. The man spoke excitedly, and the way he looked at Luo Xiu changed slightly at this moment. Before, it was a mortal looking at the gods, but now it is a strong person sizing each other up. Seeing the change in the other party's eyes, Luo Xiu smiled. You trash, who reached a powerful level through the infusion of power, actually started to despise yourself directly. What are you laughing at? Feeling the contemptuous smile in Luo Xiu's voice, the man was a little angry. In the past, he was just a mortal, but now he has become a strong man, but the other party's smile has never changed. I'm laughing at your ignorance, at you for being pitiful, at you for getting a little power 4.4, just like challenging the strong. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu directly grabbed the man's head and pressed him directly to the ground. There was only a bang, and the man let out a scream. I did give you great power, but this power needs training, integration, and combat experience. And what do you have a crap heart for? 371 Viagra. Stop talking. The fat man roared angrily, and the anger in his eyes burned violently at this moment. He is an opportunist, and he is a person whose IQ is greater than his combat effectiveness. For him, his own battle is not as powerful as he imagined. Instead of getting stronger little by little through the power of a devil fruit, he prefers this way of exchange. He just paid for a slightly stronger devil fruit, and his strength has reached the admiral level. No one will refuse this level of improvement. 28 must know that it is just a powerful demon, and the fruit may not be able to make human beings grow into admiral-level powerhouses. And now he feels that his power is like a child's play in front of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu just lightly slapped his palm, and he couldn't even resist. In this case, he can't do anything he wants. Die to me, I will not give in and choose me, but a strong man at the DJI level. The man waited angrily again, and Luo Xiu looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. With a slap, Luo Xiu slapped the opponent's face with a slap, and sent him flying. At the same time, a foot stepped on his chest, making him unable to even move. Did you know? You were the third person who asked me to greatly improve your strength. Do you know what happened to the first two? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the man on the opposite side paused slightly at this moment, and he spoke tremblingly. How are they? Hearing the other party's inquiry, Luo Xiu smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, clasped his ears, and spoke softly. Actually, it's not that bad. I cut off the limbs of the first one and threw it out, while the second one became my subordinate. Do you think the two of them were as arrogant as you at the beginning? The man was silent, and at this moment he realized that he was too arrogant, to the point that he didn't even recognize his own essence. One must know that he is very strong, but this strength is for the world. For Luo Xiu, is he really strong? Luo Xiu can give him admiral-level combat strength at will, so can the opponent take it back directly. From the man's point of view, Luo Xiu may have this power, but the other party will never do it. After all, the education he has done now is to give devil fruit to the other party to fulfill his wish. If he angered the other party like this now, it would be the best result to be directly hammered to death by the other party. If he takes this power back again, those who exchange wishes will appear panicked. Of course, Luo Xiu will not let what happened now be leaked. The brain continued to think, and finally, the man spoke loudly. I admit defeat, I am willing to surrender to you, please let me go. Hearing these words, Luo Xiu really laughed. He laughed at the pitifulness of the other party, at the ridiculousness of the other party, and laughed at the other party's ignorance. Why do you think that I am willing to accept a fool to be my subordinate? Hearing Luo Xiu's inquiry, the man spoke directly and loudly. Aren't Fujitora Green Bulls your opponents in battle? They tried to put you to death several times, but now they are all your subordinates, aren't they? In this respect, I am not as good as them, so I should be able to be your subordinate better. 372 A person who becomes a god. The demon knife girl walked in from the gate with the demon knife on her back. He looked at the corpse on the ground from the corner of his eye, but he didn't have any thoughts. He knew that some of those people who came to Luo Xiu to exchange their wishes would not achieve prosperity because of their wishes, but would instead cause psychological expansion because of their wishes, and finally die here. This man is not the first, nor will he be the last. Clean him out. Luo Xiu spoke softly, and the demon knife girl on the opposite side also nodded slowly, directly and very skillfully. She used her own strength to take the fat man's body out. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with a little calmness, and there was a thoughtful smile in the calmness. For him, some people now come to realize their wishes, but they are actually just courting death. For example, there was a person 2 days ago who even wanted to take his place directly. For the existence of this kind of card buff, Luo Xiu kindly rewarded the other party with a car crack. Of course, he wouldn't be so troublesome. He would really tear the other party apart with a car, but with his hands, he would directly tear the woman in half. Slowly shrugging his shoulders, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed a little calm. He came to the window, opened the window, and looked at the scenery outside. There was no body odor in his eyes, because for him, the current situation was actually quite normal. Because of some special circumstances, there will be no imaginative things about all the things in the outside world. He has already understood the nature of this world, and most things in this world are just ordinary things to him. It seems that I can only stay here for the next period of time, collecting those devil fruit. Luo Xiu spoke softly, without saying any more words. Outside the room, Nami, Robin and others stood there, looking at Luo Xiu's room with a little calm eyes. At this moment inside, they didn't speak. No one of him dared to rush in, because since Luo Xiu got the magic ring, they found that Luo Xiu had changed. They will no longer be bewitched by them as before, that is, they will take them to inject energy liquid just by being coquettish. Instead, Luo Xiu became what he is now. No matter who sees him, he needs to be scrutinized to a certain extent. In other words, Luo Xiu seems to have really become the god who can fulfill wishes. He is examining the world and examining all the people close to him, to see clearly what is going on in their inner bodies. It seems that this can only help those people realize their wishes, but the fact is that until now, Nami and others have not asked for Luo Xiu to realize their wishes. Because their wish is very simple, they hope to get Luo Xiu alone. But everyone's desire is the same, so no one will use this desire to find trouble. The peaceful time always flies by quickly, one piece after another of light, flickering at this moment to Nuohao. Then when the next morning came, Luo Xiu had already changed into a white exercise uniform and stood in the sea. In front of him, the Sea Kings, who were only 100 meters tall, were staring at him. In the eyes of this Sea Kings, there is a little frightening light. Obviously, he felt fear, but he didn't want to retreat, because this was his place, so he had to defeat the intruder in front of him. Point 373 Connect two worlds. Accompanied by a huge roar, the Sea Kings in front of them jumped into the air, like a monster covering the sky, and smashed towards Luo Xiu directly. At this moment, he no longer has any hesitation, and there is no longer any fear in his eyes. The only thing to do is to crush Luo Xiu in front of him directly, crushing Luo Xiu's entire body to pieces, so that Luo Xiu can't stand up. However, looking at the opposite scene, Luo Xiu's eyes only had a little calmness, and he rushed forward. Hearing the sound of rumbling, the terrifying waves rushed towards the front in an instant, and then directly tore everything in front of him to shreds. A moment later, Luo Xiu's figure appeared in front of everyone 680, and the Poseidon tear had already been beaten into countless blood mist and fell into the sea. Those pieces of meat, the blood produced by those tyrannical forces, all of them made the surrounding Sea Kings want to eat the flesh and blood. Because they know that as long as they eat the power of these crab meat, their strength will be greatly improved, to an incredible level. But they're not doing that, at least not yet. Because in front of them is Luo Xiu, that powerful man, that CIDT man who can shatter the world with every move. At this moment, Luo Xiu looked at everything in front of him calmly, with a little indifference in his eyes. This is a man with strength wrapped around him. No matter how you look at it, it looks a little scary, with a little surprise in the horror, something that makes people feel a little disgusted in the surprise. From the moment he saw the man, Luo Xiu had a guess that this person might be the one he knew, but when the other person spoke, he understood. But on the third day after Luo Xiu got the god fruit and got the god fruit into the demon world, this wormhole appeared. Is there really another event here? I thought this wormhole was just leading to the abyss. Why? The man spoke softly, but his familiar voice made Luo Xiu frown slightly. Is this the most powerful Sea Kings in the world? Sure enough, they are also weak. It's a pity. Then the existences in other worlds or other places accepted this reply, thus creating this wormhole. That's a wormhole. Luo Xiu shook his head speechlessly, said softly, and then looked at the sky in the distance. At this time, in the sky, he saw something that made him feel a little calm. Luo Xiu spoke softly, with a little calmness in his eyes, and as if hearing his words, the pain in the language burst out a terrifying light in these 10 moments. It was the indistinct divine aura exuding from Luo Xiu that made it impossible for all the gods present to break through it. When will this horrible thing really appear in this wormhole? Just hearing the rumbling sound, the impulse exploded directly at this moment. There was a little calm in his eyes, and a little surprise in the calm. A wormhole condensed by black light is enough for one person to rush through. In the eyes of others, this wormhole appeared randomly, but in Luo Xiu's opinion, it was probably a distress letter sent out during the Republic of Daxia. Then a bright force rushed out from the wormhole, and the next moment a figure walked out from there. 374 Might Guy's surprise. Is there any powerful existence in your world? Do you want to fight with me? Might Guy stood in front of Luo Xiu and asked softly. Looking at the might guy in front of him who was slightly different from his impression, he instantly understood that this wormhole connected the two worlds. It is precisely because the wormhole connects the two worlds that everything in this world is different from what he imagined. Just like the might guy in front of him, he is not such a hot-blooded idiot as he imagined. On the contrary, he looked a little calm, with a look called Laoyan in his eyes. Do parallel worlds exist? Luo Xiu spoke softly, and his muttering voice made the might guy on the opposite side feel something was wrong. Hee, it seems that you don't want to say anything. If that's the case, then let me defeat you directly. Might guy said in a cold voice, and the next moment, a terrifying light erupted from his body. The light flickered directly at this moment, and he directly opened the 8 inner gates at the next moment. Might guy faced this enemy that he felt a little scary. He didn't open the 8th gate, but opened the 7th gate. Biao Lianhua. Might guy let out a low growl, and rushed directly towards Luo Xiu who was opposite him. He wanted to smash the arrogant guy in front of him with Biao Lianhua. However, Luo Xiu saw his attack. With a little calm in his eyes, he punched forward. Hearing the rumbling sound, the moment the two attacked, they collided directly, followed by the terrifying explosion. Hearing a bang, the might guy in front of him was directly sent flying by Luo Xiu. Hitting the ground hard, might guy couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, staring at Luo Xiu. Damn it, did you encounter a hard stubble this time? Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu ignored the other party's gaze, looked into the distance, and walked towards this side. He was tall, with a proud chest, and a figure with a mace on his back. This person is none other than Kaido's daughter Yamato. Master Luo Xiu, this guy's power system seems to be different from ours. Yamato was a little excited to see the light in the eyes of might guy on the opposite side, which kept flickering. In this world, he has already fought against most of the strong men. Just like Luo Xiu, he has already developed speechless thoughts about most of the strong men in this world. Ask for flowers. In this world, very few people can break through his attack to face everything here. This also means that the power produced by Yamato itself is very strong. He has surpassed Admiral and reached a terrifying level. But at this time, the figure standing in front of him, the power of might guy, was completely different from what he perceived. 0. Let him understand that this is an existence with a new type of power, then the level of contrast between them will change. Why, do you want to fight him? Luo Xiu looked at Yamato and asked softly. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Yamato nodded excitedly, then clenched a mace on his back, pulled it out, and smashed it to the ground. Master Luo Xiu, can you make a round 1? Certainly. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, retreated 100 meters away, and gave up the battlefield to Yamato and might guy. Looking at Yamato in front of him, might guy showed a little surprise in his eyes. He shifted his eyes casually, and he found that Luo Xiu in the distance really didn't want to participate in the battle to let the tall woman in front of him fight with him after. 375 You also have friends. Might guy felt a huge insult at this point. He originally thought that with his own strength, even if he couldn't beat Luo Xiu on the opposite side, he could at least fight Luo Xiu again. But now, the other party actually directly destroyed his self-confidence and turned him into what he is now. No matter how you look at it, it is completely unbearable existence for might guy at this time. So he fixed his eyes on the angry opening in Yamato's eyes. You guys dared to underestimate me. If that's the case, then I'll beat this woman to death first. He said in a cold voice. The evil light in his eyes was burning at this moment. At this moment Luo Xiu understood that the might guy in front of him was definitely not the one he knew. That's right, might guy also has killings in his hands. After all, the world he lives in is the battle of Ninja Village, and no one can escape from these killings. So don't look at might guy's usual giggles, some hot-blooded idiots, but he never relents in the face of enemies. He said that he didn't know how many enemies he kicked to death with those Konoha's feet. But now, Luo Xiu didn't know why might guy became like this. He can only guess that this is an existence similar to a parallel world, or that the other party was changed when he passed through that void. But no matter what, the might guy at this time really wanted to kill Yamato directly in front of him. And in Yamato's eyes, there is a similar scene. Ha ha ha, do you want to kill me? That's great, just now I want to kill you too. The moment the voice fell, Yamato's figure rushed forward directly, and his fighting power surpassed that of an elephant, so that his figure directly turned into a yellow light and rushed towards the opposite might guy. And might guy didn't hesitate anymore. He waved his hands, and the terrifying power flashed a huge light at this moment, condensing on his hands. Come on, let me show you the most powerful force in the world. Might guy roared loudly, his eyes flickered with horror, and then he waved his hands, and the 1-month-old chakra was thrown out by him. This is just chakra condensed by fireballs, without any bells and whistles. But when Luo Xiu saw this chakra, he felt a wave of terror in an instant. Oh, have you mastered a special power? It seems that this might guy is definitely going to blow up. Luo Xiu spoke softly and didn't say anything more, but at this time might guy and Yamato had already crashed into each other. As for the huge chakra fireball that was like light before, it was torn apart by Yamato's mace at this time. That's right, the power on that fireball is very strong, but facing Yamato, that's all. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered with light. He didn't pay attention to the two of them anymore, but looked at the wormhole in the distance. At this time, in the 5.3 of the wormhole, Luo Xiu felt a slightly terrifying force condensing on it. Let him understand that the wormhole will definitely not only teleport one, might guy will end, it will definitely teleport again, other people. Sure enough, when Luo Xiu looked over, a figure slowly walked out from inside. Guy, you always like to go out on your own, don't forget that you also have friends. 376 World of Tsukuyomi. Hatake Kakashi, son of White Fang, boy genius, copy ninja. His name is quite a lot, in other words, if there is no Naruto and Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi may be the main character in the Hokage world. And his own strength and energy also represent that he is not weaker than the tyrannical strength of the protagonist. Of course, but in the case of the protagonist not cheating, the current Hatake Kakashi is very strong anyway. This can be seen from the fact that he directly covered himself with a layer of Susanoo after seeing the battle scene in front of him when he first came to this world. As a person who is not of the Uchiha clan, the strength that Kakashi can condense is very strong. This can be seen from the Mangekyo Sharingan twinkling in his eyes. He is the only non-Uchiha person who can let the Sharingan use this level of existence. Of course, this has a pretty strong relationship with his Sharingan's other owner, Uchiha Obito. But in any case, Hatake Kakashi is very strong at this time. After condensing Susanoo, he waved the two long knives in his hand and blasted towards the opposite Yamato. At this moment, he will not have any fear, and will not have any timidity, because he knows that no matter why such a fighting scene happens in front of him. All he had to do was to defeat all the guys in front of him, and then rescue his friends. At this point, Luo Xiu didn't feel a little bit of sternness in the eyes of the other party, or any other differences. I can feel that the Hatake Kakashi in front of me is exactly the same as I imagined, or he is such a scene for Hatake Kakashi itself. Taking a deep breath, seeing that the opponent was about to attack, the figure of Luo Xiu on Yinhei's body appeared in front of the opponent. The two of them are fighting one-on-one. It's not good for you to directly intervene in the game. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu had already kicked over, and the terrifying power brought by this terrifying paper boat directly blasted Hatake Kakashi flying away in front of him. Hitting the ground hard, Hatake Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, with a desolate look in his eyes. Damn guy, why are you so powerful? This terrifying power has surpassed Naruto and Sasuke, right? Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu shrugged slowly and didn't say much. For him, the current situation is a very normal thing. After all, the situation in front of him is like this. With this power, you have already surpassed Luffy, the protagonist of this world. Of course, Luffy wasn't as big as he was, but so what if he was as big as he was? 757 must know that Luo Xiu has already defeated all the other opponents. So in this case, the scene in front of me is a very normal thing. Taking a deep breath, I saw that Hatake Kakashi on the opposite side dispelled the Susan on his body, and Nang almost recovered his original gaze, looking at Xuanqi calmly. Since you are so powerful now, I will naturally use some power beyond common sense. Saying so, I saw Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan turning rapidly, and an endless reading directly acted on Luo Xiu's body. Plunge into the world of Tsukuyomi, where you can get everything you want, and in reality you deserve to die too. 377 Koshiro kills. Looking at the motionless Luo Xiu in front of him, Hatake Kakashi's eyes moved slightly, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Hee, I knew that the skill of reading can trap most of the regretful people in this world into the world of Tsukuyomi. So what if you're better than me? Are you really willing to throw everything away and get out of the Tsukuyomi world? Hatake Kakashi said arrogantly, and then appeared in front of Luo Xiu in a flash. With a wave of his left hand, he held a handle of pain that was shining with cold light, and then stabbed towards the front suddenly. With a sound of, dang, she was instantly thrown away, and Hatake Kakashi was a little surprised, looking at his trembling left hand, his eyes were full of astonishment. What the hell, is it so strong? With no defense at all, I can't break his defense with kunai. Hatake Kakashi was very surprised. He originally thought that such a strong man who was controlled by reading, as long as he used all his strength to attack the opponent once at close range, he would be disabled even if he was not dead. But now it seems that this is not the case. Not only did the other party not die, but he was not disabled, and even directly blasted his kunai away. This means that even if Luo Xiu in front of him is standing on the ground, he still needs to fight for a long time to beat him, killing him in groups. Master Luo Xiu, it turns out that no matter how powerful a person is, they may fall into hallucinations. Landing on the ground with extremely quick reflexes, Hatake Kakashi looked at the man opposite him with some astonishment. But since the little girl has come back, then I shouldn't have much desire. There was only a bark, and the huge sword light that was shortened by the long knife directly sent Hatake Kakashi flying. He spoke slowly, finally shook his head, didn't say anything more, but stared at Hatake Kakashi who was opposite him. And who are you? Koshiro let out a low cry, and instantly displayed the long knife in his hand towards the front, like a flower. Hearing this, Koshiro didn't speak, but held the long knife in his hands with both hands, with a cold light in his eyes. At this moment, he wants to prove his strength. However, Koshiro just glanced at him, and finally turned his gaze to Luo Xiu's side, and he sighed slightly when he found that Luo Xiu's eyes were not moving, obviously falling into some kind of hallucination. There was a little anger in his eyes. He thought that with his own strength, he could kill the opposite Luo Xiu directly, but now a guy no weaker than himself appeared, which made him feel abnormally angry. He, so that's the case. I thought you were weak, but it seems that your strength is not weak, and even a little strong. It seems that the old man will do more to prevent such things from happening in the future. The moment he heard these words, Hatake Kakashi's figure moved slightly. He felt a cold light sweeping over my body, and the person who emitted this cold light was the old man in front of him. I saw Koshiro's figure turned into a yellow light and appeared beside Hatake Kakashi, and the long knife in his hand slashed straight ahead. A world without flowers. At this time, a roar came from a distance. He took a deep breath, and then there was a little excitement in his eyes. Wang Li's. Quote. Before Master Long wakes up, I will help him block you, and even kill you. 378 Dust Escape, Break Dawn. One flower and one Bodhi, one leaf and one world. The world of flowers is infinitely chaotic. Seeing the terrifying slash in front of him, Hatake Kakashi's pupils also shrank suddenly. Without any hesitation, he waved his hands, and two 10-meter-long Susanoo long knives appeared in his hands. Susanoo does not need to summon all of them, and the person controlled by the Grandmaster can naturally summon its unique limbs. Generally, the ribs, hands, feet, skull and so on are summoned. But nature can also call upon their weapons. This is the case with Hatake Kakashi at this time. Holding a 10-meter-long knife with a cool handle in his hand, he went straight ahead. A huge ray of light appeared instantly from the terrifying knife wave, tearing up all the air in front of him. 107 saw that this attack would kill Koshiro directly in front of him. Koshiro, however, had a slight smile on his lips. The peculiar power system is nothing more than that. Where the long cast points directly, the dawn will dawn. As he yelled out his swordsmanship name, the next moment a terrifying wave of swords appeared between the sky and the earth. The desolate atmosphere brought by this move made the Kimu Kakashi on the opposite side feel a little fear. At that moment, it smashed him with radiant power, displayed two knife models, and slashed straight at him. Hatake Kakashi could feel that if he used this move, he would be split in half by this move. But he absolutely does not allow such a thing to happen. The moment the voice fell, the sand grains far away on the bottom of the sea were directly covered by it on the hands, and then they were sprayed directly into the sky. He then slashed at Hatake Kakashi with supreme power. Have you escaped? I think your costume looks a bit like a legendary ninja. Are ninjas good at fighting like this? Koshiro said softly, with a slight smile in his eyes. In response to this terrifying attack, Hatake Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he directly released his exclusive ability Kamui. This knife is impressively CICD's super powerful attack that can separate Heidu. At this moment, he didn't have any thoughts, only the meaning of ridicule. Since you are so arrogant, I will let you experience my most powerful ability, Shendun breaks the dawn. The next moment, a bright sword glow covered his two long knives, and a designated click sound sounded, and his two long knives shattered instantly. A black hole appeared directly wrapped around Hatake Kakashi, and then disappeared in place. And the fact is the same. In the deep sea, Hatake Kakashi raised his head, staring straight at Koshiro above the sea. Break it. Immediately, the knife struck the sea, and the entire sea surface was split open in an instant. With a roar, Hatake Kakashi's two swords pointed directly into the sky as a doctor. Koshiro was a little out of breath after finishing this knife, but then his eyes became a little calm, because he knew that this one just didn't hit the enemy. After hearing his words, Hatake Kakashi, who was far away in the sea, had a little anger in his eyes. He did hide in the sea water through Kamui just now, because he found that the group of strong men on the opposite side seemed to deliberately avoid the seawater no matter how they fought. He didn't know why the other party was like this, but he knew that when he walked into the sea, they might not attack him, or they might not be able to find him. 379 You still owe me 10 years. Koshiro held the long knife in his hand and looked around, only to feel a terrifying light sweeping over him in the next moment. Looking at the map at the next moment, I saw that white light beam instantly penetrated his body, directly bouncing him away. When Koshiro is about to strike, he covers his whole body with the armed color flag to block these attacks. But even so, his body was seriously injured at this moment. It's not that it's weaker than Hatake Kakashi, and it's not that it's completely impossible to dodge, it's just that he was careless. In the battles in this world, no matter what kind of strong people you fight against, under normal circumstances, everyone will fight on the ground or on the sea. No one would look into the sea unless they were fighting those special murlocs. And it was this habit that made him fall into confusion and was accidentally attacked. When the sediment disappeared, Koshiro's body fell to the ground. He took a deep breath, and there was a little helplessness in his eyes. Am I going to die here? I just found my daughter, am I going to die? He said helplessly, with a little unwillingness in his eyes. If it is said that he who used to die will die, as long as he dies well and dies in battle, then it doesn't matter what happens. But now, he is not willing to do this. For him now, the current situation is an existence he cannot accept. He couldn't accept the current self, so he just died here with nothing to do. Death is as light as a feather, because he still has his own daughter to take care of. He knew that when he died, Luo Xiu would help him take good care of his daughter in the past, but can a daughter raised by others really fulfill his own wish? Koshiro didn't know, and he didn't want to believe it. I'm a strong man who has practiced sword skills for decades. I finally reached this level. How could I die so easily? Koshiro said with a chuckle, and stood up gently with a long knife on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the distance calmly, and there was a little fear of light in the distance. It was Hatake Kakashi, who just found out that Koshiro was not dead, so he rushed out of the sea, with his hands in seals. At this moment, he will naturally not give up on himself because of special things, but will use his most powerful strength to shatter everything in front of him. Ask for flowers. Fire-style great fireball technique. The huge flame, just from the shadow line of Kimu Kakashi's life, smashed directly forward. At this time, Koshiro stood up tremblingly, holding the long knife in his hands with both hands, and looked into the distance calmly. Zero, are you going to die here? Maybe it's also a good choice. He chuckled lightly, with helplessness in his eyes, and the next moment, the fireball blasted in front of him. Seeing that he was about to be directly killed by the fireball, a figure appeared in front of him and grabbed the fireball with one hand. You still owe me 10 years, I won't let you die so easily. A cold voice sounded, but Koshiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew who the voice was, and he also saw the figure in front of him at this moment. Luo Xiu, who had been trapped in Tsukuyomi just now, finally came back to life at this time. He held the fireball, squeezed it lightly, and directly crushed the fireball, and then looked at Hitaki Kakashi on the opposite side. 388 Tails, Killer Bee arrives. Tell me, how do you want to die here? There was a sound of cold rain, and Kakashi on the opposite side moved slightly and took 2 steps back subconsciously, then fixed his eyes on Luo Xiu. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't die here, I can never die here. Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and said softly. Since you don't want to choose, let me come to Chi-san-san, to help you. The moment the voice fell, his figure disappeared in place in an instant, and then appeared in front of the opponent, punching forward with a punch. There was a rumbling sound, and the terrifying light directly hit Hitaki Kakashi on the opposite side. Hearing a bang, Kakashi was instantly bounced out by this move, and hit the ground hard. He stood up vigorously, formed seals with both hands, condensed a huge fireball and sprayed it forward. However, Fireball just appeared with a big hand, but directly pierced Fireball, grabbed his neck, and lifted him half empty. Is it just like that? It seems that you also underestimate me a little, said softly. He slapped the opponent directly on the face, sending him flying. Afterwards, Luo Xiu rushed to Kakashi's side over and over again, and then knocked him into the air with every punch and kick. Such an attack made Hitaki Kakashi feel endless humiliation, but he had no way to resist. Because the current him is far weaker than the opposite Luo Xiu. Oh, what's the situation now? Kakashi, how did you get beaten like this? A strange sound sounded from a distance. Luo Xiu turned his head to look, and suddenly found another person appeared from that black hole. He knew this man, Killer Bee. A killer bee that combines 8 tails, a killer bee that works perfectly with 8 tails. If the other enemies were only a little strong in Luo Xiu's opinion, now facing Killer Bee, he seemed a little interested. Of course, this interest is not because of the opponent's strength, but because of the 8 tails in the opponent's body. 8 tails is very strong, so strong that even Luo Xiu is a little interested. Of course, he's just interested, and just before that, he just shredded a Sea King's creature. In this case, facing an existence that is comparable to or even surpasses the Sea Kings in some settings. Naturally, Luo Xiu would not have any fear, and even looked a little excited. How is Koshiro recovering? He'll leave it to you. Luo Xiu spoke softly, holding Kakashi who had been severely injured by him, and threw it directly towards Koshiro in the distance. Koshiro moved slightly and said softly, "Don't worry, Master Luo Xiu, I will kill him completely." After the words fell, Koshiro grabbed the long knife in his hand and rushed towards Hitaki Kakashi who was flying towards him. At this time, Hitaki Kakashi felt that he was finally out of the control of Luo Xiu, the devil, and stared at Gensilla opposite him. 4.4. You are defeated, let's fight. Luo Xiu ignored the two who were fighting again in the distance, and looked at Killer Bee in front of him calmly. Or rather he looked at the 8 tails inside Killer Bee. The characteristics of 8 tails are very simple. As a tail beast, its whole body is made of chakra, so it can gather in the human body and be controlled by people. 381 Let's go like this. Normally, Luo Xiu would not have any interest in the so-called 8 tails, but in this world, he is really too boring. Bored to the point where he is even willing to help other people realize their wishes, so at this time, he is naturally willing to investigate the 8. Of course, in more cases, it is the power of the 8 for itself and its characteristics. 8 tails can be integrated into the human body to help humans produce more powerful power. Under such circumstances, Luo Xiu is naturally willing to take 8 tails out of Killer Bee's body, and then give it to his other subordinates. In fact, Luo Xiu also discovered a problem, that is, Nami Robin and other women who followed him have reached their limit. If every time he injected energy liquid before, the strength of Nami and others would be further enhanced, and it was an exaggerated kind. So up to now, every time he injects the energy liquid, the strength enhancement brought by Nami and others is not that great. Of course, the experience is quite comfortable. This also let Luo Xiu know that the talents and peaks of Nami and others have reached, and they all want to become stronger, so it will consume a lot of resources. This made Luo Xiu feel a little helpless. Naturally, he didn't need Nami and others to become very powerful to protect himself, but this didn't mean she was unwilling to do so. So he's looking elsewhere, and the 8 in Killer Bee is a good bet right now. The day of the Lost War, the enemy at the pinnacle. Killer Bee gave a low snort, and without any hesitation, he activated the microbes in his body, chakra. The next moment, 8 tails tail beasts converged on the surface of his body, turning it into a tailed beast form. Come to fight, when the battle is lost. Killer Bee roared and rushed towards Luo Xiu, who was opposite. Seeing such an attack, Luo Xiu smiled slightly and then rushed forward with a punch. There was a rumbling sound, and the terrifying power brought by his punch made Celebi on the opposite side feel a brilliant attack. His body felt extremely severe pain at this moment, and his pupils shrank suddenly at the next moment. Then he quickly backed away to avoid the current situation, and the next moment that appeared in front of him was Luo Xiu's terrifying fist. With a bang, the airspace in front of him was even completely shattered, and a small black hole appeared. After the attack dissipated, the resilience of the world completely filled the black hole, making it as if the black hole never appeared. However, such an attack has already made Killer Bee on the opposite side feel pain and fear. He was still panting heavily, staring fixedly at Luo Xiu. What's going on? The power of your punch just now is so strong. Who are you? Hearing the other party's words, Luo Xiu looked a little funny. It was you who broke into my territory, and then asked me who I am. Don't you think it's a little too funny? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Killer Bee on the opposite side was slightly taken aback, only then did he understand what the other party said. He shook his head slowly, and then continued to speak. We didn't come here on purpose. The black hole affected our world after it appeared, so we naturally have to send people over to investigate. It's just that after they came over, they seem to have conflicted with you, so can this matter pass like this? 382, Battle against Yuki, Dead Hand. Can this matter pass like this? From Luo Xiu's point of view, it is naturally impossible. In any case, the impact of this matter now is unacceptable to Luo Xiu, so it is impossible for him to let this matter pass like this. I saw Luo Xiu chuckled, and then spoke softly. You seem to have misunderstood. How could I let this go like this? The situation on your side is a little different from what I once wanted. Now I need to make you kowtow to admit your mistakes, and give your body to Pippa Jing, at least to fully release your potential. So dying here is your best choice. After hearing this, Killer Bee chuckled lightly, a little arrogance flashing in his eyes. That's right, I can't beat you now, even if I make obscene words, I can't beat you, but do you really think I only have this kind of power? Yuki, come on, let him see your most powerful power, how terrifying. Killer Bee let out a low growl, and the next moment terrifying power condensed on him, and a huge monster slowly emerged from his body. 8 Tails Gyuki, under 9 Tails, has the strongest combat power. Although it is not as powerful as 9 Tails, which can rival the other 8-tailed beasts, it is still quite powerful. It can be said that he is the only tail beast that can compete head-on with 9 Tails Kurama. It can only be contended. After a long time, he will definitely be defeated. This is an existence that cannot be rejected. As this Gyuki, it does seem to have some destructive power. Luo Xiu spoke softly, with a slight smile in his eyes, and at this moment Gyuki burst out with a terrifying light, staring at Luo Xiu firmly. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. 8 Tails Gyuki, whose head is that of a cow and whose body is tyrannical, has 8 huge octopus tentacles on his lower body, staring at Luo Xiu firmly at this moment. Like the demon condensed from the darkness, he rushed towards Luo Xiu with arrogance. At this time, the scene here has been discovered by the pirates here, and they all gathered to surround the scene in front of them. If it wasn't for seeing Luo Xiu and Dehei, there would be Koshiro fighting with the strong man on the opposite side. Maybe they will swarm up and directly take down these enemies. To be honest, they do have this kind of power, because every one of the pirates under Luo Xiu has reached the Vice Admiral level. Especially powerful, even reaching quasi-teaching. In this case, they may fight one-on-one, but might die in others, but if they go together, even might die in others. Will also secretly hate the Northwest, summer. But in the world of pirates, there is a relatively unwritten rule, that is, in the battle between the strong, the weak are not worthy to intervene. That's why they surrounded this place, but they didn't have any plans to intervene. Denuohao. For such a scene, Luo Xiu said that it is normal and he likes it. Is that Gyuki? Let me see how strong you are. Luo Xiu said softly, and punched forward with a punch. His figure also surged forward and appeared beside Niu Gui. And Gyuki also flicked his tail and threw it towards Luo Xiu. He wanted to crush Luo Xiu to death with his huge size. 383 Tail Beast Cannon. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Luo Xiu waved his hands, condensed 2 huge powers, and directly smashed his fists at the opposite Gyuki. And the power on Gyuki's body is also quite tyrannical, so he doesn't feel afraid because of it, and even feels abnormally excited. That's right, Gyuki was summoned by Killer Bee because he couldn't beat Luo Xiu, but why isn't he the strongest ability of Killer Bee himself? In other words, which of Killer Bee's most powerful abilities is not performed by humans? Killer Bee may be very strong in himself, and his own combat power has reached cage level, but he has been with Gyuki for such a long time 700, then all the super skills in the album are related to Gyuki. In other words, Killer Bee at this time actually weakened Gyuki, and when Gyuki was released, he reached the full body. Crazy smashing. Gyuki let out a rage, and the 8 octopus tails slammed in front of him. The terrifying fluctuation of power caused the surrounding air to be torn apart instantly, but Luo Xiu stood in place, holding the 2 octopus tails with both hands, but his body did not have any thoughts of retreating. That terrifying fluctuation made the demon knife girl feel panic. In his opinion, facing such an attack, he must die, so he was also worried about Luo Xiu. Humans may be strong enough to compete with the tailed beasts, to fight against them, or to win, but that's all. And the scene that happened now made him feel a little bit because it seemed that things were like this. It is impossible for them to withstand the super attack of the tailed beast head-on, so Killer Bee has such an order. For him, such an attack may hurt a bit, but that's all. Luo Xiu thought in his heart, the smile in his eyes became more vigorous at this moment. At this time, he looked at Gyuki as if he were looking at a treasure, not an enemy. Gyuki, stop talking nonsense with him, use your strongest strength directly, I don't believe he can bear it. It can be said that you are worthy of being Gyuki. As the most powerful tail beast under 9 tails, your strength cannot be underestimated. Originally fighting these strong men, he also felt extremely excited, and said that it was nothing, no matter how strong these strong men are, can they surpass Luo Xiu. For Luo Xiu at this time, Gyuki is his property, and after Gyuki appears, he is no longer himself. With a whoosh, the huge-tailed beast smashed directly in front of Sari, and the terrifying power fluctuations made everything around it be torn apart at this moment like a ray of light. I saw Gyuki suddenly let out a low shout, and a huge chakra-tailed cannon condensed out of his mouth, and the next moment this chakra surged at this moment. The power of terror emerges directly. No, Lord Luo Xiu is in danger. Killer Bee roared loudly inside Gyuki's body, he really thought so, in his opinion, Gyuki himself was the reason. A tailed beast that destroys cities. And Gyuki is naturally willing to obey his orders, after all, the two parties have reached a bond, and to some extent, the two of them are the most suitable. At least in Luo Xiu's view, he can use his own power to directly imprison Gyuki, and then make Gyuki his property. Tail Beast Cannon. The Demon Knife Girl looked at the scene here, with a look of surprise in her eyes. 384 Not from this world. At this time, the strong men around also saw this scene, and there was a little panic in their eyes. No way, could Master Luo Xiu die directly under such an attack? Really, isn't Lord Luo Xiu the most powerful? He is a god, why did he die here? No way, my wish hasn't been fulfilled yet, how can I let Mr. Luo Xiu die here? A lot of shouts sounded, and they were all worried about Luo Xiu, but there were also some people who were worried about who the god fruit would fall to after Luo Xiu died. So how did they make their wishes come true? That's right, in fact, not many people know until now that Luo Xiu did not eat the god fruit, but compressed the god fruit into the ring. Therefore, no one intends to snatch Luo Xiu's god ring, but just wants the other party to help him realize his wish. In everyone's consciousness, yes, devil fruit will bring them tyrannical power, let them know that devil fruit itself has the ability to become stronger. But everyone also knows about devil fruit, is need exercise. That is to say, ordinary people get devil fruit, even if it is a powerful god fruit, they still need a certain amount of training to achieve the same combat ability. At least the ability to wish to come true. That naturally requires exercise. But now, Luo Xiu is a standard humanoid wishing walker. After the terrifying light dissipated, everyone's eyes turned to the hole in the center. When they looked carefully, they found that Luo Xiu was holding a small ball in his hand, and that ball was a miniature version of the tailed beast cannon. Zero seeking flowers. He, is this the strongest power common to all tailed beasts? The demon knife girl snorted coldly, and slashed back the might guy in front of her. You must know that Gyuki is a special product of their world, and generally only their world can be seen, but people in this other world have spoken Gyuki's real name, which makes them feel a little panicked. Zero. So this thing is called Gyuki. It really looks like a ghost, hey. Then they were surprised to find that Luo Xiu was not dead, but stood there without any injuries. At this moment, he felt that Luo Xiu was a little different from before, or he thought that Luo Xiu was just an aboriginal, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. The other party actually knows about Gyuki, which also means that to the other party, all the secrets of their world are not worth mentioning. Hitaki Kakashi frowned slightly, used Kamui to quickly back up, and finally stare at Luo Xiu. Looks like I'm a bit tall, let's see you, ghost. I thought it was something advanced, but it turned out that it just compressed a lot of chakra and blasted it forward together. Might Guy rolled on the ground a few times and stood up slowly, staring at the demon knife girl opposite. Especially Killer Bee, he never expected that Luo Xiu would know Gyuki in front of him. The moment Luo Xiu said these words, the ninjas on the opposite side felt a little surprised. If he hadn't tied the knot in his own country, but had looked at Brother Lu, at this moment, he would have sensed that something was wrong with Luo Ji. Are you really from this world? 385 stronger than Gyuki. What, do you think Gyuki is a very cryptic title? Luo Xiu said calmly, to be honest, even if he revealed his identity as a time traveler, there would be no problem, since all his deeds happened in this world anyway. Even after he said it, most people in this world would not admit it, and would even refute the rumor, which is false. The reason is as simple as, 507. If such a terrifying existence as Luo Xiu is actually from another world, then what is their world? A backyard for the truly strong. A world for the weak who can't even fight. So they must use various methods to bind Luo Xiu in their world and make Luo Xiu the spokesperson of their world. Of course, Luo Xiu will not let this happen, because he has absolutely no reason to explain this to Kakashi. For him, most things in this world are ants, even in this world, it can actually be discarded. But now it seems that things are not like this. Gyuki was blown away by a man in front of him with a punch. What a punch. The other party used all kinds of terrifying skills or moves, that's okay, but the problem is that Gyuki can't match that human being in a pure competition of strength. Kakashi spoke loudly, with blood shining in his eyes, and Mangekyo Sharingan was turning rapidly in his eyes. Hearing a bang, Luo Xiu directly threw Gyuki into the air and fell to the ground fiercely. Gyuki fell on the ground a few times before he stood still. Killer Bee also felt a little wrong. He originally thought that he who owns Gyuki is a very strong existence in this world, even if he hits 3.5, but as long as Gyuki is released, most strong people will hate Northwest, and most strong people will drink and hate the Northwest. Just as he was about to say something, a fist with tens of thousands had already hit his face. There are some things you can believe, and some things you can't believe, but so far, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, I will kill you all anyway. When Luo Xiu saw his appearance at this time, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he spoke softly. The tall Gyuki saw Luo Xiu appearing in front of him, his eyes were full of panic. Otherwise, you are definitely not from this world. There was fear in Gyuki's eyes. If he didn't take everyone in this world seriously, now he already felt fear. Nami, Robin, Runti, Black Maria and others, all of them are his favorites. This tyrannical force, his strength is not weaker than mine. But the problem is that he doesn't want to abandon the people in his team. Although he is a bad person, he is also a kind and righteous person. What's going on here, Gyuki? Can't you beat a human in a contest of strength? The moment Luo Xiu finished speaking, his figure had disappeared in place and appeared in front of Gyuki. But these people always like to tempt him and let him inject energy liquid into each other, but for Luo Xiu, this is no problem. At this moment, he felt something was wrong. In his opinion, the Luo Xiu in front of him was definitely not just a person from this world. 386 Death. He's not weaker than Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, Gyuki said to Killer Bee in his heart. The vigilance in his eyes became more vigorous. At this moment, he knew that the Luo Xiu in front of him was definitely stronger than himself, so he had to take it seriously, and only if he didn't make any mistakes would he be able to defeat him. Otherwise, he will die here, not as a tailed beast, he will not die here, he will only be blasted into chakra, and then slowly condense again, but the Killer Bee in his body will definitely die here, no more the way to survive. For Killer Bee, he must not fail, at least he must escape with Killer Bee. Susanoo. A terrifying low shout sounded, and Owen saw Kakashi roaring loudly in the distance. The next moment, terrifying power fluctuations emerged from his entire body at this moment, and these power fluctuations completely enveloped him. At the same moment, this enveloping power spreads to the surroundings, making it completely different from before. After a while, the huge Susanoo completely wrapped it and stood there like a huge giant. The giant held two knives, his eyes shone with a cold light, and his scarlet body made him look like he was not easy to mess with. Oh, have you even learned the ultimate power of the Uchiha family? It seems that you are worthy of being called a 50-50 person. There was sarcasm in Luo Xiu's voice, and there was a little calm in the sarcasm. At this time, his words made the other party feel fear. Hitaki Kakashi stared at Luo Xiu. At this moment he knew that he had to kill the person in front of him. The other party even knows their own titles, which also means that they are likely to be completely exposed in the other party's eyes. In this case, when the black hole does not dissipate, what can it do if the two worlds are connected? How obvious is the end result? Perhaps the other party will know all the secrets of their world, and then wipe them all out. Slash and draw the sword in anger. However, looking at his appearance, there was only a sneer on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and there was a little calm in the sneer. On the contrary, those who came to investigate could not go back to their own world at all, and could only be passive in the face of such a terrorist attack. Just hearing the rumbling sound, the terrifying light beam dissipated directly at this moment, dissipating the power in the darkness, and flickering slowly at this moment. No way, it turned out to be like this now. Hitaki Kakashi roared, his figure turned into a ray of light, and rushed towards Luo Xiu. The demon saber girl was a little helpless, she thought she was approaching Luo Xiu anxiously, but now it seems that this is not the case. So when two people collide, the next moment is the wave that destroys time and spreads to the surroundings. The gap between them, however, did not shrink, but slowly increased. At this time, a shout sounded suddenly, and Koshiro next to him jumped out, and a long knife in his hand slashed towards Might Guy on the opposite side. The demon knife girl stuck the demon knife in her hand on the ground, and watched the scene in front of 540 vigilantly, her eyes full of panic. Their strength is so strong, so how can I catch up? The next moment, he punched directly forward. Go to hell. At this moment, he wants to use his most powerful strength to kill Luo Xiu directly without leaving any regrets. 387 Yi Guy vs. Night Flash. The battle of the four strong men has already repelled all those who eat melons around them. Or rather, these people could only escape because they found such an attack that they couldn't stay here any longer. Because the end of their studies is to die here directly. They couldn't even see an attack of this intensity. One punch dominates the body and shatters the void. Luo Xiu said softly, and punched forward, only to hear a puff, and the huge Susanoo in front of him was knocked out of most of his body by his punch. Kakashi panicked, and hurriedly used his own body chakra to condense Susanoo. But at the next moment, Luo Xiu appeared in front of him, and passed through Susanoo's protection with one hand, grabbed his neck, and hugged him in midair. Why can't you finish it, can you? Luo Xiu said coldly, then kicked forward. With this kick he hit Hitaki Kakashi in the stomach. Hearing a bang, Hitaki Kakashi's lower body was instantly kicked away by him. Scarlet blood sprayed, and Hitaki Kakashi's face instantly turned pale. People in the ninja world may not be worse than people in the world of One Piece in terms of combat effectiveness. Their defense is generally much worse. With the kick just now, if Kaido or Aunt Charlotte Linlin were hit, even if they would be injured, at most they would have a big hole. Then they can continue to fight vigorously, and the fields are just punctuated with blood. But for Hatake Kakashi, that kick was enough to kill him. Kill you, kill you. Hatake Kakashi let out a final groan, then closed his eyes and passed out. Is this dizzy? It doesn't look like much. If he said something speechless, he grabbed Kakashi's body and looked at the black hole in the distance. Might Guy didn't even have any hesitation, and directly launched his most powerful attack 10 feet towards Luo Xiu's car. In the next moment, this wave sent Zhang Silang in front of him flying away, and the blue paint on his body slowly turned scarlet at this moment. Backquote. Night Guy dust. There was a slight smile on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, but the smile was even more exuberant. And because of this, he was a step slower and did not rush to help. 8 inner gates dead gates open. I saw the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he threw the black hole symbolized by Hatake Kaka directly. After Hatake Kakashi disappeared into the black hole, Might Guy and Killer Bee next to him were already staring blankly. Luo Xiu said, eyes flicker. A dragon coiled around his body, and Might Guy stood at the dragon's head, with a fierce light in his eyes. That's it. I like attacks of this strength. Only attacks with aura strength are worthy of fighting me. 0. Night Flash, looking at the Might Guy who turned into a red dragon and rushed towards him. Just now they have seen how Luo Xiu crippled the building block Kakaki. At this time, a huge roar sounded, and there was a battle in the distance. The figure of the Might Guy that Zhang Silang was fighting suddenly exploded with huge fluctuations. The frightening fluctuations brought about by this kick were quite violent, so intense that even Zhang Silang was a little scared. The terrifying power tore his body apart, and cracks appeared on his body like fleeting years. 388 Imprisonment and Interrogation. There was a huge humming sound, and a black wave emerged from Luo Xiu's body, and then turned into a cross-star blade and pierced directly towards the opposite Might Guy. The giant dragon and the black knife collided directly at this moment. The long knife pierced the giant dragon's head, and then directly tore the giant dragon from the middle. Just hearing the rumbling sound, the giant dragon dissipated instantly. But at this time, Luo Xiu's black knife was still stabbing forward, directly piercing Might Guy's chest, leading him directly to the land. Hearing the rumbling sound, Might Guy was put on the land by the gangsters and then remained motionless. His strength is very strong, so strong that even Luo Xiu needs a little seriousness to kill him in seconds. In this case, if he faces other strong men, it is not impossible to directly kill other strong men. Unless it is Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Oo who focus on defense or recovery, no one can block Yi Guy from this move. At least among the people Luo Xiu knew, only the two of them could block the others, so he didn't hold out hope. But for Luo Xiu, this kind of attack is just his appetizer, and it can only make him a little bit excited. Other than that, nothing else. Why is it missing? Yi Guys, I can't beat my opponent. Might Guy was lying on the ground spitting out blood, muttering, looking at the pirates who surrounded him. He didn't move because he couldn't move now. Now it's just you. How about Killer Bee? Are you still fighting? Maybe you can surrender directly, and we will treat the prisoners well. Luo Xiu looked at the opposite Killer Bee, and Killer Bee had already returned to his original state. He has cancelled Gyuki's form, because he knows that Gyuki is too big to be a living target in this multiplayer melee. Gyuki just fought against a Luo Xiu, and faced this Abad state. If he added the two strong men on the opposite side, he knew that Gyuki couldn't beat him, so he changed back. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Killer Bee took a deep breath, and then spoke in front of everyone. I surrender. Throwing Killer Bee and the semi-conscious Might Guy into the prison, Luo Xiu didn't interrogate him in advance because it didn't matter to him. He knows about the things in the Hokage world. The current situation is nothing more than a space channel that appears in the opposite direction to explore. Even if the person opposite is a bit like a fandom, so what? No matter how fanciful it is, the setting of the Hokage world will not change, that is to say, the strongest must be the woman named Kagaya. For Kagaya, Luo Xiu has some ideas, but not too much. The reason is simple, there are too many women on his side, and it takes Luo Xiu a lot of time to inject them with energy liquid every day. If Kagaya is added, Luo Xiu doesn't know if he still has the time and energy. Of course, it's more a matter of time. As for experiencing Luo Xiu, it can be said that he is close to unlimited physical strength now, and he will not be afraid of anything. But Luo Xiu didn't ask. It doesn't mean other people are not curious. For example, Demon Sword Girl and Koshiro plus Sengoku and Garp all went to interrogate these two foreign invaders. 389 I don't care. In the black room, two figures sat in front of the table, and opposite them was a man tied up. Might Guy. At this time, Might Guy's gaze was calm, looking at the two figures opposite, without any look of luck in his eyes. For the two of them, what happened here was completely different from what it used to be. Might Guy's fighting career was quite arrogant, at least most of the time, he was not caught. This also means that in the current state, he was always interrogating others, not others interrogating him. But this does not mean that he has not experienced these, nor has he experienced the training of being interrogated. I won't say anything, just give up. After hearing these words, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Sengoku's mouth opposite. We don't need you to say anything more. I believe you know that our leader knows what happened to you. So this time we are not here to ask you anything, we just want to reach some cooperation with you. The moment they heard these words, Might Guy's eyes flickered with a little surprise. They didn't expect that these people didn't come to interrogate themselves, but wanted to get cooperation from themselves. However, Might Guy shook his head slowly and spoke directly. You think too much. No matter what, I will not sell my world. You can kill if you want, and cut if you want. I won't say a word. Seeing the tough look of the other party, Garp on the side showed a generous smile. 0. How can a man sell his world so easily? Ha ha ha, I like people like you. Sengoku, don't be so hard-headed. Anyway, you know what our situation is like now. In any case, the situation here is different from before, so you don't have to be afraid. I decided to let you go. How could such a good man be caught here for roasting? 0. Ask for flowers. What's more, Luo Xiu doesn't know the situation in the opposite world. In this case, what he said is just adding some details, and we don't lack these details. I don't care about the factory. When he heard Garp's words, Sengoku's face became stiff instantly, and he stared straight at Garp. Listening to Garp's words, Sengoku on the opposite side moved slightly, then nodded. What joke are you talking about? Sengoku yelled at Garp on the opposite side loudly, as if Garp had done something that couldn't be met. He is from Otherworld, not from other organizations, how can he be released directly? Don't you know what the consequences will be? However, after Garp heard his words, there was only a little calm in his eyes, and a smile in his calm. We can let him go, we have nothing to lose anyway, right? How can the situation be the same now as it was before? Well, anyway, it's not the first time you've done this. When you hunted Roger, you let him go many times, didn't you? And look at his current appearance, he is obviously a strong man. Naturally, he won't say much in this situation. 390 different ideas. Watching Sengoku leave with an angry face, Garp smiled in his eyes and laughed outright. Okay, brother, I'll let you go now. Having said that, under Might Guy's surprised gaze, Garp actually let him go. Looking at the chains that were put down from his body, Might Guy's eyes were filled with surprise. He originally thought that these two people were one who sang the red faces, and the other who sang 87, and the bad faces. Naturally, he has encountered such a scene before. The test never expected that the other party would actually put him down. You must know that he still has his own strength. When he puts it down for a moment, if he explodes directly, it will produce a record emperor. It is enough to crush a part of the strong in this world directly. However, as soon as Might Guy had this idea, he directly stopped it. Because he found that the gray-haired guy on the opposite side was not afraid of him. Instead, he looked at him with a smile on his face, which meant that the other party probably had enough strength himself. Or in other words, his own strength is strong enough to not be afraid of anything. This means that if he plays, he may not be able to beat the opponent. What do I need to do next? Might Guy asked directly without any hesitation. After hearing his words, Garp on the opposite side showed a slight smile, then shook his head slowly, and then spoke. I made it very clear, you just need to get out of here, it's that simple if I want to let you go. Other than that, there is no problem, so if you want to do what you want now, just do what you have to do. So be it. With a bang, Might Guy was sent flying out and hit the ground fiercely. Some things are different from what you think. Yes, I am willing to let you go, and Sengoku is willing to stand by my side, but this junior in front of me doesn't think so. At this time, lava was burning on this person's body, as if he was a monster transformed from lava. 2.2 inches. Didn't you say you want to let me go? Why did it become like this? Because he knew that if he asked again, he would not be able to ask anything. After all, the situation had already been decided at this time. And it is true, Might Guy said angrily, wanting to get his justice back, when Garp came out of the room. It was a figure in a white cloak, and it walked slowly towards this side, with a cold light in its eyes. Then a flaming fist hit his head directly. At this moment, the coldness in Akainu's eyes was not concealed at all, he wanted to kill the Might Guy in front of him, that's all. You be **************, you really want to go back on your word. After listening to these words, the doubts in Might Guy's eyes reached the peak at this time, but he didn't ask anything. In this case, he will not worry about anything, nor will he ask for anything. The current situation in this situation is very normal for him, or he is used to it. Might Guy said, stood up from his seat, walked towards the door, and then he walked out of the door. The Garp shrugged slowly, and then spoke. Might Guy roared loudly, staring fixedly at the figure in the distance. 391 betrayed the world. Night Guy. Without any hesitation, Might Guy played his ultimate form directly. 8-gate dead gate in 8 inner gates. Then he used his strongest ultimate move, the terrifying flames burned on him, and his whole body became that broken state again. Lava-like rays of light flowed through his veins, making him look like a god of beauty. At this time, he stood in midair, fixed his eyes on Akainu on the opposite side, and then kicked him. The black flames were burning with terrifying flames, gathering at this corner at this moment, forming the most powerful Yi Guy. Hee. Oh one. Akainu only responded with 2 hee-hees, and then his whole body turned into lava. The next moment, Might Guy kicked on Akainu's body, but penetrated directly without causing any damage. And the moment it passed through, Akainu recovered his body, his left hand burned the lava, grabbed his head, and slammed towards the ground. This rumbling sound resounded, and the entire ground was instantly shattered at this moment. But the lava on Akainu's body was burning violently without any hesitation. Everyone who violates justice must be killed. People like you who invade other people's worlds violate the most standard of justice, so you must die. Great eruption. Akainu snorted. The lava in his hand was burning, compressing, and condensing violently at this moment, and he was about to use his most powerful move. Just then, a big hand grabbed his palm. At this moment, his body, which was gathered by lava, was firmly held by the big hand in front of him, and there was no possibility of turning around. Vice Admiral Garp, what the hell do you mean? Akainu said with cold eyes. At this moment, if anyone dares to stop him from maintaining justice, then Akainu will never show mercy. This is the case now. The lava is burning on him. At this moment, he is about to use the most powerful ability Devil Fruit to awaken. Then knock out all the people around, and finally kill the might guy in front of him directly. Seeing the flames burning, the terrifying light flickering, because the war is about to break out. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, causing Akainu to withdraw the lava on his body. I think this battle should be over. The moment the voice sounded, all the people present looked over, and then Garp was a little surprised to find that this person was none other than Killer Bee, who was with them before. Killer Bee, have you betrayed our world? Might Guy roared loudly. He never expected that Killer Bee would directly betray his own world. Otherwise, how to explain it? At this moment, Killer Bee is in this state, but after hearing his 867 words, Killer Bee slowly shook his head. You think too much. I will not betray our world, never will. Then what's going on now? However, after hearing these words, Killer Bee did not explain to him, but spoke to Jushu opposite him. Mr. Akainu, it's over here now, so we don't need to do anything more, right? If you are doing this now, what else can you do besides beating my companion to vent your anger? So it's best for us to change the current situation together, isn't it? 392. Become a man. Luo Xiu woke up from his big bed, and there was already a slender girl standing in front of him. This is really a slender girl. The other party has already stripped off all her clothes and is kneeling in front of Luo Xiu. And although the girl was naked without even shoes on, she was carrying a demon sword on her back. Seeing his appearance at this time, Luo Xiu didn't have any thoughts in his eyes, just smiling. Because for him, the current situation is very normal and there is no change. Are you sure you want to dedicate yourself to realize your so-called wish? After hearing Luo Xiu's words, the demon knife girl nodded slowly, with a look of perseverance in her eyes. Yes, I must realize my wish. No matter what, I must realize my wish. That's why I'm willing to dedicate myself. Please Master Luo Xiu to fulfill me. After hearing the other party's final decision, Luo Xiu nodded slowly and didn't say much. Then it took a step forward and stretched out its big hand, and placed it on top of the demon knife girl's head. The next moment, the purple dark power was braved directly, and his whole body then wrapped the whole body of the demon knife girl. Under a terrifying power fluctuation, the demon knife girl felt a tearing pain from her body. The pain seemed to tear his body apart and reorganize into other creatures. Ah! A scream of pain sounded from the mouth of the demon knife girl. At this moment, he was not only afraid, but also extremely painful. Do you want to give up? Luo Xiu said softly, but the demon knife girl shook her head firmly. Although only a little, it is enough. For the truly strong, a small difference is enough to change the outcome of the battle, so he is willing. The shout of the demon sword girl resounded through the sky, and it was directly heard by hundreds of meters around Luo Xiu's room. A strong man with a height of 2 meters walked over here, looking at this side with a little surprise in his eyes. The reason is it good is very simple, just look at the opposite, this enchanting girl at this time his body has become a man. That is an existence that can transcend limits, transcend species, and transcend gender. No way, is Master Luo Xiu playing so well? That's right, this is the demon sword girl's own wish. She doesn't want to be a woman anymore, she wants to be a man, because a man's physical strength and swordsmanship are usually stronger than that of a politician's wrist. At this moment, they perfectly understood the level of existence of Du Yi's god fruit. He spoke slowly, then shook his head, not paying attention to the situation here. Didn't you just play yesterday? Why did he play like this again today? And in the small room at this time, Black Maria and Runty also opened their eyes. They looked at the scene in front of them, with their mouths slightly opened. Did Black Maria drain them dry without him? Lord Luo Xiu, please make my wish come true, so I am willing to pay for the pain. The two talked softly, and finally shook their heads slowly, without saying much. At this time, more people came to look over here. Although they didn't dare to look blatantly, they were still willing to look secretly. Luo Xiu didn't ask any more, but just increased the output of power. Nami and Robin looked at this side with a little surprise in their eyes. 393 Static Fruit. What's going on? Why is that boy with the demon sword on his back so strong? I remember, didn't he get the fantasy fruit before? Why is he participating in the battle now? Are you thinking wrong? Is it a heroic-looking girl who got the fantasy fruit? Wait a minute, when you put it this way, I found that he seems to look similar to that girl, at least he has a share. No, are they twins? But one is a man and the other is a woman. Are they twins? Everyone's guesses were endless at this moment, but at this time the demon knife boy on the ring didn't say anything. He doesn't mind letting other people know about his secret of changing gender, but coincidentally, this matter really hasn't been spread out. At least that's how it was on his side at the moment. At this time, there was a little calmness in the eyes of the demon knife boy, and the long knife in his hand kept slashing forward. On the opposite side is a 2-meter-tall burly man with armament hockey flashing on his body, resisting the opponent's attack. There was a crackling sound, so that every time he stood on his body, the special effect of lightning would be triggered. A huge thunderbolt will flash from the demon knife, directly striking the strong man in front of him, as if to directly turn the strong man into ashes. But things are not as simple as thought ABFA. At least it seems so now. Just like this time, these thunderbolts are draped on the body of the strong man, and they cannot kill the opponent directly. Just let him lose some blood and feel a little bit of pain. Demon Saber Whirlwind Slash. The next moment, the Yaodao slashed on the arm of the city wall, making a bang. The city wall began to shake, and the Yaodao also began to feel weak. Are you still fighting? So to continue fighting. In fact, there is nothing. Now is the best situation. The fruit of static electricity can directly cause static electricity, and has the power of static electricity. Sure enough, you have also become stronger. It's also very simple. Both of them have their own devil fruit. At this time, the competition is just to feel how strong their bodies are. This is also a devil fruit. To be honest, they can sell it together. In fact, both of them know how strong the other is. In the current situation, the two of them can't tell the winner without going all out. Panting heavily, a black light flickered in their eyes. But the strong man snorted and didn't say anything, but the light on his body gradually became stronger at this moment. At this time, Nami, who was standing on the referee's bench, said with a smile, throwing the Paramesha devil fruit in his hand. The demon knife boy let out a low growl at this moment, and the long knife in his hand turned into a spiral, blasting towards the strong man opposite. I saw that the two of them knocked each other into the air at the same time, and landed on Lee at the same time. If the two of you don't continue to fight, then I will tie for the first place. I will not give you 2 devil fruits. This devil fruit needs you two to share equally. The demon knife boy spoke in a low voice, while the strong man on the opposite side nodded slowly, without saying anything. His body seemed to become a solid city wall, resisting the demon knife in front of him. The strong man on the opposite side hesitated for a moment, then shook his head slowly. The demon knife boy continued. This is all about this devil fruit, and after hearing his words, the two opposite people shook their heads slowly, expressing that they didn't care. 394 Building a city wall. Master Luo Xiu, there seems to be some problems on our side. A voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Luo Xiu had just fulfilled a man's wish, and at this moment looked at the other man. What's the meaning? After listening to his words, I saw the figure with half of the limbs condensed by the ice on the opposite side, walking over step by step. He exhaled cold air and spoke softly. Some things are different from what we thought, that black hole. Now there are no new strong people coming out, but the energy fluctuations in it are flickering violently. I suspect that the other party is holding back a big move, and the next time it will come, it may be a super strong man who surpasses ordinary strong men. 11. After hearing this, Luo Xiu nodded slowly and didn't say much. Seeing Luo Xiu's appearance at this time, Aokiji naturally knew that Luo Xiu didn't care about these things. Luo Xiu himself is a strong man beyond the limits. In this case, even if there is an existence as powerful as him, he can still fight. Of course, as for who wins and who loses, it depends on the performance of both sides. Should we build a castle under that black hole and surround that black hole? Aokiji spoke again, and Luo Xiu moved slightly after hearing his words this time, then nodded. If you really want to do this, then of course you can, but you have to remember that some things are different from what you think. At least we can't continue to do some things now. So let's build that city wall, and surround that place within 1,000 kilometers. I don't want to see any smugglers who came here by smuggling directly ran to the civilians and killed them. As ordered, so the only thing they can do now is to build a city wall there and surround it, then there will be no problems on their side. Looking at the crescent moon in the distance, there was a little peace in Luo Xiu's eyes. To be honest, among all the Marines, there is only one who is most willing to negotiate with the pirates and work together in combat. For Aokiji, everything that happens here now is different from what it used to be. So he won't say much, at least what's happening here, he won't say much. Aokiji left here, he went to find the pirate who used the fruit of the city wall. Then the final result is naturally being bounced back, and even Might Guy can't pass. Of course, Luo Xiu can pass by himself. In fact, he has tried it himself, but the problem is that he can't make it through. As for reverse travel with them, for example, Garp once hugged Might Guy and wanted to cross the space tunnel with him. Otherwise, if the other party comes and escapes directly, then the corpse will be destroyed. 0. Asking for flowers. That is Aokiji. As if there was a barrier blocking the hole turned out to be one way. Moon, if a strong person is really going to be transmitted, then it can only be Kaido. Luo Xiu said with a smile, looking forward to a strong man who can match him coming out of that space tunnel. 0. I just don't know if Kaido is as good looking as I imagined. If she is not good looking, maybe I will kill her. Only people from the Hokage ninja world can cross this way, and no one from this side can make it through. 395 Own reason. A cowardly wall was erected. This city wall wraps all the areas around the wormhole. In this case, ordinary people can't go to that city wall to do anything at all. Only those with strong strength can surpass the city wall and do what they want to do. However, if that's all it is, then the city walls won't be of any use. Therefore, there is a huge high-voltage electricity on the 833 wall of this city, and there are even more terrifying things. If someone dares to stay on the city wall and is weak, that's fine, but if the strength is strong enough, the reaction mechanism of the city wall will be triggered. A sharp thorn that couldn't be avoided at all protruded from the ground, and then directly pierced the opponent. Therefore, those who come like this are huge lightning strikes on the opponent's body, causing the opponent to tear apart. What followed was more powerful flames and ice. A large number of elemental attacks will wipe out everything here. After experiments, those who are less than the admiral level will basically die in such a situation. And those who have reached the admiral level, in the face of such a situation, generally cannot solve it. Most will take some level of damage. But this city wall also has a relatively small weakness, that is, facing Logia ability users, the damage will be greatly reduced. It is estimated that it is only 10% of the original level. Originally having such a weakness should have been resolved, but Luo Xiu vetoed this and felt that there was no need to hold these at all. The reason is simple, he knows that no one in the Hokage ninja world will use the powerful ability of elementalization. Even if it is relatively powerful in terms of lightning ability. Fourth Raikage Eye was also unable to element itself. And after hearing his words, Luo Xiu turned his head and looked at them, with a slight smile on his lips. It can activate itself to the greatest extent with lightning, so as to improve its own ability. And this time, beside it, Might spoke directly. When will people come again? Might Guy still asked persistently. Then most of the people gathered on the city wall. Looking at the black hole in the sky, he spoke softly, with a little peace in his eyes. 3.9 In any case, we don't have to hold the same situation as before, that is, we don't know about you rich. Luo Xiu smiled, and then stopped looking at the two of them. At this time, he felt the fluctuation of Li Xing on that hole. Quite simply, in a situation like this, everything is different than it used to be. Killer Bee also spoke from the side, he didn't understand why it was like this now. Why do you guys have me and Killer Bee here? Don't you know that our presence will affect you? Don't worry, I don't need you two to help, you two just need to stand here and watch the show. That's right, it's impossible for the two of us to help, so what are the two of us doing here? Other than that, you don't have to worry about anything, you just need to stay here. But why? So let you two stay here, just let you two see how strong we are. Luo Xiu sat on a chair, next to Nami, pinching her legs. Luo Xiu calmly looked at the hole in the sky. 396 Advance, Tailed Beast Cannon. Under the gaze of thousands of people around, a huge orange head squeezed out of the hole. What followed was a huge tail beast cannon, blasting from the opponent's mouth towards the ground. There was a rumbling sound, and the huge tail beast cannon was condensed in his mouth, and then blasted to the ground with supreme power. The power of this move is quite powerful, at least for now it seems to be enough to break through all attacks. Give me all the defense. The demon knife boy roared loudly, he had seen this move before, he knew the power of this move, even Admiral couldn't bear it, only a strong like Luo Xiu could resist 03. And among the thousands of people here at this time, except for Luo Xiu, no one can resist this attack. So they have to defend and dodge in order to keep this place in their own lives. No, let's see mine next. Luo Xiu suddenly spoke softly at this moment, and his figure turned into a red light, rushing towards the tail beast cannon. Under everyone's gaze, his left hand directly touched the tail beast cannon, and then a strange force grabbed the tail beast cannon in groups, turning it back into a stronger force. Boomed past. Ninetales, who just blasted out a move, was about to go back, but saw a tail beast cannon that was more powerful than his own tail beast cannon blasting towards him. Naruto, activate the fairy program. Ninetales roared loudly in his heart. Naruto's eyes flickered in his body, and he directly turned on Sage mode. The next moment, Naruto's entire body turned pale, but his own strength was greatly improved. The speed at which the energy was being consumed made Naruto feel a little apprehensive, but now he had to. Because he knows that the current situation is like this, if he doesn't do this, then everything will change. For him, it was impossible to decide, so he had to do it. Lotus Lock. Naruto roared loudly, and finally Ninetales didn't retreat but went into the surrounding black hole with his claws, and dragged his entire body out. Then his body directly turned into a lotus-like thing, wrapping the tail beast cannon in it. There was a rumbling sound. The strengthened tail beast cannon directly erupted violently, and then shattered everything here. Even the demon knife boy and others standing on the city wall felt the force, and Hulien made them feel the scorching pain. But then they wrapped themselves in armament hockey to resist the force. Damn it, is it really like this? Might Guy frowned, and said with some surprise. He knew that Luo Xiu's strength was powerful, 52 the other party had shown that terrifying power before. So he doesn't think that the combination of your own strength and Killer Bee can defeat the opponent, so he didn't do that. But now he found that Luo Xiu's strength was beyond his imagination, the opponent could withstand that level of tailed beast cannon, and even rebounded it back. This is no longer an ordinary powerhouse, it can represent that this is a top powerhouse that transcends everything. The explosion sounded at this moment, and the rumbling sound tore apart everything around. Just because of that lotus-like thing, it was torn apart, and terrifying flames scattered around. 397 Traitor. With a plop, Nine Tails, who fell to the ground, was foaming at the corner of his mouth, and Naruto, who was standing next to him at this time, also had surprise in his eyes. But never thought that such a situation would appear here. He originally thought that when he brought Nine Tails over, he would be in a shocking state of weeping ghosts and gods. After all, Nine Tails on their side can destroy the village. In other words, it is easy to destroy a city. He felt that in this world, no matter how strong the opponent was, they shouldn't be too far behind. But when he came over, he found that this was not the case. I have prepared a super powerful tail beast cannon attack for a long time, but it is not as good as the opponent's. The opponent actually bounced back the Mantissa cannon directly, and blew himself into this state. Although the family mode was turned on in advance, Naruto did not suffer too much damage. Not so with Nine Tails. Nine Tails is half silent now, foaming at the mouth is his best proof. Well, any ideas now? Luo Xiu came in front of Naruto, looked down at him, and spoke softly. After hearing his words, the celebrity didn't say anything. The next moment, he stepped on the ground with his left foot, and the whole person rushed forward. Spiral Shuriken. With a loud roar, Naruto threw the super powerful Spiral Shuriken forward. I saw the Spiral Shuriken blasting towards Luo Xiu with an endless gust of wind. Lord Luo Xiu, yes. The demon sword boy rushed over like a gust of wind from the side, and directly slashed the demon sword in his hand towards the Spiral Shuriken. There was only a sound of spiral, and the fingers were bounced away, and the demon knife boy was also blasted away. Fire-style great fireball technique. I made it. The moment he heard these words, Naruto's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously punched him behind him. This also proves that only they have the ability to invade now, and the other party does not even have the ability to counter the invasion. It seems that you are not the celebrity in my impression, you are too far from him. In this case, the Yin family will think that the two of them are traitors. I see the desire to invade in your eyes, so you want to invade Lu Nuo's my world, right? The next moment, the fireball hit Luo Xiu's body, but Luo Xiu didn't move at all as if he didn't react. This is what he thought, since this hole proved that they can only come through, but people in this world can't get through. And at this moment, Might Guy and Killer Bee paused slightly, only then did they understand why Naruto let the two of them stand here. After they are rescued, no one will bring the strong of their own world to fight here. But this time the brewing boy had no time to protect Luo Xiu, and the people around him looked at this scene with some surprise. However, Luo Xiu's left hand gently blocked him. The celebrity shrank his pupils and subconsciously looked at Might Guy and Killer Bee. Naruto said excitedly, and looked at the distant city wall again. At this time, he wanted to rescue his two friends. How do you know I'm a celebrity, don't you? Naruto waited on him again, spewing out huge fireballs, attacking Luo Xiu at close range. Don't be kidding Yang. Quote, with your current strength, you can defeat me. 398 won't die. Give up, stay here like them, and then let people from your whole world migrate here. At that time, I think the two worlds will be interconnected. Luo Xiu's voice was deceptive, causing Naruto's eyes to move slightly. To be honest, he himself has no idea about the current daily intrusion. If he felt that he would win before, after all, he had this big killer because of it. Nine Tails was beaten into an idiot by the opponent just as soon as he came over with a move. In this case, they cannot realize their own value. Taking a deep breath, I saw a little calm in Naruto's eyes, with a little light in the calm. Is what you said true? He spoke softly, with a little yearning in his eyes, and 163 also had a smile on the corner of Naruto's mouth at this time. That's natural, otherwise, what are you and I talking about here? Okay, let's do it like this. Let me go back, and I'll bring all of them here, and then your wish will come true. From then on, who of us will compete for the position of the ultimate leader will depend on our own efforts. Naruto said excitedly as if he really heard the words. After listening to his words well, Luo Xiu also nodded slightly. I saw him turn around, as if he really wanted to let Naruto go back. The two celebrities also stood up, as if they really wanted to go back. Under such circumstances, both sides shot at the same time. I saw an extra shuriken in Naruto's hand and stabbed Luo Xiu. And Luo Xiu slapped Naruto directly in the face. With a bang, Naruto's attack failed, and Luo Xiu slapped him and sent him flying. Catch it. Luo Xiu spoke softly, and then looked at the demon sword boy beside him. At this time, the demon knife boy had also come over, with a little anger flashing on his face. He nodded easily. Obey, Yins. Naruto was arrested and put in jail. At this time, the only thing left here is the Nine Tails. Originally, Nine Tails could only come out a die with Naruto as the center, but in the battle just now, Luo Qing naturally used a small method so that the two of them would not change because of this. So now Nine Tails can appear here independently. That's why no one felt like they were going to fail just now. Because he felt a disconnect between himself and Nine Tails. This means that even if Nine Tails can be revived again, he may not necessarily hear about it, or even have a high probability of turning against him. After all, Nine Tails was sealed into his body from the very beginning, but the relationship between the two parties gradually improved, allowing him to use his own power for him. Are you still playing dead? If you play dead again, I will really beat you to death. Luo Xiu stood beside Nine Tails and watched for a while, then suddenly spoke. After listening to his words, Nine Tails' body was still in no condition, but a smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. As he spoke, Luo Xiu raised his left hand, and the supreme power was tightening on it. Seeing that he was about to punch directly through Ninetails' head, at this moment Ninetails spoke. Can you really kill me? I am an energy form. I have been killed more than a dozen times before, and I can still be resurrected, can't I? 399 all shots, seal. What, do you want to try? Luo Xiu said with a smile, and then he no longer hesitated, and punched him. The coercion brought by this punch was so strong that Ninetails' pupils shrank suddenly. He felt the danger of death. However, at the next moment, Luo Xiu's fist landed on his head and did not fall down. You should know that 8 Tails is inside Killer Bee, right? So can you feel the chakra of 8 Tails in him right now? 9 Tails paused and looked towards Killer Bee. After a little perception, as expected, I did not perceive the chakra of 8 Tails in Kira's nose. What have you done? The old voice of 9 Tails sounded. After hearing these words, some smiles appeared on the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth. You guess. One person and one beast just watched like this, and after a while, 9 Tails lowered his head. I see, I will listen to you. Easily solved the problem of 9 Tails. Luo Xiu looked at the black hole in the distance. He has felt some fluctuations since just now, as if something on the black hole has been unraveled. After feeling this force, I saw a slight smile flickering on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. The next moment, he flew in front of the black hole, and then stretched out his left hand to stick it. The next moment, a strange fluctuation was affecting his left hand, grabbing his left hand and passing through. However, Luo Xiu didn't hesitate, and directly pushed forward. There was a rumbling sound, and the entire black hole was instantly created at this moment, as if it was about to shatter. However, Luo Xiu also felt a force of qi acting on his body, as if he wanted to completely wreak havoc on his body. Everyone around looked at this scene in amazement, never expecting that Luo Xiu would dare the tough guy to go through the hole. Under everyone's gaze, there was the sound of traffic lights, and the next moment, the entire space channel was instantly shattered. One after another, strange forces spread to the surroundings, but Luo Xiu just stood there, and at this time his left hand was also bleeding. But that's all, he wasn't hurt too badly. Just now he discovered this so-called space passage. It is not as invincible as he imagined, it only has the power of space. Otherwise, it is impossible to treat the two as young people, and apart from that, there is no other special power. The night flickers, multicolored lights emerge in the sky, 10 and 1. The whole of the equipment slowly appeared from a distance. Seeing these hollow moments, Luo Xiu's eyes moved slightly. He felt some familiar and strange breath from this void. Familiarity is because he has seen strangeness before, because he has never touched it. Damn it, are you going to connect them all? Luo Xiu frowned and said. A thick beam of light protruded from a colorful hole in the distance, as if it wanted to shatter everything around it. At this moment, Luo Xiu appeared in front of the blood-spitting person in an instant, and his hands were violently exerted. Just let Luo Xiu crush it, and then use the big seal technique to seal the hole in front of him. At this time, in the surrounding holes, some special things slowly appeared. Shoot all of them, seal them for me to live in. 400 It's our turn. With Luo Xiu's roar, everyone around rushed forward, sealing these holes one by one. The most influential of these is Akainu. Zixuan was standing on the city wall just now. If Luo Xiu hadn't ordered him to come down just now, he would have rushed down to fight that Naruto in the past. And just after seeing those holes began to send things out, he instantly understood that those holes were probably connected to 150 other worlds. Facing such a situation, he can't hesitate. Unlike others, Akainu has similar powers in his own right. His own sense of justice prevents him from sitting back and watching other things invade his world. If it is said that his justice was only for Marine, then I now his justice has become to protect the whole world. And apparently, he did. Among the colorful holes you have at this time, at least half of them are formed by lava. This is exactly the power that Akainu used. As for Luo Xiu, he didn't use his own strength to seal those holes, but to deal with the things rushing out of those holes. A huge octopus up to 10,000 meters in size. 1,000-meter long eye, just seeing that eye will cause the body to be upgraded. A Gundam made of steel, and a yellow mouse that looks a little strange. These things were all shot by Luo Xiu himself, suppressing and killing them. It took Luo Xiu a whole day to complete these tasks. During this day, everyone felt tired, but no one regretted it, because they knew that if they didn't do it themselves, these things would invade the whole world. Their world will directly become something that ordinary people cannot understand in the next moment. In that case, they cannot sit idly by. Even Might Guy and Killer Bee got shot in the shot just now. Nami spoke softly, with a little peace in his eyes. Lord Luo Xiu, what's wrong with you? That's right, the two of them are willing to invade this world and fight for their own world. Black Maria said with some surprise. It should be fine, but why has Mr. Luo Xiu stayed there since the beginning? Everyone looked over and found that Luo Xiu was standing there motionless. That's right, the hole at the beginning is indeed like this, but it's not because we really can't go through it, but because of a strange force. The two worlds maintain a relative balance. Hearing the other person's words, Luo Xiu turned to look at him and shook his head slowly. It should be okay now, no new places will appear. Are we just holes? But they couldn't see that most of the people here were directly torn apart by those strange monsters. Black Maria walked to Luo Xiu's side and asked softly, I originally thought that preserving the entire world was the best course of action, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. Now, it's our turn. It was as if he himself had fallen into deep thought, but they usually couldn't see Luo Xiu like this. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu beside the sun also spoke slowly. We can't stay here any longer. What we have to do is not to be beaten passively, but to attack proactively. But at this moment, Luo Xiu shook his head slowly. 401 war is coming. Luo Xiu mobilized for a month to recruit talents from all over the world. Originally, no one came, but when everyone heard Luo Xiu's banner, and he really had an important reason this time, most of them came. For example, standing on the western city wall at this time, the boy wearing a straw hat, red vest, blue pants, and flip-flops. He opened his mouth wide, looking excitedly at the black hole in the sky. On his left is a man with green hair, a scar covering his left eye, and 303 long knives on his waist. And on the right side of it, there is a man with yellow hair, strange eyebrows, a cigarette in his mouth, a handsome man, but looking a bit wretched and tall and aloof. That's right, it's Luffy Socha who doesn't have Sanji 3. Even though Luo Xiu snatched Nami and Robin from Luffy's boat, he still left the companions he should have. I heard that this time I'm here to fight aliens, hey. Luffy said excitedly, and after hearing his words, Zoro on the side shook his head helplessly. What aliens? We're fighting people from the other world. Why do you care so much? With Luo Xiu here, we can't lose, but I hope there will be more young ladies in Otherworld this time. Maybe some young ladies will be moved by my chivalry and willing to marry me yo. Sanji smiled and said, his eyes were full of reconstruction. Besides them, the other supernovae around are also all around. Basically no one wants to miss this event. Because he is not stupid, the reason why he was able to protect Might Guy before was because they had similar ideas on their side. There is a little light in Garp's eyes, and there is justice in his heart. For him, there are some things that he cannot touch. Sengoku, who was standing next to him, calmly looked at the black hole in the distance. But sometimes they don't. For these intruders, perhaps Garp itself has an idea that can protect them. It seems that this time we really want to counterattack other incidents, but we don't know how far we can fight. In other words, it was a fixed thing for him and Sengoku to play the red face alone and the bad face alone. Fortunately, the people participating this time are not ordinary people, but those who are full of strength and want to make contributions. It's a pointless thing, so Garp won't say much. At most, it's just two people changing their identities. Everyone knows that if they really succeeded in conquering another world this time, then the credits will also come from this battle. Effort to calculate. So he quarreled with Sengoku and protected Might Guy to 157, there is no problem. Is war coming? Speaking of this, he looked around, looked at everyone around him, and then slowly heaved a sigh of relief, and continued. But what they want to touch now is not their side, but the invasions from another world. For example, if there are other intruders now, no matter how close he is to himself, Yinpu will not protect him. If he dared to do this on the battlefield, Luo Xiu would personally screw his head off without the help of others. 402 Gather, the war is about to start. Why, don't you feel sad when such a person dies? Fujitora looked at Sengoku with some surprise, he thought Sengoku was not such a person. And Sengoku naturally shook his head and said, some things are different from what you and I think. We can protect ordinary people who don't want to participate in the war, but we can't stop those who want to participate in the war, no matter what their nature is. For things that cannot be stopped, I naturally don't think much about it. As that's so, it can be said that he is worthy of being the former Marine Marshal. His awareness is high, the green cow said with a smile, and his eyes were also shining with a smile, staring straight at the black hole. In the Marine camp, he can be described as the first choice. To be honest, the defector is a little bit looked down upon by others. But this changed after the others were gradually controlled by Luo Xiu. The reason is simple, everyone has found a problem, that is, the current situation is completely different from what it used to be. They may be able to stick to previous concepts, or even carry out activities in full accordance with previous forms. These Luo Xius don't care about them, and even support them, such as the new protection department they established. In fact, there is not much difference from the previous Marine, and the road repair doesn't care at all. This also made Sengoku Garp and others a little excited. They felt that Luo Xiu probably wanted to delegate power. But later they learned that the reason why Luo Xiu didn't care about it was because he was too lazy to care about it, but as for things like delegating power, small things can naturally be let go. But for those big events, if they dare to cause trouble, there is only a dead end waiting for them. Justice will prevail, but the evil existences who dare to invade our world will eventually be invaded by us again. Akainu said in a cold voice, a little radiance of his face shone on his body. He is the existence that he wants to fight. For him, fighting does not have to exist, but in the current situation, fighting is indispensable. It is impossible for him to let his battle be damaged in order to protect everything here. The only thing he can do is to let his own strength reach a certain level, and then break through the plot of the invaders, crushing them all with justice. Really, don't be so impatient, we will occupy another world. Then don't you have to protect their justice then? Aokiji spoke softly, although he had a fight with Akainu before. And at the cost of having his leg cut off. For him, it doesn't actually have much impact. And naturally he can communicate with Akainu quietly, there is no problem with that. As for Kizaru next to him, he was silent, with a little calmness in his eyes, like fishing in peace. For Kizaru, Everything here has nothing to do with him. As for looking at the surrounding situation, it is not a problem for him not to look at it. Nomas. As for attacking the other world now, Kizaru actually doesn't have too many ideas. For him, the ones he wants to fight must be those who are weaker than him. For those beings who are as powerful as him, or even stronger than him, it is natural to run away with 2 hits. It's his usual style, and this time it won't be any different. It's just that Kizaru was a little scared, because he was afraid that his previous actions would make Luo Xiu in the distance unhappy. 403 Admiral's joint attack. For Kizaru, everyone here can be disobedient, so that he no longer obeys the other party's orders. Especially for some orders that hurt him, or even sent him to death, he was naturally just going through the motions. But the problem was that Luo Xiu didn't dare to do that. Although Luo Xiu is not directly controlling them now, everyone knows that everything they do is serving wrong Xiu. Under such circumstances, no one would dare to violate Luo Xiu's mission, not even Kizaru. So he didn't speak, just quietly waiting. Let's see what Luo Xiu thinks about their situation later. If Luo Xiu still doesn't want to control them, then he will naturally fish when he wants to. But if Luo 783 changed into another appearance and made them work hard, he would naturally have to perform harder. That's right, it's just a performance. For Lai, all he does is just a performance. He can't lose his life and really do those things. For him, he can't do it, and it's impossible to do it. Taking a deep breath, Kizaru looked at Luo Xiu secretly with a little calm in his eyes. At this time, Luo Xiu's eyes were filled with calm, and there were some waves in the calm light. This counterattack to the Hokage Ninja ADFC world did not come on a whim, but he had a similar idea long ago. The former Luo Xiu, in fact, relied on all his own strength. He was able to make a big time travel. That is to break the current space-time conventions and teleport him directly to another world, but he can't prove where that world is. If it is sent to a place that is similar to this world, or weaker than this world, even if it is not much stronger. In case he is teleported to a certain guest world or some mysterious and unreasonable rule world. Even if he has passed the training, he is likely to be seriously injured. Not so much for Luo Xiu, he just waited here, waiting for the time to come. And now the time has come, the Hokage Ninja world is beckoning to him, and the reverse travel mechanism has been destroyed by him. So he can directly attack with his own army, completely conquer the situation on the other side, and thus control the 2 worlds. Superior. Luo Xiu didn't say any more nonsense, just spoke directly. The next moment, a terrifying ray of light appeared instantly, and Huang Yuan was the first to rush forward, shooting out a huge yellow beam of light with both hands, blasting at that. Above the black hole. As the black hole gradually absorbs energy, it slowly spreads and grows larger, allowing more people to rush through it. Akainu also jumped forward, with lava burning on his body, and punched Great Eruption directly. Then comes Aokiji's frozen moment. The reason why they do this is not to show their strength, but because they have to. No one knows if there is a trap on the other side. So they must use their current strength to directly defeat the traps that may or may not exist over there. Then he rushed over with a single brain. However, the moment the 3 forces acted on that space channel, the next moment, a terrifying roar and conflict shouted directly from the opposite side. Shield of the Crane. With a loud roar, a huge shield blocked all 3 attacks. 404 Crocodile vs. Gaara. As soon as he came to this world, Gaara saw something wrong in front of him. In an instant, he understood what the other party wanted to do. So, are you planning to invade our side? He said softly, facing the army of thousands of people below. He didn't have any fear. It's not like he hasn't seen similar scenes before. Although he wasn't the protagonist at the time, it's not necessarily impossible for him to be the protagonist now. On behalf of the powerful forces of the Hokage world, I express our sincerity to you. As long as you choose to surrender, we will maintain peace and friendship between the 2 worlds. There will not be any war, so that the 2 worlds can coexist peacefully, and we can invade other worlds together. Gaara spoke softly. The sand behind his body sprang up next to his body, forming a throne, and he sat on it. Is that so? Is this what you think? It sounds disgusting. Ah. Akainu's cold words sounded. In this world, among the 3 admirals, Akainu looks scary, and Akainu looks violent, but when it comes to invasion, Hate is the only one who disagrees. Because what he insisted on in advance was justice, he was not doing it for power or profit, but for justice. Whoever stands in the way of justice will be torn to pieces. That's why, the next marshal after Sengoku will be him. That's why 5 elders would be willing to choose him as the next marshal. This is also why he would kill a lot of people in previous battles. This is his justice, iron and blood breaks the dawn, and is meticulous. The next moment, 2 sandstorms of different forces collided together, making a crackling sound. Sand escape, desert funeral. Because he knows who is the best to deal with this kind of sand-like attack. Then what should we do? Shall we make a move now? But man, if we make a move, will we call back too? Gaara said and waved her hands. At this time, there is no 9 tails in his body, but his own strength is also very strong. And now, he has been convinced. Naruto clenched his fists and spoke helplessly. An attack like a natural disaster like a sandstorm rushed towards everyone in front of him. According to this situation, Gaara should not be able to survive. However, facing this terrifying attack, Akainu did not take any action. 0. Asking for flowers. So he will not be afraid of anything, what he calls is just the justice in his heart, for the justice of this world, he will step through and smash Shink. As soon as he made a move, he used his most powerful power, and the terrifying fluctuations shattered directly to the front. The huge power generated by the desert burial laid down everything in front of him. No one can see the scene of their battle clearly, because everyone can only see two balls of sand constantly fighting and devouring. That's right, he already knew that Might Guy and Killer Bee didn't betray, they were just caught here helplessly. Sure enough, Crocodile, who was standing on the city wall, saw the opponent's attack, a little smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his figure directly turned into a desert tornado and rushed towards him. He, since you said so, then don't blame me for being rude, just let me experience your strength. 405 He's mine. Might Guy looked at the people around him, with a little surprise in his eyes. To be honest, he wanted to do it himself, but the grinning Garp next to him, and the meticulous Sengoku, either of them could have given him a 50-50. In other words, if the two of them fight together, he will never be able to beat them. As for whether adding Naruto and Killer Bee can make them fly, Naruto is okay, his own, 307, power is very strong, but Killer Bee can't. That's right, Killer Bee is also very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be loved by Fourth Raikage as his younger brother. Not to mention being the manpower owner of Eight Tails. But he became the pillar of Eight Tails' manpower when he was very young, and at that time he was able to coexist with Eight Tails and exert the power of Eight Tails. This also led to the fact that most of the abilities he developed centered on Eight Tails. But now, Eight Tails has been stripped out, and he has become a loner, which has led to a sharp decline in his own strength. It's fine if it's an ordinary battle, his own lightning style is enough for him to use. But now, this is a pinnacle battle. If he rushes forward in his current state, there is a high probability that he will be directly killed by others. So Might Guy didn't count the 8, he just counted the next celebrity. But are the two of them enough? Might Guy looked around. Here besides Sengoku and Garp he knew. There is also a woman looking with her chin, and a man wearing a pink cloak with a smirk on his face. A swordsman wearing a black hat and holding a huge black sword in his hand. He didn't know how strong these three were, because he had never fought against them, but he could feel the strength of those three, none of them were weak. Crocodile snorted coldly, swung his left hand violently, and huge dust directly covered Gar's body, trying to tear it apart directly. Do you really think that I am the strongest now? Let me show you how powerful I really am. Spear of the Crane Guard. Facing such an attack, Crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly, without any hesitation. 1-2's body directly turned into dust and spread to the surroundings. But even so, at this moment, he was carried by the burrs of his hands and fingers and fell into the distant city wall, making a bang. The moment the voice fell, Gar directly released the hand and power in her body, and the next moment, a huge body that you thought would wrap it. This is known as the most powerful spear in the ninja world. Sand falls. So he was silent, he didn't make a move, and even grabbed Naruto who was about to make a move. It's really not good, then let me play. He's mine. At this time, Crocodile suddenly shouted angrily. Crocodile directly developed Devil Fruit, the awakened power to take all the sand around it for its own use. On the opposite side, Gaara is struggling to support him. Yes, he is very strong, but it is also the manpower pillar of One Tail, which means that his ability has a little relationship with One Tail. Gaara gave a low cry, and Shukaku shot a thick spear straight forward. At this time, the final fight has already begun in the battlefield. But at this time, a smile appeared on the corner of Gaara's mouth. Doflamingo on the side said with a smile. 406 1-2, the Battle of Kings. See the crocodile crawling out of the city walls. Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged and said nothing more. Compared with the aura of a big drug lord like Clark Doll, Doflamingo is more like the king of the underground world. They are all heroes, but they are not the same. So, facing Crocodile's impolite words, Doflamingo didn't say much, but responded with a smile. Crocodile turned into a sandstorm again, and rushed towards the opposite enemy. But at this time, on Luo Xiu's side, his eyes did not pay attention to the two fighting, but looked at the black waterfall in the distance. That's right, that black hole has turned into a waterfall at this time, flowing downwards. Then something like a black door appeared. Then, the door was pushed open. Under everyone's gaze, a huge roar came directly from the gate. Then the monster with two tails all the time rushed over from inside and rushed towards the crowd. This is the two tails, followed by other tailed beasts that did not appear. None of these tattoos felt scared, they were all excited because they felt the breath of the new world. And behind the tailed beast, there are a large number of benevolent people, and they launched a general attack. They launched the final invasion, which is what they were trying to do before. And now, they did. Give it to me, kill all these guys. The enchanting young man waved the enchanting knife in his hand, roaring loudly. Immediately, he jumped off the city wall first, affecting her way. And the others, the strong pirates didn't hesitate anymore, they activated their abilities one after another, fell from the city wall, and rushed towards the existence of the other world on the opposite side. The battle is so imminent. After listening to his words, I didn't say much with Luo Xiu, but walked 180 forward step by step. Senju Hashirama said with a smile, and beside him, a figure appeared. Both sides are dead and wounded, after all, it is impossible for so many battlefield battles that no one died. Casualties came quickly, too. Vibrant light flickered, and all kinds of air continued to spread on the battlefield. It seems that you are the most powerful guy, that Kakashi said. Sure enough, this breath of life is not something ordinary people can have. Only Luo Xiu stood where he was, without moving, because his eyes were on the figure who was also walking towards this side from a distance. I know how powerful you are. Although I haven't seen it before, I don't want to make mistakes. Come out, old friend, and let's fight together. Even Nami and others showed their strength and went to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. At this time, the player Hashirama looked at Luo Xiu curiously, with a smile in his eyes. He was still the same as Luo Xiu remembered, laughing and joking, but his combat effectiveness could not be ignored. Uchiha Madara, fellow legendary ninja with Senju Hashirama. If others are a battle of soldiers or a battle of generals, now Luo Xiu and Senju Hashirama on the opposite side is a battle of kings. The man he knew was known as Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. As soon as Uchiha Madara appeared, he stared at Luo Xiu. You smell like 9 tails. However, seeing Luo Xiu walking towards him, Senju Hashirama did not attack directly, but said with a smile. 407. The outcome is decided. Is it so easy to see? Luo Xiu spoke softly, there was only a smile in his eyes, without any change. Seeing the other party's appearance at this time, a little hair appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. The next moment, a huge fire-style great fireball technique blasted forward. Black light flickered, and terrifying flames burned directly towards Luo Xiu on the opposite side. However, there is only a smile in Luo Xiu's eyes, and there is a little exuberance in the smile. Without any hesitation, he just waved his left hand, and a black light directly burned the great fireball in front of him. Finally, his body pushed straight forward and came in front of Uchiha Madara. Pressing Uchiha Madara's head with his left hand, he pinched him directly. I've tried attacks like yours many times, and it seems that you guys haven't made much progress. Luo Xiu's traditional words made Uchiha Madara's eyes flash with surging light. Yes, he was old, but now he's back in his prime. Now he is the legendary god of ninjas, and it is enough for one person to monopolize all ninjas. Then he will naturally not be afraid, and naturally he will not be ridiculed by others. Tsukuyomi W. A low shout sounded, and then Uchiha Madara's Sharingan turned rapidly. The next moment, with the wrath of the old, you froze in place, with calmness shining in your eyes. He's under my control, Hashirama do it. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, as if he didn't bother to make a move. And at this time, the awning. Senju Hashirama didn't hesitate anymore. The power on his body flickered endlessly, and the terrifying light beams increased tremendously in this one. He clasped his hands together and slammed them on the ground. What's going on? Is there someone on the other side who can rival Lord Luo Xiu? Nami Robin and others looked at the huge explosion group with surprise. Everything he has now, besides his own hard work, is more of an opportunity for Luo Xiu. They were still fighting just now, but now everyone feels fear and fear. It's not a simple explosion, it's an explosion of vitality. How strong is the vitality of the strong man who uses this trick? And it is impossible for such a strong person to stand there and let him fight, but now he cooperates with Wuxi Wujing, so that he is able to use this move. But at this time, Senju Zujian Qian Chenjiao, who used this trick, just stood up slowly, looking calmly at the explosion group in the sky. The demon knife boy clenched the demon knife in his hand, with an angry light shining in his eyes. Afterwards, a violent explosion sounded, and the terrifying light directly engulfed Luo Xiu completely. At this time, everyone in the distance looked directly at this side. The next moment, the terrifying trees began to grow rapidly, directly piercing the ground in front of them, and then wrapped Luo Xiu directly, and flew him into the sky. All the people expressed their disbelief, but they had no choice but to believe what happened now. Among other things, that fantasy fruit was enough for him to serve Luo Xiu for the rest of his life. Luo Xiu died, the outcome has been decided, you wait to submit to the tiger. Really, how can his power reach this level? For him, this kind of attack has been used before, but basically it can't hit the opponent. Because the strength of the strong man who can make him make this move is at least weaker than him. 408 Sengoku vs. Senju Hashirama. The loud voice resounded throughout the battlefield, and this sentence appeared in everyone's mind. The powerhouses in the ninja world don't think there is anything wrong. Although they don't know who said this sentence, it is naturally said by someone on their side. Because the guy named Luo Xiu is not from their side, so he must be from the other side. No, it's impossible, how could heavenly Luo Xiu die? Black Maria swung her 8 spider legs and killed the ninjas around her, her eyes full of anger. That's right, Master Luo Xiu is a god, he can't die here, you are delusional. Runti also thought of rushing forward at this moment, exerting his own power to ultimate. He crushed a hostage's head with one stroke, then pulled the other person's body and threw it towards 157. No one can kill Lord Luo Xiu, no one. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Senju Hashirama in the distance. Like him, there are Nami, Robin, Kazuki Hiyori and many other women of Luo Xiu. Their gazes all turned to Senju Hashirama, and then turned into several torrents at the same time, rushing towards each other. However, Senju Hashirama only had a smile in his eyes when he saw these strong men rushing towards him. I saw him hee-hee, and then put his hands together and shouted angrily. Wood style, Senju cannon. As the voice fell, Huge trees rose up from under his feet, pushing him directly on top, and then the trees gradually converged into a huge Senju Guanyin. This is the four-hand Guanyin completely condensed by wood, and its strength have already surpassed ordinary wood. 1,000 Buddha palms, Senju Hashirama growled. In the end, a frightening light flickered, and the huge Buddha waved his giant palm and patted Nami and others. The trick he used was a killer, and he used this trick to kill all the people over there at the same time. Mercy. How could he face this group of otherworld people? How could he have any mercy? All he has is fighting and madness. Seeing that the terrifying fluctuations were about to hit Nami and the others on the opposite side, a figure shining with golden light appeared in front of them. The broad back completely blocked them. This person is none other than Sengoku, the Buddha. Buddha shock. Sengoku let out a low growl, his eyes flickered, and he blasted forward with great power. A golden light flashed, and a ring-shaped shock wave pulsated round and round. Then everything in front of him was broken, and it was so still that it shook the palm of Mufo. There was a rumbling sound. At this moment, the attacks of the two sides converged, and then there was a huge roar. The terrifying fluctuations shook everything around. All weak people were blown away, even Nami and others were blown away, unable to stay here. Your opponent is me. Sengoku's power behind the enemy's life increased terrifyingly at this moment, and he rushed directly to the opposite Senju Hashirama. The two top powerhouses were open to fight together, and the people around them no longer hesitated at this moment, and joined the battlefield one after another. It's just that the goals of Nami Robin, Black Maria and others are not those enemies, but the spirals that are finally wrapped and destroyed by those trees. From the very beginning, Luo Xiu was crushed inside, unable to even move, they had to rescue him. 409A puppet. The black light flickered, and the red on also flickered violently at this moment. Slice after slice, the rest of the colors are condensed in Luo Xiu's mind. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the world that looked a little different before him. He originally thought that facing Tsukuyomi's skill, he had already endured it before, so there would not be much difference. It's enough to just tear this false world apart, but when he came here, he found that it was different. That's right, Uchiha Madara's reading turned out to be something completely different from Tsukuyomi's before him, something. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu looked around. At this time, on the surroundings, he saw something that made him feel a little surprised. It was a person who looked exactly like him, and at this moment this person was looking at him with a sneer. Why, do you think you are good enough now? You just wait for you. Are you worthy of having all of this? Why don't you transfer all of these to me, and I will take you to have all the good things in this world? The figure in front of him spoke slowly, while Luo Xiu just looked at him quietly without saying anything. Luo Xiu, give up. Only when you die can you usher in a better life. I will replace you, help you, and accomplish what you have not accomplished. The figure on the opposite side saw that Luo Xiu did not compromise, and continued to speak, but Luo Xiu looked at it again for a while, and finally shook his head helplessly. This kind of fake thing that even a child can't fool, how did you think of using it to lie to me? Let you complete everything here instead of me, what should I do? Actually, I didn't tell you that you were a puppet created by me from the very beginning, a puppet who endured these hardships instead of me. When Luo Xiu saw this scene, he burst out laughing. But the figure on the opposite side stood there, unscathed. After the voice fell, Luo Xiu didn't say anything more. He waved his fist and attacked again. The next moment, his entire chest exploded directly at this moment, scarlet blood marked the space. But so what? When you gave me these pains, didn't you also give me these strengths? 0. Seeking flowers. It's so funny, I have the same power, how can I not be the real you? The figure on the opposite side said with a smile, his body was shining with red light. At this moment, he seemed to directly occupy Luo Xiu's body and turn him into a real Luo Xiu. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu rushed forward directly, and then punched the opponent's body. But even so, Luo Xiu didn't back down from the door. So it's not me who deserves to be damned, but you, the guy behind the battle scene who didn't suffer any pain, but only gained strength. What are you talking about? My life, my experience, everything I have, is just a bag for others. There is a difference between you and me. This is the most appropriate and correct thing to do now. Give up your life and give your life to me. This is what you will do in the end. Funny, maybe it's the same as what you said, everything in my life was calculated by you, and you endured the pain for you. And now, you have fulfilled your mission, so give me the life you have. Punch after punch hit the opponent's body, and he also spit out blood one by one. 410, return, piercing. With a huge roar, the ball floating in the sky in the distance exploded instantly at this moment, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. Luo Xiu, Master Luo Xiu, you are finally back. Master Luo Xiu, are you alright? Nami, Robin and others all looked excited. They thought they needed to save Luo Xiu by themselves, but it didn't look like that now. And looking at Luo Xiu's 193 body without any injuries, one knew that even if Senju Hashirama used a fairly powerful attack on him, it would be of no use to him. At this time, Senju Hashirama was fighting with Sengoku, the Buddha. Seeing Luo Xiu come out unharmed, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, from this point of view, there is something wrong with the information. He frowned and said without saying anything more, but looked at his friend, Uchiha Madara. Seeing his eyes, Uchiha Madara nodded slowly, as if she understood something. At last, among the players, the fight against Sengoku of Buddha continued. Uchiha Madara stared straight at Luo Xiu and walked towards him. How did you manage to come out of the darkness I created? Uchiha Madara said with some surprise. This is something he never thought of. He thought that the reading world he created should be unique and no one can surpass it. But now it seems that things don't seem to be like this. You said this, it's very simple, the fake me is the fantasy you let me know in my heart, right? One move. With a bang, the long stick created by the truth-seeking ball was kicked away by Luo Xiu. When I hit him and I get hurt, what I should do is simply hit me and get him hurt. Then Luo Xiu waved his left hand, and a long sword appeared, piercing Uchiha Madara's chest. To be honest, I really believed it at first. So I know it's all fake, all I have to do is beat him to death, that's all. It seems that what you said is true. I didn't expect to act like this, and you cracked it. It deserves it. I still have to think about it for a few years before I can think of this reading world. If this goes on, he will die and I will live. This is the psychological hint you gave me that scared me from the very beginning. And when he attacks himself, he will be covered in bruises, and I will not suffer any harm. After the words fell, a truth-seeking ball turned into a long stick and pierced directly in front of him at this moment, trying to pierce Luo 0.6 Xiu's chest in vain. A huge roar sounded, the air was squeezed instantly at this moment, and then a huge explosion sounded. When Luo Xiu saw this scene, there was only a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he kicked him. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and finally burst out laughing. He became a little pale, and the 6 truth-seeking balls were spinning rapidly behind him. But soon I discovered something was wrong. You should not have that much power to switch between me and him. But since this is the case, what we have to do now is very simple, right? I will beat you to death, and you will also resist me. Then his whole body turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Luo Xiu opposite. Uchiha Madara said with a smile. He swung his hands violently and slapped them directly in his body. The next moment, 6 Paths Sage mode was turned on instantly. 411 So I'm here. It seems that you are not as strong as you think. Luo Xiu looked at Uchiha Madara who was pierced through the chest in front of him, and said with a smile that his eyes were full of mockery. He is not a good person, he will not say those words that can motivate the other party at this time, the only thing he has to do is to beat the other party to death. This is Luo Xiu's firm belief from the very beginning. Also the reason he wasn't covered by something special from the very beginning. How the hell did you do it? Uchiha Madara frowned, saying that in his opinion, things shouldn't be like this. Just now he activated the time-space ability and transformed his body into 06. In other words, even if Luo Xiu could stab him, what he stabbed would be his afterimage at this time. Can't pierce its body, but now Luo Xiu actually pierced his body. What are you talking about? The time and space ability of Earthcrack is just, why do you think I can't use it? As the voice fell, Luo Xiu kicked forward, and Uchiha Madara flew out with his kick, and hit the ground hard. Following Luo Xiu's movement of his shoulders, he came in front of the opponent and looked down on him. It looks the same as the Uchiha Madara I imagined, but it's actually a little different. You are not as heartless as he is, but it doesn't matter, you are going to die here anyway. As Luo Xiu said, he waved the long knife in his hand high, and he was about to behead Uchiha Madara directly. There are many people in the Hokage world, and Luo Xiu will not kill them. Because he needs these people to help him stabilize the world so that there will be no chaos in the world. But some people must die, such as Uchiha Madara in front of him. Uchiha Madara's status in the world of Hokage is equivalent to his status in the world of One Piece. That is a powerhouse that directly surpasses an era. If you don't kill the opponent, and the opponent makes some small moves behind the scenes, even weak players can't compete with it. Then the opponent must be killed at this time in order to resolve these consequences. However, just when Luo Xiu's long knife was about to cut off Uchiha Madara's head, a huge tree smashed directly towards him. It is none other than Senju Hashirama across the way. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are good friends, good brothers, even if there is a little hatred between them, it is still nothing compared to the battle between the worlds. So at this moment, he came to rescue Uchiha Madara with 2 heavy attacks from Sengoku, the Buddha. Walk. Senju Hashirama let out a low cry, grabbed Uchiha Madara, and threw it directly towards the construction passage in the distance. Uchiha Madara turned into a torrent, directly passed through the space-time channel, and returned to his own world. At this time, Luo Xiu's eyes turned to the rising player Hashirama 777. Sacrifice yourself to save him. Don't you think the sacrifice is a bit big? To be honest, I know which of you two has ambitions. You just want to protect your own people, and you have great ambitions if you don't move with them. That is to say, you don't have to die, but he must die, but you send him away now, which is equivalent to letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Do you think I might let you go? After hearing these words, Senju Hashirama sneered, and there was a little light in his eyes. I know you won't let me go, and I know from beginning to end that you won't let go of our world, so I'm here. 412 The divine tree descends, completely suppressed. There are many things in this world that can end without fighting. In the current scene, this is not the case. When Senju Hashirama was left here alone, he knew he was going to die. His strength is very strong, he used his most powerful strength to ravage the unsuspecting Luo Xiu, but he couldn't even hurt him. This means that no matter how powerful his attack is, he cannot injure Luo Xiu. In other words, Luo Xiu is already invincible. In this case, no matter what he does, the end result will be the same. So Senju Hashirama didn't say much. He just clasped his hands together, and under the gaze of everyone, he slapped his hands directly into the ground. Wood style, Wood Xiuan. Accompanied by a loud roar, the surrounding land was surging up and down at this moment, and even the built city wall was shaking a little at this moment. What's going on here? What ability did he activate? Garp swung his iron fist at him. Senju Hashirama blasted past. However, Senju Hashirama unleashed all his strength directly in the next moment. I saw his body so shriveled so sharply that even he himself coughed a little. If Senju Hashirama once stood at the top of the Hokage world, then he is just a weakling now. Or mentally handicapped even worse than ordinary people. It's because he focused all his power into the seed he planted. Come and witness, in our world. The sacred tree that was forcibly suppressed by us and prevented him from growing, in this world, he will exert his power. The moment the voice fell, huge trees rose from the ground, directly flying the Garp that rushed over. Luo Xiu and the others also retreated quickly, making room for the growth of the sacred tree. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a huge tree as thick as a pencil grew out of the ground. He is as thick as 1,000 meters, and his height is even more invisible. My strength has been suppressed, and I feel that my strength is only half of what it was before. He walked over with flames burning on his body. As a strong man in this world, he could naturally perceive how active the power fluctuations in his body were. But the moment the sacred tree grew, he felt that the strength in his body was half weaker than before. This made him feel a little speechless, and he also knew that this speed was amazing. Ha ha ha. Starting today, I will become one with this sacred tree, he will become our umbrella, and it will also be your last song. As the voice fell, black power flickered, and at this moment of the sacred tree, terrifying fluctuations erupted, covering the entire world. Everyone felt that their strength had declined, only Luo Xiu stood there with calm eyes. He looked at Senju Hashirama who was sealed in the trees, shook his head slowly, and then continued. Good Zhao good, is it worth it? Hearing this, Senju Hashirama didn't speak, but closed his mouth and eyes. At this moment, he fell into a sense of death. Lord Luo Xiu, what shall we do next? Sengoku on the side frowned and said, he thought it would be good to win this battle, but who knew that he turned into this light now? If the opponent rushes over at this time, we may be unable to resist. 413 take turns to attack. At this stage, the strength of everyone in One Piece world has been suppressed to less than half. Even Luo Xiu's strength at this time has been suppressed to less than half, but his strength itself is quite strong. Even with only half of his strength, he is enough to rub most of the strong people in this world on the ground. Therefore, he will not feel afraid, nor will he feel that there are too many changes. But Luo Xiu good stressed that he could not defeat all the people in the entire Hokage world with only half of his strength. Taking a deep breath, he saw a little calm in Luo Xiu's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke softly. 270 inches lead 100 people to attack the sacred tree day and night, and it must be uprooted. As for me, I will find a helper, and when we find a helper, this world is enough for us to conquer. After Luo Xiu finished speaking in a soft voice, he immediately left the place. As Luo Xiu left, everyone present looked at each other, and finally they all shrugged slightly, without saying anything more. For them, this situation is the only way now. Yes, some of them do not believe Luo Xiu, in their opinion AGDF, Luo Xiu probably ran away. But whether it really ran away, no one knows, and no one knows what happened. The only thing they can do is to listen to Luo Xiu's words here and do what Luo Xiu said before. Everyone, come with me, let's attack that sacred tree together, I believe we can smash it completely. Sengoku said suddenly, and then directly turned into a big Buddha form, using his most powerful Buddha's impact. The golden shock wave hit the big tree, causing the whole tree to sway, but then the big tree seemed to slowly adapt to this attack intensity. It actually slowly sent the golden shock wave to the surroundings, and bounced back to Sengoku's body. Fortunately, Sengoku also likes these golden shock waves, so he can use his own strength to resist these golden shock waves, so he didn't suffer much damage. But even so, the power of this matter itself has reached a terrifying level. It seems impossible for me to attack myself. This big tree can replicate our strength and carry out a counterattack. At this level, no matter who attacks him alone, he can only resist with his own strength in the end. After hearing Sengoku's words, everyone around looked at each other, only to see Akainu snorting coldly. Leave it to me, and I will lead everyone to destroy this big tree. The justice in his heart supports Akainu to fight forward. He can't give up his current power no matter what. He must directly destroy the sacred tree in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he moved forward with bare fists and waved his fists violently. Great eruption. The crimson flame burned directly forward, producing a huge explosion sound. Immediately there was a rumbling sound, but everyone present only sighed slightly when they saw this scene. Because a similar great eruption and red line also blasted out from that depth, resisting each other. What are you waiting for? Akainu roared, and Kizaru and Aokiji followed quickly. 414 Viagra. Luo Xiu knew that those people were fighting hard. After all, even though he was far away from those people, he could feel the entire space trembling violently. Of course, this tremor can be felt by a strong man of his level. For ordinary people, they only know that the whole world will shake for a while, as if there is an earthquake. Walking forward, Luo Xiu quickly came to an empty space. It is said to be nothingness, but in fact this is just something that is blessed in the cracks in space. As soon as he entered here, Luo Xiu felt a vague power sitting on him, as if he wanted to turn himself into a lonely ghost here. Is it just that this kind of power wants to shake me? It's really funny. Luo Xiu snorted coldly, sounded the sudden burst of power, and directly ejected this dark force that was trying to change him. After he negotiated, a figure slowly gathered in front of him, looking at him coldly. Who are you? How come I haven't heard of you? He looked at the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth in front of this thin-looking man. Blinking. With a smile. Why, as a strong man beyond an era, are you really willing to be a lonely ghost here instead of returning to the world? The moment he heard these words, the man on the opposite side paused. I saw him looking Luo Xiu up and down, and his eyes lit up slightly at this moment. However, Luo Xiu didn't say anything, he just waved his left hand slowly, and then threw a red force into Rock's body. Rock said with some surprise, his eyes were shining with excitement at this time. 0. Seeking flowers. Now the world channel has been opened, endless worlds are beginning to converge towards this world, and it won't be long before the whole world will be caught in the flames of war, and the world will be torn apart. As a strong man beyond an era, he doesn't even have the ability to bring the dead back to life. How could Luo Xiu on the opposite side have such power? You are different from us, you are a living person, how did you come here? Could it be that the passage between the two worlds has been opened? Can I go back? However, seeing the other person's appearance, Luo Xiu just shook his head slowly, and then continued to speak. Hearing this, Rock snorted coldly, then looked at Luo Xiu. Rock said with a sneer, a little mockery flickered in his eyes. You are a future junior, why? If we really can't use our strength, then why are you here? Tell me, I don't want to allow this to happen, and I won't allow it to happen, so I'm asking you to do it. Wait until the very end, this world will be damaged, it can't bear even a little strength, and it will even become the battlefield of myriad worlds. Hearing this, Luo Xiu stopped talking nonsense and spoke softly. Things are different from what you imagined. Even if the two worlds are really connected now, after you go back, can you influence the world again? 0.0. No, now you will only become a lonely ghost after you go back, just wandering in the world. Maybe it's better than now, but it's just a little bit. Can we, the undead, still use our spare power? 415. Go back, fight one side. On top of a huge skull, there are a lot of people here. Wang Ji and John, two old people who had already died, stayed here at this time. In the previous battle of the Valley of the Gods, Rox died, and the two of them were relatively weak people in the Rox pirate. He did not develop his power like Whitebeard, Newgate and others, but directly chose to retire. In the end, he died in a corner where there was no one. 857. Then they came to this world and re-saw their former captain in the form of undead. However, when they saw Rox, they didn't have the crazy look they once had. The reason is simple, the Rox are dead, they are all ghosts, and it is impossible for them to build another kingdom of souls here. As dead people, their strength is very small. Once, Rox could destroy mountains and seas with one punch, and has already stepped on the world with his feet. But now Rox is just an ordinary guy with no heirs. They are all lonely ghosts, and when they are alive, most of them exercise only their own bodies and the power of devil fruit. Few people exercise their souls, so their souls are weak after death. Because Rox has no determination to dominate again, Wang Ji and John didn't say anything more. They just came to this place that looks like Skull Island and stayed here. Wang Ji, how many years have passed now, can we really only stay here for the rest of our lives? John spoke calmly, the emptiness in his eyes gradually spread. Why, are you going to disappear too, John? In this world, when we come to this land of nothingness, we know that everyone is actually dead. But those of us who are still here are actually not reconciled, right? The captain back then could clearly conquer the world and become the overlord of the entire world, but because of Roger and those guys in the sea house, he died directly and let himself go. How could we surrender? How could we agree with this? But there is no way now. If you want to go, go, I will continue to wait here, waiting for that miracle to appear. Wang Ji said with a smile. It seems that he is more relieved than John, so he can stay here for a longer time, but if you look closely, you will find that there is a proliferation of nothingness in his heart. That's right, the two of them are almost unable to hold on, and they know that when they can't hold on, they will turn into nothingness or they will recondense into a new soul without memory and throw themselves into the world. But no matter what it is, both of them will die here. And they are not reconciled at all. Captain, when will you come back? If you come back, maybe we can conquer that sea again. Wang Ji said with a light smile, then slowly closed his eyes, starting from his footsteps, his body dissipated bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, when Akoku opened his eyes, he saw a bold and familiar face. Captain, why are you here? Did you disappear with me? Akoku looked surprised, but Rox just patted him on the shoulder. Some said with a wry smile. Don't worry, Akoku, now we are different from before, we will return to the previous world to fight in 10 directions. 416 Do more. Looking at these dead souls standing in front of him, Luo Xiu had a smile in his eyes. If he hadn't had much thought about protecting the whole world, he thought he might lose, but this is no longer the case. Because standing in front of him at this time are Rocks, Wang Ji, John Roger Whitebeard, Newgate and other top powerhouses who have long died. These powerhouses are standing here at this time. There is a smile in the eyes, madness, and yearning for life. Some of them have almost been nihilized, that is, reincarnated into a pure soul 06. But in any case, the people who can survive here at this time have their own ideas. Even among them, Luo Xiu also saw a person who belonged to Marine, punished. Unlike others, the punishment was his own suicide. But even so, there was a smile in his eyes for what he did at this time, without any thought of blaming Luo Xiu. The reason is very simple, because they are about to be resurrected, and they are about to go to the world they used to live in and fight for the world. Have you thought about it? If you think about it, come with me. I will reshape a physical body that suits you. It only takes a few days of fusion, and you will be able to restore your peak strength. But if you die again, you will simply turn into nothingness and dissipate, and you won't come back here again. Luo Xiu spoke out the pros and cons, and after hearing his words, everyone present didn't even hesitate. We are ready, take us to the world that was born. As they spoke, the smiles in their eyes became more vigorous. They said that they had had enough of the current situation here. That's right, in this sea of nothingness, they can see anything, and see the Emperor's madness flashing here. But in any case, what they feel here is false, and it is the self-satisfaction in the soul. It's not really the feeling of having your feet on the ground, your head in the sky, and breathing the free air. Okay. If that's the case, then go back with me. Now the existence of the other world is invading our world, and we will use the power of you undead to protect this world. The moment the voice fell, Luo Xiu punched forward. Just hearing the rumbling sound, the space in front of them was instantly torn apart at this moment, and a bright beam of light appeared in front of everyone. The longing for this life is the power zone that represents light. Go, regain control of life's destiny, fight for you, for yourself, for the world, and for me. Luo Xiu's eyes shone with a little fiery light, and Rocks and the others didn't say much, stepping into the light beam step by step. At this time, directly below the black hole on the side of 610, towering trees that are 1 month old are standing there. At this time, the tree was not indifferent, but continued to blast out various attacks, attacking the surroundings. Senju Hashirama, who was locked in the tree, did not have any movement, as if he had died, but his consciousness had actually been integrated with the tree long ago. Originally, Senju Hashirama thought that the only thing he could do after he died was to stay here. But now, he discovered that this was not the case. He had actually transformed into this big tree in the shape of a tree, which was now his real body. He can do more. .417 Familiar and Stranger. Meteor Flame. Akainu roared loudly, raised his hands to the sky, blasted a huge lava, bounced to the sky, and smashed meteors towards the ground. Frozen World. Aokiji waved his hands, and the huge ice froze everything in front of him. 8-foot Chonguyu. Same as previous battles, Kizaru landed in the sky and blasted towards the ground. There was a glint of calm in the eyes of the 8th senior brother's apartment. Buddha Shock. Sengoku roared and blasted out a huge golden beam. Garp on his side also blasted 6 styles forward. Around them, a large number of pirates and all kinds of powerhouses used their most powerful attacks at this moment, condensed into one body, and blasted towards the sacred tree opposite. However, their attack, which was enough to wipe out the world, did shake for a moment when it hit the divine tree, and it might even break, but the next moment, the divine tree launched an identical attack. 2 thick light beams, golden torrents mixed together at this moment, and then annihilated and dissipated each other, as if nothing had appeared in the world. Half an hour later, all the strong men were somewhat exhausted, and they fell to the ground panting, looking at the sacred tree that basically didn't hurt much in the distance. At this moment, his heart is turbulent, his heart is helpless, and their hearts are uncomfortable. Why, is this what we are facing now? Don't we have anything else to change here right now? What's going on? Are people from another world coming again? Then in their line of sight, they saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure walking out from inside. Why hasn't Mr. Luo Xiu returned yet? Has he really abandoned us? That's right, Luo Xiu's absence wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. After listening to his words, this time, Nami and others did not reprimand the talking child, but fell silent. However, at this moment, a grayish-yellow light beam suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit the ground. Can't we beat even a tree? They are indeed helpless, because what is happening here is completely different from what they once imagined, making them look helpless. A voice suddenly sounded at this moment. They were not injured, and after falling to the ground, some Zhao Zhao looked at the golden light in surprise. With a huge roar, the surrounding pirates were thrown away. But didn't they come from that wormhole? Why did they come from the spiritual beam this time? They can even feel that the sacred tree is more active than before, only to let them know that as time goes on, this sacred tree will become active and become their enemy. During this period of time, they exhausted all kinds of methods and bombarded the huge sacred tree with no results at all. All are helpless, all helpless, all helpless. Everyone looked at that side vigilantly, and a lot of faces were burning on the infatuated body, as if ready to attack at any time. Everyone said one word to another. At this moment, there was a little helplessness in their eyes. Now that the opponent is in a static state, they can't beat it. Could it be that when the opponent is active, can they beat it? 418 Viagra. What, did you guys all rebel during the years of my death? Rocks frowned, looking at the man in front of him who was tense with swords. He saw familiar faces among these people, and also saw some unfamiliar faces. Finally, he set his sights on Sengoku Garp. It turns out that you two are already so old, but have you cultivated your own descendants? If you haven't cultivated your own descendants, is there still a marine who can beat me in this era? Rox laughed wildly, staring at Sengoku and Garp viciously. Seeing the other party's appearance, the other people were all surprised. That's right, the news about Rox was blocked by the World Government 307, but after the World Government was overthrown by Luo Xiu. All this trivial information was issued. Most of everyone who was their new Rox. Yes, they also know that Rox itself is long dead in this world, but they also know how powerful Rox is. How did you come back to life? After a while, Garp was still muttering. The Rox back then were Garp and Roger working together to completely kill each other. And now seeing Rox resurrected at this time, he felt a little bit of suffering. Okay, Rox, don't scare them here, don't you know the purpose of coming this time? I brought them out of the land of the dead, now they need a day to fuse their current bodies and then join us. Defend and counterattack Otherworld. They clearly remembered that the other party was beheaded, but now the other party appeared here again. Then AGCG they saw coming out of that golden light beam, one person present one by one, everyone was very familiar with it. At least it seemed impossible to Garp himself, even if for some special reasons, he was stronger when he was old than when he was young. Garp, Sengoku and others were all surprised. These people who should have died appeared here at this time. They didn't know how these people appeared, nor did they know that they came here. Roger, you have come back to life. But he doesn't think he can beat the Rox when he becomes stronger. Roger is dead, which means he is the only one left in this world now. Can he enter Lux by himself? A voice sounded again, and after hearing this voice, everyone present was surprised. Only Garp gradually opened his mouth wide. They appeared here one by one, there were hundreds of people. And Roger didn't speak, he just got out of the way behind, and then one figure after another appeared. This is a turn on. One piece of the Age of Discovery. They knew that Luo Xiu had gone to ask for a rescuer, but they never expected that the rescuer Luo Xiu called for was actually a man whose heart had already died. At this time, Rox was exactly the same as when he died, at his peak state, and the flashing light in his eyes made everyone feel astonished. The moment they heard Luo Xiu's words, all the people present cheered loudly. Those pirates who were once famous but were executed, those marines who made great contributions but died. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, the last person who appeared was Luo Xiu.